To be are ought to be. By Kurt Vonnegut, Jr. Recording by Bruce Bellmires. Everything was perfectly swell. There were no prisons, no slums, no insane asylums, no cripples, no poverty, no wars. All diseases were conquered, so was old age. Death, barring accidents, was an adventure for volunteers. The population of the United States was stabilized at 40 million souls. One bright morning in the Chicago Lying-In Hospital, a man named Edward K. Welling, Jr. waited for his wife to give birth. He was the only man waiting. Not many people were born a day anymore. Welling was 56, a mere stripling in a population whose average age was 129. X-rays had revealed that his wife was going to have triplets. The children would be his first. Young Welling was hunched in his chair, his head in his hand. He was so rumpled, so still and colorless, as to be virtually invisible. His camouflage was perfect, since the waiting room had a disorderly and demoralized air, too. Chairs and ashtrays had been moved away from the walls. The floor was paved with spattered drop cloths. The room was being redecorated. It was being redecorated as a memorial to a man who had volunteered to die. A sardonic old man, about 200 years old, sat on a stepladder, painting a mural he did not like. Back in the days when people aged visibly, his age would have been guessed at 35 or so. Aging had touched him that much before the cure for aging was found. The mural he was working on depicted a very neat garden. Men and women in white, doctors and nurses, turned the soil, planted seedlings, sprayed bugs, spread fertilizer. Men and women in purple uniforms pulled up weeds, cut down plants that were old and sickly, raked leaves, carried refuse to trash burners. Never, 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 not even in medieval Holland or old Japan, had a garden been more formal, better tended. Every plant had all the loam, light, water, air, and nourishment it could use. A hospital orderly came down the corridor singing under his breath a popular song. If you don't like my kisses, honey, here's what I will do. I'll go see a girl in purple, kiss his sad world toodaloo. If you don't want my lovin', why should I take up all this space? I'll get off this old planet, let sweet baby have my place. The orderly looked up at the mural and the muralist. Looks so real, he said. I can practically imagine I'm standing in the middle of it. What makes you think you're not in it? Said the painter. He gave a satiric smile. It's called the happy garden of life, you know. That's good old Dr. Hitz, said the orderly. He was referring to one of the male figures in white, whose head was a portrait of Dr. Benjamin Hitz, the hospital's chief obstetrician. Hitz was a blindingly handsome man. Lots of faces still to fill in, said the orderly. He meant that the faces of many of the figures in the mural were still blank. All the blanks were to be filled in with portraits of important people, on either the hospital staff or from the Chicago office of the Federal Bureau of Termination. Must be nice to be able to make pictures that look like something, said the orderly. The painter's face curdled with scorn. You think I'm proud of this daub? He said. You think this is my idea of what life really looks like? What's your idea of what life looks like? Said the orderly. The painter gestured at a foul drop cloth. There's a good picture of it, he said. Frame that. You'll have a picture a damn sight more honest than this one. You're a gloomy old duck, aren't you? Said the orderly. Is that a crime? Said the painter. The orderly shrugged. If you don't like it here, Grandpa, he said, and he finished the thought with a trick telephone number that people who don't want to live anymore were supposed to call. The zero in the telephone number he pronounced ought. The number was 2BR ought to be. It was the telephone number of an institution whose fanciful sobriquets included Automat, Birdland, Cannery, Catbox, Delouser, Easy Go, Goodbye, Mother, Happy Hooligan, Kiss Me Quick, Lucky Pierre, Sheep Dip, Wearing Blender, Weep No More, and Why Worry? To be or not to be was the telephone number of municipal gas chambers of the Federal Bureau of Termination. The painter thumbed his nose at the orderly. When I decide it's time to go, he said, it won't be at the Sheep Dip. A do-it-yourselfer, eh? Said the orderly. Messy business, Grandpa. Why don't you have a little consideration for the people who have to clean up after you? The painter expressed, with an obscenity, his lack of concern for the tribulations of his survivors. The world could do with a good deal more mess, if you ask me, he said. The orderly laughed and moved on. Wailing, the waiting father, mumbled something without raising his head. Then he fell silent again. A coarse, formidable woman strode into the waiting room on spike heels. Her shoes, stockings, trench coat, bag, and overseas cap were all purple. The purple the painter called the color of grapes on Judgment Day. The medallion on her purple musette bag was the seal of the Service Division of the Federal Bureau of Termination, an eagle perched on a turnstile. The woman had a lot of facial hair, an unmistakable mustache, in fact. The curious thing about gas chamber hostesses was that no matter how lovely and feminine they were when they were recruited, they all sprouted mustaches within 5 years or so. Is this where I'm supposed to come? She said to the painter. A lot would depend on what your business was, he said. You aren't about to have a baby, are you? They told me I was supposed to pose for some picture, she said. My name's Leora Duncan. She waited. And you dunk people? He said. What? Skip it, he said. That sure is a beautiful picture, she said. Looks just like heaven or something. Or something, said the painter. He took a list of names from his smock pocket. Duncan, he said, scanning the list. Yep, there you are. You're entitled to be immortalized. See your faceless body here you'd like me to stick your head on? We've got a few choice ones left. She studied the mural obliquely. Gee, she said. They're all the same to me. I don't know anything about art. A body's a body, eh? He said. All righty, as master of fine art, I recommend this body here. He indicated a faceless figure of a woman who was carrying dried stalks to a trash burner. Well, said Leora Duncan, that's more the disposal people, isn't it? I mean, I'm in service. I don't do any disposing. The painter clapped his hands in mock delight. Oh, you say you don't know anything about art, and then you prove in the next breath that you know more about it than I do. Of course, the sheaf carrier's wrong for a hostess, a snipper, a pruner. That's more your line. He pointed to a figure in purple who was sawing a dead branch from an apple tree. How about her? He said. You like her at all? Gosh, she said, and she blushed and became humble. Well, that puts me right next to Dr. Hitz. That upsets you? He said. Oh, good gravy, no, she said. It's just such an honor. Oh, you admire him, eh? He said. Who doesn't admire him? She said, worshipping the portrait of Hitz. It was the portrait of a tanned, white-haired, omnipotent Zeus, 240 years old. Who doesn't admire him? She said again. He was responsible for setting up the very first gas chamber in Chicago. Nothing would please me more, said the painter, than to put you next to him for all time, sawing off a limb. That strikes you as appropriate? Oh, that is kind of like what I do, she said. She was demure about what she did. What she did was make people comfortable while she killed them. And while Leora Duncan was posing for her portrait, into the waiting room bounded Dr. Hitz himself. He was 7 feet tall, and he boomed with importance, accomplishments, and the joy of living. Well, Miss Duncan, he said, and he made a joke. What are you doing here, he said. This isn't where the people leave, this is where they come in. We're going to be in the same picture together, she said shyly. Good, said Dr. Hitz heartily. And say, isn't that some picture? I sure am honored to be in it with you, she said. Let me tell you, he said, I'm honored to be in it with you. Without women like you, this wonderful world we've got wouldn't be possible. He saluted her and moved towards the door that led to the delivery rooms. "Guess what was just born?" he said. "I can't," she said. "Triplets, triplets," he said. "Triplets?" she said. She was exclaiming over the legal implications of triplets. The law said that no newborn child could survive unless the parents of the child could find someone who would volunteer to die. Triplets, if they were all to live, called for 3 volunteers. "Well, do the parents have 3 volunteers?" said Leora Duncan. "Last I heard," said Dr. Hitz, "they had 1, and were trying to scrape the other 2 up." "I don't think they made it," she said. "Nobody made 3 appointments with us. Nothing but singles going through today, unless somebody called in after I left. What's the name?" "Welling," said the waiting father, sitting up, red-eyed and frowsy. "Edward K. Welling, Jr. is the name of the happy father-to-be." He raised his right hand, looked at a spot on the wall, gave a hoarsely wrecked chuckle. "Present," he said. "Oh, Dr. Welling," said Dr. Hitz. "I didn't see you." "Invisible man," said Welling. "They just phoned me that your triplets have been born," said Dr. Hitz. "They're all fine. So is the mother. I'm on my way to see them now." "Hooray," said Welling emptily. "You don't sound very happy," said Dr. Hitz. "What man in my shoes wouldn't be happy?" said Welling. He gestured with his hands to symbolize carefree simplicity. "All I have to do is pick out which one of the triplets is going to live, and then deliver my maternal grandfather to the happy hooligan and come back here with a receipt." Dr. Hitz became rather severe with Welling. He towered over him. "You don't believe in population control, Mr. Welling?" he said. "I think it's perfectly keen," said Welling tautly. "Would you like to go back to the good old days when the population of the Earth was 20 billion, about to become 40 billion, then 8 billion, and 160 billion? Do you know what a druplet is, Mr. Welling?" said Dr. Hitz. "Nope," said Welling sulkily. "A druplet, Mr. Welling, is one of the little knobs, one of the little pulpy grains of a blackberry," said Dr. Hitz. "Without population control, human beings would now be packed on the surface of this old planet like drupelets of a blackberry. Think of it." Welling continued to stare at the same spot on the wall. "In the year 2000, said Dr. Hitz, "before scientists stepped in and laid down the law, there wasn't even enough drinking water to go around and nothing to eat but seaweed. And still people insisted on their right to reproduce like jackrabbits, and their right, if possible, to live forever." "I want those kids," said Welling quietly. "I want all 3 of them." "Of course you do," said Dr. Hitz. "It's only human." "I don't want my grandfather to die, either," said Welling. "Well, nobody's really happy about taking a close relative to the cat box," said Dr. Hitz gently, sympathetically. "Wish people wouldn't call it that," said Leora Duncan. "What?" said Dr. Hitz. "I wish people wouldn't call it the cat box and things like that," she said. "It gives people the wrong impression." "You're absolutely right," said Dr. Hitz. "Forgive me." He corrected himself. Gave the municipal gas chambers their official title, a title no one ever used in conversation. "I should have said Ethical Suicide Studios," he said. "Well, it sounds so much better," said Leona Duncan. "This child of yours, whichever one you decide to keep, Mr. Welling," said Dr. Hitz, "he or she is going to live in a happy, roomy, clean, rich planet thanks to population control. In a garden like that mural there." He shook his head. 2 centuries ago, when I was a young man, it was a hell that nobody thought could last another 20 years. Now, centuries of peace and plenty stretch before us as far as the imagination cares to travel." He smiled luminously. The smile faded as he saw that Welling had just drawn a revolver. Welling shot Dr. Hitz dead. "There's room for 1. A great big one," he said. Then he shot Leora Duncan. "It's only death," he said to her as she fell. "There, room for 2. Then he shot himself, making room for all 3 of his children. Nobody came running. Nobody seemingly heard the shots. The painter sat on the top of his stepladder looking down reflectively on the sorry scene. The painter pondered the mournful puzzle of life, demanding to be born, and once born demanding to be fruitful, to multiply and to live as long as possible, to do all that on a very small planet that would have to last forever. All the answers that the painter could think of were grim, even grimmer surely than a catbox, a happy hooligan, an easy go. He thought of war, he thought of plague, he thought of starvation. He knew that he would never paint again. He let his paintbrush fall to the drop claws below, and then he decided he'd had about enough of life in the happy garden of life, too, and he came slowly down from the ladder. He took Welling's pistol, really intending to shoot himself. But he didn't have the nerve. And then he saw the telephone booth in the corner of the room. He went to it and dialed the well-remembered number. 2BR ought to be. Federal Bureau of Termination, said the very warm voice of a hostess. How soon could I get an appointment? He asked, speaking very carefully. We could probably fit you in late this afternoon, sir, she said. Might even be earlier if we get a cancellation. All right, said the painter. Fit me in, if you please. He gave his name, spelling it out. Thank you, sir, said the hostess. Your city thanks you, your country thanks you, your planet thanks you. But the deepest thanks of all is from future generations. End of 2BR ought to be. By Kurt Vonnegut, Jr. Recording by Bruce Bellmires.
The Answer by H. Beam Piper. Read by Nickademus. For a moment, after the screen door snapped and wakened him, Lee Richardson sat breathless and motionless, his eyes still closed, trying desperately to cling to the dream and print it upon his conscious memory before it faded. "Are you there, Lee?" he heard Alexis Pitoff's voice. "Yes, I'm here. What time is it?" he asked, and then added, "I fell asleep. I was dreaming." It was all right. He was going to be able to remember. He could still see the slim woman with the graying blonde hair, playing with the little dachshund among the new-fallen leaves on the lawn. He was glad they'd both been in this dream together. These dream glimpses were all he'd had for the last 15 years, and they were too precious to lose. He opened his eyes. The Russian was sitting just outside the light from the open door of the bungalow, lighting a cigarette. For a moment he could see the blocky, high-cheeked face, now pouched and wrinkled, and then the flame went out and there was only the red coal glowing in the darkness. He closed his eyes again, and the dream picture came back to him, the woman catching the little dog and raising her head as though to speak to him. Plenty of time yet. Pitoff was speaking German instead of Spanish, as they always did between themselves. They're still counting down from -3 hours. I just phoned the launching site for a jeep. Eugenio's been there ever since dinner. They say he's running around like a cat looking for a place to have her first litter of kittens. He chuckled. This would be something new for Eugenio Galvez, for which he could be thankful. "I hope the generators don't develop any last-second bugs," he said. "We'll only be 1.5 miles away, and that'll be too close to 50 kilos of megamatter if the field collapses." "It'll be all right," Pitoff assured him. "The bugs have all been chased out years ago. Not out of those generators in the rocket. They're new." He fumbled in his coat pocket for his pipe and tobacco. "I never thought I'd run another nuclear bomb test as long as I lived." "Lee!" Pitoff was shocked. "You mustn't call it that. It isn't that at all. It's purely a scientific experiment." "Wasn't that all any of them were? We made lots of experiments like this back before 1969. The memories of all those other tests, each ending in an Everest high mushroom column, rose in his mind. And the end result, the United States and the Soviet Union blasted to rubble. A whole hemisphere pushed back into the Dark Ages. 250 million dead, including a slim woman with graying blonde hair and a little red dog, and a girl from Odessa whom Alexis Pitoff had been going to marry. "Forgive me, Alexis. I just couldn't help remembering. I suppose it's this shot we're going to make tonight. It's so much like the other ones before." He hesitated slightly. Before the Auburn bomb. There, he'd come out and said it. And all the years they'd worked together at the Instituto Argentino de Ciencia Física, that had been unmentioned between them. The families of hanged cutthroats avoid mention of ropes and knives. He thumbed the old-fashioned American lighter and held it to his pipe. Across the veranda, in the darkness, he knew that Pitoff was looking intently at him. "You've been thinking about that lately, haven't you?" the Russian asked, and then timidly, "Was that what you were dreaming of?" "Oh no, thank heaven." "I think about it too, always, I suppose." He seemed relieved, now that it had been brought out into the open, and could be discussed. "You saw it fall, didn't you?" "That's right, from about 30 miles away, a little closer than we'll be to this shot tonight. I was in charge of the investigation at Auburn until we had New York and Washington and Detroit and Mobile and San Francisco to worry about. Then what happened to Auburn wasn't important anymore. We were trying to get evidence to lay before the United Nations. We kept at it for about 12 hours after the United Nations had ceased to exist. I could never understand about that, Lee. I don't know what the truth is. I probably never shall. But I know that my government did not launch that missile. During the first days after yours began coming in, I talked to people who had been in the Kremlin at the time. One had been in the presence of Klizenko himself when the news of your bombardment arrived. He said that Klizenko was absolutely stunned. We always believed that your government decided upon a preventive surprise attack and picked out a town, Auburn, New York, that had been hit by one of our first retaliation missiles and claimed that it had been hit first. He shook his head. Auburn was hit an hour before the first American missile was launched. I know that to be a fact. We could never understand why you launched just that one, and no more until after ours began landing on you, why you threw away the advantage of surprise and priority of attack. Because we didn't do it, Lee. The Russian's voice trembled with earnestness. You believe me when I tell you that? Yes, I believe you. After all that happened, and all that you and I and the people you worked with and the people I work with, and your government and mine have been guilty of, it would be a waste of breath for either of us to try to lie to the other about what happened 15 years ago. He drew slowly on his pipe. But who launched it then? It had to be launched by somebody. Don't you think I've been tormenting myself with that question for the last 15 years? Pitoff demanded. You know, there were people inside the Soviet Union, not many, and they kept themselves well hidden, who were dedicated to the overthrow of the Soviet regime. They, or some of them, might have thought that the devastation of both our countries and the obliteration of civilization in the Northern Hemisphere would be a cheap price to pay for ending the rule of the Communist Party. Could they have built an ICBM with a thermonuclear warhead in secret? He asked. There were also fanatical nationalist groups in Europe, both sides of the Iron Curtain, who might have thought our mutual destruction would be worth the risks involved. There was China and India. If your country and mine wiped each other out, they could go back to the old ways and the old traditions. Or Japan, or the Muslim states. In the end, they all went down along with us, but what criminal ever expects to fall? We have too many suspects, and the trail's too cold, Alexis. That rocket wouldn't have had to have been launched anywhere in the Northern Hemisphere. For instance, our friends here in the Argentine have been doing very well by themselves since El Coloso del Norte went down. And there were the Australians, picking themselves up bargains in real estate in the East Indies at gunpoint, and there were the Boers, trekking north again in tanks instead of ox wagons. And Brazil, with a not too implausible pretender to the Braganza throne, calling itself the Portuguese Empire and looking eastward. And to complete the picture, here were Professor Dr. Lee Richardson and Comrade Professor Alexis Petrovich Pitoff getting ready to test a missile with a matter annihilation warhead. No, this thing just wasn't a weapon. A jeep came around the corner, lighting the dark roadway between the bungalows, its radio on and counting down. 22 minutes, 21:59, 58, 57. It came to a stop in front of their bungalow at exactly -2 hours, 21 minutes, 54 seconds. The driver called out in Spanish, Dr. Richardson, Dr. Pitoff, are you ready? Yes, ready, we're coming. They both got to their feet, Richardson pulling himself up reluctantly. The older you get, the harder it is to leave a comfortable chair. He settled himself beside his colleague and former enemy, and the jeep started again, rolling between the buildings of the living quarters area and out onto the long, straight road across the pampas towards the distant blaze of electric lights. He wondered why he had been thinking so much lately about the Auburn bomb. He'd questioned at times, indignantly of course, whether Russia had launched it, but it wasn't until tonight, until he had heard what Pitoff had to say, that he seriously doubted it. Pitoff wouldn't lie about it, and Pitoff would have been in a position to have known the truth if the missile had been launched from Russia. Then he stopped thinking about what was water or blood a long time over the dam. The special policeman at the entrance to the launching site reminded them that they were both smoking. When they extinguished respectively their cigarette and pipe, he waved the jeep on and went back to his argument with the carload of tourists who wanted to get a good view of the launching. "There now, Lee. Do you need anything else to convince you that this isn't a weapon project?" Pitoff asked. "No, now that you mention it, I don't. You know, I don't believe I've had to show an identity card the whole time I've been here." "I don't believe I have an identity card," Pitoff said. "Think of that." The lights blazed everywhere around them, but mostly about the rocket that towered above everything else, so thick it seemed squat. The gantry cranes had been hauled away now, and it stood alone, but it was still wreathed in thick electric cables. They were pouring enough current into that thing to light half the streetlights in Buenos Aires. When the cables were blown free by separation charges at the blastoff, the generators powered by the rocket engines had better be able to take over, because if the magnetic field collapsed and that 50-kilo chunk of negative proton matter came in contact with natural positive proton matter, an old-fashioned H-bomb would be a firecracker to what would happen. Just 100 kilos of pure 200-proof MC2. The driver took them around the rocket, dodging assorted trucks and mobile machinery that were being hurried out of the way. The countdown was just beyond 2 hours, 5 minutes. The jeep stopped at the edge of a crowd around 3 more trucks, and Dr. Eugenio Galvez, the director of the institute, left the crowd and approached at an awkward half-run as they got down. "Is everything checked, gentlemen?" he wanted to know. "It was this afternoon at 17:30, Pitoff told him. "And nobody's been burning my telephone to report anything different. Are the balloons and the drone planes ready?" "The Air Force has just finished checking. They're ready. Captain Urquiola flew one of the planes over the course and made a guidance tape. That's been duplicated and all the planes are equipped with copies." "How's the wind?" Richardson asked. "Still steady. We won't have any trouble about fallout or with the balloons." "Then we better go back to the bunker and make sure everybody is there on the job." The loudspeaker was counting down to 2 hours, 1 minute. "Could you spare a few minutes to talk to the press?" Eugenio Galvez asked, "and perhaps say a few words for telecast. This last is most important. We can't explain too many times the purpose of this experiment. There is still much hostility arising from fear that we are testing a nuclear weapon." The press and telecast services were well represented. There were close to 100 correspondents from all over South America, from South Africa and Australia, even one from Ceylon. They had 3 trucks with mobile telecast pickups, and when they saw who was approaching, they released the 2 rocketry experts they had been quizzing and pounced on the new victims. Was there any possibility that negative proton matter might be used as a weapon? "Anything could be used as a weapon. You could stab a man to death with that lead pencil you're using," Pitoff replied. "But I doubt if negamatter will ever be so used. We're certainly not working on weapons design here. We started 6 years ago with the ability to produce negative protons, reverse spin neutrons, and positrons, and the theoretical possibility of assembling them into negamatter. We have just gotten a 50-kilogram mass of nega iron assembled. In those 6 years, we had to invent all our techniques and design all our equipment. If we'd been insane enough to want to build a nuclear weapon, after what we went through up north, we could have done so from memory, and designed a better, which is to say a worse one, from memory in a few days. Yes, and building a negamatter bomb for military purposes would be like digging a 50-foot shaft to get a rock to bash somebody's head in, when you could do the job better with the shovel you're digging with," Richardson added. "The time, money, energy, and work we put in on this thing would be ample to construct 20 thermonuclear bombs, and that's only a small part of it." He went on to tell them about the magnetic bottle inside the rocket's warhead, mentioning how much electric current was needed to keep up the magnetic field that insulated the negamatter from contact with posimatter. "Then what was the purpose of this experiment, Dr. Richardson?" "Oh, We were just trying to find out a few basic facts about natural structure. Long ago it was realized that the nucleonic particles, protons, neutrons, mesons, and so on, must have structure of their own. Since we started constructing negative proton matter, we found out a few things about nucleonic structure. Some rather odd things, including fractions of Planck's constant. A couple of the correspondents, a man from La Prensa and an Australian, whistled softly. The others looked blank. Pitoff took over. You see, gentlemen, most of what we learned from putting negamatter atoms together. We annihilated a few of them, over there in that little concrete building. We have one of the most massive steel vaults in the world, where we do that. But we assembled millions of them for every one we annihilated, and that chunk of nega iron inside the magnetic bottle kept growing. And when you have a piece of negamatter you don't want, you can't just throw it out on the scrap pile. We might have rocketed it into escape velocity and let it blow up in space, away from the moon or any of the artificial satellites. But why waste it? So we're going to have the rocket ejected, and when it falls, we can see by our telemetered instruments just what happens. Well, won't it be annihilated by contact with atmosphere, somebody asked. That's one of the things we want to find out, Pitoff said. We estimate about 20% loss from contact with atmosphere, but the mass that actually lands on the target area should be about 40 kilos. It should be something of a spectacle coming down. You say you had to assemble it after creating the negative protons and neutrons and the positrons. Doesn't any of this sort of matter exist in nature? The man who asked that knew better himself. He just wanted the answer on the record. Oh no, not on this planet, and probably not in the galaxy. There may be whole galaxies composed of nothing but negamatter. There may even be isolated stars and planetary systems inside our galaxy composed of negamatter, though I think that very improbable. But when negamatter and posimatter come into contact with one another, the result is immediate mutual annihilation. They managed to get away from the press and returned as far as the bunkers, a mile and a half away. Before they went inside, Richardson glanced up at the sky, fixing the location of a few of the more conspicuous stars in his mind. There were almost 100 men and women inside, each at his or her instruments, view screens, radar indicators, detection instruments of a dozen kinds. The reporters and telecast people arrived shortly afterward. A Nugidio Galvez took them in tow. While Richardson and Pitoff were making their last-minute rounds, the countdown progressed past -1 hour, and at -20 minutes, all the overhead lights went off, and the small instrument operator's lights came on. Pitoff turned on a couple of view screens, one from a pickup on the roof of the bunker and another from the launching pad. They sat down side by side and waited. Richardson got his pipe out and began loading it. The loudspeaker was saying, -2 minutes, 1:59, 58, 57. He let his mind drift away from the test, back to the world that had been smashed around his ears in the autumn of 1969. He was doing that so often now, when he should be thinking about 2 seconds, 1 second, firing. It was a second later that his eyes focused on the left-hand view screen. Red and yellow flames were gushing out of the bottom of the rocket, and it was beginning to tremble. Then the upper jets, the ones that furnished power for the generators, began firing. He looked anxiously at the meters. The generators were building up power. Finally, when he was sure that the rocket would be blasting off anyhow, the separator charges fired and the heavy cables fell away. An instant later, the big missile started inching upward, gaining speed by the second, first slowly and jerkily, and then more rapidly, until it passed out of the field of the pickup. He watched the rising spout of fire from the other screen until it passed from sight. By that time, Pitoff had twisted a dial and gotten another view on the left-hand screen, this time from close to the target. That camera was radar-controlled. It had fastened onto the approaching missile, which was still invisible. The stars swung slowly across the screen until Richardson recognized the ones he had spotted at the zenith. In a moment now, the rocket, 100 miles overhead, would be nosing down, and then the warhead would open and the magnetic field inside would alter, and the mass of negamatter would be ejected. The stars were blotted out by a sudden glow of light. Even at 100 miles, there was enough atmospheric density to produce considerable energy release. Pitoff, beside him, was muttering, partly in German and partly in Russian. Most of what Richardson caught was figures. trying to calculate how much of the mass of unnatural iron would get down for the ground blast. Then the right-hand screen broke into a wriggling orgy of color, and at the same time every scrap of radio-transmitted apparatus either went out or began reporting erratically. The left-hand screen, connected by wiring to the pickup on the roof, was still functioning. For a moment, Richardson wondered what was going on, and then shocked recognition drove that from his mind as he stared at the ever-brightening glare in the sky. It was the Auburn bomb again. He was back, in memory, to the night on the shore of Lake Ontario, the party breaking up in the early hours of morning, he and Janet and the people with whom they had been spending a vacation week standing on the lawn as the guests were getting into their cars. And then the sudden light in the sky, the cries of surprise and then of alarm as it seemed to be rushing straight down upon them. He and Janet clutching each other and staring up in terror at the falling blaze, from which there seemed no escape. Then relief as it curved away from them and fell to the south, and then the explosion, lighting the whole southern sky. There was a similar explosion in the screen when the mass of nega iron landed, a sheet of pure white light, so bright and so quick as to almost pass above the limit of visibility, and then a moment's darkness that was in his stunned eyes more than in the screen, and then the rising glow of updrawn incandescent dust. Before the sound waves had reached them, he had been legging it into the house. The television had been on, and it had been acting as insanely as the screen on his right now. He had called the state police, the telephones had been working all right, and told them who he was, and they had told him to stay put and they'd send a car for him. They did within minutes. Janet and his host and hostess had waited with him on the lawn until it came, and after he had gotten into it, he had turned around and looked back through the rear window and seen Janet standing under the front light, holding the little dog in her arms, flopping one of its silly little paws up and down with her hand to wave goodbye to him. He had seen her and the dog like that every day of his life for the last 15 years. "What kind of radiation are you getting?" he could hear Alexis Pitoff asking into a phone. "What? Nothing else?" "Oh, yes, of course, but mostly cosmic. That shouldn't last long." He turned from the phone. "A devil's own dose of cosmic and some gamma. It was the cosmic radiation that put the radios and telescreens out. That's why I insisted that the drone planes be independent of radio control. They always got cosmic radiation from the micro-annihilations in the test vault. Well, now they had an idea of what produced natural cosmic rays. There must be quite a bit of negamatter and posimatter going into mutual annihilation and total energy release through the universe. Of course, there were no detectors set up in advance around Auburn, he said. We didn't really begin to find anything out for half an hour. By that time, the cosmic radiation was over, and we weren't getting anything but gamma." What has Auburn to do?" The Russian stopped short. "You think this was the same thing?" He gave it a moment's consideration. "Lee, you're crazy. There wasn't an atom of artificial negamatter in the world in 1969. Nobody had made any before us. We gave each other some scientific surprises then, but nobody surprised both of us. You and I between us knew everything that was going on in nuclear physics in the world, and you know, as well as I do." A voice came out of the public speaker. "Some of the radio equipment around the target area that wasn't knocked out by the blast is beginning to function again. There is an increasingly heavy gamma radiation, but no more cosmic rays. They were all prompt radiation from the annihilation. The gamma is secondary effect. Wait a moment. Captain Urquiola of the Air Force says that the first drone plane is about to take off." It had been 2 hours after the blast that the first drones had gone over what had been Auburn, New York. He was trying to remember as exactly as possible what had been learned from then. Gamma radiation, a great deal of gamma, but it didn't last long. It had been almost down to a safe level by the time the investigation had been called off, and 2 months after there had been no more missiles, and no way of producing more, and no targets to send them against if they had them. Rather, he had been back at Auburn on his hopeless quest, and there had been almost no trace of radiation. Nothing but a wide, shallow crater, almost 200 feet in diameter, and only 15 at its deepest, already full of water, and a circle of flattened and scattered rubble for 1.5 miles around it. He was willing to bet anything that that was what they'd find where the chunk of nega iron had landed, 50 miles away on the pampas. Well, the first drone ought to be over the target area before long, and at least one of the balloons that had been sent up was reporting its course by radio. The radios and the others were silent, and the recording counters had probably jammed in all of them. There'd be something of interest when the first drone came back. He dragged his mind back to the present and went to work with Alexis Pitoff. They were at it all night, checking, evaluating, making sure that the masses of data that were coming in were being promptly processed for programming the computers. At each of the increasingly frequent coffee breaks, he noticed Pitoff looking curiously. He said nothing, however, until long after dawn. They stood outside the bunker waiting for the jeep that would take them back to their bungalow and watching the line of trucks, Argentine Army engineers, locally hired laborers, load after load of prefab huts and equipment, going down toward the target area where they would be working for the next week. "Lee, were you serious?" Pitoff asked. "I mean about this being like the one at Auburn." It was exactly like Auburn, even that blazing light that came rushing down out of the sky. I wondered about that at the time, what kind of a missile would produce an effect like that. Now I know. We just launched one like it. But that's impossible. I told you, between us, we know everything that was happening in nuclear physics then. Nobody in the world knew how to assemble atoms of negamatter and build them into masses. Nobody and nothing on this planet built that mass of negamatter. I doubt if it even came from this galaxy. But we didn't know that then. When that negamatter meteor fell, the only thing anybody could think of was that it had been a Soviet missile. If it had hit around Leningrad or Moscow or Kharkov, who would you have blamed it on? End of The Answer by H. Beam Piper. Read by Nickademus.
The Blue Tower by Evelyn E. Smith. Read by Betsy Bush. As the vastly advanced guardians of mankind, the Belphins knew how to make a lesson stick. But whom? Ludovic Eversole sat in the golden sunshine outside his house, writing a poem as he watched the street flow gently past him. There were very few people on it, for he lived in a slow part of town, and those who went in for travel generally preferred streets where the pace was quicker. Moreover, on a sultry spring afternoon like this one, there would be few people wandering abroad. Most would be lying on sun-kissed white beaches or in sun-drenched parks, or, for those who did not fancy being either kissed or drenched by the sun, basking in the comfort of their own air-conditioned villas. Some would, like Ludovic, be writing poems, others composing symphonies, still others painting pictures. Those who were without creative talent or the inclination to indulge it would be relaxing their well-kept golden bodies in whatever surroundings they had chosen to spend this particular one of the perfect days that stretched in an unbroken line before every member of the human race, from the cradle to the crematorium. Only the Belphins were much in evidence. Only the Belphins had duties to perform. Only the Belphins worked. Ludovic stretched his own well-kept golden body and rejoiced in the knowing that he was a man and not a Belphin. Immediately afterward, he was sorry for the heartless thought. Didn't the Belphins work only to serve humanity? How ungrateful, then, it was to gloat over them. Besides, he comforted himself, probably, if the truth was known, the Belphins liked to work. He hailed a passing Belphin for assurance on this point. Courteous, like all members of his species, the creature leaped from the street and listened attentively to the young man's question. "We Belphins have but one like and one dislike," he replied. "We like what is right and we dislike what is wrong." "But how do you tell what is right and what is wrong?" Ludovic persisted. "We know," the Belphin said, gazing reverently across the city to the blue spire of the tower where the Belphin of Belphins dwelt, in constant communication with every member of his race at all times, or so they said. "That is why we were placed in charge of humanity. Some day you, too, may advance to the point where you know, and we shall return whence we came." "But who placed you in charge?" Ludovic asked. "And whence did you come?" Fearing he might seem motivated by vulgar curiosity, he explained, "I am doing research for an epic poem." A lifetime spent under their gentle guardianship had made Ludovic able to interpret the expression that filtered across this Belfin's frontispiece as a sad, sweet smile. "We come from beyond the stars," he said. Ludovic already knew that. He had hoped for something a little more specific. "We were placed in power by those who had the right, and the power through which we rule is the power of love. Be happy." And with that conventional farewell, which also served as a greeting, he stepped onto the sidewalk and was borne off. Ludovic looked after him pensively for a moment, then shrugged. Why should the Belfins surrender their secrets to gratify the idle curiosity of a poet? Ludovic packed his portable scriptwriter in its case and went to call on the girl next door, whom he loved with a deep and intermittently requited passion. As he passed between the tall columns leading into the Flockhart courtyard, he noted with regret that there were quite a number of Khorasan's relatives present, lying about sunning themselves and sipping beverages which probably touched the legal limit of intoxicatability. Much as he hated to think harshly of anyone, he did not like Khorasan Flockhart's relatives. He had never known anybody who had as many relatives as she did, and sometimes he suspected they were not all related to her. Then he would dismiss the thought as unworthy of him, or any right-thinking human being. He loved Khorasan for herself alone and not for her family. Whether they were actually her family or not was none of his business. "Be happy," he greeted the assemblage cordially, sitting down beside Khorasan on the tessellated pavement. "Bah," said old Osmond Flockhart, Khorasan's grandfather. Ludovic was sure that, underneath his crustiness, the gnarled patriarch hid a heart of gold. Although he had been mining assiduously, the young man had not been able to strike that vein. However, he did not give up hope. For not giving up hope was one of the principles that his wise old Belfin teacher had inculcated in him. Other principles were to lead the good life and keep healthy. "Now, grandfather," Khorasan said, "no matter what your politics, that does not excuse impoliteness." Ludovic wished she would not allude so blatantly to politics, because he had a lurking notion that Khorasan's family was, in fact, a band of conspirators, such as still dotted the green and pleasant planet, and proved by their existence that man was not advancing anywhere within measurable distance of that totality of knowledge implied by the Belfin. You could tell malcontents, even if they did not voice their dissatisfactions, by their faces. The vast majority of the human race, living good and happy lives, had smooth and pleasant faces. Malcontents' faces were lined and sometimes, in extreme cases, furrowed. Everyone could easily tell who they were by looking at them, and most people avoided them. It was not that griping was illegal, for the Belfins permitted free speech and reasonable conspiracy. It was that such behavior was considered ungenteel. Ludovic would never have dreamed of associating with this set of neighbors, once he had discovered their tendencies, had he not lost his heart to the purple-eyed Khorasan at their first meeting. "Politeness, bah," old Osmond said, "to see a healthy young man simply accepting the status quo." "If the status quo is a good status quo," Ludovic said uneasily, for he did not like to discuss such subjects, "why should I not accept it? We have everything we could possibly want. What do we lack?" "Our freedom," Osmond retorted. "But we are free," Ludovic said, perplexed. "We can say what we like, do what we like, so long as it is consonant with the public good." "Ah, but who determines what is consonant with the public good?" Ludovic could no longer temporize with truth, even for Khorasan's sake. "Look here, old man, I have read books. I know about the old days before the Belfins came from the stars. Men were destroying themselves quickly through wars, or slowly through want. There is none of that any more." "All lies and exaggeration," old Osmond said. "My grandfather told me that when the Belfins took over Earth, they rewrote all the textbooks to suit their own purposes. Now nothing but Belfin propaganda is taught in the schools." "But surely some of what they teach about the past must be true," Ludovic insisted. And today every one of us has enough to eat and drink, a place to live, beautiful garments to wear, and all the time in the world to utilize as he chooses in all sorts of pleasant activities. What is missing? They've taken away our frontiers. Behind his back, Coruscant made a little filial face at Ludovic. Ludovic tried to make the old man see reason. But I'm happy, and everybody is happy, except a few killjoys like you. They certainly did a good job of brainwashing you, boy, Osmond sighed, and of most of the young ones, he added mournfully. With each succeeding generation, more of our heritage is lost. He patted the girl's hand. You're a good girl, Corrie. You don't hold with us being cared for like some damn pet poodle. Never mind Osmond, Eversoul. One of Coruscant's alleged uncles grinned. He talks a lot, but of course he doesn't mean a quarter of what he says. Come have some wine. He handed a glass to Ludovic. Ludovic sipped and coughed. It tasted as if it were well above the legal alcohol limit, but he didn't like to say anything. They were taking an awful risk, though, doing a thing like that. And if they got caught, they might receive a public scolding, which was, of course, no more than they deserved. But he could not bear to think of Coruscant exposed to such an ordeal. It's only reasonable, the uncle went on, that older people should have a thing about being governed by foreigners. Ludovic smiled and set his nearly full glass down on a plinth. You could hardly call the Belfins foreigners. They've been on Earth longer than even the oldest of us. You seem to be pretty chummy with them, the uncle said, looking narrow-eyed at Ludovic. No more so than any other loyal citizen, Ludovic replied. The uncle sat up and wrapped his arms around his thick bare legs. He was a powerful, hairy brute of a creature who had not taken advantage of the numerous cosmetic techniques offered by the benevolent Belfins. Don't you think it's funny they can breathe our air so easily? Why shouldn't they? Ludovic bit into an apple that Coruscant handed him from one of the dishes of fruit and other delicacies strewn about the courtyard. It's excellent air, he continued through a full mouth, especially now that it's all purified. I understand that in the old days. Yes, the uncle said, but don't you think it's a coincidence they breathe exactly the same kind of air we do, considering they claim to come from another solar system? No coincidence at all, said Ludovic shortly, no longer able to pretend he didn't know what the other was getting at. He had heard the ugly rumor before. Of course, sacrilege was not illegal, but it was in bad taste. Only one combination of elements spawns intelligent life. They say, the uncle continued, impervious to Ludovic's unconcealed dislike for the subject, that there's really only one Delphin who lives in the Blue Tower, in a tank or something, because he can't breathe our atmosphere, and that the others are a sort of robot he sends out to do his work for him. Nonsense! Ludovic was goaded to irritation at last. How could a robot have that delicate play of expression, that subtle economy of movement? Coruscant and the uncle exchanged glances. But they are absolutely blank, the uncle began hesitantly. Perhaps with your rich poetic imagination. See, old Osmond remarked with satisfaction. The kid's brainwashed. I told you so. Even if the Belfin is a single entity, Ludovic went on, that doesn't necessarily make him less benevolent. He was again interrupted by the grandfather. I won't listen to any more of this twaddle. Benevolent, bah! He or she or it or them is or are just plain exploiting us, taking our mineral resources away. I've seen 'em loading ore on the spaceships and exchanging it for other resources from the stars, Ludovic said tightly, without which we would be, technologically, back in the Dark Ages from which they rescued us. It's not the stuff they bring in from outside that runs this technology, the uncle said. It's some power they've got that we can't seem to figure out, though Lord knows we've tried, he added musingly. Of course they have their own source of power, Ludovic informed them, smiling to himself, for his old Belfin teacher had taken great care to instill a sense of humor into him. "A Belfin was explaining that to me only today." 20 heads swiveled toward him. He felt uncomfortable, for he was a modest young man and did not like to be the cynosure of all eyes. "Tell us, dear boy," the uncle said, grabbing Ludovic's glass from the plinth and filling it. "What exactly did he say?" "He said the Belfins rule through the power of love." The glass crashed to the tesserae as the uncle uttered a very unworthy word. "And I suppose it was love that killed Mike Salah and George when they tried to storm the Blue Tower," old Osmond began, then halted at the looks he was getting from everybody. Ludovic could no longer pretend his neighbors were a group of eccentrics, whom he himself was eccentric enough to regard as charming. "So," he stood up and wrapped his mantle about him, "I knew you were against the government, and of course you have a legal right to disagree with its policies. But I didn't think you were actual... He dredged a word up out of his school days. Anarchists." He turned to the girl, who was looking thoughtful as she stroked the glittering jewel that always hung at her neck. "Coruscant, how can you stay with these—" he found another word, "these subversives?" She smiled sadly. "Don't forget, they're my family, Ludovic, and I owe them dutiful respect, no matter how pig-headed they are." She pressed his hand. "But don't give up hope." That rang a bell inside his brain. "I won't," he vowed, giving her hand a return squeeze. "I promise I won't." Outside the Flockhart villa, he paused, struggling with his inner self. It was an unworthy thing to inform upon one's neighbors. On the other hand, could he stand idly by and let those neighbors attempt to destroy the social order? Deciding that the greater good was the more important, and that, moreover, it was the only way of taking Coruscant away from all this, he went in search of a Belfin. That is, he waited until one glided past and called to him to leave the walk. "I wish to report a conspiracy at number 7 Mimosa Lane," he said. "The girl is innocent, but the others are in it to the hilt." The Belfin appeared to think for a minute. Then he gave off a smile. "Oh, them," he said. "We know. They are harmless." "Harmless?" Ludovic repeated. "Why, I understand they've already tried to attack the Blue Tower by force." "Quite, and failed. For we are protected from hostile forces, as you were told earlier, by the power of love." Ludovic knew, of course, that the Belfin used the word love metaphorically, that the tower was protected by a series of highly efficient barriers of force to repel attackers, barriers which, he realized now from the sad fate of Mixhalaw and George, were potentially lethal. However, he did not blame the Belfin for being so cagey about his race's source of power, not with people like the Flockharts running about subverting and what-not. "You certainly do have a wonderful intercommunication system," he murmured. "Everything about us is wonderful," the Belfin said noncommittally. "That's why we're so good to you people. Be happy." And he was off. But Ludovic could not be happy. He wasn't precisely sad yet, but he was thoughtful. Of course, the Belfins knew better than he did, but still, perhaps they underestimated the seriousness of the Flockhart conspiracy. On the other hand, perhaps it was he who was taking the Flockharts too seriously. Maybe he should investigate further before doing anything rash. Later that night, he slipped over to the Flockhart villa and nosed about in the courtyard until he found the window behind which the family was conspiring. He peered through a chink in the curtains so he could both see and hear. Coruscant was saying, "And so I think there is a lot in what Ludovic said." Bless her, he thought emotionally. Even in the midst of her plotting, she had time to spare a kind word for him. And then it hit him. She, too, was a plotter. "You suggest that we try to turn the power of love against the Belfins?" the uncle asked ironically. Coruscant gave a rippling laugh as she twirled her glittering pendant. "In a matter of speaking," she said, "I have an idea for a secret weapon which might do the trick." At that moment, Ludovic stumbled over a jug which some careless relative had apparently left lying about the courtyard. It crashed to the tesserae, spattering Ludovic's legs and sandals with a liquid which later proved to be extremely red wine. "There's someone outside," the uncle declared, half rising. "Nonsense," Coruscant said, putting her hand on his shoulder. "I didn't hear anything." The uncle looked dubious, and Ludovic thought it prudent to withdraw at this point. Besides, he had heard enough. Coruscant, his Coruscant, was an integral part of the conspiracy. He lay down to sleep that night beset by doubts. If he told the Belphins about the conspiracy, he would be betraying Coruscant. As a matter of fact, he now remembered, he had already told them about the conspiracy, and they hadn't believed him. But supposing he could convince them, how could he give Coruscant up to them? True, it was the right thing to do, but for the first time in his life, he could not bring himself to do what he knew to be right. He was weak, and weakness was sinful. His old Belphin teacher had taught him that too. As Ludovic writhed restlessly upon his bed, he became aware that someone had come into his chamber. "Ludovic," a soft, beloved voice whispered, "I have come to ask your help." It was so dark he could not see her. He knew where she was only by the glitter of the jewel on her neck chain as it arced through the blackness. "Coruscant," he breathed. "Ludovic," she sighed. Now that the amenities were over, she resumed, "Against my will, I have been involved in the family plot. My uncle has invented a secret weapon which he believes will counteract the power of the barriers." "But I thought you devised it." "So it was you in the courtyard. Well, what happened was I wanted to gain time, so I said I had a secret weapon of my own invention, which I had not perfected, but which would cost considerably less than my uncle's model. We have to watch the budget, you know, because we can hardly expect the Belphins to supply the components for this job. Anyhow, I thought that, while my folks were waiting for me to finish it, you would have a chance to warn the Belphins." "Coruscant," he murmured, "you are as noble and clever as you are beautiful." Then he caught the full import of her remarks. "Me? But they won't pay any attention to me." "How do you know?" When he remained silent, she said, "I suppose you've already tried to warn them about us." I said you had nothing to do with the plot." "That was good of you," she continued in a warmer tone. "How many Belphins did you warn, then?" "Just one. When you tell one something, you tell them all. You know that. Everyone knows that." "That's just theory," she said. "It's never been proven. All we do know is that they have some sort of central clearinghouse of information, presumably the Belphin of Belphins. But we don't know that they are incapable of thinking or acting individually. We don't really know much about them at all. They're very secretive." "Aloof," he corrected her, as befits a ruling race, but always affable. "You must warn as many Belphins as you can." "And if none listens to me?" Then she said dramatically, "You must approach the Belphin of Belphins himself." "But no human being has ever come near him," he said plaintively. "You know that all those who have tried perished, and that can't be a rumor because your grandfather said—" "But they came to attack the Belphin. You're coming to warn him. That makes a big difference. Ludovic." She took his hands in hers. In the darkness, the jewel swung madly on her presumably heaving bosom. "This is bigger than both of us. It's for Earth." He knew it was his patriotic duty to do as she said. Still, he had enjoyed life so much. "Coruscant, wouldn't it be much simpler if we just destroyed your uncle's secret weapon?" "He'd only make another. Don't you see, Ludovic? This is our only chance to save the Belphins, to save humanity. But of course, I don't have the right to send you. I'll go myself." "No, Coruscant," he sighed. "I can't let you go. I'll do it." Next morning, he set out to warn Belphins. He knew it wasn't much use, but it was all he could do. The first half-dozen responded in much the same way the Belphin he had warned the previous day had done, by courteously acknowledging his solicitude and assuring him there was no need for alarm. They knew all about the Flockharts, and everything would be all right. After that, they started to get increasingly huffy, which would, he thought, substantiate the theory that they were all part of one vast coordinate network of identity, especially since each Belfin behaved as if Ludovic had been repeatedly annoying him. Finally, they refused to get off the walks when he hailed them, which was unheard of, for no Belfin had ever before failed to respond to an Earthman's call, and when he started running along the walks after them, they ran much faster than he could. At last he gave up and wandered about the city for hours, speaking to neither human nor Belfin, wondering what to do. That is, he knew what he had to do. He was wondering how to do it. He would never be able to reach the Belfin of Belfins. No human being had ever done it. Mixelaw and George had died trying to reach him, or it, even though their intentions had been hostile, and Ludovic's would be helpful. There was little chance he would be allowed to reach the Belfin with all the other Belfins against him. What guarantee was there that the Belfin would not be against him too? And yet, he knew that he would have to risk his life. There was no help for it. He had never wanted to be a hero, and here he had heroism thrust upon him. He knew he could not succeed. Equally well, he knew he could not turn back, for his Belfin teacher had instructed him in the meaning of duty. It was twilight when he approached the Blue Tower. Commending himself to the infinite virtue, he entered. The Belfin at the reception desk did not give off the customary smiling expression. In fact, he seemed to radiate a curiously apprehensive aura. "Go back, young man," he said. "You're not wanted here." "I must see the Belfin of Belfins. I must warn him against the Flockharts." "He has been warned," the receptionist told him. "Go home and be happy." "I don't trust you or your brothers. I must see the Belfin himself." Suddenly, this particular Belfin lost his commanding manners. He began to wilt, insofar as so rigidly constructed a creature could go limp. "Please, we've done so much for you. Do this for us." "The Belfin of Belfins did things for us," Ludovic countered. "You are all only his followers. How do I know you are really following him? How do I know you haven't turned against him?" Without giving the creature a chance to answer, he strode forward. The Belfin attempted to bar his way. Ludovic knew one Belfin was a myriad times as strong as a human, so it was out of utter futility that he struck. The Belfin collapsed completely, flying apart in a welter of fragile springs and gears. The fact was of some deeper significance, Ludovic knew, but he was too numbed by his incredible success to be able to think clearly. All he knew was that the Belfin would be able to explain things to him. Bells began to clash and clang. That meant the force barriers had gone up. He could see the shimmering insubstance of the first one before him. Squaring his shoulders, he charged it and walked right through. He looked himself up and down. He was alive and entire. Then the whole thing was a fraud. The barriers were not lethal, or perhaps even actual. But what of Mixelaw and George, and countless rumored others? He would not let himself even try to think of them. He would not let himself even try to think of anything save his duty. A staircase spiraled up ahead of him. A Belfin was at its foot. Behind him, a barrier iridesced. "Please, young man," the Belfin began. "You don't understand. Let me explain." But Ludovic destroyed the thing before it could say anything further, and he passed right through the barrier. He had to get to the top and warn the Belfin of Belfins, whoever or whatever he or it was, that the Flockharts had a secret weapon which might be able to annihilate it or him. Belfin after Belfin Ludovic destroyed, and barrier after barrier he penetrated until he reached the top. At the head of the stairs was a vast golden door. "Go no further, Ludovic Eversole," a mighty voice roared from within. "To open that door is to bring disaster upon your race." but all Ludovic knew was that he had to get to the Belphin within and warn him. He battered down the door. That is, he would have battered down the door if it had not turned out to be unlocked. A stream of noxious vapor rushed out of the opening, causing him to black out. When he came to, most of the vapor had dissipated. The Belphin of Belphins was already dying of asphyxiation, since it was, in fact, a single alien entity who breathed another combination of elements. The room at the head of the stairs had been its tank. "You fool," it gasped. "Through your muddle-headed integrity, you have destroyed not only me, but Earth's future. I tried to make this planet a better place for humanity, and this is my reward." "But I don't understand," Ludovic wept. "Why did you let me do it? Why were Mixshaw and George and all the others killed? Why was it that I could pass the barriers and they could not?" "The barriers were triggered to respond to hostility. You meant well, so our defenses could not work." Ludovic had to bend low to hear the creature's last words. "There is Earth proverb. Should have warned me. I protect myself against my enemies, but who will protect me from my friends?" The Belphin of Belphins died in Ludovic's arms. He was the last of his race, so far as Earth was concerned, for no more came. If, as they had said themselves, some outside power had sent them to take care of the human race, then that power had given up the race as a bad job. If they were merely exploiting Earth, as the malcontents had kept suggesting, apparently it had proven too dangerous or too costly a venture. Shortly after the Belphin's demise, the Flockharts arrived en masse. "We won't need your secret weapon now," Ludovic told them dully. "The Belphin of Belphins is dead." Coruscant gave one of the rippling laughs he was to grow to hate so much. "Darling, you were my secret weapon all along." She beamed at her relatives, and it was then he noticed the faint lines of her forehead. "I told you I could use the power of love to destroy the Belphins." And then she added gently, "I think there is no doubt who is head of this family now." The uncle gave a strained laugh. "You're going to have a great little first lady there, boy," he said to Ludovic. "First lady?" Ludovic repeated, still absorbed in his grief. "Yes, I imagine the people want to make you our first president by popular acclaim." Ludovic looked at him through a haze of tears. "But I killed the Belphin. I didn't mean to, but they must hate me." "Nonsense, my boy. They'll adore you. You'll be a hero." Events proved him right. Even those people who had lived in apparent content under the Belphins, accepting what they were given and seemingly enjoying their carefree lives, now declared themselves to have been suffering in silent resentment all along. They hurled flowers and adulatory speeches at Ludovic and composed extremely flattering songs about him. Shortly after he was universally acclaimed president, he married Coruscant. He couldn't escape. "Why doesn't she become president herself?" he wailed, when the relatives came and found him hiding in the ruins of the Blue Tower. The people had torn the tower down as soon as they were sure the Belphin was dead, and the others thereby rendered inoperant. "It would spare her a lot of bother." "Because she is not the Belphin slayer," the uncle said, dragging him outside. "Besides, she loves you. Come on, Ludovic, be a man." So they hauled him off to the wedding, and amid much feasting, he was married to Coruscant. He never drew another happy breath. In the first place, now that the Belphin was dead, all the machinery that had been operated by him stopped, and no one knew how to fix it. The sidewalks stopped moving, the air conditioners stopped conditioning, the food synthesizers stopped synthesizing, and so on. And of course, everybody blamed it all on Ludovic. Even that year's run of bad weather. There were famines, riots, plagues, and after the waves of mob hostility had coalesced into national groupings, wars. It was like the old days again, precisely as described in the textbooks. In the second place, Ludovic never forgot that when Corisande had sent him to the Blue Tower, she could not have been sure that her secret weapon would work. Love might not have conquered all. In fact, it was the more likely hypothesis that it wouldn't, and he would have been killed by the first barrier. And no husband likes to think that his wife thinks he is expendable. It makes him feel she doesn't really love him. So, in 30th year of his reign as dictator of Earth, Ludovic poisoned Corisande, that is, had her poisoned, for by now he had a minister of assassination to handle such little matters, and married a very pretty, very young, very affectionate blonde. He wasn't particularly happy with her either, but at least it was a change. End of The Blue Tower by Evelyn E. Smith.
Second Sight by Alan Edward Nourse. Recorded by Jodi Krangle. Note: the following excerpts from Amy Ballantyne's journal have never actually been written down at any time before. Her account of impressions and events has been kept in organized fashion in her mind for at least 9 years. Even she is not certain when she started, but it must be understood that certain inaccuracies in transcription could not possibly have been avoided in the excerpting attempted here. The Editor. Tuesday, 16th May. Lambertson got back from Boston about 2 this afternoon. He was tired. I don't think I've ever seen Lambertson so tired. It was more than just exhaustion, too. Maybe anger, frustration. I couldn't be sure. It seemed more like defeat than anything else, and he went straight from the copter to his office without even stopping off at the lab at all. It's good to have him back, though. Not that I haven't had a nice enough rest. With Lambertson gone, Dakin took over the reins for the week, but Dakin doesn't really count, poor man. It's such a temptation to twist him up and get him all confused that I didn't do any real work all week. With Lambertson back, I'll have to get down to the grind again, but I'm still glad he's here. I never thought I'd miss him so for such a short time away. But I wish he'd gotten a rest, if he ever rests. And I wish I knew why he went to Boston in the first place. Certainly he didn't want to go. I wanted to read him and find out, but I don't think I'm supposed to know yet. Lambertson didn't want to talk. He didn't even tell me he was back, even though he knew I'd catch him 5 miles down the road. I can do that now with Lambertson. Distance doesn't seem to make so much difference anymore if I just ignore it. So all I got was bits and snatches on the surface of his mind. Something about me and Dr. Custer and a nasty little man called Aarons or Barons or something. I've heard of him somewhere, but I can't pin it down right now. I'll have to dig that out later, I guess. But if he saw Dr. Custer, why doesn't he tell me about it? Wednesday, 17th May. It was Aarons that he saw in Boston, and now I'm sure that something's going wrong. I know that man. I remember him from a long time ago, back when I was still at Beardsley, long before I came here to the study center. He was the consulting psychiatrist, and I don't think I could ever forget him even if I tried. That's why I'm sure something very unpleasant is going on. Lambertson saw Dr. Custer, too, but the directors sent him to Boston because Aarons wanted to talk to him. I wasn't supposed to know anything about it, but Lambertson came down to dinner last night. He wouldn't even look at me, the skunk. I fixed him. I told him I was going to peek, and then I read him in a flash before he could shift his mind to Boston traffic or something. He knows I can't stand traffic. I only picked up a little, but it was enough. There was something very unpleasant that Aarons had said that I couldn't quite get. They were in his office. Lambertson had said, "I don't think she's ready for it, and I'd never try to talk her into it at this point. Why can't you people get it through your heads that she's a child and a human being, not some kind of laboratory animal? That's been the trouble all along. Everybody has been so eager to grab, and nobody has given her a wretched thing in return." Aarons was smooth, very sad and reproachful. I got a clear picture of him, short, balding, mean little eyes in a smug, self-righteous little face. Michael, after all, she's 23 years old. She's certainly out of diapers by now. But she's only had 2 years of training aimed at teaching her anything. Well, there's no reason that should stop, is there? Be reasonable, Michael. We certainly agree that you've done a wonderful job with the girl, and naturally you're sensitive about others working with her. But when you consider that public taxes are footing the bill, I'm sensitive about others exploiting her, that's all. I tell you, I won't push her, and I wouldn't let her come up here even if she agreed to do it. She shouldn't be tampered with for another year or two at least. Lambertson was angry and bitter. Now, 3 days later, he was still angry. And you're certain that your concern is entirely professional? Whatever Aaron's meant, it wasn't nice. Lambertson caught it, and oh my! Chart slapped down on the table, door slamming, swearing from mild patient Lambertson. Can you imagine? And then later, no more anger, just disgust and defeat. That was what hit me when he came back yesterday. He couldn't hide it, no matter how he tried. Well, no wonder he was tired. I remember Aaron's all right. He wasn't so interested in me back in those days. Wild one, he called me. We haven't the time or the people to handle anything like this in a public institution. We have to handle her the way we'd handle any other defective. She may be a plus defective instead of a minus defective, but she's as crippled as if she were deaf and blind. Good old Aaron's. That was years ago, when I was barely 13. Before Dr. Custer got interested and started ophthalmoscoping me and testing me, before I'd even heard of Lambertson or the study center. For that matter, before anybody had done anything but feed me and treat me like some kind of peculiar animal or something. Well, I'm glad it was Lambertson that went to Boston and not me for Aaron's sake. And if Aaron's tries to come down here to work with me, he's going to be wasting his time, because I'll lead him all around Robin Hood's barn and get him so confused he'll wish he'd stayed home. But I can't help but wonder just the same. Am I a cripple like Aaron said? Does being sci-high mean that? I don't think so, but what does Lambertson think? Sometimes when I try to read Lambertson, I'm the one that gets confused. I wish I could tell what he really thinks. Wednesday night. I asked Lambertson tonight what Dr. Custer had said. He wants to see you next week, he told me. But, Amy, he didn't make any promises. He wasn't even hopeful. But his letter, he said the studies showed that there wasn't any anatomical defect. Lambertson leaned back and lit his pipe, shaking his head at me. He's aged 10 years this past week. Everybody thinks so. He's lost weight, and he looks as if he hasn't slept at all. Custer's afraid that it isn't a question of anatomy, Amy. But what is it then, for heaven's sake? He doesn't know. He says it's not very scientific, but it may just be that what you don't use, you lose. Oh, but that's silly. I chewed my lip. Granted. But he thinks that there's a chance? Of course there's a chance, and you know he'll do everything he can. It's just that neither of us wants you to get your hopes up. It wasn't much, but it was something. Lambertson looked so beat. I didn't have the heart to ask him what Aaron's wanted, even though I know he'd like to get it off his chest. Maybe tomorrow will be better. I spent the day with Charlie Dakin in the lab and did a little work for a change. I've been disgustingly lazy, and poor Charlie thinks it's all his fault. Charlie reads like 20-point type 90% of the time, and I'm afraid he knows it. I can tell just exactly when he stops paying attention to business and starts paying attention to me, and then all of a sudden he realizes I'm reading him, and it flusters him for the rest of the day. I wonder why. Does he really think I'm shocked, or surprised, or insulted? Poor Charlie. I guess I must be good enough looking. I can read it from almost every fellow that comes near me. I wonder why. I mean, why me and not Marjorie over in the main office? She's a sweet girl, but she never gets a second look from the guys. There must be some fine differential point I'm missing somewhere, but I don't think I'll ever understand it. I'm not going to press Lambertson, but I hope he opens up tomorrow. He's got me scared silly by now. He has a lot of authority around here, but other people are paying the bills, and when he's frightened about something, it can't help but frighten me. Thursday, 18th May. We went back to reaction testing in the lab with Lambertson today. That study is almost finished, as much as anything I work on is ever finished, which isn't very much. This test had 2 goals: to clock my stimulus response pattern in comparison to normals, and to find out just exactly when I pick up any given thought signal from the person I'm reading. It isn't a matter of developing speed. I'm already so fast to respond that it doesn't mean too much from anybody else's standpoint, and I certainly don't need any training there. But where along the line do I pick up a thought impulse? Do I catch it at its inception? Do I pick up the thought formulation or just the final crystallized pattern? Lambertson thinks I'm with it right from the start, and that some training in those lines would be worth my time. Of course, we didn't find out, not even with the ingenious little random firing device that DeKy designed for the study. With this gadget, neither Lambertson nor I know what impulse the box is going to throw at him. He just throws a switch and it starts coming. He catches it, reacts, I catch it from him and react, and we compare reaction times. This afternoon it had us driving up a hill and sent a 10-ton truck rolling down on us out of control. I had my flasher on 2 seconds before Lambertson did, of course, but our reaction times are standardized, so when we corrected for my extra speed, we knew that I must have caught the impulse about 0.07 seconds after he did. Crude, of course, not nearly fast enough, and we can't reproduce on a stable basis. Lambertson says that's as close as we can get without cortical probes, and that's where I put my foot down. I may have a gold mine in this head of mine, but nobody is going to burr holes through my skull in order to tap it, not for a while yet. That's unfair, of course, because it sounds as if Lambertson were trying to force me into something, and he isn't. I've read him about that, and I know he wouldn't allow it. Let's learn everything else we can learn without it first, he says. Later, if you want to go along with it, maybe, but right now you're not competent to decide for yourself. He may be right, but why not? Why does he keep acting as if I'm a child? Am I really? With everything, and I mean everything, coming into my mind for the past 23 years, haven't I learned enough to make decisions for myself? Lambertson says, of course, everything has been coming up. It's just that I don't know what to do with it all. But somewhere along the line, I have to reach a maturation point of some kind. It scares me sometimes, because I can't find an answer to it, and the answer might be perfectly horrible. I don't know where it may end. What's worse, I don't know what point it has reached right now. How much difference is there between my mind and Lambertson's? I'm sci-high, and he isn't, granted. But is there more to it than that? People like Aaron's think so. They think it's a difference between human function and something else. And that scares me, because it just isn't true. I'm as human as anybody else, but somehow it seems that I'm the one who has to prove it. I wonder if I ever will. That's why Dr. Custer has to help me. Everything hangs on that. I'm to go up to Boston next week for final studies and testing. If Dr. Custer can do something, what a difference that will make. Maybe then I could get out of this whole frightening mess, put it behind me, and forget about it. With just the psi alone, I don't think I ever can. Friday, 19th May. Today, Lambertson broke down and told me what it was that Aaron's had been proposing. It was worse than I thought it would be. The man had hit on the one thing I'd been afraid of for so long. He wants you to work against normals, Lambertson said. He's swallowed the latency hypothesis whole. He thinks that everybody must have a latent psi potential, and that all that is needed to drag it into the open is a powerful stimulus from someone with full-blown psi powers. Well, I said, do you think so? Who knows? Lambertson slammed his pencil down on the desk angrily. No, I don't think so, but what does that mean? Not a thing. It certainly doesn't mean I'm right. Nobody knows the answer, not me, nor Aaron's, nor anybody, and Aaron's wants to use you to find out. I nodded slowly. I see. So I'm to be used as a sort of refined electrical stimulator, I said. Well, I guess you know what you can tell Aaron's. He was silent, and I couldn't read him. Then he looked up. Amy, I'm not sure we can tell him that. I stared at him. You mean you think he could force me? He says you're a public charge. That as long as you have to be supported and cared for, they have the right to use your faculties. He's right on the first point. You are a public charge. You have to be sheltered and protected. If you wandered so much as a mile outside these walls, you'd never survive, and you know it. I sat stunned. But Dr. Custer, Dr. Custer is trying to help, but he hasn't succeeded so far. If he can, then it will be a different story, but I can't stall much longer, Amy. Aarons has a powerful argument. You're sci-hi, you're the first full-fledged, wide-open, freewheeling sci-hi that's ever appeared in human history. The first. Others in the past have shown potential, maybe, but nothing they could ever learn to control. You've got control, you're fully developed, you're here, and you're the only one there is. So I happen to be unlucky, I snapped. My genes got mixed up. That's not true, and you know it, Lambertson said. We know your chromosomes better than your face. They're the same as anyone else's. There's no gene difference, none at all. When you're gone, you'll be gone, and there's no reason to think that your children will have any more psi potential than Charlie Dakin has. Something was building up in me then that I couldn't control any longer. You think I should go along with Aarons, I said dully. He hesitated. I'm afraid you're going to have to sooner or later. Aarons has some latents up in Boston. He's certain that they're latents. He's talked to the directors down here. He's convinced them that you could work with his people, draw them out. You could open the door to a whole new world for human beings. I lost my temper then. It wasn't just Aarons or Lambertson or Dakin or any of the others. It was all of them, dozens of them, compounded year upon year upon year. Now listen to me for a minute, I said. Have any of you ever considered what I wanted in this thing? Ever? Have any of you given that one single thought, just once, one time when you were so sick of thinking great thoughts for humanity that you let another thought leak through? Have you ever thought about what kind of a shuffle I've had since all this started? Well, you'd better think about it right now. Amy, you know I don't want to push you. Listen to me, Lambertson. My folks got rid of me fast when they found out about me. Did you know that? They hated me because I scared them. It didn't hurt me too much because I thought I knew why they hated me. I could understand it, and I went off to Beardsley without even crying. They were going to come see me every week, but do you know how often they managed to make it? Not once after I was off their hands. And then at Beardsley, Aarons examined me and decided that I was a cripple. He didn't know anything about me then, but he thought psi was a defect, and that was as far as it went. I did what Aarons wanted me to do at Beardsley, never what I wanted, just what they wanted, years and years of what they wanted, and then you came along, and I came to the study center and did what you wanted. It hurt him, and I knew it. I guess that was what I wanted, to hurt him and to hurt everybody. He was shaking his head, staring at me. Amy, be fair. I've tried. You know how hard I've tried. Tried what? To train me? Yes, but why? To give me better use of my psi faculties? Yes, but why? Did you do it for me? Is that really why you did it? Or was that just another phony front like all the rest of them in order to use me, to make me a little more valuable to have around? He slapped my face so hard it jolted me. I could feel the awful pain and hurt in his mind as he stared at me, and I sensed the stinging in his palm that matched the burning in my cheek. And then something fell away in his mind, and I saw something I had never seen before. He loved me, that man. Incredible, isn't it? He loved me. Me, who couldn't call him anything but Lambertson, who couldn't imagine calling him Michael, to say nothing of Mike, just Lambertson who did this or Lambertson who thought that. But he could never tell me. He had decided that. I was too helpless. I needed him too much. I needed love, but not the kind of love Lambertson wanted to give. So that kind of love had to be hidden, concealed, suppressed. I needed the deepest imaginable understanding, but it had to be utterly unselfish understanding. Anything else would be taking advantage of me, so a barrier had to be built. A barrier that I should never penetrate, and that he should never be tempted to break down. Lambertson had done that. For me. It was all there, suddenly, so overwhelming, it made me gasp from the impact. I wanted to throw my arms around him. Instead, I sat down in the chair, shaking my head helplessly. I hated myself then. I had hated myself before, but never like this. If I could only go somewhere, I said. Some place where nobody knew me, where I could just live by myself for a while and shut the doors and shut out the thoughts and pretend for a while. Just pretend that I'm perfectly normal. I wish you could, Lambertson said, but you can't, you know that. Not unless Custer can really help. We sat there for a while. Then I said, let Aarons come down. Let him bring anybody he wants with him. I'll do what he wants, until I see Custer. That hurt too, but it was different. It hurt both of us together, not separately anymore. And somehow it didn't hurt so much that way. Monday, 22nd May. Aarons drove down from Boston this morning with a girl named Mary Bolton, and we went to work. I think I'm beginning to understand how a dog can tell when someone wants to kick him and doesn't quite dare. I could feel the back of my neck prickle when that man walked into the conference room. I was hoping he might have changed since the last time I saw him. He hadn't, but I had. I wasn't afraid of him anymore, just awfully tired of him after he'd been here about 10 minutes. But that girl, I wonder what sort of story he'd told her. She couldn't have been more than 16, and she was terrorized. At first I thought it was Aarons she was afraid of, but that wasn't so. It was me. It took us all morning just to get around that. The poor girl could hardly make herself talk. She was shaking all over when they arrived. We took a walk around the grounds alone, and I read her bit by bit, a feeler here, a planted suggestion there, just getting her used to the idea and trying to reassure her. After a while she was smiling. She thought the lagoon was lovely, and by the time we got back to the main building she was laughing, talking about herself, beginning to relax. Then I gave her a full blast, quickly, only a moment or two. Don't be afraid. I hate him, yes, but I won't hurt you for anything. Let me come in. Don't fight me. We've got to work as a team. It shook her. She turned white and almost passed out for a moment. Then she nodded slowly. I see, she said. It feels as if it's way inside, deep inside. That's right. It won't hurt, I promise. She nodded again. Let's go back now. I think I'm ready to try. We went to work. I was as blind as she was at first. There was nothing there at first, not even a flicker of brightness. Then, probing deeper, something responded. Only a hint, a suggestion of something powerful, deep and hidden. But where? What was her strength? Where was she weak? I couldn't tell. We started on dice, crude of course, but as good a tool as any. Dice are no good for measuring anything, but that was why I was there. I was the measuring instrument. The dice were only reactors, sensitive enough, 2 balsam cubes, tossed from a box with only gravity to work against. I showed her first, picked up her mind as the dice popped out, led her through it. Take one at a time, the red one first, work on it, see? Now we try both. Once more, watch it. All right now. She sat frozen in the chair. She was trying. The sweat stood out on her forehead. Aarons sat tense, smoking, his fingers twitching as he watched the red and green cubes bounce on the white backdrop. Lambertson watched too, but his eyes were on the girl, not on the cubes. It was hard work. Bit by bit she began to grab. Whatever I had felt in her mind seemed to leap up. I probed her, amplifying it, trying to draw it out. It was like wading through knee-deep mud, sticky, sluggish, resisting. I could feel her excitement growing, and bit by bit I released my grip, easing her out, baiting her. All right, I said, that's enough. She turned to me, wide-eyed. I did it. Aarons was on his feet, breathing heavily. It worked? It worked. Not very well, but it's there. All she needs is time and help and patience. But it worked, Lambertson. Do you know what that means? It means I was right. It means others can have it, just like she has it. He rubbed his hands together. We can arrange a full-time lab for it and work on 3 or 4 latents simultaneously. It's a wide-open door, Michael. Can't you see what it means? Lambertson nodded and gave me a long look. Yes, I think I do. I'll start arrangements tomorrow. Not tomorrow. You'll have to wait until next week. Why? Because Amy would prefer to wait, that's why. Aarons looked at him and then at me peevishly. Finally he shrugged. If you insist. We'll talk about it next week, I said. I was so tired I could hardly look up at him. I stood up and smiled at my girl. Poor kid, I thought. So excited and eager about it now, and not one idea in the world of what she was walking into. Certainly Aarons would never be able to tell her. Later, when they were gone, Lambertson and I walked down towards the lagoon. It was a lovely, cool evening. The ducks were down at the water's edge. Every year there was a mother duck herding a line of ducklings down the shore and into the water. They never seemed to go where she wanted them to, and she would fuss and chatter, waddling back time and again to prod the reluctant ones out into the pool. We stood by the water's edge in silence for a long time. Then Lambertson kissed me. It was the first time he had ever done that. "We could go away," I whispered in his ear. "We could run out on errands in the study center and everyone just go away somewhere." He shook his head slowly. "Amy, don't." "We could. I'll see Dr. Custer and he'll tell me he can help. I know he will. I won't need the study center anymore, or any other place, or anybody but you." He didn't answer, and I knew there wasn't anything he could answer, not then. Friday, 26th May. Yesterday we went to Boston to see Dr. Custer, and now it looks as if it's all over. Now even I can't pretend that there's anything more to be done. Next week, Aaron's will come down, and I'll go to work with him just the way he has it planned. He thinks we have 3 years of work ahead of us before anything can be published, before he can really be sure we have brought a latent into full use of his psi potential. Maybe so, I don't know. Maybe in 3 years I'll find some way to make myself care one way or the other. But I'll do it anyway, because there's nothing else to do. There was no anatomical defect. Dr. Custer was right about that. The eyes are perfect, beautiful gray eyes, he says, and the optic nerves and auditory nerves are perfectly functional. The defect isn't there. It's deeper, too deep ever to change it. "What you no longer use, you lose," was what he said, apologizing because he couldn't explain it any better. It's like a price tag, perhaps. Long ago, before I knew anything at all, the psi was so strong it started compensating, bringing in more and more from other minds, such a wealth of rich, clear, interpreted, visual and auditory impressions that there was never any need for my own, and because of that, certain hookups never got hooked up. That's only a theory, of course, but there isn't any other way to explain it. But am I wrong to hate it? More than anything else in the world, I want to see Lambertson, see him smile and light his pipe, hear him laugh. I want to know what color really is, what music really sounds like, unfiltered through somebody else's ears. I want to see a sunset just once. Just once I want to see that mother duck take her ducklings down to the water. But I never will. Instead, I see and hear things nobody else can. And the fact that I am stone blind and stone deaf shouldn't make any difference. After all, I've always been that way. Maybe next week I'll ask Aaron what he thinks about it. It should be interesting to hear what he says. End of Second Sight by Alan Edward Nourse. Recording by Jodi Krangle. www.voiceoversandvocals.com.
Solomon's Orbit by William Carroll. Recording by Anton Epp. Quote, "There will, sooner or later, be problems of space junk and the right to dump in space. But not like this." End quote.
"Comrades," said the senior technician, "notice the clear view of North America. From here, we watch everything, rivers, towns, almost the people, and see our upper lens shows the dark spot of a meteor in space. Comrades, the meteor gets closer. It's going to pass close to our wondrous machine. Comrades, turn to my channel. It is no meteor. It is a square. The accursed Americans have sent up a house. Comrades, an ancient automobile is flying toward our space machine. Comrades, it's going to... the picture is gone."
Moscow reported the conversation verbatim to prove their space vehicle was knocked from the sky by a capitalistic plot. Motion pictures clearly showed an American automobile coming toward the Russian satellite. Russian astronomers, ordered to seek other strange orbiting devices, reported, "We've observed cars for weeks, have been exiling technicians and photographers to Siberia for making jokes of Soviet science. If television proves ancient automobiles are orbiting the world, Americans are caught in obvious attempt to ridicule our efforts to probe mysteries of space." Confusion was also undermining American scientific study of the heavens. At Mount Palomar, the busy 200-inch telescope was photographing a strange new object, but plates returned from the laboratory caused astronomers to explode angrily. In full glory, the photograph showed a tiny image of an ancient car. This first development only affected 2 photographers at Mount Palomar. They were fired for playing practical jokes on the astronomers. Additional exposures of other newfound objects were made. Again, the plates were returned, this time with 3 little old cars parading proudly across the heavens as though they truly belonged among the stars. The night the Russian protest crossed trails with the Polymer report, Washington looked like a kid with chickenpox, as dozens of spotty, yellow windows marked midnight meetings of the nation's greatest minds. The military denied responsibility for cars older than 1942. Civil aviation proved they had no projects involving motor vehicles. Central Intelligence swore in their classification manual they were not dropping junk over Cuba in an attempt to hit Castro. Disgusted, the president established a civilian commission which soon located 3 more reports. 2 were from flyers. The pilot of Flight 26, New York to Los Angeles, had 2 weeks before reported a strange object rising through Southern California about 10 the evening of April 3rd. A week after this report, a private pilot on his way from Las Vegas claimed to see an old car flying over Los Angeles. His statement was ignored, as he was arrested later for trying to drink himself silly because no one believed his story. Fortunately, at the appropriate times, both planes claimed sighting unknown objects. Radar at Los Angeles International recorded something rising from Earth's surface into the stratosphere. Within hours after the 3 reports met in the President's Commission's office, mobile radar was spotted on Southern California hilltops in 24-hour watches for unscheduled flights not involving aircraft. Number 7, stationed in the Mount Wilson television tower parking lot, caught one first. "Hey fellers," came his excited voice. "Check 124 degrees, vector 62 now. Rising. 124 degrees, vector 66, rising." 9 and 4 caught it moments later. Then 3. Army long-range radar picked it up. "Okay, we're on it. It's still rising, leaving atmosphere and gone. Anyone else catch it?" Negative responses came from all but 7, 9, and 4. So well spread were they that within minutes headquarters had laid 4 lines over Southern California. They crossed where the unsuspecting community of Fullerton was more or less sound asleep, totally unaware of the making of history in its backyard. The history of what astronomers call Solomon's orbit had its beginning about 3 months ago. Solomon, who couldn't remember his first name, was warming tired bones in the sun in front of his auto-wrecking yard a mile south of Fullerton. Though sitting, he was propped against the office, a tin shed decorated like a Christmas tree with hundreds of hubcaps dangling from sagging wooden rafters. The back door opened on 2 acres of what Solomon happily agreed was the finest junk in all California. Fords on the left, Chevys on the right, and across the sagging back fence a collection of honorable sedans whose makers left the business world years ago. They were known as Solomon's Classics. The bright sun had Solomon's tiny eyes burrowed under a shaggy brow which, added to an Einstein-like shock of white hair, gave him the appearance of a professor on sabbatical. Eyes closed, Solomon was fondling favorite memories, when as a lad he repaired steam tractors and followed wheat across central plains of the United States. Happiness faded as the reverie was broken by spraying gravel signaling the arrival of a customer's car. "There's Uncle Solomon, Dad," a boy's voice was saying. "He gives us kids good deals on hot rod parts. You just gotta take a look at his old cars, because if you want a classic, Uncle Solomon would make you a good deal, too. I just know he would."
"Sure, son. Let's go in and see what he's got,"
replied a man's voice. As Solomon opened his eyes, the 2 popped into reality. Heaving himself out of the sports car bucket seat that was his office chair, Solomon stood, awaiting approach of the pair.
"Mr. Solomon, Georgia here tells me you have some fine old cars for sale."
Sure have. They're in back. Come along, I'll show you the shortcuts." Without waiting for a reply, Solomon started, head bent, white hair blowing, through the office, out the back door, and down passages hardly wide enough for a boy, let alone a man. He disappeared around a hearse and surfaced on the other side of a convertible, leading the boy and his father a chase that was more of a guided tour of Solomon's yard than a shortcut. "Yes, sir, here they are," announced Solomon over his shoulder. Stepping aside, he made room for the boy and his father to pass between a couple of Ford tutors. 3 pairs of eyes, one young, one old, the other tired, were faced by 2 rows of hulks, proud in the silent agony of their fate. Sold, resold, and sold again, used until exhaustion set in, they reached Solomon's for a last brave stand. No matter what beauties they were to Solomon's prejudiced eyes, missing fenders, rusted body panels, broken wheels, and rotted woodwork bespoke the utter impossibility of restoration. "See, Dad, aren't they great?" Georgie gleefully asked. He could just imagine shaking the guys at school with the old Packard after Dad restored it.
Are you kidding? Georgie's dad exploded. Those wrecks aren't good for anything but shooting at the moon. Let's go.
Not another word did he say. Heading back to the car parked outside Solomon's office, his footsteps were echoed by those of a crestfallen boy. Solomon, a figure of lonely dejection in the gloom, overshadowing his unloved cars, was troubled with smog causing his eyes to water as tired feet aimlessly found their way back to his seat in the sun. That night, to take his mind off worrisome old cars, Solomon began reading the previous Sunday's newspaper. There were pictures of moonshots, rockets, and astronauts, which started Solomon to thinking, so, my classics are good only for shooting at the moon. This thing called an ion engine, which creates a force field to move satellites, seems like a lot of equipment. Could do it easier with one of my old engines, I bet. As Solomon told the people in Washington several months later, he was only resting his eyes, thinking about shop manuals and parts in the backyard, when suddenly he figured there was an easier way to build a satellite power plant. But as it was past his bedtime, he'd put one together tomorrow. It was late the next afternoon before Solomon had a chance to try his satellite power plant idea. Customers were gone and he was free of interruption. The engine of his elderly Moorland tow truck was brought to life by Solomon, almost hidden behind the huge wooden steering wheel. The truck lumbered carefully down rows of cars to an almost completely stripped wreck holding only a broken engine. In a few minutes, Solomon had the engine waving behind the truck while he reversed to a clear space near the center of his yard. Once the broken engine was blocked upright on the ground, Solomon backed his Moorland out of the way, carried a tray of tools to the engine, and squatted in the dirt to work. First, the intake manifold came off and was bolted to the clutch housing so the carburetor mounting flange faced skyward. Solomon stopped for a minute to worry. If it works, he thought, when I get them near each other, it will go up in my face. Scanning the yard, he thought of fenders, doors, wheels, hubcaps, and that was it. A hubcap would do the trick. At his age, running was a senseless activity, but walking faster than usual, Solomon took a direct route to his office. From the ceiling of hubcaps, he selected a small cap from an old Chevy truck. Back at the engine, he punched a hole in the cap, through which he tied a length of strong twine. The cap was laid on the carburetor flange and stuck in place with painter's masking tape. He then bolted the exhaust manifold over the intake so the muffler connection barely touched the hubcap. Solomon stood up, kicked the manifolds with his heavy boots to make sure that they were solid, and grunted with satisfaction of a job well done. He moved his tray of tools away and trailed the hubcap twine behind the solid body of a big old Ford station wagon. He had read of scientists in blockhouses when they shot rockets and was taking no chances. Excitement glistened Solomon's old eyes as what blood pressure there was rose a point or two with happy thoughts. If his idea worked, he would be free of the old cars, yet not destroy a single one. Squatting behind the station wagon to watch the engine, Solomon gingerly pulled the twine to eliminate slack. As it tightened, he tensed, braced himself with a free hand on the wagon's bumper, and taking a deep breath, jerked the cord. Tired legs failed, and Solomon slipped backward when the hubcap broke free of the tape and sailed through the air to clang against the wagon's fender. Lying on his back, struggling to rise, Solomon heard a slight swoosh, as though a whirlwind had come through the yard. The scent of airborne dust bit his nostrils as he struggled to his feet. Deep in the woods behind Solomon's yard, two boys were hunting crows. Eyes high, they scanned branches and horizons for game. "Look, there goes one," the younger cried, as a large object majestically rose into the sky and rapidly disappeared into high clouds. "Yep, maybe so," said the other, "but it's flying too high for us." "I must be a silly old man," Solomon thought, scanning the cleared space behind his tow truck where he remembered an engine. There was nothing there, and as Solomon now figured it, never had been. Heart heavy with belief in the temporary foolishness of age, Solomon went to the hubcap, glittering the sun where it lit after bouncing off the fender. It was untied from the string and in the tool tray before Solomon realized he'd not been daydreaming. In the cleared area were two old manifold gaskets, several rusty nuts, and dirt blown smooth in a wide circle around greasy blocks on which he'd propped the now missing engine. That night was a whirlwind of excitement for Solomon. He had steak for dinner, then sat back to consider a future success. Once the classic cars were gone, he could use the space for more profitable Fords and Chevys. All he'd have to do would be bolt manifolds from spare engines on a different car every night, and he'd be rid of them. All he used was vacuum in the intake manifold, drawing pressure from the outlet side of the exhaust. The resulting automatic power flow raised anything they were attached to. Solomon couldn't help but think. The newspapers said scientists were losing rockets and space capsules so a few old cars could get lost in the clouds without hurting anything. Early the next morning, he towed the oldest Hulk, an Essex, to the cleared space. Manifolds from junk engines were bolted to the wheels, but this time carburetor flanges were covered by wooden shingles because Solomon figured he couldn't afford to ruin 4 saleable hubcaps just to get rid of his old sedans. Each shingle was taped in place so they could be pulled off in unison with a strong pull on the twine. The tired Essex was pretty big, so Solomon waited until bedtime before stumbling through the dark to the launching pad in his yard. Light from kitchen matches helped collect the shingles cords as he crouched behind the Ford wagon. He held the cords in one calloused hand, a burning match in the other, so he could watch the Essex. Solomon tightened his fist, gave a quick tug to jerk all the shingles at the same time, and watched in excited satisfaction as the old sedan rose in the soft swish of midsummer air flowing through ancient curves of 4 rusty manifold assemblies. Day after day, only a mile from Fullerton, Solomon busied himself buying wrecked cars and selling usable parts. Each weekday night, Solomon never worked on Sunday, another old car from his back lot went silently heavenward with the aid of Solomon's unique combination of engine vacuum and exhaust pressure. His footsteps were light with accomplishment as he thought, in 4 more days they'll all be gone. While the Fullerton radar net smoked innumerable cigarettes and cursed luck ruining the evening, Solomon scrambled 2 eggs, enjoyed his coffee, and relaxed with a newly found set of old 1954 Buick shop manuals. As usual, when the clock neared 10, he closed his manuals and let himself out the back door. City lights, reflected in low clouds, brightened the way Solomon knew well. He was soon kneeling behind the Ford wagon without having stumbled once. Only 2 kitchen matches were needed to collect the cords from a big Packard, handsome in the warmth of a moonless summer night. With a faint "God bless you," Solomon pulled the shingles and watched his massive hulk rise and disappear into orbit with his other orphans. If you'd been able to see it all, you'd have worried. The full circle of radar and communications crews around Fullerton had acted as though the whole town were going to pussyfoot away at sundown. 9 was hidden in a curious farmer's orange grove. 7 was tucked between station wagons in the back row of a used car lot. 4 was assigned the loading dock of a meat-packing plant, but the night watchman wouldn't allow them to stay. They moved across the street behind a fire station. 3 was too big to hide, so it opened for business inside the National Guard Armory. They all caught the Packard's takeoff. Degree lines from the 4 stations around Fullerton were crossed on the map long before Solomon reached his back door. By the time bedroom lights were out and covers under his bristly chin, a task force of quiet men was speeding on its way to surround 4 blocks of country land, including a chicken ranch, Solomon's junkyard, and a small frame house. Dogs stirred, yapping at sudden activity they alone knew of, then nose to tail returned to sleep when threats of intrusion failed to materialize. The sun was barely up when the chicken farmer was stopped a block from his house. Highway patrolmen slowly inspected his truck from front to back, while 3 cars full of civilians by the side of the road watched every move. Finding nothing unusual, the patrolman reported to the first civilian car, then returned to wave the farmer on his way. When the widow teacher from the frame house started for school, she too was stopped. After cursory inspection, the patrolman passed her on. 2 of the 3 accounted for. What of the 3rd? Quietly a cavalcade formed, converged in Solomon's front yard, and parked facing the road, ready for quick departure. Some dozen civilians, muddied shoes and trousers, circling the junkyard, taking station so they could watch all approaches. Once they were in position, a highway patrolman and 2 civilians went to Solomon's door. His last cup of coffee was almost gone as Solomon heard the noise of their shoes, followed by Knuckles thumping his front door. Wondering who could be in such a hurry so early in the morning, he pulled on boots and buttoned a denim jacket as he went to answer. "Hello," said Solomon to the patrolman while opening the door. "Why do you bother me so early? You know I only buy cars from owners." "No, Mr. Solomon, we're not worried about your car buying. This man from Washington wants to ask you a few questions." "Sure, come in." The questions were odd. Do you have explosives here? Can you weld metal tanks? What is your education? Were you ever an engineer? What were you doing last night? To these, and bewildering others, Solomon told the truth. He had no explosives, he couldn't weld, didn't finish school, and was here in bed all night. Then they wanted to see his cars. Through the back door, so he'd not have to open the office, Solomon led the three men into his yard. Once inside, and without asking permission, they began searching like a hungry hound trailing a fat rabbit. Solomon's eyes, blinking in the glare of early morning sun, watched invasion of his privacy. What they want, he wondered. He'd broken no laws in all the years he'd been in the United States. For what did they bother a wrecking yard? He asked himself. His depressing thoughts were rudely shattered by a hail from the larger civilian standing at the back of Solomon's yard. There, 3 old cars stood in an isolated row. "Solomon, come here a moment," he shouted. Solomon trudged back, followed by the short civilian and the patrolmen who left their curious searching to follow Solomon's lead. When he neared, the tall stranger asked,
"I see where weeds grew under other cars which, from the tracks, have been moved out in the past few weeks. How many did you have?" 20, but these are all I have left,"
Solomon eagerly replied, hoping at last he'd a customer for the best of his old cars.
"They make classic cars if you take the time to fix them up. That one, the Huntmobile's the last."
"Who bought the others?" the big man interrupted.
No one,"
quavered Solomon, terror gripping his throat with a nervous hand. Had he done wrong to send cars into the sky? Everyone else was sending things up. Newspapers said Russians and Americans were racing to send things into the air. What had he done that was wrong? Surely there were no laws he'd broken. Wasn't the air free, like the seas? People dumped things into the ocean. Then where did they go? Snapped his questioner.
"Up there," pointed Solomon. "I needed space. They were too good to cut up. No one would buy them, so I sent them up. The newspapers—"
"You did what?"
"I sent them up into the sky,"
quavered Solomon. So this is what he did wrong. Would they lock him up? What would happen to his cars and his business?
"How did you—" "No, wait a minute. Don't say a word. Officer, go and tell my men to prevent anyone from approaching or leaving this place."
The patrolman almost saluted, thought better of it, then left grumbling about being left out of what must be something big. Solomon told the civilians of matching vacuum and intake manifolds to pressure from exhaust manifolds, a logical way to make an engine that would run on pressure, like satellite engines he'd read about in newspapers. It worked on a cracked engine block, so he'd used scrap manifolds to get rid of old cars no one would buy. It hadn't hurt anything, had it? Well, no, it hadn't, but as you can imagine, things happened rather fast. They let Solomon get clean denims and his razor, then, without a goodbye your leave, hustled him to the Ontario airport, where an unmarked jet flew him to Washington and a hurriedly arranged meeting with the president. They left guards posted inside the fence of Solomon's yard, so they'll cause no attention while protecting his property. A rugged individual sits in the office and tells buyers and sellers alike that he is Solomon's nephew. The old man had to take a trip in a hurry. Because he knows nothing of the business, they'll have to wait until Solomon returns. Where's Solomon now? Newspaper stories have him in Nevada, showing the Air Force how to build gigantic intake and exhaust manifolds, which the Strategic Air Command is planning to attach to a stratospheric decompression test chamber. They figure if they can throw it into the sky, they can move anything up to what astronomers now call Solomon's orbit, where, at last count, 16 of the 17 cars are still merrily circling the Earth. As you know, one recently hit the Russian television satellite. The Russians, we're told, they're still burning their fingers trying to orbit a car. They can't figure out how to control vacuum and pressure from the manifolds. Solomon didn't tell many people about the shingles he uses for control panels, and the Russians think control is somehow related to kitchen matches a newspaper reporter found scattered behind a station wagon in Solomon's junkyard. End of Solomon's Orbit by William Carroll.
The Troubadour by Robert Augustine Ward Lowndes, writing as Peter Michael Sherman. Read by Corrie Samuel. So far as parties go, Jocelyn's were no duller than any others. I went to this one mainly to listen to Paul Kucherov and Frank Alva bait each other, which is usually more entertaining than most double features. Kucherov adheres to the onward and upward school of linear progress, while Alva is more or less of a Spenglerian. More when he goes along by himself, less when you try to pin him down to it. And since the subject of tonight's revelations would be the pre-Mohammed Arabian culture, I'd find Alva inclined toward my side of the debate, which is strictly morphological and without any pious theories of progress. I'd completely forgotten that Jocelyn had mentioned something about having a special attraction, a Mr. Faylis, who, she insisted, was a troubadour.
I didn't comment, not wanting to spend a day with Jocelyn on the phone exploring the province. The night wasn't too warm for August, and there were occasional gusts of air seeping through the layers of tobacco smoke that hovered over the assemblage. As usual, it was a heterogeneous crowd, which rapidly formed numerous islands of discourse. The trade winds carried salient germs of intelligence throughout the entire archipelago at times, and Jocelyn walked upon the water, scurrying from one body to another, sopping up the overflow of culture. She visited our atoll, where Kutrov's passionate exposition had already raised the mean temperature some degrees, but didn't stay long. Such debates didn't suggest any course of social or political action, and couldn't be trued in to any of her causes. My attention was wandering from the Kutrov-Alva variations, for Bill had only been speaking for 10 minutes, and could not be expected to arrive at any point whatsoever for at least another 15. From the east of us came apocalyptic figures of nuclear physics. From the west, I heard the strains of Mondrian interwoven with Picasso. South of us, a post-mortem on the latest betrayal of this or that aspiration of the people. And to the north we heard the mysteries of atonality. It was while I was looking around, and letting these things roll over me, that I saw the stranger enter. Jocelyn immediately bounced up from a couch, leaving the crucial problem of atmosphere poisoning via fission and/or fusion bombs suspended, and made effusive noises. This, then, was the troubadour, Mr. Faylis. The main attraction was decidedly prepossessing. Tall, peculiarly graceful both in appearance and manner, dressed with an immaculateness that seemed excessive in this post-Bohemian circle. There was a decided musical quality to his speech, as he made polite comments upon being introduced to each of us, and an exactness in sentence structure, word choices, and enunciation that bespoke the foreigner. Jocelyn took him around with the air of conducting a quick tour through a museum, then settled him momentarily with the music group, now in darkest Schönenberg, only partially illuminated by Wozzeck. I watched Faylis long enough to solidify an impression that he was at ease here, but not merely in this particular discussion. It was a case of his being simply at ease, period. Kutrov was watching him too, and I saw now that there would be a most likely permanent digression. Too bad. I'd had a feeling that when he came to his point, it would have been a strong one. "Hungarian, do you suppose?" he asked. Alva examined the evidence. Faylis had high cheekbones, longish eyes with large pupils. He was lean, without giving an impression of thinness. He had not taken off his gloves, and I wondered if he would come forth with a monocle. If he had, it would not have seemed an affectation. "I wouldn't say Slavic," Alva said. He started off on ethnology, and we toured the Near East again. I jumped into the break, when Kutrov was swallowing beer and Alva lighting a cigarette, to observe that Faylis reminded me of some Egyptian portraits, although I couldn't set the period. "If those eyes of his don't shine in the dark," I added, "they ought to." A brief pause for appreciation, then Jocelyn was calling for all men's attention. She managed to get it in reasonably short order, took a deep breath, then dived into announcing that our special guest, Mr. Faylis, was going to deliver a song cycle. Faylis arose, bowed slightly, then nodded to Mark Loring, who brought forth his oboe. "These songs were not conceived or composed in the form I am presenting them," he said, "but I believe that the arrangement I use is an effective one. I call this Song of the Last Men." He nodded again to Loring, and the performance began. His voice was affecting, and his artistry unmistakable, and there were overtones in his voice that gave an added eeriness to the weird music itself. The songs told of the feelings, the memories, and despair of a nearly extinct people, one which had achieved a great culture and a worldwide civilization. The singer knows that the civilization has been destroyed, that the people created by this culture and civilization are gone, the few survivors, being pitiful fellaheen, unable to rebuild or bring forth a culture of their own. There is despair at the loss of the comforts the civilization they knew brought them, sorrow at their inability to share in its greatness, even in memory, and a resigned certainty that they are the last of the race. They will soon be gone, and no others shall arise after them. There was silence when Phalis finished, then discreet but firm applause, as if the audience felt that giving full rein to their approval would make an impious racket. Phalis seemed to sense this feeling, and smiled as he bowed. "These are not songs of your people, are they?" asked Jocelyn. Phalis shook his head. "Oh no, they are far removed from us. I am merely an explorer of past cultures and civilizations, and I enjoy adapting such masterpieces of the past as I can find. This arrangement was made for you. I shall make a different one for my own people, so that the sonic values of the music and the words agree with each other." Kucherov blinked, then asked him, "Well, can you tell us something more about the people who created this cycle? It has a familiar ring to it, yet I cannot tie it in with any past culture I have heard of." Jocelyn cut in with the regretful announcement that Mr. Phalis had another appointment, and called for a note of thanks to him for coming. More applause, this time unrestrained. Phalis smiled again, and swept his eyes around us, as if filled with some amusing secret. Then he said to Kucherov, "You would find them quite understandable." I wandered over to the window in search of air, and noted that someone had indiscreetly left a comfortable chair vacant. I was near the door, so that I could hear Jocelyn say to Phalis, "It was very moving. Why, I could almost feel that you were singing about us." Phalis smiled again. "That is as it should be." "Of course," chimed in Loring, who'd come up to ask Phalis if he could have a copy of the score. "That's the test of expert performance." The lights were dimmed again by the fog of tobacco smoke, and I could see the street quite clearly by moonlight. I decided I would watch Phalis and see if his eyes did glow in the dark. I saw him go down the sidewalk with that graceful stride of his hands in his pockets, but I couldn't see his eyes at all. Then a gust of wind tugged his hat, and, for an instant, I thought he'd have to go scrambling after it. But quick as a rapier thrust, a tail darted out from beneath his dress coat, caught the hat, and set it back upon his head. End of The Troubadour by Robert Augustine Ward Lowndes.
The Ultimate Experiment by Thornton DeKy. Read by Nickademus. No living soul breathed upon the earth, only robots carrying on the last great order. They were all gone now, the masters, all dead, and their atoms scattered to the never-ceasing winds that swept the great chrysolite city towers in ever-increasing fury. That had been the last wish of each as he had passed away, dying from sheer old age. True, they had fought on as long as they could to save their kind from utter extinction, but the comet that had trailed its poisoning wake across space to leave behind it upon Earth a noxious lethal gas vapor had done its work too well. No living soul breathed upon the earth. No one lived here now but Chiron and his kind. And so, thought Chiron to himself, he might as well be a great unthinking robot, able to do only one thing, instead of the mental giant he was. So obsessed had he become with the task he had set himself to do. Yet in spite of a great loneliness and a strong fear of a final frustration, he worked on with the others of his people, hardly stopping for anything except the very necessities needed to keep his big body working in perfect coordination. Tirelessly he worked, for the masters had bred, if that is the word to use, fatigue and the need for restoration out of his race long decades ago. Sometimes, though, he would stop his work when the great red dying sun began to fade into the west, and his round eyes would grow wistful as he looked out over the great city that stretched in towering minarets and lofty spires of purest crystal blue for miles on every side. A fairy city of rarest hue and beauty. A city for the gods, and the gods were dead. Chiron felt at such times the great loneliness that the last master must have known. They had been kind, the masters, and Chiron knew that his people, as they went about their eternal tasks of keeping the great city in perfect shape for the masters who no longer needed it, must miss them as he did. Never to hear their voices ringing, never to see them again gathered in groups to witness some game or to play amid the silver fountains and flowery gardens of the wondrous city, made him infinitely saddened. It would always be like this. Unless... But thinking, dreaming, reminiscing would not bring it all back, for there was only one answer to still the longing. Work. The others worked and did not dream, but instead kept busy tending to the 1,001 tasks the master had set them to do, had left them doing when the last master perished. He too must remember the trust they had placed in his hands and fulfill it as best he could. From the time the great red eye of the sun opened itself in the east, until it disappeared in the blue haze beyond the chrysolite city, Chiron labored with his fellows. Then, at the appointed hour, the musical signals would peal forth their sweet, sad chimes, whispering good night to ears that would hear them no more, and all operations would halt for the night, just as it had done when the masters were here to supervise it. Then when morning came, he would start once more trying, testing, experimenting with his chemicals and plastics, forever following labyrinth of knowledge, seeking for the great triumph that would make the work of the others of some real use. His hands molded the materials carefully, lovingly to a pattern that was set in his mind as a thing to cherish. Day by day, his experiments in their liquid baths took form under his careful modeling. He mixed his chemicals with the same loving touch, the same careful concentration and painstaking thoroughness, studying often his notes and analysis charts. Everything must be just so, lest his experiment not turn out perfectly. He never became exasperated at a failure or a defect that proved to be the only reward for his faithful endeavors, but worked patiently on toward a goal that he knew would ultimately be his. Then one day, as the great red sun glowed like an immense red eye overhead, Chiron stepped back to admire his handiwork. In that instant, the entire wondrous city seemed to breathe a silent prayer as he stood transfixed by the sight before him. Then it went on as usual, hurrying noiselessly about its business. The surface cars, empty though they were, fled swiftly about, supported only by the rings of magnetic force that held them to their designated paths. The gravoships raised from the tower dromes to speed silently into the eye of the red sun that was dying. No one now, Chiron thought to himself as he studied his handiwork. Then he walked unhurriedly to the cabinet in the laboratory corner and took from it a pair of earphones resembling those of a long-forgotten radio set. Just as unhurriedly, though his mind was filled with turmoil and his being with excitement, he walked back and connected the earphones to the box upon his bench. The phones dangled into the liquid bath before him as he adjusted them to suit his requirements. Slowly he checked over every step of his experiments before he went further. Then, as he proved them for the last time, his hand went slowly to the small knife switch upon the box at his elbow. Next he threw into connection the larger switch upon his laboratory wall, bringing into his laboratory the broadcast power of the chrysolite city. The laboratory generators hummed softly, drowning out the quiet hum of the city outside. As they built up, sending tiny living electrical impulses over the wires like minute currents that come from the brain, Chiron sat breathless, his eyes intent. Closer to his work he bent, watching lovingly, fearful lest all might not be quite right. Then his eyes took on a brighter light as he began to see the reaction. He knew the messages that he had sent out were being received and coordinated into a unit that would stir and grow into intellect. Suddenly the machine flashed its little warning red light and automatically snapped off. Chiron twisted quickly in his seat and threw home the final switch. This, he knew, was the ultimate test. On the results of the flood of energy impulses that he had set in motion rested the fulfillment of his success or failure. He watched with slight misgivings. This had never been accomplished before. How could it possibly be a success now? Even the masters had never quite succeeded at this final test. How could he, only a servant? Yet it must work, for he had no desire in life but to make it work. Then suddenly he was on his feet, eyes wide. From the two long coffin-like liquid baths, there arose two perfect specimens of the Homo sapiens. Man and woman they were, and they blinked their eyes in the light of the noonday sun, raised themselves dripping from the baths of their creation, and stepped to the floor before Chiron. The man spoke, the woman remained silent. "I am Adam too," he said, "created by you, Chiron, from a formula they left in their image. I was created to be a master, and she whom you also have created is to be my wife. We shall mate, and the race of man shall be reborn through us and others whom I shall help you create." The man halted at the last declaration he intoned and walked smilingly toward the woman, who stepped into his open arms, returning his smile. Chiron smiled too, within his pumping heart. The words the man had intoned had been placed in his still pregnable mind by the teleteach phones and record that the last master had prepared before death had halted his experiments. The actions of the man toward the woman, Chiron knew, was caused by the natural constituents that went to form his chemical body and govern his humanness. He, Chiron, had created a living man and woman. The masters lived again because of him. They would sing and play and again people the magnificent chrysolite city because he loved them and had kept on until success had been his. But then why not such a turnabout? Hadn't they, the masters, created him, a superb thinking robot? End of The Ultimate Experiment by Thornton DeKy. Read by Nickademus.
The Big Bounce by Walter S. Tevis. Recording by Jerome Lawson. Seeing it in action, anybody would quaver in alarm. What hath Farnsworth overwrought? "Let me show you something," Farnsworth said. He set his near-empty drink, a Bacardi martini, on the mantel and waddled out of the room toward the basement. I sat in my big leather chair, feeling very peaceful with the world, watching the fire. Whatever Farnsworth would have to show tonight would be far more entertaining than watching TV, my custom on other evenings. Farnsworth, with his 4 labs in the house and his very tricky mind, never failed to provide my best night of the week. When he returned, after a moment, he had with him a small box, about 3 inches square. He held this carefully in one hand and stood by the fireplace dramatically, or as dramatically as a very small, very fat man with pink cheeks can stand by a fireplace of the sort that seems to demand a big man with tweeds, pipe, and perhaps a saber wound. Anyway, he held the box dramatically and he said, "Last week I was playing around in the chem lab, trying to make a new kind of rubber eraser. Did quite well with the other drafting equipment, you know, especially the dimensional curve and the photosensitive ink. Well, I approached the job by trying for a material that would absorb graphite without abrading paper." I was a little disappointed with this. It sounded pretty tame, but I said, "How did it come out?" He screwed his pudgy face up thoughtfully. "Synthesized the material, all right, and it seems to work. But the interesting thing is that it has a certain, secondary property that would make it quite awkward to use. Interesting property, though. Unique, I'm inclined to believe." This began to sound more like it. "And what property is that?" I poured myself a shot of straight rum from the bottle sitting on the table beside me. I did not like straight rum, but I preferred it to Farnsworth's rather imaginative cocktails. "I'll show you, John," he said. He opened the box and I could see that it was packed with some kind of batting. He fished in this and withdrew a gray ball about the size of a golf ball and set the box on the mantel. "And that's the eraser?" I asked. "Yes," he said. Then he squatted down, held the ball about a half-inch from the floor, dropped it. It bounced naturally enough. Then I bounced again, and again. Only this was not natural, for on the second bounce the ball went higher in the air than on the first, and on the third bounce higher still. After a half-minute my eyes were bugging out and the little ball was bouncing 4 feet in the air and going higher each time. I grabbed my glass. "What in the world?" I said. Farnsworth caught the ball in a pudgy hand and held it. He was smiling a little sheepishly. "Interesting effect, isn't it?" "Now wait a minute," I said, beginning to think about it. "What's the gimmick? What kind of motor do you have in that thing?" His eyes were wide and a little hurt. "No gimmick, John. None at all. Just a very peculiar molecular structure." "Structure?" I said. "Bouncing balls just don't pick up energy out of nowhere. I don't care how the molecules are put together. And you don't get energy out without putting energy in." "Oh," he said. "That's the really interesting thing. Of course you're right. Energy does go into the ball. Here, I'll show you."
He let the ball drop again and it began bouncing, higher and higher, until it was hitting the ceiling. Farnsworth reached out to catch it, but he fumbled and the thing glanced off his hand, hit the mantelpiece, and zipped across the room. It banged into the far wall, ricocheted, banked off 3 other walls, picking up speed all the time. When it whizzed by me like a rifle bullet, I began to get worried. But it hit against one of the heavy draperies by the window, and this damped its motion enough so that it fell to the floor. It started bouncing again immediately, but Farnsworth stumbled across the room and grabbed it. He was perspiring a little, and he began instantly to transfer the ball from one hand to another and back again, as if it were hot. "Here," he said, and handed it to me. I almost dropped it. "That's like a ball of ice," I said. "Have you been keeping it in the refrigerator?" "No. As a matter of fact, it was at room temperature a few minutes ago." "Now wait a minute," I said. "I only teach physics in high school, but I know better than that. Moving around in warm air doesn't make anything cold except by evaporation." "Well, there's your input and output, John," he said. "The ball lost heat and took on motion. Simple conversion." My jaw must have dropped on my waist. "Do you mean that little thing is converting heat to kinetic energy?" "Apparently." "But that's impossible." He was beginning to smile thoughtfully. The ball was not as cold now as it had been, and I was holding it in my lap. "A steam engine does it," he said, "and a steam turbine. Of course, they're not very efficient." "They work mechanically, too, and only because water expands when it turns into steam." "This seems to do it differently," he said, sipping thoughtfully at his dark brown martini. "I don't know exactly how. Maybe something piezoelectric about the way its molecules slide about. I ran some tests, measured its impact energy in foot-pounds, and compared that with the heat loss in BTUs. It seemed to be about 98% efficient, as close as I could tell. Apparently it converts heat into bounce very well. Interesting, isn't it?" "Interesting?" I almost came flying out of my chair. My mind was beginning to spin like crazy. "If you're not throwing my leg with this thing, Farnsworth, you've got something by the tail there that's just a little bit bigger than the discovery of fire." He blushed modestly. "I'd rather thought that myself," he admitted. "Good grief, look at the heat that's available," I said, getting really excited now. Farnsworth was still smiling, very pleased with himself. "I suppose you could put this thing in a box with convection fins and let it bounce around inside." "I'm way ahead of you," I said, "but that wouldn't work. All your kinetic energy would go right back to heat on impact, and eventually that little ball would build up enough speed to blast its way through any box you could build." "And how would you work it?" "Well," I said, choking down the rest of my rum, "you'd seal the ball in a big steel cylinder, attach the cylinder to a crankshaft and flywheel, give the thing a shake to start the ball bouncing back and forth, and let it run like a gasoline engine or something. It would get all the heat it needed from the air in a normal room. Mount the apparatus in your house and it would pump your water, operate a generator, and keep you cool at the same time." I sat down again, shakily, and began pouring myself another drink. Farnsworth had taken the ball from me and was carefully putting it back in its padded box. He was visibly showing excitement, too. I could see that his cheeks were ruddier and his eyes even brighter than normal. "But what if you want the cooling and don't have any work to be done?" "Simple," I said. "You just let the machine turn a flywheel, or lift weights and drop them, or something like that outside your house. You have an air intake inside, and if in the winter you don't want to lose heat, you just mount the thing in an outside building, attach it to your generator, and use the power to do whatever you want. Heat your house, say. There's plenty of heat in the outside air even in December." "John," said Farnsworth, "you're very ingenious. It might work." "Of course it'll work." Pictures were beginning to light up in my head. "And don't you realize that this is the answer to the solar power problem? Why, mirrors and selenium are, at best, 10% efficient. Think of big pumping stations on the Sahara. All that heat, all that need for power, for irrigation." I paused a moment for effect. "Farnsworth, this can change the very shape of the Earth." Farnsworth seemed to be lost in thought. Finally, he looked at me strangely and said, "Perhaps we'd better try to build a model." I was so excited by the thing that I couldn't sleep that night. I kept dreaming of power stations, ocean liners, even automobiles, being operated by balls bouncing back and forth in cylinders. I even worked out a spaceship in my mind. A bullet-shaped affair with a huge rubber ball on its end, gyroscopes to keep it oriented properly, the ball serving as solution to that biggest of missile engineering problems, excess heat. You drilled a huge concrete launching field, supported all the way down to bedrock, hop in the ship and start bouncing. Of course, it would be kind of a rough ride. In the morning, I called my superintendent and told him to get a substitute for the rest of the week. I was going to be busy. Then I started working in the machine shop in Farnsworth's basement, trying to turn out a working model of a device that, by means of a crankshaft, oleo dampers, and a reciprocating cylinder, would pick up some of the random kinetic energy from the bouncing ball and do something useful with it, like turning a drive shaft. I was just working out a convection and air pump system for circulating hot air around the ball when Farnsworth came in. He had tucked carefully under his arm a sphere of about the size of a basketball, and if he had made it to my specifications, weighing 35 pounds. He had a worried frown on his forehead. "It looks good," I said. "What's the trouble?"
"There seems to be a slight hitch," he said. "I've been testing for conductivity. It seems to be quite low."
"That's what I'm working on now. It's just a mechanical problem of pumping enough warm air back to the ball. We can do it with no more than 20% efficiency loss. In an engine, that's nothing."
"Maybe you're right. But this material conducts heat even less than rubber does."
"The little ball yesterday didn't seem to have any trouble," I said.
"Naturally not. It had plenty of time to warm up before I started it, and its mass-surface area relationship was pretty low. The larger you make a sphere, of course, the more mass inside in proportion to the outside area."
"You're right, but I think we can whip it. We may have to honeycomb the ball and have part of the work the machine does operate a big air pump, but we can work it out." All that day I worked with lathe, milling machine, and hacksaw. After clamping the new big ball securely to a workbench, Farnsworth pitched in to help me. But we weren't able to finish by nightfall, and Farnsworth turned his spare bedroom over to me for the night. I was too tired to go home. And too tired to sleep soundly, too. Farnsworth lived on the edge of San Francisco, by a big truck bypass, and almost all night I wrestled with the pillow and sheets, listening half-consciously to those heavy trucks rumbling by, and in my mind, always, that little gray ball, bouncing and bouncing and bouncing. At daybreak, I came abruptly fully awake with the sound of crashing echoing in my ears, a battering sound that seemed to come from the basement. I grabbed my coat and pants, rushed out of the room, almost knocked over Farnsworth, who was struggling to get his shoes on out in the hall, and we scrambled down the 2 flights of stairs together. The place was a chaos. Battered and bashed equipment everywhere, and on the floor, overturned against the far wall, the table that the ball had been clamped to. The ball itself was gone. I had not been fully asleep all night, and the sight of that mess and what it meant jolted me immediately awake. Something, probably a heavy truck, had started a tiny oscillation in that ball, and the ball had been heavy enough to start the table bouncing with it until, by dancing that table around the room, it had literally torn the clamp off and shaken itself free. What had happened afterwards was obvious, with the ball building up velocity with every successive bounce. But where was the ball now? Suddenly Farnsworth cried out hoarsely, "Look!" And I followed his outstretched, pudgy finger to where, at one side of the basement, a window had been broken open. A small window, but plenty big enough for something the size of a basketball to crash through. There was a little weak light coming from outdoors, and then I saw the ball. It was in Farnsworth's backyard, bouncing a little sluggishly on the grass. The grass would damp it, hold it back until we could get to it, unless... I took off up the basement steps like a streak. Just beyond the backyard, I had caught a glimpse of something that frightened me. A few yards from where I had seen the ball was the edge of the big 6-lane highway, a broad ribbon of smooth, hard concrete. I got through the house to the back porch, rushed out, and was in the backyard just in time to see the ball take its first bounce onto the concrete. I watched it, fascinated, when it hit. After the soft, energy-absorbing turf, the concrete was like a springboard. Immediately, the ball flew high in the air. I was running across the yard toward it, praying under my breath, "Fall on that grass next time." It hit before I got to it, and right on the concrete again, and this time I saw it go straight up at least 50 feet. My mind was suddenly full of thoughts of dragging mattresses from the house, or making a net or something to stop that hurtling 35 pounds, but I stood where I was, unable to move, and saw it come down again on the highway. It went up 100 feet, and down again on the concrete about 15 feet further down the road, in the direction of the city. That time it was 200 feet, and when it hit again it made a thud that you could have heard for a quarter of a mile. I could practically see it flatten out on the road before it took off upward again, at twice the speed it had hit at. Suddenly generating an idea, I whirled and ran back to Farnsworth's house. He was standing in the yard now, shivering from the morning air, looking at me like a little lost and badly scared child. "Where are your car keys?" I almost shouted at him. "In my pocket." "Come on." I took him by the arm and half dragged him to the carport. I got the keys from him, started the car, and by mangling about 7 traffic laws and 3 prize rose bushes, managed to get on the highway, facing in the direction that the ball was heading. "Look," I said, trying to drive down the road and search for the ball at the same time. "It's risky, but if we can get the car under it and we can hop out in time, it should crash through the roof. That ought to slow it down enough for us to nab it." "But what about my car?" Farnsworth bleated. "What about the first building, or first person, it hits in San Francisco?" "Oh," he said. "Hadn't thought of that." I slowed the car and stuck my head out the window. It was lighter now, but no sign of the ball. If it happens to get to town, any town for that matter, it'll be falling from about 10 or 20 miles, or 40.
"Maybe it'll go high enough first so that it'll burn, like a meteor."
"No chance," I said. "Built-in cooling system, remember?" Farnsworth formed his mouth into an O, and exactly at that moment there was a resounding thump, and I saw the ball hit in a field, maybe 20 yards from the edge of the road, and take off again. This time it didn't seem to double its velocity, and I figured the ground was soft enough to hold it back, but it wasn't slowing down either, not with a bounce factor of better than 2 to 1. Without watching for it to go up, I drove as quickly as I could off the road and over, carrying part of a wire fence with me to where it had hit. There was no mistaking it. There was a depression about 3 feet deep, like a small crater. I jumped out of the car and stared up. It took me a few seconds to spot it, over my head. One side caught by the pale and slanting morning sunlight, it was only a bright diminishing speck. The car motor was running, and I waited until the ball disappeared for a moment and then reappeared. I watched for another couple of seconds until I felt I could make a decent guess on its direction, hollered at Farnsworth to get out of the car. It had just occurred to me that there was no use risking his life, too. Dove in and drove 100 yards or so to the spot I had anticipated. I stuck my head out the window and up. The ball was the size of an egg now. I adjusted the car's position, jumped out, and ran for my life. It hit instantly after, about 60 feet away from the car. And at the same time it occurred to me that what I was trying to do was completely impossible. Better to hope that the ball hit a pond, or bounced out to sea, or landed in a sand dune. All we could do would be to follow, and if it ever was damped down enough, grab it. It had hit soft ground and didn't double its height that time, but it had still gone higher. It was out of sight for almost a lifelong minute. And then, incredibly rotten luck, it came down, with an ear-shattering thwack, on the concrete highway again. I had seen it hit, and instantly afterward I saw a crack as wide as a finger open along the entire width of the road, and the ball had flown back up like a rocket. My word, I was thinking, now it means business, and on that next bounce. It seemed like an incredibly long time that we craned our necks, Farnsworth and I, watching for it to reappear in the sky. And when it finally did, we could hardly follow it. It whistled like a bomb, and we saw the gray streak come plummeting to earth almost a quarter of a mile from where we were standing. But we didn't see it go back up again. For a moment we stared at each other silently. Then Farnsworth almost whispered, "Perhaps it's landed in a pond." "Or in the world's biggest cow pile," I said. "Come on." We could have met our deaths by rock salt and buckshot that night, if the farmer who owned that field had been home. We tore up everything we came to getting across it, including cabbages and rhubarb. But we had to search for 10 minutes, and even then we didn't find the ball. What we found was a hole in the ground that could have been a small-scale meteor crater. It was a good 20 feet deep, but at the bottom, no ball. I stared widely at it for a full minute before I focused my eyes enough to see, at the bottom, 1,000 little gray fragments. Immediately it came to both of us at the same time. A poor conductor, the ball had used up all its available heat on that final impact. Like a golf ball that has been dipped in liquid air and dropped, it had smashed into thin splinters. The hole had sloping sides, and I scrambled down in it and picked up one of the pieces, using my handkerchief, folded. There was no telling just how cold it would be. It was the stuff all right, and colder than an icicle. I climbed out. "Let's go home," I said. Farnsworth looked at me thoughtfully. Then he sort of cocked his head to one side and asked, "What do you suppose will happen when those pieces thaw?" I stared at him. I began to think of 1,000 tiny slivers whizzing around erratically, ricocheting off buildings and downtown San Francisco and in 20 countries, and no matter what they hit, moving and accelerating as long as there was any heat in the air to give them energy. And then I saw a tool shed on the other side of the pasture from us. But Farnsworth was ahead of me, waddling along, puffing. He got the shovels out and handed one to me. We didn't say a word, neither of us, for hours. It takes a long time to fill a hole 20 feet deep, especially when you're shoveling very, very carefully and packing down the dirt very, very hard. End of The Big Bounce by Walter S. Tevis.
The Dark Door by Alan Edward Nourse. Recording by Bruce Bellmires. 1. It was almost dark when he awoke and lay on the bed, motionless and trembling, his heart sinking in the knowledge that he should never have slept. For almost half a minute, eyes wide with fear, he lay in the silence of the gloomy room, straining to hear some sound, some indication of their presence. But the only sound was the barely audible hum of his wristwatch and the dismal splatter of raindrops on the cobbled street outside. There was no sound to feed his fear, yet he knew then, without a flicker of doubt, that they were going to kill him. He shook his head, trying to clear the sleep from his brain as he turned the idea over and over in his mind. He wondered why he hadn't realized it before, long before, back when they had first started this horrible, nerve-wracking cat-and-mouse game. The idea just hadn't occurred to him, but he knew the game playing was over. They wanted to kill him now, and he knew that ultimately they would kill him. There was no way for him to escape. He sat up on the edge of the bed, painfully, perspiration standing out on his bare back. And he waited, listening. How could he have slept, exposing himself so helplessly? Every ounce of his energy, all the skill and wit and shrewdness at his command, were necessary in this cruel hunt. Yet he had taken the incredible, terrible chance of sleeping, of losing consciousness, leaving himself wide open and helpless against the attack which he knew was inevitable. How much had he lost? How close had they come while he slept? Fearfully, he walked to the window, peered out, and felt his muscles relax a little. The gray, foggy streets were still light. He still had a little time before the terrible night began. He stumbled across the small, old-fashioned room, sensing that action of some sort was desperately needed. The bathroom was tiny. He stared in the battered, stained reflector unit, shocked at the red-eyed, stubble-faced apparition that stared back at him. This is Harry Scott, he thought, 32 years old, in the prime of life, but not the same Harry Scott who started out on a ridiculous quest so many months ago. This Harry Scott was being hunted like an animal, driven by fear, helpless and sure to die, unless he could find an escape somehow. But there were too many of them for him to escape, and they were too clever, and they knew he knew too much. He stepped into the shower-shave unit, trying to relax, to collect his racing thoughts. Above all, he wanted to stay the fear that burned through his mind, driving him to panic and desperation. The memory of the last hellish night was too stark to allow relaxation. The growing fear, the silent, desperate hunt through the night, the realization that their numbers were increasing, his frantic search for a hiding place in the new city, and finally, his panic-stricken, pell-mell flight down into the alleys and cobbled streets and crumbling frame buildings of the old city. Even more horrible, the friends who turned on him, who turned out to be like them. Back in the bedroom, he lay down again, his body still tense. There were sounds in the building, footsteps moving around on the floor overhead, a door banging somewhere. With every sound, every breath of noise, his muscles tightened still further, freezing him in fear. His own breath was shallow and rapid in his ears as he lay, listening, waiting. If only something would happen. He wanted to scream, to bang his head against the wall, to run around the room, smashing his fist into the doors, breaking every piece of furniture. It was the waiting, the eternal waiting, the running and waiting for more, feeling the net drawing tighter and tighter as he waited, feeling the measured, unhurried tread behind him always following, coming closer and closer, as though he were a mouse on a string, twisting and jerking helplessly. If only they would move, do something he could counter. But he wasn't even sure anymore that he could detect them, and they were so careful never to move into the open. He jumped up feverishly, moved to the window and peered between the slats of the dusty old-fashioned blind at the street below. An empty street at first, wet, gloomy. He saw no one. And then he caught the flicker of light in an entry several doors down and across the street, as a dark figure sparked a cigarette to life. Harry felt the chill run down his back again. Still there, then. Still waiting. A hidden figure, always present, always waiting. Harry's eyes scanned the rest of the street rapidly. 2 three-wheelers rumbled by, their rubber hissing on the wet pavement. One of them carried the blue and white of the old city police, but the car didn't slow up or hesitate as it passed the dark figure in the doorway. They would never help me anyway, Harry thought, bitterly. He had tried that before and met with ridicule and threats. There would be no help from the police in the old city. Another figure came around a corner. There was something vaguely familiar about the tall body and broad shoulders as the man walked across the wet street. Something Harry faintly recognized from somewhere during the spinning madness of the past few weeks. The man's eyes turned up toward the window for the briefest instant and then turned steadfastly to the street. Oh, they were sly. You could never spot them looking at you, never for sure, but they were always there, always nearby. And there was no one he could trust any longer, no one to whom he could turn. Not even George Webber. Swiftly his mind reconsidered that possibility as he watched the figure move down the street. True, Dr. Webber had started him out on this search in the first place, but even Webber would never believe what he had found. Webber was a scientist, a researcher. What could he do? Go to Webber and tell him that there were men alive in the world who were not men, who were somehow men and something more? Could he walk into Dr. Webber's office in the Hoffman Medical Center, walk through the gleaming bright corridors, past the shining metallic doors, tell Dr. Webber that he had found people alive in the world who could actually see in 4 dimensions, live in 4 dimensions, think in 4 dimensions? Could he explain to Dr. Webber that he knew this simply because in some way he had sensed them and traced them and discovered them, and that he had not one iota of proof except that he was being followed by them, hunted by them even now, in a room in the old city waiting for them to strike him down? He shook his head, almost sobbing. That was what was so horrible. He couldn't tell Webber because Webber would be certain that he had gone mad just like the rest. He couldn't tell anyone. He couldn't do anything. He could just wait and run and wait. It was almost dark now, and the creaking of the old board house intensified the fear that tore at Harry Scott's mind. Tonight was the night. He was sure of it. Maybe he had been foolish in coming here to the slum area where the buildings were relatively unguarded, where anybody could come and go as he pleased. But the new city had hardly been safer, even in the swankiest private chamber in the highest building. They had had agents there, too, hunting him, driving home the bitter lesson of fear that they had to teach him. Now he was afraid enough. Now they were ready to kill him. Down below he heard a door bang, and he froze, his back against the wall. There were footsteps, quiet voices, barely audible. His whole body shook and his eyes slid around to the window. The figure in the doorway still waited, but the other figure was not visible. He heard the steps on the stair, ascending slowly, steadily, a tread that paced itself with the powerful throbbing of his own pulse. Then the telephone screamed out. Harry gasped. The footsteps were on the floor below, moving steadily upward. The telephone rang again and again. The shrill jangling filled the room insistently. He waited until he couldn't wait any longer. His hand fumbled in a pocket and leveled a tiny, dull-gray metal object at the door. With the other hand, he took the receiver from the hook. "Harry, is that you?" His throat was like sandpaper, and the words came out in a rasp. "What is it?" "Harry, this is George Webber." His eyes were glued to the door. "All right, what do you want?" "We've got to come talk to us, Harry. We've been waiting for weeks now. You promised us. We've got to talk to you." Harry still watched the door, but his breath came easier. The footsteps moved with ridiculous slowness up the stairs, down the hall towards the room. "What do you want me to do? They've come to kill me." There was a long pause. "Harry, are you sure?" "Dead sure." "Can you make a break for it?" Harry blinked. "I could try. Well, it won't do any good." "Well, at least try, Harry. Get here to the Hoffman Center. We'll help you all we can." "I'll try." Harry's words were hardly audible as he set the receiver down with a trembling hand. The room was silent. The footsteps had stopped. A wave of panic passed up Harry's spine. He crossed the room, threw open the door, and stared up and down the hall, unbelieving. The hall was empty. He started down towards the stairs at a dead run, and then, too late, saw the faint golden glow of a Parkinson field across the dingy corridor. He gasped in fear and screamed out once as he struck it. And then for seconds stretching into hours, he heard his scream echoing and re-echoing down long, bitter miles of hollow corridor. 2. George Webber leaned back in the soft chair, turning a quizzical glance towards the younger man across the room. He lit a long black cigar. "Well?" His heavy voice boomed out in the small room. "Now that we've got him here, what do you think?" The younger man glanced uncomfortably through the glass wall panel into the small dark room beyond. In the dimness he could barely make out the still form on the bed, grotesque, with the electrode vernier apparatus already in place at its temples. Dr. Manelli looked away sharply and leafed through the thick sheaf of chart papers in his hand. "I don't know," he said dully. "I just don't know what to think." The other man's laugh seemed to rise from the depths of his huge chest. His heavy face creased into 1,000 wrinkles. Dr. Webber was a large man, his broad shoulders carrying a suggestion of immense power that matched the intensity of his dark, wide-set eyes. He watched Dr. Manelli's discomfort grow, saw the younger doctor's ears grow red, and the almost cruel lines in his face were masked as he laughed still louder. "Trouble with you, Frank, you just don't have the courage of your convictions." "Well, I just don't see anything so funny about it." Manelli's eyes were angry. "The man has a suspicious syndrome, so you followed him, spied on him for weeks on end, which isn't exactly the highest ethical practice in collecting a history. I still can't see how you're justified." Dr. Webber snorted, tossing his cigar down on the desk with disgust. "The man is insane. That's my justification. He's out of touch with reality. He's wandered into a wild, impossible, fantastic dream world. We've got to get him out of it, because what he knows, what he's trying to hide from us, is so incredibly dangerous. We don't dare let him go." The big man stared at Manelli, his dark eyes flashing. "Can't you see that? Or would you rather sit back and let Harry Scott go the way that Paulus and Weinberg and the others went?" "But if he used the Parkinson field on him," Dr. Manelli shook his head hopelessly. "He'd offered to come over, George. We didn't need to use it." "Sure he offered to come. Fine, but supposing he changed his mind on the way. For all we know, he had us figured into his paranoia too, and we never would have come near the Hoffman Center." Dr. Webber shook his head. "We're not playing a game anymore, Frank. Get that straight. I thought it was a game a couple of years ago, when we first started, but it ceased to be a game when men like Paulus and Weinberg walked in, sane, healthy men, and came out blubbering idiots. It's no game anymore. We're on to something big. And if Harry Scott can lead us to the core of it, then I can't care too much what happens to Harry Scott." Dr. Manelli stood up sharply, walked to the window, and looked down over the bright, clean buildings of the Hoffman Medical Center. Out across the terraced park that surrounded the glass towers and shining metal of the center rose the new city, tier upon tier of smooth, functional architecture, a city of dreams built up painfully out of the rubble of the older ruined city. "You could kill him," the young man said finally. "The psycho-integrator isn't any standard interrogative technique. It's dangerous and treacherous. You never know for sure just what you're doing when you dig down into a man's brain tissue with those little electrode probes." "But we can learn the truth about Harry Scott," Dr. Webber said. 6 months ago, Harry Scott was working with us, a quiet, affable, pleasant young fellow. Extremely intelligent, intensely cooperative. He was just the man we needed to work with us, an engineer who could take our data and case studies, study them, and subject them to a completely non-medical analysis. Oh, we had to have it done. The problem's been with us for 100 years now, growing ever since the 1950s and 60s. Insanity in the population, growing, spreading without rhyme or reason, insinuating itself into every nook and cranny of our civilized life. The big man blinked at Manelli. Harry Scott was a new approach. We were too close to the problem. We needed a non-medical outsider to take a look, to tell us what we were missing. So Harry Scott walked into the problem and then abruptly lost contact with us. We finally track him down, find him gone, out of touch with reality, on the same wretched road that all the others went. With Harry, it's paranoia. He's being persecuted. He has the whole world against him. But most important, the factor we don't dare overlook, he's no longer working on the problem. Manelli shifted uneasily. I suppose that's right. Of course it's right, Dr. Webber's eyes flashed. Harry found something in those statistics. Something about the data or the case histories or something Harry Scott himself dug up, opened a door for him to go through, a door that none of us ever dreamed existed. We don't know what he found on the other side of that door. We know what he thinks he found, all this garbage about people that look normal but walk through walls and nobody's looking, who think around corners instead of a straight-line logic, but what he really found there, we don't have any way of telling. We just know that whatever he really found is something new, something unsuspected, something so dangerous it can drive an intelligent man into the wildest delusions of paranoid persecution. A new light appeared in Dr. Manelli's eyes as he faced the other doctor. "Wait a minute," he said softly. "The integrator is an experimental instrument, too." Dr. Webber smiled slyly. "Now you're beginning to think," he said. "But you'll see only what Scott himself believes, and he thinks his story is true." "Then we'll have to break his story." "Break it?" "Certainly. For some reason, this delusion of persecution is far safer for Harry Scott than facing what he really found out. What we've got to do is make this delusion less safe than the truth." The room was silent for a long moment. Manelli looked up, his fingers trembling. "Let's hear it." "It's very simple. Up to now, Harry Scott has had delusions of persecution. But now we're really going to persecute Harry Scott, as he's never been persecuted before." 3. At first he thought he was at the bottom of a deep well, and he lay quite still, his eyes clamped shut, wondering where he was and how he could possibly have gotten there. He could feel the dampness and chill of the stone floor under him, and nearby heard the damp, insistent drip of water splashing against stone. He felt his muscles tighten as the dripping sound forced itself against his senses, and then he opened his eyes. His first impulse was to scream out wildly in unreasoning, suffocating fear. He fought it down. Struggling to sit up in the blackness, his whole mind turned in bitter, hopeless hatred at the ones who had hunted him for so long, and now had trapped him. Why? Why did they torture him? Why not kill him outright and have done with it? He shuddered and struggled to his feet, staring about him in horror. It was not a well, but a small room, circular, with little rivulets of stale water running down the granite walls. The ceiling closed low over his head, and the only source of light came from the single doorway opening into a long, low stone passageway. Wave after wave of panic rose in Harry's throat, each time he fought down the urge to scream, to lie down on the ground and cover his face with his hands and scream in helpless fear. How could they have known the horror that lay in his own mind, the horror of darkness, of damp, slimy walls and scurrying rodents, of the clinging, stale humidity of dungeon passageways? He himself had seldom recalled it except in his most hideous dreams, yet he had known such a fear as a boy so many years ago, and now it was all around him. He had known somehow and used it against him. Why? He sank down on the floor, his head in his hands, trying to think straight, to find some clue in the turmoil bubbling through his mind that would tell him what had happened. He had started down the hallway from his room to find Dr. Webber and tell him about the other people. He stopped short, looked up wide-eyed. Had he been going to Dr. Webber? Had he actually decided to go? Perhaps. Yes, perhaps he had, though Webber would only laugh at such a ridiculous story, but the knot-men who had hunted him would not laugh. To them, it would not be funny. They knew that it was true, and they knew he knew it was true. But why not kill him? Why this torture? Why this horrible persecution that dug into the depths of his own nightmares to haunt him? His breath came fast, and a chilly sweat broke out on his forehead. Where was he? Was this some long-forgotten vault in the depths of the old city? Or was this another place, another world, perhaps, that the knot-men with their impossible powers had created to torture him? His eyes sought the end of the hall, saw the turn at the end, saw the light which seemed to come from the end, and then, in an instant, he was running down the damp passageway, his pulse pounding at his temples, until he could hardly gasp enough breath as he ran. Finally, he reached the turn in the corridor where the light was brighter, and he swung round to stare at the source of the light, a huge, burning, smoky torch which hung from the wall. Even as he looked at it, the torch went out, shutting him into inky darkness. The only sound at first was the desperation of his own breath. Then he heard little scurrying sounds around his feet, and screamed involuntarily as something sleek and four-footed jumped at his chest with snapping jaws. Shuddering, he fought the thing off, his fingers closing on wiry fur as he caught and squeezed. The thing went limp, and suddenly melted in his hands. He heard it splash as it struck the damp ground at his feet. What were they doing to his mind? He screamed out in horror and followed the echoes of his own scream as he ran down the stone corridor, blindly, slipping on the wet stone floor, falling on his knees into inches of brackish water, scraping back to his feet with an uncontrollable convulsion of fear and loathing, only to run more. The corridor suddenly broke into two and he stopped short. He didn't know how far or how long he had run, but it suddenly occurred to him that he was still alive, still safe. Only his mind was under attack. Only his mind was afraid, teetering on the edge of control, and this maze of dungeon tunnels. Where could such a thing exist? So perfectly outfitted to horrify him, so neatly fitting into his own pattern of childhood fears and terrors. From where could such a very individual attack on his sanity have sprung? From nowhere except from his own mind. For an instant he saw a flicker of light, thought he grasped the edge of a concept previously obscure to him. He stared around him, at the mist swirling down the damp, dark corridor, and thought of the rat that had melted in his hand. Suddenly his mind was afire, searching through his experience with the strange not-men he had learned to detect, trying to remember everything he had learned and deduced about them before they began their brutal persecution. They were men, and they looked like men, but they were different. They had other properties of mind, other capabilities that men did not have. They were not men. They could exist and coexist. Two people in one frame, one person known, realized by all who saw, the other one concealed, except from those who learned how to look. They could use their minds, they could rationalize correctly, they could use their curious, four-dimensional knowledge to bring them to answers no three-dimensional man could reach. But they couldn't project into men's minds. Carefully, Harry peered down the misty tunnels. They were clever, these creatures, and powerful, and since they had discovered that he knew them, they had done their work of fear and terror on his mind skillfully, but they were limited, too. They couldn't make things happen that were not true. Fantasies, illusions. Yes, this dungeon was an illusion. It had to be. He cursed and started down the right-hand corridor, his heart sinking. There was no such place, and he knew it. He was walking in a dream, a fantasy that had no substance, yet that could do no more than frighten him, drive him insane, and yet he must have already lost his mind to be accepting such an illusion. Why had he delayed? Why hadn't he gone to the Hoffman Center, laid the whole story before Dr. Weber and Dr. Manelli at the very first, told them what he had found? Oh, true, they might have thought him insane, but they wouldn't have put him to torture. They might even have believed him enough to investigate what he told them. And then the cat would have been out of the bag. The tale would have been incredible, but at least his mind would have been safe. He turned down another corridor and walked suddenly into waist-deep water, so cold it numbed his legs. He stopped again to force back the tendrils of unreasoning horror that brushed his mind. Nothing could really harm him. He would merely wait until his mind finally reached a balance again. There might be no end, it might be a ghastly trap, but he would wait. Strangely, the mist was becoming greenish in color as it swirled toward him in the damp, vaulted passageway. His eyes began watering a little, and the lining of his nose started to burn. He stopped short, newly alarmed, and stared at the walls, rubbing the tears away to clear his vision. The greenish-yellow haze grew thicker, catching his eyes and burning like 1,000 furies, ripping into his throat until he was choking and coughing, as though great knives sliced through his lungs. He tried to scream and started running blindly. Each gasping breath was an agony as the blistering gas dug deeper and deeper into his lungs. Reason departed from him. He was screaming incoherently as he stumbled up a stony ramp, crashed into a wall, spun round, and smashed blindly into another, and then something caught at his shirt. He felt the heavy planks and pounded iron scrollwork of a huge door, and threw himself upon it, wrenching at the old latch until the door swung open with a screech of rusty hinges. He fell forward on his face, and the door swung shut behind him. He lay face down, panting and sobbing in the stillness. Coarse hands grasped his collar, jerking him rudely to his feet, and he opened his eyes. Across the dim, vaulted room he could see the shadowy form of a man. A big man, with a broad chest and powerful shoulders, a man whose rich voice Harry almost recognized, but whose face was deep in shadow. As Harry wiped the tears from his tortured eyes, he heard the man's voice rumble out at him. "Perhaps you've had enough now to change your mind about telling us the truth." Harry stared, not quite comprehending. The truth?" The man's voice was harsh, cutting across the room impatiently. "The truth, I said." "A problem, you fool. What you saw, what you learned." You know perfectly well what I'm referring to, but we'll swallow no more of this silly four-dimensional Superman tale, so don't bother to start it. I don't understand you. It's true. Again he tried to peer across the room. Why are you hunting me like this? What are you trying to do to me? We want the truth. We want to know what you saw. But you're what I saw. You know what I found out. I mean... He stopped, his face going white. His hand went to his mouth. He stared still harder. Who are you? He whispered. The truth, the man roared. You'd better be quick or you'll be back in the corridor. Weber. Your last chance, Harry. Without warning, Harry was across the room, flying across the desk, crashing into the big man's chest. With a scream of fury, he fought, driving his fists into the powerful chest, wrenching at the thick, flailing arms of the startled man. It's you, he screamed. It's you that's been torturing me. It's you that's been hunting me down all this time, not the other people. You and your crowd of ghouls have been at my throat. He threw the big man off balance, dropped heavily on him as he fell back to the ground, glared down into the other's angry brown eyes. And then, as though he had never been there at all, the big man vanished, and Harry sat back on the floor, his whole body shaking with frustrated sobs as his mind twisted in anguish. He had been wrong, completely wrong, ever since he had discovered the Not Men, because he had thought they had been the ones who hunted and tortured him for so long, and now he knew how far he had been wrong, for the face of the shadowy man, the man behind the nightmare he was living, was the face of Dr. George Weber. You're a fool, said Dr. Manelli sharply as he turned away from the sleeping figure on the bed to face the older man. Of all the ridiculous things to let him connect you with this. The young doctor turned abruptly and sat down in a chair, glowering at Dr. Weber. You haven't gotten to first base yet, but you've just given Scott enough evidence to free himself from integrator control altogether if he gives it any thought. I suppose you realize that? Nonsense, Dr. Weber retorted. They had enough information to do that when we first started. I'm no more worried now than I was then. I'm sure he doesn't know enough about the psycho-integrator to be able to voluntarily control the patient-operator relationship to any degree. No, he's safe enough. But you've missed the whole point of that little interview. Dr. Weber grinned at Manelli. I'm afraid I have. It looked to me like useless bravado. The persecution, man. The persecution! He shifted his sights. Before that interview, the Not Men were torturing him, remember? Because they were afraid he would report his findings to me, of course. But now it's I that's against him. His grin widened. You see where that leads? We were talking almost as though you believed the story about a different sort of people among us. Dr. Weber shrugged. Perhaps I do. Oh, come now, George. Dr. Weber's eyebrows went up, and the grin disappeared from his face. Harry Scott believes it, Frank. We mustn't forget that, or miss its significance. Before Harry started this investigation of his, he wouldn't have paid any attention to such nonsense. But he believes it now. But Harry Scott is insane. You said it yourself. Ah, yes, said Dr. Weber. Insane. Just like the others who started to get somewhere along these lines of investigation. Try to analyze the growing incidence of insanity in the population, and you yourself go insane. You've got to be crazy to be a psychiatrist. It's an old joke, but it isn't very funny anymore. It's too much for coincidence. And then consider the nature of the insanity. A full-blown paranoia. Oh, it's amazing. A cunning organization of men, or not men, a regular fairy story, all straight from Harry Scott's agile young mind. But now it's we who are persecuting him, and he still believes his fairy tale. So? Dr. Weber's eyes flashed angrily. It's too neat, Frank. It's clever, and it's powerful, whatever we're up against. But I think we've got an ace in the hole. We have Scary Scott. And you really think he'll lead us somewhere? Dr. Weber laughed. That door I spoke of, that Harry peeked through. I think he'll go back to it again. I think he's started to open that door already. This time, I'm going to follow him through. 4. It seemed incredible. Yet Harry Scott knew that he had not been mistaken. It had been Dr. Weber's face that he had seen, a face no one could forget, an unmistakable face. And that meant that it had been Dr. Weber who had been persecuting him. But why? He had been going to report to Weber when he had run into that golden field in the rooming house hallway, and suddenly things had changed. Harry felt a chill, reaching to his fingers and toes. Yes, something had changed all right. The attack on him, had suddenly become butcherous, cruel, sneaking into his mind somehow to use his most dreaded nightmares against him. There was no telling what new horrors might be waiting for him. But he knew that he would lose his mind unless he could find an escape. He was on his feet, his heart pounding. He had to get out of here, wherever he was. He had to get back to town, back to the city, back to where people were, if he could find a place to hide, a place where he could rest. He could try to think his way out of this ridiculous maze, or at least try to understand it. He wrenched at the door and the passageway started through and smashed face up against a solid brick wall. He cried out and jumped back from the wall. Blood trickled from his nose. The door was walled up, the mortar dry and hard. Frantically, he glanced around the room. There were no other doors, only the row of tiny windows around the ceiling of the room, pale, ghostly squares of light. He pulled the chair over to the windows, peered out through the cobwebbed openings to the corridor beyond. It was not the same hallway as before, but an old dirty building corridor, incredibly aged, with brick sagging away from the walls. At the end he could see stairs, and even the faintest hint of sunlight coming from above. Wildly he tore at the masonry of the window, chipping away at the soggy mortar with his fingers until he could squeeze through the opening. He fell to the floor of the corridor outside. It was much colder, and the silence was no longer so intense. He seemed to feel, rather than hear, the surging power, the rumble of many machines, the little, almost palpable vibrations from far above him. He started in a dead run down the musty corridor to the stairs and began to climb them, almost stumbling over himself in his eagerness. After several flights, the brick walls gave way to cleaner plastic, and suddenly a brightly lighted corridor stretched before him. Panting from the climb, Harry ran down the corridor to the end, wrenched open a door, and looked out anxiously. He was almost stunned by the bright light. At first he couldn't orient himself as he stared down at the metal ramp, the moving strips of glowing metal, carrying the throngs of people sliding along the thoroughfare before him, unaware of him watching, unaware of any change from the usual. The towering buildings before him rose to unbelievable heights, bathed in ever-changing rainbow colors, and he felt his pulse thumping in his temples as he gaped. He was in the new city. Of that there was no doubt. This was the part of the great metropolis which had been built again since the devastating war that had nearly wiped the city from the earth a decade before. These were the moving streets, the beautiful residential apartments, following the modern neo-functional patterns and the participational design which had completely altered the pattern of city living. The old city still remained, of course, the slums, the tenements, the skid rows of the metropolis, but this was the teeming heart of the city, a new home for men to live in. And this was the stronghold where the not-men could be found, too. The thought cut through Harry's mind, sending a tremor up his spine. He had found them here. He had uncovered his first clues here and discovered them, and even now his mind was filled with the horrible, paralyzing fear he had felt that first night when he had made the discovery. Yet he knew now that he dared not go back where he had come from. At last he could understand why the not-men might have feared and persecuted him, but he could not understand the horrible assault that Dr. Webber had unleashed, and somehow he found Dr. Webber's attack infinitely more frightening. He seemed to be safe here, though, at least for the moment. Quickly he moved down onto the nearest moving sidewalk, heading towards the living section of the new city. He knew where he would go there, where he would lock himself in, a place where he could think, possibly find a way to fight off Dr. Webber's attack of nightmares. He settled back on a bench in the moving sidewalk, watching the city slide past him for several minutes, before he noticed the curious shadow form which seemed to whisk out of his field of vision every time he looked. They were following him again. He looked around wildly as the sidewalk moved swiftly through the cool evening air. Far above, he could see the shimmering iridescent screen that still stood to protect the new city from the devastating virus attacks which might again strike down from the skies without warning. Far ahead, he could see the magnificent bridge formed by the sidewalk crossing over to the apartment area where the thousands who worked in the new city were returning to their homes. Someone was still following him. Presently he heard the sound. So close to his ear he jumped, yet so small he could hardly identify it as a human voice. "What was it you found, Harry? What did you discover? Better tell, better tell." He saw the rift in the moving sidewalk coming, far ahead, a great, gaping rent in the metal fabric of the swiftly moving escalator, as if a huge blade were slicing it down the middle. Harry's hand went to his mouth, choking back a scream as the hole moved with incredible rapidity down the center of the strip, swallowing up whole rows of the seats, moving straight towards his own. He glanced in fright right over the side just as the sidewalk moved out onto the bridge, and he gasped as he saw the towering canyons of buildings fall far below, saw the seats tumble end over end, heard the sounds of screaming blend into the roar of air by his ears. And then the rift screamed by him with a demonic whine, and he sank back onto his bench, gaping, as the two cloven halves of the strip clanged back together again. He stared at the people around him on the strip, and they stared back at him mildly, unperturbed, and returned to their evening papers as the strip passed through the first local station on the other side of the bridge. Harry Scott sprang to his feet, moving swiftly across the slower strips for the exit channels. He noted the station stop vaguely, but his only thought was speed, desperate speed, fear-driven speed, to put into action the plan that had suddenly burst into his mind. He knew that he had reached his limit. He had come to a point beyond which he couldn't fight alone. Somehow, Weber had burrowed into his brain, laid his mind open to attacks of nightmare and madness that he could never hope to fight. Facing this alone, he would lose his mind. His only hope was to go for help to the ones he feared only slightly less, the ones who had minds capable of fighting back for him. He crossed under the movable sidewalks and boarded the one going back into the heart of the city. Somewhere there, he hoped, he would find the help he needed, somewhere back in that city where men he had discovered who were men, and something more. Frank Manelli carefully took the blood pressure of the sleeping figure on the bed and turned to the other man. "He'll be dead soon," he snapped. "Another few minutes now, it's all it'll take. Just a few more." "Absurd. There's nothing in these stimuli that can kill him." George Weber sat tense, his eyes fixed on the pale, fluctuating screen near the head of the bed. "His own mind can kill him. He's on the run now. You've broken him loose from his nice, safe paranoia. His mind is retreating, running back from some other delusions. It's escaping to the safety his fantasy people can afford him, these not men he thinks about." Yes, agreed Dr. Weber, his eyes eager. "Oh, he's on the run now." "But what will he do when he finds there aren't any not men to save him? What will he do then?" Weber looked up, frowning and grim. "Well, then we'll know what he found behind the dark door that he opened, that's what." "No, you're wrong. He'll die. He'll find nothing, and the shock will kill him. My God, Weber, you can't tamper with a man's mind like this and hope to save his life. You're obsessed. You've always been obsessed by this impossible search for something in our society, some undiscovered factor to account for the mental illness, the divergent minds. But you can't kill a man to trace it down." "It's too neat," said Weber. "He comes back to tell us the truth, and we call him insane. We say he's paranoid, throw him in restraint, place him in an asylum, and we never know what he found. The truth is too incredible. When we hear it, it must be insanity we're hearing." The big doctor laughed, jabbing his thumb at the screen. "This isn't insanity we're seeing. Oh, no, this is the answer we're following. I won't stop now. I've waited too long for this show." "Well, I say stop it while he's still alive." Dr. Weber's eyes were deadly. "Get out, Frank," he said softly. "I'm not stopping now." His eyes returned to the screen, to the bobbing figure that the psycho-integrator placed on the fluorescent background. 20 years of search had led him here. And now he knew the end was at hand. 5. It was a wild, nightmarish journey. At every step, Harry's senses betrayed him. His wristwatch turned into a brilliant blue-green snake that snapped at his wrist. The air was full of snarling creatures that threatened him at every step, but he fought them off, knowing that they would harm him far less than panic would. He had no idea where to hunt, nor whom to try to reach, but he knew that they were in the new city, and somehow he knew they would help him, if only he could find them. He got off the moving strip as soon as the lights of the center of the city were clear below, and stepped into the self-operated lift that sped down to ground level. From the elevator, he moved on to one of the long honeycombed concourses filled with passing shoppers who stared at the colorful, enticing three-dimensional displays. At one of the intersections ahead, he spotted a visiphone station and dropped into the little seat before the screen. There had been a number, if only he could recall it. But as he started to dial, the silvery screen shattered into 1,000 sparkling glass chips, showering the floor with crystalline sparks. Harry cursed, grabbed the hand instrument, and jangled frantically for the operator. Before she could answer, the instrument grew warm in his hand, then hot and soft like wax. Slowly, it melted and ran down his arm. He bolted out into the stream of people, trying desperately to draw some comfort from the crowd around him. He felt utterly alone. He had to contact the Knot men who were in the city, warn them before they spotted him of the attack he carried with him. If he were leading his pursuer, he could expect no mercy from the ones whose help he sought. He knew the lengths to which they would go to remain undetected in the society around them. Yet he had to find them. In the distance he saw a figure waiting, back against one of the show windows. Harry stopped short, ducked into a doorway, and peered out fearfully. Their eyes locked for an instant. Then the figure moved on. Harry felt a jolt of horror surge through him. Dr. Weber hunting him in person. He ducked out of the doorway, turned and ran madly in the opposite direction, searching for an up escalator he could catch. Behind him, he heard shots, heard the angry whine of bullets past his ear. He breathed in great gasping sobs as he found an almost empty escalator and bounded up at 4 steps at a time. Below, he could see Weber coming too, his broad shoulders forcing their way relentlessly through the mill of people. Panting, Harry reached the top, checked his location against a wall map, and started down the long ramp which led toward the building he had tried to call. Another shot broke out behind him. The wall alongside powdered away, leaving a gaping hole. On impulse, he leaped into the hole, running through to the rear of the building, as the weakened wall swayed and crumbled into a heap of rubble just as Weber reached the place Harry had entered. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and raced up the stairs of the building to reach a ramp on another level. He turned his eyes towards the tall building at the end of the concourse. There he could hide and relax and try somehow to make a contact. Someone fell into step beside him and took his arm gently, but firmly. Harry jerked away, turning terrified eyes to the one who had joined him. "Quiet," said the man, steering him around towards the edge of the concourse. "Not a sound. You'll be all right." Harry felt a tremor pass through his mind, the barest touching of mental fingertips, a recognition that sent a surge of eager blood through his heart. He stopped short, facing the man. "I'm being followed," he gasped. "You can't take me anywhere. You don't want Weber to follow, or you'll be in terrible danger." The stranger shrugged and smiled briefly. "You're not here. You're in a psycho-integrator. It can hurt you if you let it, but it can't hurt me." He stepped up his pace slightly, and in a moment they turned abruptly into a darkened cul-de-sac. Suddenly they were moving through the wall of the building, into the brilliantly lit lobby of the tall building. Harry gasped, but the stranger led him without a sound towards the elevator, stepped aboard with him, and sped upward, the silence broken only by the whish-whish-whish of the passing floors. Finally they stepped out into a quiet corridor and down through a small office door. A man sat behind the desk in the office, his face quiet, his eyes very wide and dark. He hardly glanced at Harry, but turned his eyes to the other man. "Set?" he asked. "Couldn't miss now." The man nodded and looked at last at Harry. "You're upset," he murmured. "What's bothering you?" "Weber," said Harry hoarsely. "He's following me here. He'll spot you. I tried to warn you before I came, but I couldn't." The man at the desk smiled. Weber again, huh? Our old friend Weber. That's all right. Weber's at the end of his tether. There's nothing he can do to stop us. He's trying to attack with force, and he fails to realize that time and thought are on our side. The time when force would have succeeded against us is long past. But now there are many of us, almost as many as not. Harry stared shrewdly at the man behind the desk. "Then why are you so afraid of Weber?" he asked. "Afraid? Well, you know you are. Long ago you threatened me if I reported to him. You watched me, played with me. Why are you afraid of him?" The man sighed. Weber's premature. We are stalling for time. That's all. We wait. We've grown from so very few back in the 1940s and 50s, but the time for quiet usurpation of power has not quite arrived. But men like Weber force our hand, discover us, try to expose us. Harry Scott's face was white, his hands shaking. And what do you do to them? We, deal with them. And those like me? The man smiled lopsidedly. Those like Paulus and Weinberg and the rest. They're happy, really, like little children. But one like you is so much more useful. He pointed almost apologetically to the small screen on his desk. Harry looked at it, realization dawning. He watched the huge, broad-shouldered figure moving down the hallway towards the door. Weber was dangerous to you. Unbelievably dangerous. So dangerous we would use any means to trap him. Suddenly the door burst open, and there stood Weber. A triumphant Weber, face flushed, eyes wide, as he stared at the man behind the desk. The man smiled back and said, "Come on in, George. We've been waiting for you." Weber stepped through the door. "Manelli, you fool!" There was a blinding flash as he crossed the threshold. A faint crackle of sound reached Harry's ears. Then the world blacked out. It might have been minutes or hours or days. The man who had been behind the desk was leaning over Harry, smiling down at him, gently bandaging the trephine wounds at his temples. "Gently," he said, as Harry tried to sit up. "Don't try to move. You've been through a rough time." Harry peered up at him. You're not Dr. Weber." "No, I'm Dr. Manelli. Dr. Weber's been called away. An accident. He'll be some time recovering. I'll be taking care of you." Vaguely, Harry was aware that something was peculiar, something not quite as it should be. The answer slowly dawned on him. "Oh, the statistical analysis," he exclaimed. "I was supposed to get some data for Dr. Weber about an analysis, something about rising insanity rates." Dr. Manelli looked blank. "Insanity rates? You must be mistaken. You were brought here for an immunity examination, nothing more, but you can check with Dr. Weber when he gets back." 6. George Weber sat in the little room, trembling, listening, his eyes wide in the thick, misty darkness. He knew it would be a matter of time now. He couldn't run much further. He hadn't seen them, true. Oh, they'd been very clever, but they thought they were dealing with a fool, and they weren't. He knew they'd been following him. He'd known it for a long time now. It was just as he had been telling the man downstairs the night before. They were everywhere. Your neighbor upstairs, the butcher on the corner, your own son or daughter, maybe even the man you were talking to. Everywhere. And of course he had to warn as many people as he possibly could before they caught him, throttled him off as they had threatened to if he talked to anyone. If only the people would listen to him when he told them how cleverly it was all planned, how it would only be a matter of months, maybe only weeks or days before the change would happen, and the world would be quietly, silently taken over by the other people, the different people who could walk through the walls and think in impossibly complex channels, and no one would know the difference, because business would go on as usual. He shivered, sinking down lower on the bed. If only people would listen to him. It wouldn't be long now. He had heard the stealthy footsteps on the landing below his room some time ago. This was the night they had chosen to make good their threats, to choke off his dangerous voice once and for all. There were footsteps on the stairs now, growing louder. Wildly, he glanced around the room as the steps moved down the hall toward his door. He rushed to the window, threw up the sash, and screamed hoarsely to the silent street below, "Look out! They're here, all around us! They're planning to take over! Look out! Look out!" The door burst open, and there were two men moving toward him, grim-faced, dressed in white. Tall, strong men, with sad faces and strong arms. One was saying, "Better come quietly, mister. No need to wake up the whole town." End of The Dark Door by Alan Edward Nourse.
Gambler's World by Keith Laumer. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Retief paused before a tall mirror to check the overlap of the 4 sets of lapels that ornamented the vermilion cutaway of a first secretary and consul. "Come along, Retief," Magnan said. "The ambassador has a word to say to the staff before we go in." "I hope he isn't going to change the spontaneous speech he plans to make with the potentate impulsively suggests a trade agreement along the lines they've been discussing for the last 2 months. "Your derisive attitude is uncalled for, Retief," Magnan said sharply. "I think you realize it's delayed your promotion in the Corps." Retief took a last glance in the mirror. "I'm not sure I want a promotion," he said. "It would mean more lapels." Ambassador Crodfaller pursed his lips, waiting until Retief and Magnan took places in the ring of terrestrial diplomats around him. "A word of caution only, gentlemen," he said. "Keep always foremost in your minds the necessity for our identification with the Nenni caste. Even a hint of familiarity with lower echelons could mean the failure of the mission. Let us remember that the Nenni represent authority here on Patriarch. Their traditions must be observed, whatever our personal preferences. Let's go along now. The potentate will be making his entrance any moment." Magnan came to Retief's side as they moved toward the salon. "The ambassador's remarks were addressed chiefly to you, Retief," he said. "Your laxness in these matters is notorious. Naturally, I believe firmly in democratic principles myself. Have you a feeling, Mr. Magnan, that there's a lot going on here that we don't know about?" Magnan nodded. "Quite so. Ambassador Crodfaller's point exactly. Matters which are not of concern to the Nenni are of no concern to us. Another feeling I get is that the Nenni aren't very bright. Now suppose—" "I'm not given to suppositions, Retief. We're here to implement the policies of the Chief of Mission, and I should dislike to be in the shoes of a member of the staff whose conduct jeopardized the agreement that will be concluded here tonight." A bearer with a tray of drinks rounded a fluted column, shied as he confronted the diplomats, fumbled the tray, grabbed and sent a glass crashing to the floor. Magnan leaped back, slapping at the purple cloth of his pants leg. Retief's hand shot out to steady the tray. The servant rolled terrified eyes. "I'll take one of these, now that you're here," Retief said. He took a glass from the tray, winking at the servant. "No harm done," he said. "Mr. Magnan's just warming up for the big dance." A Nenni major domo bustled up, rubbing his hands politely. "Some trouble here?" he said. "What happened, honorables? What—" "The blundering idiot!" Magnan spluttered. "How dare—" "You're quite an actor, Mr. Magnan," Retief said. "If I didn't know about your democratic principles, I'd think you were really mad." The servant ducked his head and scuttled away. "Has this fellow—" The major domo eyed the retreating bearer. "I dropped my glass," Retief said. "Mr. Magnan's upset because he hates to see liquor wasted." Retief turned to find himself face to face with Ambassador Crodfaller. "I witnessed that," the ambassador hissed. "By the goodness of Providence, the potentate and this retinue haven't appeared yet, but I can assure you the servants saw it. A more un-Nenni-like display I would find it difficult to imagine." Retief arranged his features in an expression of deep interest. "More un-Nenni-like, sir?" he said. "I'm not sure I—" "Bah!" The ambassador glared at Retief. "Your reputation has preceded you, sir. Your name is associated with a number of the most bizarre incidents in Corps history. I'm warning you, I'll tolerate nothing." He turned and stalked away. "Ambassador baiting is a dangerous sport, Retief," Magnan said. Retief took a swallow of his drink. "Still," he said, "it's better than no sport at all." "Your time would be better spent observing the Nenni mannerisms. Frankly, Retief, you're not fitting into the group at all well. I'll be candid with you, Mr. Magnan. The group gives me the willies. Oh, the none of you are a trifle frivolous, I'll concede, Magnan said. But it's with them that we must deal, and you'd be making a contribution to the overall mission if you merely abandoned that rather arrogant manner of yours. Magnan looked at Retief critically. You can't help your height, of course, but couldn't you curve your back just a bit and possibly assume a more placating expression? Just act a little more girlish? Exactly. Magnan nodded, then looked sharply at Retief. Retief drained his glass and put it on a passing tray. I'm better at acting girlish when I'm well juiced, he said, but I can't face another sorghum and soda. I suppose it would be un-Nenny-like to slip the bearer a credit and ask for a scotch and water? Decidedly. Magnan glanced toward a sound across the room. Ah, here's the potentate now. He hurried off. Retief watched the bearers coming and going, bringing trays laden with drinks, carrying off empties. There was a lull in the drinking now as the diplomats gathered around the periwigged chief of state and his courtiers. Bearers loitered near the service door, eyeing the notables. Retief strolled over to the service door, pushed through it into a narrow, white-tiled hall filled with the odors of the kitchen. Silent servants gaped as he passed, watching as he moved along to the kitchen door and stepped inside. Part 2. A dozen or more low-caste Petriacans, gathered around a long table in the center of the room, looked up, startled. A heap of long-bladed bread knives, French knives, carving knives, and cleavers lay in the center of the table. Other knives were thrust into belts or held in the hands of the men. A fat man in the yellow sarong of a cook stood frozen in the act of handing a knife to a tall, one-eyed sweeper. Retief took one glance, then let his eyes wander to a far corner of the room. Humming a careless little tune, he sauntered across to the open liquor shelves, selected a garish green bottle, and turned unhurriedly back toward the door. The group of servants watched him, transfixed. As Retief reached the door, it swung inward. Magnan, lips pursed, stood in the doorway. I had a premonition, he said. I'll bet it was a dandy, Retief said. You must tell me all about it in the salon. We'll have this out right here, Magnan snapped. I've warned you. Magnan's voice trailed off as he took in the scene around the table. After you, Retief said, nudging Magnan toward the door. What's going on here? Magnan barked. He stared at the men, started around Retief. A hand stopped him. Let's be going, Retief said, propelling Magnan toward the hall. Those knives, Magnan yelped. Take your hands off me, Retief. What are you men? Retief glanced back. The fat cook gestured suddenly and the men faded back. The cook stood, arm cocked, a knife across his palm. Close the door and make no sound, he said softly. Magnan pressed back against Retief. Let's run, he faltered. Retief turned slowly, put his hands up. I don't run very well with a knife in my back, he said. Stand very still, Magnan, and do just what he tells you. Take them out through the back, the cook said. What does he mean? Magnan spluttered. Here, you... Silence, the cook said, almost casually. Magnan gaped at him, closed his mouth. Two of the men with knives came to Retief's side and gestured, grinning broadly. Let's go, peacocks, one said. Retief and Magnan silently crossed the kitchen, went out the back door, stopped on command and stood waiting. The sky was brilliant with stars. A gentle breeze stirred the treetops beyond the garden. Behind them the servants talked in low voices. You go too, Illy, the cook was saying. Do it here, another said. And carry their damn dead bodies down? Pitch 'em behind the hedge. I said the river, 3 of you is plenty for a couple of nenny. We don't know if they want to. They're foreigners, not nenny. We don't know. So they're foreign nenny. Makes no difference. I've seen them. I need every man here. Now get going. What about the big guy? He looks tough. Him? He waltzed into the room and didn't notice a thing, but watched the other one. At a prod from a knife point, Retief moved off down the walk, 2 of the escort behind him and Magnan, another going ahead to scout the way. Magnan moved closer to Retief.
Say, he said in a whisper, that fellow in the lead, isn't he the one who spilled the drink? The one you took the blame for?
That's him, all right. He doesn't seem nervous anymore, I notice.
You saved him from serious punishment, Magnan said. He'll be grateful. He'll let us go.
Better check with the fellas with the knives before you act on that.
Say something to him, Magnan hissed. Remind him.
The lead man fell back in line with Retief and Magnan. These 2 are scared of you, he said, grinning and jerking a thumb toward the knife handlers. They haven't worked around the nenny like me. They don't know you. Don't you recognize this gentleman? Magnan said. He did me a favor, the man said. I remember. What's it all about? Retief asked. The revolution. We're taking over now. Who's we? The People's Anti-Fascist Freedom League. What are all the knives for? For the nenny and for all you foreigners. What do you mean? Magnan gasped. We'll slit all the throats at one time. Saves a lot of running around. What time will that be? Just at dawn, and dawn comes early this time of year. By full daylight, the Poffel will be in charge. You'll never succeed, Magnan said. A few servants with knives, you'll all be caught and killed. By who, the nenny? The man laughed. You nenny are a caution. But we're not nenny. We've watched you. You're the same. You're part of the same blood-sucking class. There are better ways to, adjust differences, Magnan said. This killing won't help you. I'll personally see to it that your grievances are heard in the core courts. I can assure you that the plight of the downtrodden workers will be alleviated. Equal rights for all. These threats won't work, the man said. You don't scare me. Threats? I'm promising relief to the exploited classes of Patraic. You must be nuts, the man said. You trying to upset the system or something? Isn't that the purpose of your revolution? Look, Nenny, we're tired of you Nenny getting all the graft. We want our turn. What good would it do us to run Patraic if there's no loot? You mean you intend to oppress the people? But they're your own group. Group, schmoop. We're taking all the chances. We're doing the work. We deserve the payoff. You think we're throwing up good jobs for the fun of it? You're basing a revolt on these cynical premises? Wise up, Nanny. There never has been a revolution for any other reason. Who's in charge of this? Retief said. Shoke, the head chef. I mean the big boss. Who tells Shoke what all to do? Oh, that's Zorn. Look out. Here's where we start down the slope. It's slippery. Look, Magnan said. You. My name's Illy. Mr. Illy, this man showed you mercy when he could have had you beaten. Keep moving. Yeah, I said I was grateful. Yes, Magnan said, swallowing hard. A noble emotion, gratitude. You won't regret it. I always try to pay back a good turn, Illy said. Watch your step now on this seawall. You'll never regret it, Magnan said. This is far enough. Illy motioned to one of the knife men. Give me your knife, Bug. The man passed the knife to Illy. There was an odor of sea mud and kelp. Small waves slapped against the stones of the seawall. The wind was stronger here. "I know a neat stroke," Illy said. "Practically painless. Who's first?" "What do you mean?" Magnan quavered. "I said I was grateful. I'll do it myself, give you a nice, clean job. You know these amateurs, botch it up and have a guy flopping around, yelling and spattering everybody up." "I'm first," Retief said. He pushed past Magnan, stopped suddenly, drove a straight punch at Illy's mouth. The long blade flickered harmlessly over Retief's shoulder as Illy fell. Retief whirled, leaped past Magnan, took the unarmed servant by the throat and belt, lifted him and slammed him against the third man. Both scrambled, yelped, and fell from the seawall into the water. Retief turned back to Illy. He pulled off the man's belt and strapped his hands together. Magnan found his voice. "You, we, they." "I know," Retief said. "We've got to get back," Magnan said. "Warn them. We'd never get through the rebel cordon around the palace, and if we did, trying to give an alarm would only set the assassinations off early. We can't just. We've got to go to the source, this fellow Zorn, get him to call it off. We'd be killed. At least we're safe here." Illy groaned and opened his eyes. He sat up. "On your feet, Illy," Retief said. Illy looked around. "I'm sick," he said. "The damp air is bad for you. Let's be going." Retief pulled the man to his feet. "Where does Zorn stay when he's in town?" he demanded. "What happened? Where's Vug and—" "They had an accident, fell in the pond." Illy gazed down at the restless black water. "I guess I had you Nenni figured wrong." "Us Nenni have hidden qualities. Let's get moving before Vug and Slug make it to shore and start it all over again." "No hurry," Illy said. "They can't swim." He spat into the water. "So long, Vug. So long, Toscan. Take a pull at the hell horn for me." He started off along the seawall toward the sound of the surf. "You want to see Zorn? I'll take you to see Zorn," he said. "I can't swim either." Part 3. "I take it," Retief said, "that the casino is a front for his political activities." "He makes plenty off it. This Paffle is a new kick. I never heard about it until maybe a couple months ago." Retief motioned toward a dark shed with an open door. "We'll stop here," he said, "long enough to strip the gadgets off these uniforms." Illy, hands strapped behind his back, stood by and watched as Retief and Magnan removed medals, ribbons, orders, and insignia from the formal diplomatic garments. "This may help some," Retief said, "if the word is out that 2 diplomats are loose." "It's a breeze," Illy said. "We see cats in purple and orange tailcoats all the time." "I hope you're right," Retief said. "But if we're called, you'll be the first to go, Illy." "You're a funny kind of Nenni," Illy said, eyeing Retief. "Toscan and Vug must be wondering what happened to 'em. If you think I'm good at drowning people, you ought to see me with a knife. Let's get going." "It's only a little way now," Illy said. "But you better untie me. Somebody's liable to stick their nose in and get me killed." "I'll take the chance. How do we get to the casino?" "We follow this street. It twists around and goes under a couple tunnels. When we get to the drunkard's stairs, we go up, and it's right in front of us. A pink front with a sign like a big luck wheel." "Give me your belt, Magnan," Retief said. Magnan handed it over. "Lie down, Illy," Retief said. The servant looked at Retief. "Vug and Toscan will be glad to see me," he said, "but they'll never believe me." He lay down. Retief strapped his feet together and stuffed a handkerchief in his mouth. "Why are you doing that?" Magnan asked. We need him. We know the way, and we don't need anyone to announce our arrival. It's only on 3D that you can march a man through a gang of his pals with a finger in his back. Magnan looked at the man. Maybe you'd better, cut his throat, he said. Illy rolled his eyes. That's a very un-Nettie-like suggestion, Mr. Magnan, Retief said. If we have any trouble finding the casino, I'll give it serious thought. There were few people in the narrow street. Shops were shuttered, windows dark. Maybe they heard about the coup, Magnan said. They're lying low. More likely, they're at the palace picking up their knives. They rounded a corner, stepped over a man curled in the gutter snoring heavily, and found themselves at the foot of a long flight of littered stone steps. The drunkard's stairs are plainly marked. Magnan sniffed. I hear sounds up there, Retief said. Sounds of merrymaking. Maybe we'd better go back. Merrymaking doesn't scare me, Retief said. Come to think of it, I don't know what the word means. He started up, Magnan behind him. At the top of the long stair, a dense throng milled in the alley-like street. A giant illuminated roulette wheel revolved slowly above them. A loudspeaker blared the chant of the croupiers from the tables inside. Magnan and Retief moved through the crowd toward the wide-open doors. Magnan plucked at Retief's sleeve. Are you sure we ought to push right in like this? Maybe we ought to wait a bit, look around. When you're where you have no business being, Retief said, always stride along purposefully. If you loiter, people begin to get curious. Inside, a mob packed the wide, low-ceilinged room, clustered about gambling devices in the form of towers, tables, and basins. What do we do now? Magnan asked. We gamble. How much money do you have in your pockets? Why, a few credits. Magnan handed the money to Retief. But what about the man Zorn? A purple cutaway is conspicuous enough without ignoring the tables, Retief said. We've got 100 credits between us. We'll get the Zorn in due course, I hope. Your pleasure, gents, a bullet-headed man said, eyeing the colorful evening clothes of the diplomats. You'll be one to try your luck at the Zoop Tower, I guess. A game for real sporting gents. Why, Magnan said. What's a Zoop Tower? Retief asked. Out-of-towners, eh? The bullet-headed man shifted his dope stick to the other corner of his mouth. Zoop is a great little game. 2 teams of players buy into the pot. Each player takes a lever. The object is to make the ball drop from the top of the tower into your net, okay? What's the ante? I've got 100 credit pot working now, gents. Retief nodded. We'll try it. The shill led the way to an 8-foot tower mounted on gimbals. 2 perspiring men in trade-class pullovers gripped 2 of the levers that controlled the tilt of the tower. A white ball lay in a hollow in the thick glass platform at the top. From the center, an intricate pattern of grooves led out to the edge of the glass. Retief and Magnan took chairs before the 2 free levers. When the light goes on, gents, work the lever to jack the tower. You got 3 gears. Takes a good arm to work top gear. That's this button here. The little knob controls what way you're going. May the best team win. I'll take the 100 credits now. Retief handed over the money. A red light flashed on, and Retief tried the lever. It moved easily with a ratcheting sound. The tower trembled, slowly tilted toward the 2 perspiring workmen pumping frantically at their levers. Magnan started slowly, accelerated as he saw the direction the tower was taking. Faster, Retief, he said. They're winning. This is against the clock, gents, the bullet-headed man said. If nobody wins when the light goes off, the house takes all. Crank it over to the left, Retief said. I'm getting tired. Shift to a lower gear. The tower leaned. The ball stirred, rolled into a concentric channel. Retief shifted to middle gear, worked the lever. The tower creaked to a stop, started back upright.
There isn't any lower gear,
Magnan gasped. One of the two on the other side of the tower shifted to middle gear. The other followed suit. They worked harder now, heaving against the stiff levers. The tower quivered, moved slowly toward their side.
I'm exhausted,
Magnan gasped. He dropped the lever, lolled back in the chair, gulping air. Retief shifted position, took Magnan's lever with his left hand. Shift it to middle gear, Retief said. Magnan gulped, punched the button, and slumped back, panting.
My arm,
he said. I've injured myself. The two men in pullovers conferred hurriedly as they cranked their levers. Then one punched a button and the other reached across, using his left arm to help.
They've shifted to high, Magnan said. Give up, it's hopeless.
Shift me to high, Retief said. Both buttons. Magnan complied. Retief's shoulders bulged. He brought one lever down, then the other, alternately, slowly at first, then faster. The tower jerked, tilted toward him, farther. The ball rolled in the channel, found an outlet. Abruptly, both Retief's levers froze. The tower trembled, wavered, and moved back. Retief heaved. One lever folded at the base, bent down, and snapped off short. Retief braced his feet, took the other lever with both hands, and pulled. There was a rasp of metal friction and a loud twang. The lever came free, a length of broken cable flopping into view. The tower fell over as the two on the other side scrambled aside.
Hey!
Bullethead yelled.
You wrecked my equipment.
Retief got up and faced him. Does Zorn know you've got your tower rigged for suckers? You trying to call me a cheat or something? The crowd had fallen back, ringing the two men. Bullethead glanced around. With a lightning motion, he plucked a knife from somewhere. That'll be 500 credits for the equipment, he said. Nobody calls Kippy a cheat. Retief picked up the broken lever. Don't make me hit you with this, you cheap chiseler. Kippy looked at the bar. Coming in here, he said indignantly, looking to the crowd for support, busting up my rig, calling names. I want 100 credits, Retief said. Now. Highway robbery, Kippy yelled. Better pay up, somebody called. Hit him, mister, someone else said. A broad-shouldered man with graying hair pushed through the crowd and looked around. You heard him, Kippy. Give, he said. The shill growled but tucked his knife away. Reluctantly, he peeled a bill from a fat roll and handed it over. The newcomer looked from Retief to Magnan. Pick another game, strangers, he said. Kippy made a little mistake. This is small-time stuff, Retief said. I'm interested in something big. The broad-shouldered man lit a perfumed dope stick. What would you call big? He said softly. What's the biggest you've got? The man narrowed his eyes, smiling. Maybe you'd like to try Slam. Tell me about it. Over here. The crowd opened up, made a path. Retief and Magnan followed across the room to a brightly lit, glass-walled box. There was an arm-sized opening at waist height. Inside was a hand grip. A 2-foot plastic globe a quarter full of chips hung in the center. Apparatus was mounted at the top of the box. Slam pays good odds, the man said. You can go as high as you like. Chips cost you 100 credits. You start it up by dropping a chip in here. He indicated a slot. You take the hand grip. When you squeeze, it unlocks. The globe starts to turn. You can see it's full of chips. There's a hole at the top. As long as you hold the grip, the bowl turns. The harder you squeeze, the faster it turns. Eventually, it'll turn over to where the hole is down, and the chips fall out. On the other hand, there's contact plates spotted around the bowl. When one of them lines up with a live contact, you get quite a little jolt. Guaranteed non-lethal. All you've got to do is hold on long enough and you'll get the payoff. How often does this random pattern put the hole down? Anywhere from 3 minutes to 15 with the average run of players. Oh, by the way, one more thing. That lead block up there, the man motioned with his head toward a 1-foot cube suspended by a thick cable. It's rigged to drop every now and again. Averages 5 minutes. A warning light flashes first. You can take a chance. Sometimes the light's a bluff. You can set the clock back on it by dropping another chip, or you can let go the grip. Retief looked at the massive block of metal. That would mess up a man's dealing hand, wouldn't it? The last 2 jokers who were too cheap to feed the machine had to have 'em off. Their arms, I mean. That lead's heavy stuff. I don't suppose your machine has a habit of getting stuck, like Kippy's? The broad-shouldered man frowned. You're a stranger, he said. You don't know any better. It's a fair game, mister, someone called. Where do I buy the chips? The man smiled. I'll fix you up. How many? 1. A big spender, eh? The man snickered but handed over a large plastic chip. Part 4. Retief stepped to the machine, dropped the coin. If you want to change your mind, the man said, you can back out now. All it'll cost you is the chip you dropped. Retief reached through the hole, took the grip. It was leather-padded, hand-filling. He squeezed it. There was a click and bright lights sprang up. The crowd awed. The globe began to twirl lazily. The 4-inch hole at its top was plainly visible. If ever the hole gets in position, it will empty very quickly, Magnan said hopefully. Suddenly, a brilliant white light flooded the glass cage. A sound went up from the spectators. Quick, drop a chip, someone called. You've only got 10 seconds. Let go, Magnan yelped. Retief sat silent, holding the grip, frowning up at the weight. The globe twirled faster now. Then the bright white light winked off. A bluff, Magnan gasped. That's risky, stranger, the gray-templed man said. The globe was turning rapidly now, oscillating from side to side. The hole seemed to travel in a wavering loop, dipping lower, swinging up high, then down again. It has to move to the bottom soon, Magnan said. Slow it down. The slower it goes, the longer it takes to get to the bottom, someone said. There was a crackle, and Retief stiffened. Magnan heard a sharp intake of breath. The globe slowed, and Retief shook his head, blinking. The broad-shouldered man glanced at a meter. You took pretty near a full jolt that time, he said. The hole in the globe was tracing an oblique course now, swinging to the center, then below. A little longer, Magnan said. That's the best speed I ever seen on the slam ball, someone said. How much longer can he hold it? Magnan looked at Retief's knuckles. They showed white against the grip. The globe tilted farther, swung around, then down. 2 chips fell out, clattered down a chute and into a box. We're ahead, Magnan said. Let's quit. Retief shook his head. The globe rotated, dipped again. 3 chips fell. She's ready, someone called. It's bound to hit soon, another voice added excitedly. Come on, mister. Slow down, Magnan said, so it won't move past too quickly. Speed it up before that lead block gets you, someone called. The hole swung wide over the top, then down the side. Chips rained out of the hole. 6, 8. Next pass, a voice called. The white light flooded the cage. The globe whirled. The hole slid over the top. Down, down. A chip fell. 2 more. Retief half rose, clamped his jaw, and crushed the grip. Sparks flew. The globe slowed, chips spewing. It stopped, swung back, weighted by the mass of chips at the bottom, and stopped again with the hole centered. Chips cascaded down the chute, filled the box before Retief spilled on the floor. The crowd yelled. Retief released the grip and withdrew his arm at the same instant that the lead block slammed down.
Good Lord,
Magnan said. I felt that through the floor. Retief turned to the broad-shouldered man. This game's all right for beginners, he said, but I'd like to talk a really big gamble. Why don't we go to your office, Mr. Zorn? Your proposition interests me, Zorn said, grinding out the stump of his dope stick in a brass ashtray. But there's some angles to this I haven't mentioned yet. You're a gambler, Zorn, not a suicide, Retief said. Take what I've offered. The other idea was fancier, I agree, but it won't work. How do I know you birds aren't lying? Zorn snarled. He stood up, strode up and down the room. You'll walk in here and tell me I'll have a task force on my neck, that the Corps won't recognize my regime. Maybe you're right, but I've got other contacts. They say different. He whirled, stared at Retief. I have pretty good assurance that once I put it over, the Corps will have to recognize me as the legal government of Patrick. They won't meddle in internal affairs. Nonsense, Magnan spoke up. The Corps will never deal with a pack of criminals calling themselves. Watch your language, you, Zorn rasped. I admit Mr. Magnan's point is a little weak, Retief said, but you're overlooking something. You plan to murder a dozen or so officers of the Corps Diplomatique Terrestrienne, along with the local wheels. The Corps won't overlook that. It can't. They're tough luck. They're in the middle, Zorn muttered. Our offer is extremely generous, Mr. Zorn, Magnan said. The post you'll get will pay you very well indeed. As against the certain failure of your planned coup, the choice should be simple. Zorn eyed Magnan. Offering me a job. It sounds phony as hell. I thought you birds were goody-goody diplomats. It's time you knew, Retief said. There's no phonier business in the galaxy than diplomacy. You'd better take it, Mr. Zorn, Magnan said. Don't push me, Junior, Zorn said. You two walk into my headquarters empty-handed and big-mouthed. I don't know what I'm talking to you for. The answer is no. N-I-X. No. Who are you afraid of? Retief said softly. Zorn glared at him. Where do you get that afraid routine? I'm top man here. Don't kid around, Zorn. Somebody's got you under their thumb. I can see you squirming from here. What if I let your boys alone? Zorn said suddenly. The Corps won't have anything to say then, huh? The Corps has plans for Patrick, Zorn. You aren't part of them. A revolution right now isn't part of them. Having the potentate and the whole Nenni caste slaughtered isn't part of them. Do I make myself clear? Listen, Zorn said urgently, pulling a chair around. I'll tell you guys a few things. You ever heard of a world they call Rotun? Certainly, Magnan said. It's a near neighbor of yours, another backward, that is, emergent. Okay, Zorn said. You guys think I'm a piker, do you? Well, let me wise you up. The federal junta on Rotun is backing my play. I'll be recognized by Rotun, and the Rotun fleet will stand by in case I need any help. I'll present the CDT with what you call a fait accompli. What does Rotun get out of this? I thought they were your traditional enemies. Don't get me wrong, I've got no use for Rotun, but our interests happen to coincide right now. Do they? Retief smiled grimly. You can spot a sucker as soon as he comes through that door out there, but you go for a deal like this. What do you mean? Zorn looked angrily at Retief. It's foolproof. After you get in power, you'll be fast friends with Rotun, is that it? Friends, hell. Just give me time to get set and I'll square a few things with that. Exactly. And what do you suppose they have in mind for you? What are you getting at? Why is Rotun interested in your takeover? Zoran studied Retief's face. I'll tell you why, he said. It's you birds, you and your trade agreement. You're here to tie Patrick into some kind of trade combine. That cuts Rotun out. Well, we're doing all right out here. We don't need any commitments to a lot of fancy pants on the other side of the galaxy. That's what Rotun has sold you, eh? Retief said, smiling. Sold nothing. Zoran ground out his dope stick, lit another. He snorted angrily. Okay, what's your idea? He asked after a moment. You know what Patrick is getting in the way of imports as a result of the agreement? Sure, a lot of junk. To be specific, Retief said, there will be 50,000 Tatone B3 dry washers, 100,000 glow float motile lamps, 100,000 earthworm miner garden cultivators, 25,000 Vaco space heaters, and 75,000 replacement elements for Ford Monomeg drives. Like I said, a lot of junk. Retief leaned back, looking sardonically at Zorn. Here's the gimmick, Zorn, he said. The Corps is getting a little tired of Patrick and Rotun carrying on their two-penny war out here. Your privateers have a nasty habit of picking on innocent bystanders. After studying both sides, the Corps has decided Patrick would be a little easier to do business with. So this trade agreement was worked out. The Corps can't openly sponsor an arms shipment to a belligerent, but personal appliances are another story. So what do we do? Plow 'em under with backyard cultivators? Soren looked at Retief, puzzled. What's the point? You take the sealed monitor unit from the washer, the repeller field generator from the lamp, the converter control from the cultivator, etc., etc. You fit these together according to some very simple instructions. Presto, you have 100,000 standard class Y hand blasters. Just the thing to turn the tide in a stalemated war fought with obsolete arms. Good Lord, Magnan said. Retief, are you? I have to tell him, Retief said. He has to know what he's putting his neck into. Weapons, hey? Zorn said. And Rotun knows about it? Sure they know about it. It's not too hard to figure out. And there's more. They want the CDT delegation included in the massacre for a reason. It will put Patrick out of the picture. The trade agreement will go to Rotun, and you and your new regime will find yourselves looking down the muzzles of your own blasters. Soren threw his dope stick to the floor with a snarl. I should have smelled something when that Rotun smoothie made his pitch. Zorn looked at his watch. I've got 200 armed men in the palace. We've got about 40 minutes to get over there before the rocket goes up. Part 5. You better stay here on this terrace out of the way until I've spread the word, Zorn said, just in case. Let me caution you against any, slip-ups, Mr. Zorn, Magnan said. The Nenni are not to be molested. Zorn looked at Retief. Your friend talks too much, he said. I'll keep my end of it. He'd better keep his. Nothing's happened yet, you're sure? Magnan said. I'm sure, Zorn said. 10 minutes to go. Plenty of time. I'll just step into the salon to assure myself that all is well, Magnan said. Suit yourself, Zorn said. Just stay clear of the kitchen or you'll get your throat cut. He sniffed at his dope stick. What's keeping Shoke? He muttered. Magnan stepped to a tall glass door, eased it open, and poked his head through the heavy draperies. As he moved to draw back, a voice was faintly audible. Magnan paused, head still through the drapes. What's going on there? Zorn rasped. He and Retief stepped up behind Magnan. Breath of air, ha-ha, Magnan was saying. Well, come along, Magnan, Ambassador Crodfoller's voice snapped. Magnan shifted from one foot to the other, then pushed through the drapes. "Where have you been, Mr. Magnan?" The ambassador's voice was sharp. "Oh, a slight accident, Mr. Ambassador." "What's happened to your shoes? Where are your insignia and decorations?" "I, spilled a drink on them. Sir, listen." The sound of an orchestra came up suddenly, blaring a fanfare. Zorn shifted restlessly, ear against the glass. "What's your friend pulling?" he rasped. "I don't like this." "Keep cool, Zorn," Retief said. "Mr. Magnan is doing a little emergency salvage on his career." The music died away with a clatter. "My God!" Ambassador Crodfaller's voice was faint. "Magnan, you'll be knighted for this. Thank God you reached me. Thank God it's not too late. I'll find some excuse. I'll get a gram off at once." "But you—" "It's all right, Magnan. You were in time. Another 10 minutes and the agreement would have been signed and transmitted. The wheels would have been put in motion. My career ruined." Retief felt a prod at his back. He turned. "Double-crossed," Zorn said softly. "So much for the word of a diplomat." Retief looked at the short-barreled needler in Zorn's hand. "I see you hedge your bets, Zorn," he said. "We'll wait here," Zorn said, "until the excitement's over inside. I wouldn't want to attract any attention right now." "Your politics are still lousy, Zorn. The picture hasn't changed. Your coup hasn't got a chance." "Skip it. I'll take up one problem at a time." "Magnan's mouth has a habit of falling open at the wrong time." "That's my good luck that I heard it. So there'll be no agreement, no guns, no fat job for Tammany Zorn, hey? Well, I can still play it the other way. What have I got to lose?" With a movement too quick to follow, Retief's hand chopped down across Zorn's wrist. The needler clattered as Zorn reeled, and then Retief's hand clamped Zorn's arm and whirled him around. "In answer to your last question," Retief said, "your neck." "You haven't got a chance, double-crosser," Zorn gasped. "Shoke will be here in a minute," Retief said. "Tell him it's all off." "Twist harder, mister," Zorn said. Break it off at the shoulder. I'm telling him nothing." "The kidding's over, Zorn," Retief said. "Call it off or I'll kill you." "I believe you," Zorn said, "but you won't have long to remember it." "All the killing will be for nothing," Retief said. "You'll be dead and the Rotuns will step into the power vacuum." "So what? When I die, the world ends." "Suppose I make you another offer, Zorn?" "Why would it be any better than the last one, Chiseler?" Retief released Zorn's arm, pushed him away, stooped and picked up the needler. "I could kill you, Zorn, you know that." "Go ahead." Retief reversed the needler, held it out. "I'm a gambler too, Zorn. I'm gambling you'll listen to what I have to say." Zorn snatched the gun, stepped back. He looked at Retief. "That wasn't the smartest bet you ever made, mister, but go ahead. You've got maybe 10 seconds. "Nobody double-crossed you, Zorn. Magnan put his foot in it. Too bad. Is that a reason to kill yourself and a lot of other people who've bet their lives on you?" "They gambled and lost. Tough." "Maybe you haven't lost yet. If you don't quit." "Get to the point." Retief spoke earnestly for a minute and a half. Zorn stood, gun aimed, listening. Then both men turned as footsteps approached along the terrace. A fat man in a yellow sarong padded up to Zorn. Zorn tucked the needler in his waistband. "Hold everything, Shoke," he said. "Tell the boys to put the knives away. Spread the word fast. It's all off." "I want to commend you, Retief," Ambassador Crodfaller said expansively. "You mixed very well at last night's affair. Actually, I was hardly aware of your presence." "I've been studying Mr. Magnan's work," Retief said. "A good man, Magnan," In a crowd, he's virtually invisible. He knows when to disappear, all right. This has been in many ways a model operation, Retief. The ambassador patted his paunch contentedly. By observing local social customs and blending harmoniously with the court, I've succeeded in establishing a fine, friendly, working relationship with the potentate. I understand the agreement has been postponed. The ambassador chuckled. The potentate's a crafty one. Through, a special study I have been conducting, I learned last night that he had hoped to, shall I say, put one over on the Corps. Great heavens, Retief said. Naturally, this placed me in a difficult position. It was my task to quash this gambit without giving any indication that I was aware of its existence. A hairy position indeed, Retief said. Quite casually, I informed the potentate that certain items which had been included in the terms of the agreement had been deleted and others substituted. I admired him at that moment, Retief. He took it coolly, appearing completely indifferent, perfectly dissembling his very serious disappointment. I noticed him dancing with 3 girls wearing a bunch of grapes apiece. He's very agile for a man of his bulk. You mustn't discount the potentate. Remember, beneath that mask of frivolity he had absorbed a bitter blow. He had me fooled, Retief said. Don't feel badly. I confess at first I failed to sense his shrewdness. The ambassador nodded and moved off along the corridor. Retief turned and went into an office. Magnan looked up from his desk. Ah, he said. Retief, I've been meaning to ask you about the, blasters. Are you... Retief leaned on Magnan's desk, looked at him. I thought that was to be our little secret. Well, naturally Magnan closed his mouth, swallowed. How is it, Retief, he said sharply, that you were aware of this blaster business when the ambassador himself wasn't? Easy, Retief said. I made it up. You what? Magnan looked wild. But the agreement, it's been revised. Ambassador Crudfaller has gone on record. Too bad. Glad I didn't tell him about it. Magnan leaned back and closed his eyes. It was big of you to take all the blame, Retief said, when the ambassador was talking about knighting people. Magnan opened his eyes. What about that gambler Zorn? Won't he be upset? It's all right, Retief said. I made another arrangement. The business about making blasters out of common components wasn't completely imaginary. You can actually do it, using parts from an old-fashioned disposal unit. What good will that do him? Magnan whispered, looking nervous. We're not shipping in any old-fashioned disposal units. We don't need to, Retief said. They're already installed in the palace kitchen, and in a few thousand other places, Zorn tells me. If this ever leaks... Magnan put a hand to his forehead. I have his word on it that the Nenni slaughter is out. This place is ripe for a change. Maybe Zorn is what it needs. But how can we know? Magnan yelped. How can we be sure? We can't, Retief said, but it's not up to the Corps to meddle in Patraic's internal affairs. He leaned over, picked up Magnan's desk lighter, and lit a cigar. He blew a cloud of smoke toward the ceiling. Right? Magnan looked at him and nodded weakly. Right. I'd better be getting along to my desk, Retief said, now that the ambassador feels that I'm settling down at last. Retief, Magnan said, tonight, I implore you, stay out of the kitchen, no matter what. Retief raised his eyebrows. I know, Magnan said. If you hadn't interfered, we'd all have had our throats cut. But at least, he added, we'd have died in accordance with regulations. End of story.
By James H. Schmitz, This recording by Craig S. Werner of Tidewater, Virginia. He was already a thief, prepared to steal again. He didn't know that he himself was only booty. Phil Garfield was 30 miles south of the little town of Redmond on Route 12 when he was startled by a series of sharp, clanking noises. They came from under the Packard's hood. The car immediately began to lose speed. Garfield jammed down the accelerator, had a sense of sick helplessness at the complete lack of response from the motor. The Packard rolled on, getting rid of its momentum, and came to a stop. Phil Garfield swore shakily. He checked his watch, switched off the headlights, and climbed out into the dark road. A delay of even half an hour here might be disastrous. It was past midnight, and he had another 110 miles to cover to reach the small private airfield where Madge waited for him, and the $30,000 in the suitcase on the Packard's front seat. If he didn't make it before daylight. He thought of the bank guard. The man had made a clumsy play at being a hero, and that had set off the fool woman who'd run screaming into their line of fire. One dead, perhaps two. Garfield hadn't stopped to look at an evening paper, but he knew they were hunting for him. He glanced up and down the road. No other headlights in sight at the moment. No light from a building showing on the forested hills. He reached back into the car and brought out the suitcase, his gun, a big flashlight, and the box of shells which had been standing beside the suitcase. He broke the box open, shoved a handful of shells and the .38 into his coat pocket, then took the suitcase and flashlight over to the shoulder of the road and set them down. There was no point in groping about under the Packard's hood. When it came to mechanics, Phil Garfield was a moron and well aware of it. The car was useless to him now, except as bait. But as bait, it might be very useful. Should he leave it standing where it was? No, Garfield decided. To anybody driving past, it would merely suggest a necking party or a drunk sleeping off his load before continuing home. He might have to wait an hour or more before someone decided to stop. He didn't have the time. He reached in through the window, hauled the top of the steering wheel towards him, and put his weight against the rear window frame. The Packard began to move slowly backwards at a slant across the road. In a minute or two he had it in position, not blocking the road entirely, which would arouse immediate suspicion, but angled across it, empty, both front doors open and inviting a passer-by's investigation. Garfield carried the suitcase and flashlight across the right-hand shoulder of the road and moved up among the trees and undergrowth of the slope above the shoulder. Placing the suitcase between the bushes, he brought out the .38, clicked the safety off, and stood waiting. Some 10 minutes later, a set of headlights appeared, speeding up Route 12 from the direction of Redmond. Phil Garfield went down on one knee before he came within range of the lights. Now he was completely concealed by the vegetation. The car slowed as it approached, braking nearly to a stop 60 feet from the stalled Packard. There were several people inside it. Garfield heard voices, then a woman's loud laugh. The driver tapped his horn inquiringly twice, moved the car slowly forward. As the headlights went past him, Garfield got to his feet among the bushes, took a step down towards the road, raising the gun. Then he caught the distant gleam of a second set of headlights approaching from Redmond. He swore under his breath and dropped back out of sight. The car below him reached the Packard, edged cautiously around it, rolled on with a sudden roar of acceleration. The second car stopped when still 100 yards away, the Packard caught in the motionless glare of its lights. Garfield heard the steady purring of a powerful motor. For almost a minute, nothing else happened. Then the car came gliding smoothly on, stopped again, no more than 30 feet to Garfield's left. He could see it now through the screening bushes. A big job, a long, low, four-door sedan. The motor continued to purr. After a moment, a door on the far side of the car opened and slammed shut. A man walked quickly out into the beam of the headlights and started toward the Packard. Phil Garfield rose from his crouching position, the .38 in his right hand, flashlight in his left. If the driver was alone, the thing was now cinched. But if there was somebody else in the car, Somebody capable of fast, decisive action. A slip in the next 10 seconds might cost him the sedan, and quite probably his freedom and life. Garfield lined up the .38 sight steadily on the center of the approaching man's head. He let his breath out slowly as the fellow came level with him in the road and squeezed off one shot. Instantly, he went bounding down the slope to the road. The bullet had flung the man sideways to the pavement. Garfield darted past him to the left, crossed the beam of the headlights, and was in darkness again on the far side of the road, snapping on his flashlight as he sprinted up to the car. The motor hummed quietly on. The flashlight showed the seats empty. Garfield dropped the light, jerked both doors open in turn, gun pointing into the car's interior. Then he stood still for a moment, weak and almost dizzy with relief. There was no one inside. The sedan was his. The man he had shot through the head lay face down on the road, his hat flung a dozen feet away from him. Route 12 still stretched out in dark silence to east and west. There should be time enough to clean up the job before anyone else came along. Garfield brought the suitcase down and put it on the front seat of the sedan, then started back to get his victim off the road and out of sight. He scaled the man's hat into the bushes, bent down, grasped the ankles, and started to haul him towards the left side of the road where the ground dropped off sharply beyond the shoulder. The body made a high, squealing sound and began to writhe violently. Shocked, Garfield dropped the legs and hurriedly took the gun from his pocket, moving back a step. The squealing noise rose in intensity as the wounded man quickly flopped over twice like a struggling fish, arms and legs sawing about with startling energy. Garfield clicked off the safety, pumped 3 shots into his victim's back. The grisly squeals ended abruptly. The body continued to jerk for another second or two, then lay still. Garfield shoved the gun back into his pocket. The unexpected interruption had unnerved him. His hand shook as he reached down again for the stranger's ankles. Then he jerked his hands back and straightened up, staring. From the side of the man's chest, a few inches below the right arm, something like a thick black stick, 3 feet long, protruded now through the material of the coat. It shone, gleaming wetly in the light from the car. Even in that first uncomprehending instant, something in its appearance brought a surge of sick disgust to Garfield's throat. Then the stick bent slowly, halfway down its length, forming a sharp angle, and its tip opened into what could have been 3 blunt, black claws, which scrabbled clumsily against the pavement. Very faintly, the squealing began again, and the body's back arched up as if another stick-like arm were pushing desperately against the ground beneath it. Garfield acted in a blur of horror. He emptied the .38 into the thing at his feet almost without realizing he was doing it. Then, dropping the gun, he seized one of the ankles, ran backwards to the shoulder of the road, dragging the body behind him. In the darkness, at the edge of the shoulder, he let go of it, stepped around to the other side, and with 2 frantically savage kicks sent the body plunging over the shoulder and down the steep slope beyond. He heard it crash through the brushes for some seconds, then stop. He turned and ran back to the sedan, scooping up his gun as he went past. He scrambled into the driver's seat and slammed the door shut behind him. His hand shook violently on the steering wheel as he pressed down the accelerator. The motor roared into life, and the big car surged forward. He edged it past the Packard, cursing aloud in horrified shock, jammed down the accelerator, and went flashing up Route 12, darkness racing beside and behind him. What had it been? Something that wore what seemed to be a man's body like a suit of clothes, moving the body as a man moves, driving a man's car. Roach-armed, roach-legged itself. Garfield drew a long, shuddering breath. Then, as he slowed for a curve, there was a spark of reddish light in the rear-view mirror. He stared at the spark for an instant, braking the car to a stop, rolled down the window and looked back. Far behind him along Route 12 a fire burned, approximately at the point where the Packard had stalled out, where something had gone rolling off the road into the bushes. Something, Garfield added mentally, that found fiery automatic destruction when death came to it, so that its secrets would remain unrevealed. But for him, the fire meant the end of a nightmare. He rolled the window up, took out a cigarette, lit it, and pressed the accelerator. In incredulous fright, he felt the nose of the car tilt upwards, headlights sweeping up from the road into the trees. Then the headlights winked out. Beyond the windshield, dark tree branches floated down towards him, the night sky beyond. He reached frantically for the door handle. A steel wrench clamped silently about each of his arms, drawing them in against his sides, immobilizing them there. Garfield gasped, looked up at the mirror, and saw a pair of faintly gleaming red eyes watching him from the rear of the car. Two of the things. The second one stood behind him out of sight, holding him. They'd been in what had seemed to be the trunk compartment, and they had come out. The eyes in the mirror vanished. A moist, black roach arm reached over the back of the seat beside Garfield, picked up the cigarette he had dropped, extinguished it with rather horribly human motions, and took up Garfield's gun and drew back out of sight. He expected a shot, but none came. One doesn't fire a bullet through the suit one intends to wear. It wasn't until that thought occurred to him that tough Phil Garfield began to scream. He was still screaming minutes later when, beyond the windshield, the spaceship floated into view among the stars. End of An Incident on Route 12 by James H. Schmitz.
Tight Squeeze by Dean Charles Ing. Recording by Jerome Lawson. Quote, he knew the theory of repairing the gizmo all right. He had that nicely taped. But there was the little matter of threading a wire through a too small hole while under 0G and working in a spacesuit. End quote. McNamara ambled across the loading ramp, savoring the dry, dusty air that smelled unmistakable of spaceship. He half-consciously separated the odors. The sweet, volatile scent of fuel, the sharp aroma of lingering exhaust gases from early morning test firing, the delicate odor of silicon plastic which was being stored as payload. He shielded his eyes against the sun, watching as men struggled with the last plastic girders to be strapped down high above the dazzling ground of white sands. The slender cargo door stood open around Vallier's girth, awaiting his own personal okay. This flight would be the fourth for Major Edward McNamara. As he neared the great, squatting shock absorbers, he could feel the tension begin to knot his stomach. He had, of course, been overwhelmed by the opportunity to participate in Operation Donut. The fact that he had been one of the best mechanical engineers in the Air Force never occurred to him at the time. He was a pilot, and a good one. But he had languished as CO of a maintenance squadron for nearly 2 years before he was given another crack at glory. Now he wasn't at all sure he was happy with the transition. They needed master mechanics for Operation Donut, but he felt they should be left on the ground when the towering supply rockets lifted. He stopped, leaning against scaffolding as he saw a familiar figure turn toward him. He cupped his hands before his face. Hey, douse that bug, can't you? Oh, Mac. The commanding voice trailed off in a chuckle. Better to clown his way through the inspection, McNamara thought, than to let Ruiz notice his nervousness. The co-pilot, Ruiz, walked toward him, still smiling. One of these days, boy, you're going to go too far. Thought you were a real 18-karat saboteur. He clapped McNamara on the shoulder and gazed aloft. Good day for it. No weather, no hangover, no nothing. Yeah. You know, Johnny, I've been thinking about a modification for our breathing oxy. He sniffed appreciatively. What's that? Put a little dust in it. A few smells. The stuff we breathe is just too sanitary. I know what you mean. I sure begin to crave this filthy germ-filled air after a few hours up there. They both smiled at the thought, then turned to the business at hand. By the way, Johnny, what are you doing out so early? Didn't expect to see you cabbies before 10. I don't know, the bronzed Ruiz replied. Went to bed early, woke up at 6 and couldn't drop off again. There I am. Carroll had to be along around 9:30. Thought I'd help you pre-flight if you want me to. Sure. He wanted nothing of the sort, but he had the tact not to say so. Edward McNamara was as familiar with the Valier as he was with the tip of his nose. He had been on the scene when Dan Burke test-hopped the third stage, had made improvements and rerouting jobs, and had memorized every serial number of every bearing that went into Valier. As flight engineer, he was supposed to. With Johnny Ruiz helping a little and hindering a little, he finished his tour of the cargo sections and grinned his approval to a muscular loading technician. I can button her up, Sergeant. Couldn't do a better job myself. It was a compliment of the highest order, and they both knew it. Riding the tiny lift down to ground level, McNamara stopped them every 10 feet or so to circle the catwalks. He noticed Rua's impatience about halfway down. "No hurry, Johnny. I don't want another Wild on our hands." He knew he shouldn't have said it, but it slipped out anyway. Everyone tried to forget the Wild disaster, particularly the flight personnel. The Wild, one of the first ships to be built, had made only 2 orbits before being destroyed. Observers stated that a cargo hatch had somehow swung open when the Wild was only 1,000 feet in the air. At any rate, the pilot reported damage to one second-stage fin, and had tried to break his way down. The Wild settled beautifully, tilted, then fell headlong. The resultant explosion caused such destruction that, had there not been a number of men in orbit and waiting for supplies, the project might have been halted. Temporarily. It was generally conceded that a more thorough pre-flight could have prevented the Wild's immolation. Rua's was noticeably quieter during the remainder of the inspection. The external check completed, McNamara strapped a small flashlight to his wrist and began the internal inspection, jokingly called the autopsy. An hour and over 150 feet later, McNamara wheezed as he swung over the bulkhead at the base of Vallier's third and top stage. His aching limbs persuaded him to take a breather. After all, his complete inspection of the day before really made a final pre-flight unnecessary, and passing near the frigid oxygen tanks was a day's work in itself. He listened to the innumerable noises around and below him. The clicks and hums near him meant that Ruiz, having given up following him, was checking out the flight controls, with power on only in the top stage. From below came a vibrational rushing noise, eerily subsonic, which told him of the fueling operation. He thought of the electrical relays governing the fuel input and shuddered. He violently disliked the idea of having hot wires near fuel of any kind, and rocket fuel in particular. McNamara swept his light over his wristwatch, 15 after. Logan should be along soon, he thought, and hastened to finish checking the conduits, servos, pumps, and hydraulic actuators below the cabin level. This done, he crawled up the final ladder to the cabin, or dome. "Well," cried a cheerful voice, "if it isn't our grimy Irishman." McNamara shook the sweat from his brow and muttered, "Irishman, is it? How about Logan? That's a good Scandinavian name." "How about Logan? He's great as usual. Just look at me, Mac. What a specimen." Logan, the inevitable optimist, bounced out of his acceleration couch and spread his arms wide, as if to show the world what a Superman he, Carl Logan, was. The gesture and its intimations made McNamara smile. Logan wasn't much over 5 feet tall, and his flight suit made him look like a bald pussycat. His small physique covered a fantastic set of reflexes, however, and Logan's sense of humor was a quality of utmost importance. He hadn't an enemy in the world. His enemy was out of this world by definition. Logan wanted to conquer space, and so far was doing just that. Okay, laugh. Just remember this, Gargantua. I may not be tall, but I sure am skinny." McNamara smiled again, nodding in agreement. "Oh, don't everybody talk at once. How is she, Mac?" "With luck," answered McNamara, "we might get 10 feet off the turf." He paused for effect. "Seriously, Carl, she never looked better. You could take her up right now." "Say, where's Johnny? I thought you'd just be checking into the medics. Looks like everybody's early today." "He's probably over in some corner making out his will. He was down below a while ago with a face a mile long." Probably, thought Mac. He's still thinking about the Wild. Why did I have to bring that up? "All out," he said. "I ought to check the ground crew. Did you bring the forms?" "Nope. Just my magnificent self. If anything had gone astray, they'd have told you." "All the same, I think I'll go down and question the troops. Don't leave without me." He clambered out onto the catwalk, leaving the airlock open. The sun was riding higher every minute. In a little over an hour, he'd be 1,000 miles away, vertically. The knot in his stomach began to form again. He wasn't scared exactly. He kept telling himself excited was a nicer word. The inspection forms signed, Mac held a short interrogation with the crew chief. The grizzled lieutenant, commissioned because of his long experience and responsibilities, gave Valier a clean bill of health. Each engine of the booster stage had been fired separately before dawn. A cubic foot of mercury seemed to roll from Mac's shoulders as he saw Logan and Ruiz lounging at the bottom of the lift. There wasn't anything to worry about. He recalled feeling the tension before the other 3 flights, then chided himself. You scaredy cat? Well, why not? It's a risk every time you make a shot, in spite of all the propaganda. Oh, if you didn't know everything's okay, you wouldn't be getting ready to make the shot. Yeah, but you never can tell. He stopped his inward battle and forced some spring into his step as he moved toward Logan and Ruiz. I've tried my best to abort this big bug, but I can't find anything amiss. That's Granny McNamara for you, jibed Logan. Always trying to find fault. He winked at Ruiz and rubbed his hands together. Well, Dennis, anyone? Mac knew without asking that Logan, for all his apparent indifference, had painstakingly gone over every phase of the flight, checking distribution, radar, final instructions from operations, weather, etc. Ruiz, as usual, watched and took notes as Logan gathered data. At minus 15 minutes, the trio was in the dome, checking personal equipment, while outside, the scaffolding ponderously slid away, section by section. There was little time for soliloquies of to go or not to go. Within the quarter hour, Captain Ruiz and Majors McNamara and Logan would be in readiness for the final countdown. With the emergency bailout equipment checked, the men busied themselves on another continuity test of the myriad circuits spread like a human neural system throughout the ship. All relays, servo systems, and instrument leads were in perfect condition as expected, and the trio was settled comfortably in acceleration couches with minutes to spare. Logan contacted ground control a few seconds after the minus 3-minute signal, informing all and sundry that Gridley could fire when ready. McNamara sighed, thinking that if Logan's humor wasn't exactly original, it was surely tenacious. The ship was brought to dim half-life at minus 1 minute by Logan's agile fingers, and as the final countdown rasped in his headset, Mac felt his innards wrestle among themselves. Valier bellowed her enthusiasm suddenly, lifting her 8,000-odd tons from the ground almost instantly. Inside, her occupants grimaced helplessly as they watched various instruments guide tiny pointers across calibrated faces. Mac's throat mic threatened to crush his Adam's apple, weighing 5 times its usual few ounces. Of his senses, sound was the one that dominated him. An intolerable, continuous explosion from the motors racked his mind like tidal waves of formic acid. He forced himself to overcome the numbness which his brain cast up to defend itself. Then, as quickly as it had begun, Valier fell deafeningly silent. That meant Mach 1 was past. It was an eternity before Stage 1 separated. The loss of the empty hulk was hardly felt as Valier streaked high over the Texas border. Ruiz, watching the radar scope, saw Lubbock slide into focus miles below. Next up, Fort Worth, he thought. I used to drive that in 5 hours. The jagged line of the caprock told him they were well on their way to Fort Worth already. The altimeter showed slightly over 42 miles when Stage 2 detached itself. Logan, in constant contact with White Sands, was informed that they were tracking perfectly as Valier arrowed over central Texas toward rendezvous at the Donut. The exhausted lower stages were forgotten now. Only the second stage was of any concern anyway. The radar boys tracked it all the way down, ready to detonate it high in the air if its huge chutes wafted it near any inhabited community. The motors of Stage 3 blasted for a carefully calculated few seconds, then cut out automatically. With the destitution of his weight, Mac felt his spirits soar also. They were almost in orbit now, climbing at a slight angle with a velocity sufficient to carry them around Earth forever, a streamlined, tiny satellite. After the first few moments of disorientation, rocket crews found that a weightless condition gave them, ambiguously, a buoyant feeling. Only the Donut crew had really adapted to this condition, living as they did without the effects of gravity for hours at a time every day. The temporary housing was rotated for comfort of the crews during rest periods, but while moving the plates and girders of the giant donut into place, they had no such luxury. For these men, weightlessness became an integral part of their activities. But the rocket crews were subjected to this phenomenon only during the few hours needed to rendezvous, unload the cargo, and coast back after another initial period of acceleration. Hence, Mac felt a strange elation when he tapped his fingers on the arm of his couch and saw his arm float upward due to reaction from the tap. Against all regulations, Logan unstrapped himself and motioned his comrades to do the same. This unorthodox 7th-inning stretch was prohibited because it left the pilot's armrest controls without an operator, hence could prove disastrous if, through some malfunction, the ship should veer off course. The autopilot functioned perfectly, however, and Logan trusted it to the point of insouciance. The three men lounged in midair, grinning foolishly as they swam about the tiny cabin. No more satisfying stretch was ever enjoyed. A few minutes of this was enough. Ruiz was the first to gingerly pull himself into his couch, and his companions followed. Not a word had passed between them, since they were at all times in contact with monitor stations spaced across the world below. The first time they had enjoyed this irregular horseplay, on the second trip, Logan had made the mistake of saying, "Race you to the airlock," and was hard put to explain those words. Nor could Logan switch to intercom only, since a sudden radio silence would create anxiety below. Only their heavy breathing would indicate unusual activity to Earthside. They were nearing the intercept point, 1,000 miles above the Atlantic, when they realized their predicament. "I'm in it fixed, Carroll," said Ruiz, meaning that he had tentatively fixed a position of intercept. "Correct out elevation. We're 0.9 degrees high." "Righto. Correcting in 5 seconds from my mark." "Mark." For slight corrections in the flight path, small steering motors were utilized. These motors were located near the rear lip of Valier's conical cargo sections on retractable booms. Extension of the motors with no resultant air friction gave a longer pivot arm and consequently better efficiency. Mac pressed the auxiliary steer stud, and immediately 3 amber lights winked on in their respective instrument consoles. Carl Logan fired the 12 o'clock motor briefly, only it didn't fire. The change in momentum wouldn't be much in any case, but it was always perceptible by feel and by instrument. There was no change. Logan tried the firing circuit again, and again. Still Valier streaked along, now miles above the intended point of intercept. By this time, the embryo space station was quite near, sailing along in the scope beneath them. It slowly moved toward the top of the scope, passing Valier in its slightly higher relative velocity. "We've got troubles, Mac. Find him." Logan had finally lost the devil-may-care attitude, but that fact was small consolation to McNamara. "Keep your mitts off those firing studs, Carl," he growled, unstrapping himself quickly. The malfunction was definitely in the auxiliary motor setup, he thought. A common trouble? It wouldn't pay to find out. If the other motors fired, it would only throw them further off course. If worst came to worst, they could roll Valier over and use the 6 o'clock auxiliary. There was a small arc through which the motors could turn on their mounts, but the trouble was unknown, and they might end up rifling or pinwheeling if they didn't let bad enough alone. During his mental troubleshooting, Mac was busily worming his bulk into a balloonish-looking suit identical to those worn by the Donut's construction crew. Ruiz gave him some aid, helping him thrust his arms past the spring-folded elbow joints. For some reason, the legs gave less trouble. Within a fumbling few moments, he was ready for work. He glanced at Logan through his visor, feeling a precious pleasure over the beads of sweat on Logan's forehead. Time he sweated a little, thought the mechanic. A final check of his headset followed, after which Mac oozed into the Lilliputian airlock at the bottom, now rear, wall of the cabin. He nodded to Ruiz, who secured the airlock, then adjusted his suit control to force a little pressure into his suit. Gradually, the suit became livable. Then he cracked the other airlock valve and allowed pressure to leak out around him. His suit puffed out with soft popping noises, and Mac heard the last vestige of air hiss out of the chambers. He found the hatchway too tight for comfort, and had a moment of fear when his tool pack caught in the orifice, wedging him neatly. He could hear Logan and Ruiz through his earphones, explaining their plight to ground control. They wanted to know why in blue blazes Valier hadn't contacted the Donut when it came within range, and Logan had no defense save preoccupation with his own plight. Belatedly, Ruiz made radio contact with the Donut, which was still well within range. All this time, Mac busied himself with his inspection light, tracing the electrical leads to the small, turbine-operated auxiliary motor fuel pumps. "Mac?" Logan's voice startled him. "Can you brace yourself? I'm going to try to match velocities with the Donut. Won't take over 1G for a few seconds." "Wait a minute." He looked wildly around him. Valier hadn't been built with a view towards stowaways, and every cubic inch of space was crammed with something, except for the passageway with its ladder, leading up from the main motor section. Well, if it wasn't over a G, he could hang on to the ladder. Suit weighs another 50 pounds, though. My weight plus 50, he thought. "Give me a chance to get set," he said aloud. He hooked one bulbous leg over a ladder rung and braced the other against a lower rung, hugging the ladder with both arms. "Anytime you say, but kill it if you hear me holler." Then 5 seconds from my mark. Mark! Mac tightened his grip, and then sagged backward as the main motors fired. The vibration shook him slightly but deeply, and he fought to keep his hold. He felt his back creak and pop with the sudden surge of weight. Then the motor shut off, and Mac skidded several feet up the ladder. No matter how fast a man's reactions were, they couldn't be applied quickly enough to keep him from starting an involuntary leap after bracing against a suddenly removed gravity load. All over, Mac. You okay? Guess so, but I feel like a ping-pong ball. How are we sitting? Just fine. Ruiz cut in. Find anything? Not yet. Mac started his search anew. Everything seemed in perfect order up to the turbine pumps. Then, he feared, the trouble was near the little motors. That was tough. Really tough. With the motors retracted, it was next to impossible to get to them, past their hydraulically operated booms and actuators. Extended, he'd have to go outside. He cringed from the thought, although he knew that there was little to fear if he linked himself to the ship. He peered along the beam of light, searching for some telltale discoloration in wiring, or a gleaming icy patch, which would indicate a fuel leak. Might be the firing plugs, he muttered. Let's hope not. Where are you, Mac? Maybe you better give us a blow-by-blow. Logan sounded worried. Good idea. Right now I'm at the 9 o'clock actuator. Nothing so far. He looked around himself, forgetting for the moment how he was supposed to get past the equipment to the other auxiliary motor stations. Johnny, he said slowly, I think you best break out the tapes. Auxiliary motor system. You'll find them under power plant. Months before, McNamara had made a complete set of tape recordings of his own voice, recorded as he made a thorough-going rundown of every system and its components. This was a personal innovation which his fellow flight engineers considered folly. Extra weight, they scoffed. Undue complication. Mac nodded and went on with his impromptu speech-making. A professional psychiatrist might have said, correctly, that Mac felt an unconscious need for supervision, a forgivable deficiency dating back to his cadet days. Mac simply claimed that the best of men could forget or omit when alone with a few $1 million worth of Uncle Sam's equipment. This way he could remind himself of each step to be taken ahead of time, in his own way. The co-pilot rushed to comply. Mac, waiting, suddenly remembered how to get past his obstacle. Internal braces which helped keep the tanks rigidly in place on Earth were of little use while in freeloading or gravity-less state. The braces were removable, and Mac had loosed a single wing nut to let the brace swing loose when he heard Johnny Ruiz answer. Ready with your tape, Mac? Where should I start it? Run through it till you get to a blank spot, then another, then stop it. He was certain he didn't really need the tape, but it was a maintenance aid and he was determined to use it. He heard a click, then a hum, as the recorder was jacked into his headset circuit. Immediately, a familiar voice began a slow dissertation on power leads from the dome, speeded up in the space of a second or two to a high-pitched alien gibberish, then to a faint scream. He began squirming around the turbine banks, got past the first brace, and turned to attach it again. Of course it wasn't necessary, but play it safe was embroidered on his brain by years of maintenance experience. Back in his old maintenance squadron, he'd been called the old lady instead of the old man, due to his insistence on precautions. Ruiz slowed the tape suddenly, on cue, and Mac heard himself saying, brace back in its slot and pin it. Be careful of those linkages on the turbine pumps. Now crawl around to the next brace and unpin it. Pause, scraping noises, and muttered oath. Pin sticks, but it won't without a load on it. It didn't. He worked slower than he had on the ground, fumbling with the heavy gloves and cursing mightily. His voice rambled on, warning him of obstacles and reminding him about minor points that could give trouble. He listened carefully, discarding each suggestion. Floating near the 12 o'clock auxiliary, Mac peered at each tubing connection, tugging and twisting. Wait a minute, he said. His light flashed out at the motor, riding perched on its swivel, lined against cold, hard points of light that were the stars. His heart gave a bound. I think I've found it. His other voice droned on morbidly. Turn that thing off a minute, Johnny. Listen, there's a lead to the 12 o'clock fuel valve solenoid that looks like... Yes, I'm sure of it. It's pulled away from a bracket and it looks like it might be charred. Mac twisted around to view the wiring better. Can you fix it? Well, sure, if that's all there is wrong. But I'd rather do the work with the motors retracted. Tell you what, retract them about 45 degrees when I give the word. Mac judged the distance the booms would cover during semi-retraction and half floated, half crawled out of the way. He found himself breathing heavily, despite the freeload conditions. His suit was simply too cumbersome. The thought came to him that he didn't even know how long he'd been out of the dome. His breathing oxygen gauge showed half empty, so he must have been on the job for around a half hour. He rationed his supply a bit, hoping he could finish the job without a refill. Okay, Johnny, you can run the tape again. And retract the motors while you're at it. He heard the tape start again on its course, watching the booms. They leaped inward then, and Mac felt a crushing blow across his back. He shook his head groggily and yelled. He tried to scramble from his place between motor and turbine fuel lines without success. He was trapped like a wild animal by the heavy actuator which had swung past his head. He heard himself say, "And be sure to stay clear of the actuator. It swings through a 90-degree arc when it's operated." Oh, shut up. I know it, I just judged it wrong. The tape moved on unperturbedly, reminding him to inspect the actuator bearings and extension rods. "Mac," came Logan's voice, "you might try to hurry it. If you can't get it fixed in an hour or two, we'll have to try rolling Valier down to the donut, but it's up to you, fella. Take your time." "Well, you might help me a bit by raising this hydraulic unit off of my shoulders. I'm lucky you didn't squash me." The actuator stayed where it was. "Johnny? Carroll? Do you read me?" No answer. Obviously, the actuator had smashed its transmitter, but left the receiver section intact. Then all he could hope for would be a suspicion from one of the others that all was not well. If they asked him any questions and he failed to reply, they'd figure something was wrong. Well, he couldn't count on that. He struggled with his vulcanized suit, trying to squeeze from under the actuator. If I'd had them retracted completely, he thought, I'd be a dead man. It was a tight squeeze, but he inched his way out of the trap by using every ounce of strength at his command. If his suit tore, he'd know it in a hurry. Gasping for breath, Mac drew himself into a crouch and regarded the offending wire. His flashlight still operated, and he could see the heavy insulation which had been scraped away. No charring. Then it must have been the extension rods that had scissored through the insulation. The wire hung together by a thread, the strands of metal severed completely. He groped for his toolkit, trying to ignore the voice in his headset. Well, that takes care of the actuators. Now for these dinky motors. The swivel mounts have to work without any lubricant, so look for indications of wear and... Mac cursed under his breath. He sounded so cocksure, so all-knowing. He felt like beating himself, his earlier self, who had blithely toured Valier trailing the microphone wires without any real premonition of trouble. It always happens to the other guy. Not this time, chum, he reminded himself. The gloves were systematically foiling his attempts to withdraw the coil of wire at his side. The toolkit was the ultimate in maintenance work, compact and complete with extension handles for the cutters and wrenches. Everything was there, but practically impossible to use. His fingers finally closed over the wire. He jerked it out, and with it the splice tool. The little pliers caromed from the brace above him and sailed out towards the motor, beyond the ship. He watched horrified as the tool slowly cartwheeled away into space. All right, he muttered. Scratch one splice tool. There's also my only pair of pliers. I'll manage. He knew he could use the wire cutters in a pinch. In a pinch, he repeated. Well, that's a hot one. That's about all that's happened this trip so far. Pinch me, pinch the wiring. What a pinch. Holding the roll of wire tightly in one hand, he grasped the cutters and pulled them from the kit with utmost care. He unrolled a foot-long section of wire and clipped it off, laying his flashlight in the toolkit so that it would shine out in front of him. He managed to attach the tiny splice plugs by pinching them with the cutters, then moved cautiously to the wire which still drooped from the jumble of machinery. Drooped wasn't precisely the word. Actually, the wire had been bent into its position and stayed that way. As the harried major reached for the brace on which the wire had been bracketed, his toolkit vomited flashlight, wrenches, and screwdrivers, leaving him in total darkness. His cursing was regular now, monotonous and uninspired. There was another pencil light in the kit, snapped tightly to the case, and Mac reached for the whole business. The spare light was a maintenance problem in itself. Question: how to retrieve a fountain pen-sized object when it's held by a small snap and the retriever is encumbered by 3 pairs of Arctic mittens? Mark saw his errant flashlight out of the corner of his eye. Its beam fastened on a collapsed screwdriver, while both swam sluggishly toward the inspection ladder. He located the pencil light and jerked it loose, holding the short wire and cutters in his other hand. This, Mac knew, was the crucial point. If he could splice the wire hanging in front of him, Valier would once more be in perfect shape. He would have welcomed an extra hand or two as he straddled the brace and shoved the tiny flash between his headpiece and shoulder fabric. The wire should be stripped, he knew, but he didn't have the tools. They were scarcely 10 feet from him, but they could have rested atop the Kremlin for all the good they did him. He got most of the strands of one end of wire shoved into a splice lug and called it good enough. It was like trying to thread a needle whose eye was deeper than it was wide, while in a diving suit, using the business end of a paintbrush to start the thread. He withdrew one hand and searched the kit for friction tape. It might be mentioned that an insulating tape which would be adhesive at minus 200 degrees centigrade, yet keep its properties at plus 1000, was the near culmination of chemical science. Silicon plastic research provided the adhesive, an inert gum which changed almost none through a fantastic range of temperatures and pressures. The tape Mac used to ensure his connection had an asbestos base, with adhesive gum insinuated into the tape. He wrapped the wire tightly, then bound it to the brace. He noticed his visor fogging up and felt a faint, giddy sensation. Anoxemia. He let the tape drift as he reached for his regulator dial. What a fool he was, he thought, to starve his lungs. He turned the dial to energy maximum and gulped precious liters of oxygen-helium mixture. The gauge showed a store of the gas which might possibly be enough to last him, if nothing else went wrong, perhaps 10 minutes. The pencil flash, mercifully, still rested in a fold of his shoulder joint fabric. The insulation tape floated near his waist. He grabbed it and stowed it between his knee and the brace, then reached once again for the wiring. This time the splice went on without a hitch. He pinched the splice lug and taped the whole works feverishly. It was done. He had won. The trip back should only take a couple of minutes. Replacing the wire cutters in his kit, he held the pencil flash before him and started retracing his route. He passed the 12 o'clock brace, pinned it in again, and saw one of his tools floating to the right of his head. He gathered it in and swept his tiny flash around in search of other jetsam from his toolkit. He collected a wrench and the skittish flashlight, started toward the last brace between him and the ladder, and felt his legs go limp. He wasn't particularly alarmed about it. His arms and vision failed him too, but his brain hadn't enough incoming oxygen to care much one way or the other. The few remaining feet seemed to lengthen into a sewer-like passageway that vanished as did all else as his perceptions died. McNamara was not the sort to wonder about heaven or hell when he first awoke. He saw a faintly rounded ceiling, a soft yellow tint accentuating its featurelessness. "How the devil?" he began. His voice failed him. "Hi, Mac." Logan's beaming face loomed over him. "You a rugged character, you. Cold as a pickle an hour ago. Already you're asking silly questions." He held up his hand as Mac started to speak. "I hear you thinking, how the devil did I get here? And where is here? In reverse order, this is the most comfortable berth in the Donuts facilities, and you got here courtesy of one Johnny Ruiz. Myself, I wouldn't have taken the trouble." Mac grinned back at his pilot and cleared his throat. "Well, where is he? I want to shake his hand, or give him half my kingdom or something." "You know Johnny, the shy type. He'll be along after a while. You know, I think he kind of likes you. When you quit transmitting out there, Johnny was like a cat on a hot skillet. Finally decided to go back and have a look for himself, but I told him you probably had a hot game of solitaire going. Anyway, he went back and found you asleep on the job, and lost a good 10 pounds getting your fat carcass through the airlock." That was a job that must have taxed both Ruiz and Logan, but Mac held his silence. "And that was about the size of it. Valier's parked outside with some of the boys, good as ever. Come on, we'll sup up some coffee." Mac swung himself up to a sitting position and realized dizzily that he was mother naked. His ribs felt pulverized. "You guys sure mauled me up," he said accusingly. "Unavoidable, my dear grease monkey. You needed a little artificial respiration. I never was too good at that." "Well, whoever did the job rates a prize of some sort," Mac answered. "But my ribs tell me he had more enthusiasm than practice." Logan smiled his old familiar smile, relieved to find his engineer in joking spirits. The credit again goes to Johnny, but, he added, try not to be too hard on him. Try giving artificial respiration to a big lump like yourself sometime, without any gravity. Mac digested this tidbit as he pulled on a fresh pair of overalls. Okay, he said, standing on the Fomex floor. How did he do it? Strapped you into your couch face down and locked his legs around it. I didn't dare apply any G's. Come on, he finished. You managed to upset every timetable in the project. Johnny's shaking like a leaf, or was when I left him. A bowl of coffee will do us both a world of good. I'm sold, Mac grunted, zipping up a flight boot. But there's something I'd like to do, first chance I get. Which is? Which is jettison every last strip of tape I have on Valier. I'll tell you, Logan, he went on as they entered the recreation bar. You'll never know how degrading it is to hear useless, insipid information offered to you when you're in a tight spot, knowing full well the voice is your own. The End. End of Tight Squeeze by Dean Charles Ng.
Time and Time Again by Henry Beam Piper. Recording by R.J. Davis. To upset the stable, mighty stream of time would probably take an enormous concentration of energy. But it's not to be expected that a man would get a second chance at life. But atomic might accomplish both. Blinded by the bomb flash and numbed by the narcotic injection, he could not estimate the extent of his injuries. But he knew that he was dying. Around him in the darkness, voices sounded as through a thick wall. They might have left most of those Joes where they was. Half of them won't even last till the truck comes. No matter, as long as they're alive, they must be treated, another voice, crisp and cultivated, rebuked. Better start taking names while we're waiting. Yes, sir. Fingers fumbled at his identity badge. Hartley Allen, Captain. G5, Chemical Research, AN/73/T, Serial SO-23869-403J. Alan Hartley, the medic officer spoke in shocked surprise. Why, he's the man who wrote Children of the Mist, Rose of Death, and Conqueror's Road. He tried to speak, and must have stirred. The coarsened voice sharpened. Major, I think he's part conscious. Maybe I better give him another shot. Yes, by all means, Sergeant. Something jabbed Alan Hartley in the back of the neck. Soft billows of oblivion closed in upon him, and all that remained to him was a tiny spark of awareness, glowing alone and lost in a great darkness. The spark grew brighter. He was more than a something that merely knew that it existed. He was a man, and he had a name, and a military rank, and memories. Memories of the shearing blue-green flash, and of what he had been doing outside the shelter the moment before, and memories of the month-long siege, and of the retreat from the north, and memories of the days before the war, back to the time when he had been little Alan Hartley, a schoolboy, the son of a successful lawyer in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. His mother he could not remember. There was only a vague impression of the house full of people who had tried to comfort him for something he could not understand. But he remembered the old German woman who had kept house for his father afterward, and he remembered his bedroom, with the chintz-covered chairs and the warm-colored patch quilt on the old cherry bed, and the tan curtains at the windows, edged with dusky red, and the morning sun shining through them. He could almost see them now. He blinked. He could see them. For a long time he lay staring at them unbelievingly, and then he deliberately closed his eyes and counted 10 seconds. And as he counted, terror gripped him. He was afraid to open them again, lest he find himself blind or gazing at the filth and wreckage of a blasted city. But when he reached 10, he forced himself to look, and gave a sigh of relief. The sunlit curtains and the sun-gilded mist outside were still there. He reached out to check one sense against another, feeling the rough monk's cloth and the edging of maroon silk thread. They were tangible as well as visible. Then he saw that the back of his hand was unscarred. There should have been a scar, souvenir of a rough-and-tumble brawl of his cub reporter days. He examined both hands closely. An instant later he had sat up in bed and thrown off the covers, partially removing his pajamas and expecting as much of his body as was visible. It was the smooth body of a little boy. That was ridiculous. He was a man of 43, an army officer, a chemist, once a best-selling novelist. He had been married and divorced 10 years ago. He looked again at his body. It was only 12 years old, 14 at the very oldest. His eyes swept the room wide with wonder. Every detail was familiar. The flower-splashed chair covers, the table that served a desk and catch-all for his possessions, the dresser with its mirror stuck full of pictures of aircraft. It was the bedroom of his childhood home. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed. They were 6 inches too short to reach the floor. For an instant the room spun dizzily, and he was in the grip of utter panic. All confidence in the evidence of his senses lost. Was he insane, or delirious, or had the bomb really killed him? Was this what death was like? What was that thing about ye become as little children? He started to laugh, and his juvenile lyrics made giggling sounds. They seemed funny, too, and aggravated his mirth. For a little while he was on the edge of hysteria, and then, when he managed to control his laughter, he felt calmer. If he were dead, then he must be a disincarnate entity, and would be able to penetrate matter. To his relief, he was unable to push his hand through the bed. So he was alive. He was also fully awake, and he hoped rationally. He rose to his feet and prowled about the room, taking stock of its contents. There was no calendar in sight, and he could find no newspapers or dated periodicals, but he knew that it was prior to July 18, 1946. On that day, his 14th birthday, his father had given him a light .22 rifle, and it had been hung on a pair of rustic forks on the wall. It was not there now, nor ever had been. On the table he saw the boy's book of military aircraft, with a clean new dust jacket. The fly-leaf was inscribed, "To Alan Hartley from his father on his 13th birthday, 7/18/45. Glancing out the window at the foliage on the trees, he estimated the date at late July or early August 1945. That would make him just 13. His clothes were draped on a chair beside the bed. Stripping off his pajamas, he donned shorts, then sat down and picked up a pair of lemon-colored socks, which he regarded with disfavor. As he pulled one on, a church bell began to clang. St. Boniface up on the hill, ringing for early Mass. So this was Sunday. He paused, a second sock in his hand. There was no question that his present environment was actual. Yet, on the other hand, he possessed a set of memories completely at variance with it. Now suppose, since his environment were not an illusion, everything else were. Suppose all those troublesome memories were no more than a dream. Why, he was just little Alan Hartley, safe in his room on a Sunday morning, badly scared by a nightmare. Too much science fiction, Alan. Too many comic books. That was a wonderfully comforting thought, and he hugged it to him contentedly. It lasted all the while he was buttoning up his shirt and pulling on his pants, but when he reached for his shoes, it evaporated. Ever since he had awakened, he realized, he had been occupied with thoughts utterly incomprehensible to any 13-year-old. Even thinking in words that would have been so much Sanskrit to himself at 13. He shook his head regretfully. The just-a-dream hypothesis went by the deep six. He picked up a second shoe and glared at it, as though it were responsible for his predicament. He was going to have to be careful. An unexpected display of adult characteristics might give rise to some questions he would find hard to answer creditably. Fortunately, he was an only child. There were no brothers or sisters to trip him up. Old Mrs. Stauber, the housekeeper, wouldn't be much of a trouble. Even in his normal childhood, he had bulked like an intellectual giant in comparison to her. But his father... Now there the going would be tough. He knew that shrewd attorney's mind, witted keen on a generation of lying and reluctant witnesses. Sooner or later he would forget for an instant and betray himself. Then he smiled, remembering the books he had discovered, in his late teens, on his father's shelves, and recalled the character of the open-minded agnostic lawyer. If he could only avoid the inevitable unmasking until he had a plausible explanatory theory. Blake Hartley was leaving the bathroom as Alan Hartley opened his door and stepped into the hall. The lawyer was bare-armed and in slippers. At 48, there was only a faint powdering of gray in his dark hair, and not a gray thread in his clipped mustache. The old merry widower himself, Alan thought, grinning as he remembered the white-haired but still vigorous man from whom he had parted at the outbreak of the war. "Morning, Dad," he greeted. "Morning, son. You're up early. Going to Sunday school?" Now there was the advantage of a father who had cut his first intellectual tooth on Tom Paine and Bob Ingersoll. Attendance at divine services was on a strictly voluntary basis. "Why, I don't think so. I want to do some reading this morning." "That's always a good thing to do," Blake Hartley approved. "After breakfast, suppose you take a walk down to the station and get me a Times." He dug in his trouser pocket and came out with a $50. "Get anything you want for yourself while you're at it." Alan thanked his father and pocketed the coin. "Mrs. Stauber will still be at Mass," he suggested. "Say I get the paper now. Breakfast won't be ready till she gets here." "Good idea," Blake Hartley nodded, pleased. "You'll have 3/4 of an hour at least." So far, he congratulated himself. Everything had gone smoothly. Finishing his toilet, he went downstairs and onto the street, turning left at Brandon to Campbell, and left again in the direction of the station. Before he reached the underpass, a dozen half-forgotten memories had revived. Here was a house that would in a few years be gutted by fire. Here were 4 dwellings standing where he had last seen a 5-story apartment building. A gasoline station with a weed-grown lot would shortly be replaced by a supermarket. The environments of the station itself were a complete puzzle to him until he orientated himself. He bought a New York Times, glancing first of all at the dateline, Sunday, August 5, 1945. He had estimated pretty closely. The Battle of Okinawa had been won. The Potsdam Conference had just ended. There were still pictures of the B-25 crash against the Empire State Building a week ago Saturday. And Japan was still being pounded by bombs from the air and shells from offshore naval guns. Why, tomorrow Hiroshima was due for the big job. It amused him to reflect that he was probably the only person in Williamsport who knew that. On the way home, a boy sitting on the top step of his front porch hailed him. Alan replied cordially, trying to remember who it was. Of course, Larry Morton. He and Alan had been buddies. They probably had been swimming or playing commandos in Germans the afternoon before. Larry had gone to Cornell the same year that Alan had gone to Penn State. They had both graduated in 1954. Larry had gotten into some government bureau, and then he had married a Pittsburgh girl, and had become 12th vice president of her father's firm. He had been killed in 1968 in a plane crash. You go on a Sunday school? Larry asked, mercifully unaware of the fate Ellen foresaw for him. Why, no. I have some things I want to do at home. He'd have to watch himself. Larry would spot a difference quicker than any adult. Heck with it, he added. Golly, I wish I could stay home from Sunday school whenever I wanted to, Larry envied. How about us going swimming at the canoe club chapter? Alan thought fast. Gee, I wish I could, he replied, lowering his grammatical sights. I've got to stay home, Safter. We're expecting company. Couple of aunts of mine. Dad wants me to stay home when they come. That went over all right. Everybody knew that there was no rational accounting for the vagaries of the adult mind, and no appeal from adult demands. The prospect of company at the Hartley home would keep Larry away that afternoon. He showed his disappointment. Aw, jeepers creepers, he blasted me euphemistically. Maybe tomorrow, Alan said, if I can make it. I gotta go now, ain't had breakfast yet. He scuffed his feet boyishly, exchanged so longs with his friend, and continued homeward. As he hoped, the Sunday paper kept his father occupied at breakfast to the exclusion of any dangerous table talk. Blake Hartley was still deep in the financial section when Alan left the table and went to the library. There should be 2 books there to which he wanted badly to refer. For a while he was afraid that his father had not acquired them prior to 1945, but he finally found them, and carried them onto the front porch, along with a pencil and a ruled yellow scratch pad. In his experienced future, or his past to come, Alan Hartley had been accustomed to doing his thinking with a pencil. As reporter, as novelist plotting his work, as amateur chemist in his home laboratory, as scientific warfare research officer, his ideas had always been clarified by making notes. He pushed a chair to the table and built up the seat with cushions, wondering how soon he would become used to the proportional disparity between himself and the furniture. As he opened the books and took his pencil in hand, there was one thing missing. If he could only smoke a pipe now. His father came out and stretched in a wicker chair with the Times book review section. The morning hours passed. Alan Hartley leafed through one book and then the other. His pencil moved rapidly at times, at others he doodled absently. There was no question any more in his mind as to what or who he was. He was Alan Hartley, a man of 43, marooned in his own 13-year-old body, 30 years back in his own past. That was, of course, against all common sense, but he was easily able to ignore that objection. It had been made before, against the astronomy of Copernicus, and the geography of Columbus, and the biology of Darwin, and the industrial technology of Samuel Colt, and the military doctrines of Charles de Gaulle. Today's common sense had a habit of turning into tomorrow's utter nonsense. What he needed right now, but bad, was a theory that would explain what had happened to him. Understanding was beginning to dawn when Mrs. Stauber came out to announce midday dinner. I hope you won't mind howling it so early, she apologized. My sister Jenny over in Nippenose, she is sick. I want to go see her this afternoon yet. I'll be back in plenty of time to get supper, Mr. Hartley. Hey, Dad, Alan spoke up. Why can't we get our own supper and have a picnic like? That'd be fun. And Mrs. Stauber could stay as long as she wanted to. His father looked at him. Such consideration for others was a most gratifying deviation from the juvenile norm. Dawn of altruism, or something. He gave hearty consent. Why, of course, Mrs. Stauber. Alan and I can shift for ourselves this evening, can't we, Alan? You needn't come back till tomorrow morning. Ah, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Hartley. At dinner, Alan got out from under the burden of conversation by questioning his father about the war and luring him into a lengthy dissertation on the difficulties of the forthcoming invasion of Japan. In view of what he remembered of the next 24 hours, Allen was secretly amused. His father was sure that the war would run on to mid-1946. After dinner, they returned to the porch, Hartley Pierce smoking a cigar and carrying out several logboats. He only glanced at those occasionally. For the most part, he sat in the smoke rings and watched them float away. Some tri-skitty Felton was about to be triumphantly acquitted by a weeping jury. Allen could recognize a courtroom masterpiece in the process of incubation. It was several hours later that the crutch of feet on the walk caused father and son to look up simultaneously. The approaching visitor was a tall man in a rumpled black suit. He had knobby wrists and big, awkward hands. Black hair flecked with gray and a harsh, bigoted face. Allen remembered him. Frank Gutschall, living on Campbell Street, a religious fanatic and some sort of lay preacher. Maybe he needed legal advice. Allen could vaguely remember some incident. "Ah, good afternoon, Mr. Gutschall. Lovely day, isn't it?" Blake Hartley said. Gutschall cleared his throat. "Mr. Hartley, I wonder if you could lend me a gun and some bullets," he began embarrassedly. "My little dog's been hurt and is suffering something terrible. I want a gun to put the poor thing out of its pain." "Why, yes, of course. How would a 20-gauge shotgun do?" Blake Hartley asked. "You wouldn't want anything heavy." Gutschall fidgeted. I was hoping you'd let me have a little gun." He held his hands about 6 inches apart. "A pistol that I could put in my pocket. It wouldn't look right to carry a hunting gun on the Lord's Day. People wouldn't understand that it was for a work of mercy." The lawyer nodded. In view of Gutschall's religious beliefs, the objection made sense. "Well, I have a Colt .38 Special," he said. "But you know, I belong to this auxiliary police outfit. If I were called out for duty this evening, I'd need it. How soon could you bring it back?" Something clicked in Allen Hartley's mind. He remembered now what that incident had been. He knew, too, what he had to do. "Dad, aren't there some cartridges left for the Luger?" he asked. Blake Hartley snapped his fingers. "By George, yes. I have a German automatic I can let you have, but we should bring it back as soon as possible. I'll get it for you." Before he could rise, Allen was on his feet. "Sit still, Dad. I'll get it. I know where the cartridges are." With that, he darted into the house and upstairs. The Luger hung on a wall over his father's bed. Getting it down, he dismounted it, worked with rapid precision. He used the blade of his pocket knife to unlock the end piece of the breech lock, slipping out the firing pin and buttoning it into his shirt pocket. Then he reassembled the harmless pistol and filled the clip with 9mm cartridges from the bureau drawer. There was an extension telephone beside the bed. Finding Gutschall's address in the directory, he lifted the telephone and stretched his handkerchief over the mouthpiece. Then he dialed police headquarters. "This is Blake Hartley," he lied, deepening his voice, sharing his father's tone. "Frank Gutschall, who lives at... Take this down." He gave Gutschall's address. "Had just borrowed a pistol from me, ostensibly to shoot a dog. He has no dog. He intends shooting his wife. Don't argue about how I know there isn't time. Just take it for granted that I do. I disabled the pistol, took out the firing pin. But if he finds out what I did, he may get some other weapon. He's on his way home, but he's on foot. If you hurry, you may get a man there before he arrives and grab him before he finds out the pistol won't shoot." "Okay, Mr. Hartley, we'll take care of it, thanks." "And I wish you'd get my pistol back as soon as you can. It's something I brought home from the other war, and I shouldn't like to lose it. We'll take care of that, too. Thank you, Mr. Hartley. He hung up, carried the Luger and loaded whip down to the porch. Look, Mr. Gushaw, here's how it works, he said, showing it to the visitor. Then he slapped in the clip, yanked on the toggle loading the chamber. It's ready to shoot now. This is a safety. He pushed it on. When you're ready to shoot, just shove it forward and up, and then pull the trigger. You'll have to pull the trigger each time. It's loaded for 8 shots. And be sure to put the safety back when you're through shooting. Did you load the chamber? Blake Hartley demanded. Sure, it's on safe now. Let me see. His father took the pistol, being careful to keep his finger out of the trigger guard, and looked at it. Yes, that's all right. He repeated the instructions Alan had given, stressing the importance of putting the safety on after using. Understand how it works now, you ask? Yes, I understand how it works. Thank you, Mr. Hartley. Thank you too, young man. Gutchall put the Luger in his hip pocket, made sure it wouldn't fall out, and took his departure. You shouldn't have loaded it, Hartley Pierre reproved, when he was gone. Alan sighed. This was it. The masquerade was over. I had to keep you from fooling with it, he said. I didn't want you finding out that I'd taken out the firing pin. You what? Gutchall didn't want that gun to shoot a dog. He has no dog. He meant to shoot his wife with it. He's a religious maniac. Sees visions, hears voices, receives revelations, talks with the Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost probably put him up to this caper. I'll submit that any man who holds long conversations with the deity isn't to be trusted with a gun, and neither is any man who lies about why he wants one. And while I was at it, I called the police on the upstairs phone. I had to use your name. I deepened my voice and talked through a handkerchief. You, Blake Hartley jumped as though bee stung. Why did you have to do that? You know why? I couldn't have told him this is little Alan Hartley, just 13 years old. Please, Mr. Policeman, go and arrest Frank Gutchall before he goes root-toot-toot at his wife with my papa's Luger. That would have gone over big now, wouldn't it? And suppose you really want to shoot a dog, what sort of mess will I be in? No mess at all. If I'm wrong, which I'm not, I'll take the flip for it myself. It'll pass for a dumb kid trick, and nothing'll be done. But if I'm right, you'll have to front for me. They'll keep your name out of it, and they'd give me a lot of cheap boy hero publicity, which I don't want. He picked up his pencil again. We should have the complete returns in about 20 minutes. That was a 10-minute understatement, and it was under a quarter hour before the detective sergeant who returned the Luger had finished congratulating Blake Hartley and giving him the thanks of the department. Before he had gone, the lawyer picked up the Luger, withdrew the clip, and ejected the round in the chamber. Well, he told his son, you were right. You saved that woman's life. He looked at the automatic clip and then handed it across the table. Now let's see you put that firing pin back. Alan Hartley dismantled the weapon, inserted the missing part, and put it together again, then snapped it experimentally and returned it to his father. Blake Hartley looked at it again and laid it on the table. Now, son, suppose we have a little talk, he said softly. But I explained everything, Alan objected innocently. You did not, his father retorted. Yesterday you had never thought of a trick like this. Why, you wouldn't even have known how to take this pistol apart. And at dinner I caught you using language and expressing ideas that were entirely outside anything you've ever known before. Now, I want to know, and I mean this literally. Alan chuckled. I hope you're not toying with a rather medieval notion of obsession, he said. Blake Hartley started. Something very like that must have been filtering through his mind. He opened his mouth to say something, then closed it abruptly. The trouble is, I'm not sure you aren't right, his son continued. You say you find me changed. When did you first notice a difference? Last night, you were still my little boy. This morning, Blake Hartley was talking more to himself than Alan. I don't know. You were unusually silent at breakfast, and come to think of it, there was something strange about you when I saw you in the hall upstairs. Alan, he burst out vehemently, what has happened to you? Alan Hartley felt a twinge of pain. What his father was going through was almost what he himself had endured in the first few minutes after waking. I wish I could be sure myself, Dad, he said. You see, when I woke this morning, I hadn't the least recollection of anything I'd done yesterday. August 4th, 1945, that is, he specified. I was positively convinced that I was a man of 43, and my last memory was lying on a stretcher, injured by a bomb explosion. And I was equally convinced that this had happened in 1975. Huh? His father straightened. Did you say 1975? He thought for a moment. That's right. In 1975, you will be 43. A bomb, you say? Alan nodded. During the siege of Buffalo in the Third World War, he said, I was a captain in G5 Scientific Warfare General Staff. There'd been a transpolar air invasion of Canada, and I'd been sent to the front to check on service failures of a new lubricating oil for combat equipment. A week after I got there, Ottawa fell, and the retreat started. We made a stand at Buffalo, and that was where I copped it. I remember being picked up and getting a narcotic injection. The next thing I knew, I was in bed upstairs, and it was 1945 again, and I was back in my own little 13-year-old body. Oh, Alan, you just had a nightmare to end nightmares, his father assured him, laughing a trifle too heartily. That's all. That was one of the first things I thought of. I had to reject it. It just wouldn't fit the facts. Look, a normal dream is part of the dreamer's own physical brain, isn't it? Well, here is a part about 2,000% greater than the whole from which it was taken, which is absurd. You mean all this Battle of Buffalo stuff? That's easy. All the radio commentators have been harping on the horrors of World War III, and you couldn't have avoided hearing some of it. You just have an undigested chunk of H.B. Calderborn raising hell in your subconscious. It wasn't just World War III, it was everything. My 4 years at high school, my 4 years at Penn State, and my 7 years as a reporter at the Philadelphia Record, and my novels, Children of the Mist, Rose of Death, and Conqueror's Road. They were no kid stuff. Why, yesterday I'd never even have thought of some of the ideas I used in my detective stories that I published under a nom de plume. And my hobby, chemistry, I was pretty good at that. Patented a couple of processes that made me as much money as my writing. You think a 13-year-old just dreamed all that up? Or here, you speak French, don't you? He switched languages and spoke at some length in good conversational slang spice Parisian. Too bad you don't speak Spanish, too, he added, reverting to English. Except for a Mexican accent you could cut with a machete, I'm even better there than in French, and I know some German and a little Russian. Blake Hartley stared at his son, stunned. It was some time before he could make himself speak. I could barely keep up with you in French, he admitted. I can swear that in the last 13 years of your life, you had absolutely no chance to learn it. All right, you lived till 1975, you say. Then all of a sudden you found yourself back here, 13 years old, in 1945. I suppose you remember everything in between, he asked. Did you ever read James Grant's Camille? Remember Florian de Plassans? In the High Place? Yes, you find the same idea in Jurgen, too, Alan said. You know, I'm beginning to wonder if Cabell mightn't have known something he didn't want to write. But it's impossible. Blake Hartley hit the table with his hand so hard that the heavy pistol bounced. The loose round he had ejected from the chamber toppled over and started to roll, falling off the edge. He stooped and picked it up. How can you go back against time? And the time you claim you came from doesn't exist now. It hasn't happened yet. He reached for the pistol magazine to insert the cartridge, and as he did, he saw the books in front of his son. Dunay's Experiment with Time, he commented, and J.N.M. Tyrrell's Science and Physical Phenomena. Are you trying to work out a theory? Yes. It encouraged Alan to see that his father had unconsciously adopted an adult-to-adult manner. I think I'm getting somewhere, too. You've read these books. Well, look, Dad, what's your attitude on precognition? The ability of the human mind to exhibit real knowledge apart from logical inference or future events. You think Dunay is telling the truth about his experiences? Or that the cases of Tyrrell's book are properly verified and can't be explained away on the basis of chance? Blake Hartley frowned. I don't know, he confessed. The evidence is the sort that any court in the world would accept if it concerned ordinary, normal events, especially the cases investigated by the Society of Physical Research. They have been verified. And how can anyone know something that hasn't happened yet? If it hasn't happened yet, it doesn't exist. And you can't have real knowledge of something that has no real existence. Tyrrell discusses that dilemma and doesn't dispose of it. I think I can. If somebody has real knowledge of the future, then the future must be available to the present mind. And if any moment other than the bare present exists, then all time must be totally present. Every moment must be perpetually coexistent with every other moment, Alan said. Yes, I think I see what you mean. That was Dunay's idea, wasn't it? No, Dunay postulated that infinite series of time dimensions, the entire extent of each being the bare existent moment of the next. What I'm postulating is the perpetual coexistence of every moment of time in this dimension, just as every graduation of a yardstick exists equally with every other graduation, but each at a different point in space. Well, as far as duration and sequence go, that's all right, the father agreed. But how about the passage of time? Well, time does appear to pass. So does the landscape you see from a moving car window. I'll suggest that both are illusions of the same kind. We imagine time to be dynamic, because we've never viewed it from a fixed point. But if it is totally present, then it must be static, and in that case we're moving through time. Well, seems all right, but what's your car window? If all time is totally present, then you must exist simultaneously at every moment along your individual lifespan, Alan said. Your physical body and your mind, and all the thoughts contained in your mind, each at its appropriate moment in sequence. But what is it that exists only at the bare moment we think of as now? Blake Hartley grinned. Already he was accepting his small son as an intellectual equal. Please, teacher, what? Your consciousness, and don't say what's that, teacher doesn't know. But we're only conscious of one moment, the illusionary now. This is now, and it was now, and when you ask that question, and it'll be now when I stop talking. But each is a different moment. We imagine that all these nows are rushing past us. Really, they're standing still, and our consciousness is whizzing past them. His father thought that over for some time. Then he sat up. Hey, he cried suddenly. If some part of our ego is time-free and passes from moment to moment, it must be extra-physical. because the physical body exists at every moment through which the consciousness passes. And if it's extraphysical, there's no reason whatever for assuming that it passes out of existence when it reaches the moment of the death of the body. Why, there's logical evidence for survival, independent of any alleged spirit communication. You can toss out Patient Worth and Mrs. Auburn Leonard's Theta, and Sir Oliver Lodge's son, and Wilfred Brandon and all the other spirit communicators, and still have evidence. I hadn't thought of that, Alan confessed. I think you're right. Well, let's put that at the bottom of the agenda and get on with this time business. You lose consciousness as in sleep. Where does your consciousness go? I think it simply detaches from the moment at which you go to sleep and moves backward or forward along the line of moment sequence to some prior or subsequent moment, attaching there. Well, why don't we know anything about that? Blake Hartley asked. It never seems to happen. You go to sleep tonight, and it's always tomorrow morning when we wake. Never day before yesterday, or last month, or next year. It never, or almost never seems to happen. You're right there. Know why? Because if the consciousness goes forward, it attaches to a moment when the physical brain contains memories of the previous consciously unexperienced moment. You wake, remembering the evening before, because that's the memory contained in your mind at that moment. And back of it are memories of all the events in the interim, see? Yes, but how about backward movement like the experience of yours? This experience of mine may not be unique, but I never heard of another case like it. What usually happens is that the memories carried back by the consciousness are buried in the subconscious mind. You know how thick the wall between the subconscious and conscious mind is. Those dreams are Dunay's, and the case of Tyrell's book are leakage. That's why precognitions are usually incomplete and distorted, and generally trivial. The wonder isn't that good cases are so few, it's surprising that there are any at all. Alan looked at the papers in front of him. I haven't begun to theorize about how I managed to remember everything. It may have been the radiations from the bomb, or the effect of the narcotic, or both together, or something at this end, or a combination of all three. But the fact remains that my subconscious barrier didn't function, and everything got through. So you see, I am obsessed by my own future identity. And I'd been afraid that you'd been, well, taken over by some outsider. Blake Hartley grinned weakly. I don't mind admitting, Alan, that what happened had been a shock. But that other, I just couldn't have taken that. No, not in stage sane, but really I am your son, the same entity I was yesterday. I just had what you might call an educational shortcut. I'll say you have, his father laughed in real amusement. He discovered that his cigar had gone out and relit it. Here, if you can remember the next 30 years, suppose you tell me when the war's going to end. This one, I mean. The Japanese surrender will be announced at exactly 1901, 7:01 p.m., present style, on August 14, a week from Tuesday. Better make sure we have plenty of grub in the house by then. Everything will be closed up tight until Thursday morning, even the restaurants. I remember we had nothing to eat in the house but some scraps. Well, it is handy having a prophet in the family. I'll see to it that Mrs. Stauber gets plenty of groceries in. Tuesday a week. That's pretty sudden, isn't it? The Japs are going to think so, Alan replied. He went on to describe what was going to happen. His father swore softly. You know, I've heard talk about atomic energy, but I thought it was just Buck Rogers stuff. Was that the sort of bomb that got you? That was a firecracker to the bomb that got me. That thing exploded a good 10 miles away. Blake Hartley whistled softly. And that's going to happen in 30 years? You know, son, if I were you, I wouldn't like to have to know about a thing like that. He looked at Alan for a moment. Please, if you know, don't tell me when I'm going to die. Alan smiled. I can't. I got a letter from you just before I left for the front. You were 78 then, and you were still hunting and fishing and flying your own plane. But I'm not going to get killed in any Battle of Buffalo this time, and if I can prevent it, and I think I can, there won't be any World War III. But you say all time exists, perpetually coexistent and totally present, his father said? Then it's right there in front of you, and you're getting closer to it every watch tick. Alan Hartley shook his head. You know what I remembered when Frank Goodshaw came to borrow a gun, he asked? Well, the other time I hadn't been home. I'd been swimming at the canoe club with Larry Morton. When I got home, about half an hour from now, I found the house full of cops. Goodshaw talked a 38 officers model out of you and gone home. He'd shot his wife 4 times through the body, finished her off with another one back of the ear, and then used his 6th shot to blast his brains out. The cops traced the gun. They took a very poor view of your lending it to him. You never got it back. Trust that gang to keep a good gun, the lawyer said. I didn't want us to lose it this time. I didn't want to see you lose face around Kent City Hall. Goodshaws, of course, are expendable, Alan said. But my main reason for fixing Frank Goodshaw up with a padded cell is that I wanted to know whether or not the future could be altered. I have it on experimental authority that it can be. There must be additional dimensions of time, lines of alternate probabilities, something like William Seabrook's witch doctor friend's fan-shaped destiny. When I brought memories of the future back to the present, I added certain factors to the usual chain. That set up an entirely new line of probabilities. On no notice at all, I stopped a murder and a suicide. With 30 years to work, I can stop a world war. I'll have the means to do it, too. The means? Unlimited wealth and influence. Here. Alan picked up a sheet and handed it to his father. Used properly, we can make $2 or $3 million on that alone. A list of all the Kentucky Derby, Preakness, and Belmont winners to 1970. That'll furnish us primary capital. Then, remember, I was something of a chemist. I took it up originally to get background material for one of my detective stories. It fascinated me, and I made it a hobby and then a source of income. I'm 30 years ahead of any chemist in the world now. You remember IG Farben Industry? 10 years from now, we'll make them look like pikers. His father looked at the yellow sheet. Assault at 8-1, he said. I can scrape up about 5,000 for that now. In 10 years, any other little operations you have in mind, he asked? About 1950, we start building a political organization here in Pennsylvania. In 1960, I think we can elect you president. The world situation will be crucial by that time. And we had a good-natured non-entity in the White House then who let things go till war became inevitable. I think President Hartley can be trusted to take a strong line of policy. In the meantime, you can read Machiavelli. That's my little boy talking. Blake Hartley said softly, All right, son, I'll do just what you tell me. And when you grow up, I'll be president. Let's go get supper now. That concludes the reading of Time and Time Again by Henry Beam Piper.
The White Feather Hex by Don Peterson. Recording by Karen Wolfer. It all started with a Dutchman, a Pennsylvania Dutchman named Peter Scheinberger, who tilled a weather-beaten farm back in the hills. A strong, wiry man he was. His arms were knotted sections of solid hickory, forming themselves into gnarled hands and twisted stubs of fingers. His furrowed brow, dried by the sun and cracked in a million places by the wind, was well irrigated by long rivulets of sweat. When he went forth in the fields behind his horse and plow, it wasn't long before his hair was plastered down firmly to his scalp. The salty water poured out of the deep rings in his ruddy neck and ran down his dark brown back. As he grew older, the skin peeled and grew loose. It hung on him in folds like the brittle hide of a rhino. It seemed that the more years he spent in his fields behind the plow horse, the more he slipped back into the timeless tradition of his forefathers. He was a proud descendant of a long line of staunch German settlers, commonly known as the Pennsylvania Dutch. He grew up in his fundamental religious sect, having never known any other environment. He was exposed to the sun, soil, and wind from the early days of his childhood, and along with the elements, he also was exposed to the evils of the hexery. The hexery, or witchcraft, was something that was never doubted or scoffed at by his people. Then why should he, a good Pennsylvania Dutchman, doubt or scoff at such tradition? Perhaps, had he moved away from his ancestral lands and had been cultured in modern communities, been educated and raised in other schools, he might have matured. But having no time for any other diversions than might be found on his rustic homestead, he grew up behind the plow horse, tramping in the dark, stony pasture land, eking out his meager existence from the black fields of Pennsylvania. Now, Peter's life could have gone unnoticed among these forgotten hills, except for the strange visit of Martin G. Mirestone, student of German history. It was a cold night when Peter met Mirestone. Peter had been sitting up rather late, pondering over an old, yellowed book by the light of a kerosene lamp. The pale flame flickered about the walls, sending shadows scurrying back and forth, creating all types of weird shapes and designs. Peter huddled over the withered pages, every now and then glancing up at the walls to watch the fantastic games that light and dark were playing. Then, putting his book aside for the night, he prepared to go to bed. He went over to the window to draw the shutters, stopping for an instant to peer out into the gloom along the stony path that ran from his house to an old footbridge about 50 feet away. Curling up from the gorge, mist seemed to play among the rotted planks. It rose and fell in great billowing blankets, sometimes concealing the structure from view. Peter was about to latch the shutter and leave, when his attention was focused upon a figure that seemed to emerge from the fog, sort of fading in from nowhere. It made its way across the narrow span like some ghostly apparition. The mist enveloped his legs and clouded his features. Peter drew back in terror, for the mere appearance of the man coming out of the darkness was enough to fill his infant brain with the visions of death and hexery. As the figure drew closer, Peter saw that it was wearing a cloak. All the more ghostly it appeared, with the cloak sailing behind him in the wind, like some devil's banner. Peter just stood transfixed as he watched the stranger come up the winding road to his house. Slamming the shutter, he hurriedly fastened it, and then turned to the door to bolt that also. Too late. The door was thrown open, revealing a tall man clothed in black. His face was wreathed in a wide grin, a grin that seemed to make fun of the grayish pallor of his face and the ominous appearance of his wild garb. Before the man stepped inside, Peter made a mental image of the scene, for it was to be firmly embedded in his mind so that he would never forget the slightest detail for the rest of his life. The wind blowing about the fierce visage, tossing up the long strands of hair, the massive, veined hand that clutched the wrought iron thumb latch, and the way that the lamp struck his face, highlighting the thin, ridged nose and high cheekbones. "Peter Scheinberger, eh?" The man spoke in perfect German. "Peter Scheinberger, the last of your clan here in America?" It was several seconds before Peter could muster up enough courage to answer him. Drawing back slowly, he braced himself against the table, and in a thick, guttural German asked, Who are you?" The stranger shut the door and drew the bolt. He crossed the room, and with an air of one who was accustomed to having his own way wherever he went, scanned the shelves of Peter's larder with a practiced eye. Peter watched him closely as he drew down a bottle of wine, broke the neck against a beam above him, and settled down in Peter's easy chair. He poured a glass full and shoved it across the table toward the anxious Peter, and then poured another glass for himself. "Mirestone," the stranger finally answered. "Martin G. Mirestone." Then, draining his glass, he added, "Student of German history." All this was beyond Peter's comprehension. No one ever had the audacity to walk into his house and help himself to whatever he wanted. It was indeed unheard of in his tiny social world. "Well, what are you staring at?" Mirestone boomed out. "Take my cloak, please, then be seated. We'll talk." Taking the cloak and draping it over a wooden peg in the wall, Peter moved cautiously around the foreboding character that monopolized his small house. Carefully seating himself opposite the man, he moved the table so that it set between them as a protective barrier. "I'll make myself clear to you," Mirestone explained, "for I want my stay to be as brief as possible." He poured himself another glass of wine, then settled back in the chair, half closing his eyes. "You see, you might say, of German history or folklore. I am in the process of writing a collective history of the Pennsylvania Dutch folk, their habits, beliefs, and—" He broke off for an instant as he leaned forward across the table, staring into the frightened eyes of Peter. "And their superstitions." Shifting his chair around in order to get benefit from the heat of the fireplace, Mirestone went on. "Now I want facts, Scheinberger, authentic facts. I am prepared to pay you well for your trouble, but I insist on information that is backed up with sound, accurate truth." Peter became more relaxed, but still slightly uneasy. He didn't like the attitude of this man Mirestone. He was too sure of himself, altogether too cocky. But then, on the other hand, he had said there would be a financial gain from any business that he could transact with him. Money was something that Peter knew he needed in order to keep his farm going, and any income, however small it may be, would be welcomed gratefully. Yes, he decided that he had better endure the rudeness of this man. For a few seconds, however, the tall stranger seemed to lose all of his cockiness, and a somber look crept over his jovial features. "Have you ever heard of the hex of the white feather?" Peter thought a moment before he replied, "Yes, I have heard of it." Then nervously he fingered his glass of wine that he had not as yet touched. Raising it up to his lips, he sipped it slowly as he stared at Mirestone over the rim of the glass. "Yes, I have heard of it," he repeated. "Good, good. You have heard of it. Now, you will tell me about it, of course. I want to know all about it. How it is practiced, the results, and so forth." "Is that why you came here? Only to learn of the white feather hex?" Mirestone climbed to his feet and paced the room. "Yes," he said. Peter noted a sad tone in his voice, and he waited for him to say more. "Yes," Mirestone continued, "I have, like you, heard of the hex of the white feather. I have traced it down to several families, but none could tell me anything about it that was factual. Half of the stupid fools made up stories as they went along, some concocting the biggest bunch of asinine tales that I've ever heard. But you, Peter, are a descendant of the Scheinbergers. I know for a fact that Otto Scheinberger practiced the white feather hex and passed the power on down to your father. From there, it stopped. However, there must be some record of it in your family. You are in possession of the books of your grandfather, aren't you?" "I have several of his books. Some of them I have read." "Well," Mirestone waited, "did you come across anything about the hex?" "Yes," answered Peter. I read about that which you mention. Splendid. Now we are getting somewhere. Can you find me the book that tells of it? Peter finished drinking his wine, and setting the glass upon the table, he slowly rose and faced Mirestone with a look of superiority playing about his rustic features. No, I am afraid not. You see, I have burned the book. Mirestone's face went white. You burned it? Yes, said Peter. I don't wish to have anything to do with such black magic. It is better burned. But you must remember the hex. Although the book is destroyed, you still have the information in your head, nein? I could never forget it if I wanted to, replied Peter reluctantly. If I could burn my memory also, it would be better. Mirestone went back to the fireplace and placed several chunks of wood on the blaze. A bright orange glow leaped out from the hearth and danced mockingly over his pallid brow, hiding his lank jowls in the shadows cast by the cheekbones. Like some grim spectre, he rose up, towering above the little Dutchman. Peter had only to look into his eyes to see the imperative request that lingered behind the hollowed sockets. Throughout the remainder of the night, Peter, almost in spite of himself, racked his brain to bring back to mind everything that was mentioned in the book about the hex of the white feather. The idea was clear enough, but the minute details, the infinite possibilities for mistake, and the exacting specifications concerning the experiment were blurred in his memory. He knew that with time he could bring back everything that he had read, but it would take deep concentration and perhaps many days of trial and error to determine the right path that they must follow in order to have success. Mirestone, realizing that any distraction would break Peter's train of thought, sat quietly in the corner, finishing off the Dutchman's supply of wine. He watched Peter closely through his slitted eyes, and it seemed that his compelling stare was the only force that could drive the frightened Peter on. Every so often, Peter would glance up and see Mirestone leaning back in the corner, half concealed by the deep shadows. Only his partially opened eyes could be seen flickering in the fiery glow of the hearth. Then he would cover his face with his large, knotted hands, work the twisted fingers through his hair, and try to bring back to mind the evil recipe. The glow from the fireplace gradually died down to make room for the streams of morning dawn. Peter blinked sleepily and got up to stretch a bit. Outside, the dull morning light worked its way over Peter's farm. Clouds of mist still poured up from the gorge, circling the bridge and creeping up the bank across the fields. Peter unlatched the heavy oaken door and went outside to the outbuildings. Meanwhile, Mirestone had started a fire in the stove and was placing slabs of bacon in the pan. Nothing like a good old-fashioned peasant's breakfast, he laughed as Peter came in the door several minutes later. So, you brought a goat, eh? He noticed. Are you figuring on starting in soon? Peter set a small kid on the floor and watched it scamper about the room, looking for an exit. Yes, we might as well. I don't like this business at all. I wish to get it over with as soon as possible, and... Peter eyed Mirestone squarely. I expect to be paid well for my trouble. He was trying to make himself believe that that was his only reason for complying with Mirestone's demands. Actually, he was not so sure. As the heat of the noonday sun blasted down on their backs, Mirestone watched Peter pass a feather freshly plucked from a white leghorn under the nose of the bleeding kid. Mirestone listened carefully to what Peter was telling him. The breath of the victim had to be spread over the feather before anything further could be done. "Tie him," commanded Peter. Mirestone held the goat by the scruff of his neck and fastened a halter about him. The other end was secured to a stake, allowing the kid to run about in a circle of 10 feet or so in diameter. "We will leave him for a while," said Peter as he walked back to the kitchen. Mirestone followed in the Dutchman's footsteps, and when they were inside, he listened intently as Peter recited a monosyllabic chant over the feather. "The chant is easy enough to learn," Peter assured him. "You will master it quickly." "I understand so far," Mirestone said. "Then that is all," Peter finished, "except that you can hang the feather up and watch it grow red." "Red?" "Yes," Peter explained. "That is the only way you can tell if the hex has worked." Peter went to a chest at the foot of his bed and drew out a small box of sewing utensils. He broke off a piece of black thread and replaced the box in the chest. "Now I'll show you what I mean," Peter spoke wearily as he tied the feather with the thread and suspended it from one of the rafters in the room. "Just sit and watch." It was not many minutes before a light red tint crept up the feather's quill, spreading slowly outwards toward the fringed edges. Deeper and deeper grew the intensity of the color until it reached a pure blood red. "Hurry outside," cried Peter. "You can see the goat in its last seconds of life." Mirestone hurried after the Dutchman. Jerking at the halter, the goat bleated in agony, prancing up and down frantically. Its eyes grew horribly bloodshot and finally closed. With a feeble, choking sigh, the animal dropped over on its side, its legs still twitching spasmodically. Mirestone bent over the hairy form and examined the head, now wet with perspiration. "Nothing can be done for the beast?" "No." Peter looked on with a touch of pity in his eyes. "Nothing can be done once the feather has turned red." As if the death of the kid was their cue, masses of thick thunderheads turned over with a deep, rumbling thunder. The sky became crystal clear, and a greenish glow could be seen working its way across the horizon. The sky darkened as the glistening thunderheads, now taking on an ominous coloring, warned the farmers of the impending storm. It was later that evening. Rain drummed against the slate roof of Peter's house and reverberated through the rooms to where Mirestone and the Dutchman sat by the fire in silence. Mirestone broke the still atmosphere by putting forth a question that Peter somehow knew would be coming sooner or later. "I wonder how the hex would react on a human being." Peter hoped to end the topic by answering him quickly and not beating around the bush trying to evade the question. It would kill him eventually. Maybe not so quick as a goat, but it would kill him. "What do you mean, not as quickly as a goat? Do you think it would take more time on a human?" "Perhaps. I have heard of cases in which the hex, once it was started, dragged on for many days." "I see." Mirestone sat back again, thinking to himself. Peter didn't like this. He wanted to get rid of Mirestone. "Well, you have your information. I showed you how the hex works. So why not pay me and leave?" Mirestone got up and laughed in the Dutchman's face. Crossing to the larder, he brought down a bottle, cracking the neck on the beam above, just as he had done the night before. A wave of apprehension overcame Peter as he realized the old flip attitude of Mirestone's was coming back. That meant definite trouble, and Peter began to fear the consequences. "So, why not pay me and leave?" he again ventured. "Or do you want something else?" Peter knew that he didn't need to ask that last question, for already he realized the grim experiment that was playing about in Mirestone's head. "Yes, I just told you what I wanted. I want to see the hex on a human before I go." "Why? You have your information. Why do you want to see it work on a man?" "My stupid little peasant friend. Do I look like a student of history?" For the first time, Peter actually looked at Mirestone and saw him for what he was. Of course he couldn't be a student. No student would act as he did, or even look as he did. The words jammed in his throat as he was about to voice a reply. "Ha! Martin G. Mirestone, student of history, student of German history. No, my little oxen friend, I am no more a student of history than you are, but I need the hex for other reasons which do not concern you. Then, as if he were contemplating a great new joke, he continued, but on the other hand, maybe the future of the white feather hex does concern you. Mirestone's voice was drowned out by a heavy rumbling of thunder and the increased splashing of rain on the windows, but somehow Peter seemed not to notice. Somewhat later, Mirestone stepped quietly over to the sleeping form of his host. Peter had been over 24 hours now without sleep, and although the old Dutchman had tried desperately to fight off the drowsiness that overcame him, the recent excitement of the day had finally taken its toll. Lightning struck nearby, followed with an ear-splitting blast that shook the house to its rocky foundations. Pieces of slate flew off the roof and were carried away into the night. The rain poured down in a great deluge, blurring the window, making it impossible to see in or out. Mirestone held out a glistening white feather in his long, spidery fingers. He placed it within a few inches of Peter's nose and watched the delicate edges riffle in the Dutchman's breath. Crossing to the table, he leaned over the white fluff and breathed a short German incantation over it. How it glistened in the firelight! He bent closer and closer as he whispered the magic words that Peter had taught him, his breath ruffling the feather, playing about in the fringed softness. He hung up the feather by a thread and watched it hop back and forth in the center of the room. Peter awakened and saw Mirestone sitting by the fire, noting every movement of the feather. "What are you doing, eh?" Mirestone swung around and glared at the bleary-eyed Dutchman. "Sit down," he commanded. "Sit down and watch the feather turn red." Peter didn't need to be told that it was his feather. He knew by the merciless eyes of Mirestone that everything was over. "So, you were determined to find out what would happen if the hex were tried on a man?" Peter was surprised at how easily he took his fate. There was no need of excitement. This was his end, and there was no changing it. "Yes, I had to know, for I can't leave until I have a complete record of all the results." Mirestone certainly was not cocky now. He looked almost ashamed of himself as he sat there, nervously watching a man's fate swing by a silken thread. "I'm sorry, Peter, my friend, but that is how it must be. You are a stepping stone to a glorious reckoning that will soon take place. The hex of the white feather. I can hardly believe that I have at last tracked it down. And you, Peter, are the last witness, the last link in the chain of those who know the secret. And how can it better end than by your becoming a part of the secret?" Peter realized he had not much longer to live, and nothing he could do to Mirestone would change his fate. Perhaps he could save others, though. "What is this glorious reckoning you were speaking about?" "As soon as I see how your case ends, I'll be able to go ahead and release my vengeance on those stupid, bungling fools who have thwarted my progress in the black arts. They claim to speak in the name of humanity, no less." "In that case," exclaimed Peter, "I won't let myself be a foothold for your damned work. It is of the devil, and I'll have no part of it." "Shut up, fool. You are a part of it already." "Not if my body is destroyed before you can get hold of it." Peter played his trump card. He quickly sprang back and slipped out the door into the storm. Mirestone jumped up after him, but it was too late. He peered out into the raging tempest, making out the figure of Peter struggling with the hatch on the horse barn. He pulled his cloak about him and started towards Peter to stop him. The rain beat his face, blinding him momentarily, and before he could see clearly, a dark mass pounded by, swift hooves spattering mud all over him. Down the road sped Peter on the horse, down the road and towards the footbridge. Mirestone ran a few steps and halted. He heard the hollow staccato of horses' hooves on the planks for an instant, followed by a splintering crash that rumbled up from the gorge. A long, guttural cry pierced the black gloom as man and horse plunged down to the seething death awaiting them. Cursing savagely, Mirestone trudged back through the rain to the house. He slammed the door shut and threw his cloak on Peter's bed. There was one more bottle on the shelf. He smashed the neck and poured a glass. If one could see him bent over the table, sending silent curses into his wine, he could readily imagine the feeling of defeat that had spread over Mirestone's countenance. The idiot of a Dutchman who had to play the hero's part and save other lives by ending his own made Mirestone fairly sick. However, all was not over. So the Dutchman had died. The hex had worked. A lot sooner than he had expected, though. Now he certainly would be delayed in his progress, for he had counted on examining the body for any traces left that would suggest something out of the ordinary. One thing, however, he had learned was that the hex at least worked on humans. The mangled body that was being washed over the rocks would be enough proof on that score. Mirestone poured another drink. He leaned back in the chair and placed the glass to his lips. He was tilted so far back that as he raised the wine to a drinking position, it blocked his view of the room. As he slowly sipped it, however, the room began to come into view, the ceiling first and slowly the wall. His eyes focused on a piece of thread hanging from the ceiling, and as the wine sank lower and lower in the glass, the thread grew longer and longer until in one last swallow he was able to see the end of the line. Mirestone's hand went stiff as he looked at the thread, for on the end of it was a pure white feather. In an instant, Mirestone realized that the hex had not worked. Peter's death at the bridge had been a grotesque coincidence. Had the untimely plunge in the rapids been the result of the hex, the feather would have long since been red. Therefore, the tragedy was no more than an accident, and Mirestone's hands were innocent of the Dutchman's blood. That realization, of course, didn't bother him, for he was not concerned whether or not he was responsible for Peter's death, but he was genuinely worried in the failure of the hex. He wondered if he had done something wrong. If he had, the last link that could have corrected him was broken. From here on in, he was on his own. He calmed himself and began to think. He retraced everything that he had done to see if he couldn't have found some margin in which error could have crept in. He remembered how carefully he had bent over the feather, reciting the exact words taught him by Peter. He especially remembered that part of the hex, for hadn't the feather been ruffled by his breath when he spoke? Gradually, the truth began to dawn on Mirestone. His own breath must have released Peter from the hex. The last person's breath that touched the feather would feel the sting of the power. Mirestone sat back dumbfounded. He was to be his own guinea pig. What ghastly horror was he in for? Would he die quickly like the goat? Or would his death be prolonged over a period of days like Peter had suggested? He gripped himself. It wouldn't do to lose control of his senses. There must be a way out of the predicament. But Peter said that as soon as the feather turned red, there was no turning back. Ah, there's the answer. The feather is still white. There's still a chance. Mirestone grabbed his cloak and raced for the door. He must get an animal, another goat perhaps, and expose the feather to its breath. He must hurry, lest the spell will start working. The slippery mud dragged him back and impeded his progress, but he struggled on through the blinding storm towards the barn. It was so black outside that he could hardly make out the buildings. All at once he saw the barn looming ahead of him. Which door? Every second counted. He would try the first one he came to. Wait, what's this holding his cloak? Mirestone turned and fumbled with some barbed wire fencing. It had snagged him in the dark, and he soon became hopelessly entangled in it. Crying and shrieking, he tore the cloak from his shoulders and ran on in his shirt sleeves. He wrenched open a door and sprawled in the barn head first. On his hands and knees, he scurried across the mealy floor to the goat stall. The kids sprang in terror as he lurched in drunkenly, grabbing about in the dark for one of them. Catching one by the hind leg, he groped his way out again. Thrusting his shoulders forward, he slid through the gripping mud, tearing his way through the engulfing rain with his free hand. His leg left numb from the wound inflicted by the barbed wire, and a trickle of blood was running down his shins. Without thinking, he reached down to rub the wound, but quickly yanked his hand up again. What was that horrible sensation he felt as he passed his hand over the fleshy sore? He couldn't see in the rain, but his leg told him that it was something hairy, almost bristly. He ran on towards the house, stumbling in the treacherous mud. Once he fell completely down in the slime. Wiping the dripping earth from his face, he was told again that something was wrong. His cheeks verified his shin's story of a rough, jagged caress. Holding his hand in front of his face, he saw, amidst a flash of lightning, a curling black claw, bristling with long, ragged hairs. Screaming hysterically, he dropped the kid and fell forward into the door of the house. The latch gave way with his weight, and he tumbled into the cottage. Dancing madly on the end of a thread was a blood-red feather. End of The White Feather Hex, recorded by
A Green Cloud Came by Robert W. Lowndes. Recording by John Hunter. A Green Cloud Came by Robert W. Lowndes. Her fingers lightly caressed a button on the long table as she half turned towards him. At this moment, she was glad they still wore the semi-barbaric accoutrements donned for last night's festivities, commemorating the conclusion of the final war. Weird, fantastic trappings, selected more for adornment than for approximations of ancient military dress. For he would not notice that she was trembling. When at last she spoke, her voice was steady. "Please go now, quickly." His hand made as if to clasp her arm, then dropped to his side. For an instant he stood there, words welling to his lips. Then, with a half shrug, he turned away. She did not move as he strode towards the doorway, glanced out the window. Her back was a picture of composure. "Natala!" It was not a command, or yet a call, but a cry of astonishment blended with horror. Gone was her carefully built-up poise as she whirled, then gasped as she saw the look in his eyes. Swiftly she hurried towards the window, but he stood in front of her, blocking her view. "What is it, Eric?" "Don't look," he gasped. For a moment she felt fear coursing through her, fear that at this moment he would give way to terror. She bit her lips, telling herself she couldn't endure the sight of it. But an instant later, the panic had left him. She could see rugged determination flowing back into his being. Almost faint with thankfulness for the strength of him, she relaxed against his body, permitted him to lead her across the room to a sofa. "Do you remember Greer?" His voice was analytically thoughtful. "He was the little astronomer that made those startlingly radical predictions about a year ago. Remember how we all checked his data? No one could find anything of the sort, even though we checked and rechecked a dozen times. The conclusion was the only one that could be drawn under such circumstances. Greer was suffering from delusions. So he was cured by the psychiatry department." Her nose wrinkled in concentration. "Greer? Wasn't he the one who claimed to have discovered a sort of gaseous cloud in space? Our system was supposed to be approaching it. When it reached our atmosphere, it would prove a deadly poison to all life forms on this planet." "Yes, that's it. Well, it seems he was right. It's come, the green cloud. All I could see out of that window was the nauseous swirls of it, and the people where they'd fallen in the streets. Neither of us can leave this building." He snapped on the telescreen. It lit up. He could hear the faint hum of the machinery, but no images appeared. "Dead. Eric, it couldn't be. He paced up and down on the floor, clasping and unclasping his hands. I don't know. It came without warning on a night when nearly everyone was out celebrating. No one in the streets or parks could have been prepared for it. Most of the dwellings were probably left with windows opened. It's only sheer luck that it wasn't the case here, and luck again that we came back early. Please sit down, she begged. He looked at her a moment, then shrugged, came over to the sofa and sat beside her. There must have been some, Eric, she said. The law of averages would seem to indicate that. There might be some who are naturally immune to whatever brand of poison this is, some who escaped as we did, some who were underground or in forests. But until we learn differently, we must assume that we are the only humans alive. His eyes were haunted. How could we have missed it? He whispered. We checked and rechecked all the data, and put it to the calculating machines. The answer was the same each time. No such cloud existed. Perhaps there were some factors that only Greer himself knew about, some small items concerning his calculations which he overlooked in presenting data, not realizing that it had influenced him. If one factor were missing, only known to Greer, then all the machines in the world might well give a negative result. He shook his head. It's fantastic, yet what can we think? If your idea of a missing factor is correct, we'll never know. Even if Greer is still alive, he was cured of his delusion. She was silent for a moment. Then she slipped off her gloves, laid a hand on his arm. Eric, she whispered, I'm sorry it had to happen at a time like this. It may be that Sandra escaped too. I know what she means to you. If we find her, later, I shan't stand in the way. He chewed his lips. That's all over now. The first thing we must do is check up on the food, water, sanitation system. Just how long the machines will run without human supervision is questionable. Not long, at any rate. Her eyes were calm and clear, her voice a breath of cool air in the heat of his anguish. Then let's do it the same way, Eric. Nothing is going to happen for a while. Let's tackle the problem after we're refreshed. She moved to free herself from him. He had, automatically, slipped his arm around her waist, drawn her to him. You can use the lab for your quarters. Good night, Eric. He held her back. Natala. Let me go, she murmured. Natala, wait. I didn't tell you all I saw. It was more than the cloud. He fell silent, breathing rapidly. Well, she said. I was reading some of the old books yesterday, some of them centuries old. The people then, most of them, didn't live as well as we do, but they were very much like us in some other ways. Sometimes a man would think he had fallen out of harmony with his mate. In this book, the man thought he'd found another woman more suitable to his psyche. He was about to obtain a release, divorce I think they used to call it, when she was injured in an accident. His mate, I mean. The medical experts did not think she could live. He realized then, when it seemed to be too late, that there could never be any other mate for him. They didn't have psycho-adjusters in those days, so if she died, he would have been affected for many years. The only way emotional upsets could wear off was through the primitive process of letting time wear them down, little by little. It all ended well, however, because medical experts discovered that it was only her psyche that made the injury seem fatal. When she found that he still wanted her to be his mate, she recovered. Eric, what are you trying to tell me? That I don't want to be released from you ever. Even if this had never happened, if what I saw out there was only my imagination, I know now that I was only deceiving myself when I sought release from you. Sandra? Well, I rather like her, but she can never take your place. I still wish to be your mate, Natala. Her eyes answered him, he thought. You're tired, Eric, but perhaps you'd better not spend the night in the lab after all. He reached down, picked her up in his arms. In the old days, he said, it was considered particularly fine form for a man to carry his mate to their sleeping quarters. She smiled and buried her face against his shoulder. No need to tell him that she too had read the old books, or that she'd rigged up a Zed special screen outside that window, projected a carefully made film on it. After all, she hadn't seen the green cloud. He'd held her back. And hadn't he mentioned something about it being his imagination? She wouldn't be too harsh on him, of course, tomorrow morning when all was discovered to be well. And she was positive that he hadn't noticed her fingers slide over the button as she leaned against the table a moment ago. The button summoning a robot, pre-instructed to dismantle the apparatus. 24th century or no 24th century, men were still such dear fools. End of A Green Cloud Came by Robert W. Lowndes. Recording by John Hunter.
Bird in the Hand by Randall Garrett. Read by Paul Hampton. Aren't you boys sort of biting the hand that feeds you? Asked Nicky Varden, staring complacently down the barrel of a Lundhurst 12 while she kept both hands high above her head. Van Ostrand was big and fat and had sleepy eyes and an oily manner about him that nobody with half a brain could fall for. I, personally, would have picked him as the villain of a vidicast the first time he walked on screen. He could have played the part to a T. The trouble with someone who looks that much like the Heavy is that your mind rejects the idea. You think to yourself, I'll watch that guy because I don't trust him, but I doubt if he could really be as bad as he acts. Nobody could. Van Ostrand was. He gave a smooth, hearty chuckle and said, "You have a way with words, my dear. However, I have learned that it's perfectly possible to bite the hand that feeds one, provided it is bitten off cleanly at the wrist. Then, you see," again that chuckle, "you can feed off the hand." "My, what you can't do with a metaphor," said Nicky Varden admiringly. Van Ostrand said nothing but, "You will oblige me by turning around, my dear." I had to admire the girl, even though she was being an insufferable little prig, acting as though she had too much money, too much beauty, too much talent, and not enough common sense. There were 5 of us in the big house. Miss Varden, Van Ostrand, the mouse-faced Giles Jackson, the too handsome Bob North, and me. Van Ostrand herded the girl into the big living room. Jackson, North, and I tagged along behind. While the rest of them went on in, I stayed at the door, listening. "Take care of her, North," Van Ostrand said smoothly. North laughed in his rich, hearty way. "Just how do you mean that, Van?" Van Ostrand looked painfully exasperated. "Please, Mr. North, I am much too old and too fat to be amused by your lascivious humors. Put the handcuffs on her before she does something young and foolhardy and forces me to shoot her." "Shoot me?" There was a sneer in Nicky Varden's voice. "You wouldn't." I knew what she was thinking, and I hoped she wouldn't try to act on it because she was wrong. If she wasn't careful, she'd be dead wrong. Bob North jerked the girl's hands around and snapped a set of magnetic cuffs on them. She said something in a low tone that I didn't get, but it probably referred to either North's ancestry or his questionable birth. North just laughed and pushed her into a chair. "I don't get you, Bob North," she said. "You and your good looks had me fooled. You should have married me for my money instead of pulling something like this." Van Ostrand's chuckle came bubbling up from deep within his great, soft belly. "My dear Nicky, you are wrong on at least 2 counts. In the first place, if he attempted to go anywhere near a registry office for a mating certificate, he would be nailed for bigamy and desertion." North looked suddenly angry, like a schoolboy faced with a tattletale. "That's enough, Van." Van Ostren's piggish eyes and a soft voice both became suddenly cold. "Remember your place, Mr. North." North subsided. "In the second place," Van Ostren went on, his voice soft and oily again, "we are all of the persuasion that there are more important things in life than money." Nicky Varden had been basing her actions on the obvious fact that in order to get her to sign anything and get it through any of her big holding corporations, they would have to keep her definitely and indisputably alive and conscious. But if it wasn't her money that was wanted, her face went suddenly white. "What do you want?" she said in an almost inaudible voice. "For the nonce," said Van Ostren, "only your continued cooperation. Believe me, dear child, we have no desire whatsoever to dispatch you untimely from this, our present sphere of corporal existence. On the other hand, we have no compunctions against it either. Our choice will depend on your choice." "What do you want?" she repeated. Her color was beginning to come back. "Right now, you can just sit comfortably and relax. If you wish, I would be happy to turn on the tri-dye. You can watch a program and take your mind from your troubles." "No thanks," she said. She had only a small idea of what she was up against. I knew exactly what Van Ostren was up to, and for the moment, I was glad Nicky Varden didn't. She was scared enough as it was. Jerome Van Ostren was a lawyer, and a good one. Presumably, he worked for Marcus Varden Enterprises. I say presumably because obviously he didn't work for the company, but against it, or at least for himself only. I didn't know how much control he now had over Marcus Varden Enterprises, but I suspected that it was more than he was entitled to have. Nicky had gotten wise to him just a little too late. But Van Ostren had been prepared even for that eventuality. Without Bob North inside to shut off the great mansion's electronic defenses, he never would have made it into the house alive, nor would he have been able to manhandle Nicky the way that he had. But the way things stood, Jerome Van Ostren was in complete control. The silence became heavy. Giles Jackson, the mouse-faced little triggerman, shoved his gun into his pocket holster and sat down. He lit a cigarette and stared at the tips of his shoes. Van Ostren rolled an expensive, pungent cigar in his round, fat face, while Bob North contented himself with looking at Nicky with obvious thoughts showing on his face. I just stayed at the door, being very quiet and wishing I could do something else. Nicky couldn't take it. "For the love of God," she shouted finally. "Say something! Tell me what you want!" Bob North started to open his yap and make the obvious remark, but Van Ostren cut him off with a wave of his pudgy hand. "Your father," he said, after removing the cigar from between his heavy lips, "is a very great man. Indeed, one might almost say a genius." "What's my father got to do with this?" Nicky asked with irritation. "My father's been dead for 17 years. Van Ostren looked at his cigar end, approved of the ash, and looked back up at the girl. "Only legally," he said. She gazed back at him uncomprehendingly. "Your mother," Van Ostren continued, "was, shall we say, something of a schemer." "From you," snapped Nicky. "That's very funny." The fat man chuckled hugely. "Indeed it is. I admit the beauty of your penetrating witticism, my dear. No, compared with me, Your mother was practically the epitome of virtue and guilelessness. But she had her path made easy for her, while I did not. I hardly think I could have managed to marry the great Dr. Marcus Varden." He chuckled jovially at his own wit. However, I had to agree with his last remark. I don't think he could have passed the physical. "At least my mother was married to my father," Nicky said bitingly. "Ho, ho!" The fat man laughed hugely. "You improve, my dear. Really, you do. Yes, indeed she was. And when she married Dr. Varden, she married a man who was already a millionaire several times over. He was not only capable of doing basic research into the laws of the universe, but of capitalizing on them. He was one of those truly rare persons, the all-around genius. It was as if Newton had been able to invent and use an anti-gravity device, or if Einstein had perfected the atomic bomb and sold it to the United States government. Why are you telling me things I already know?" Nicky asked sarcastically. The fat man looked astonished. "Why, my dear child, you screamed at me just a few moments ago, wanting me to talk, to explain. I am explaining. But we have plenty of time." He gestured at the big ornate clock on the wall. "So I'm taking plenty. Otherwise, I might finish the story too soon, and you would become bored again." He took a puff from his cigar and blew a cloud of blue-gray smoke slowly toward the ceiling. "But if you insist on new data, dear girl, you shall have it. Did you know that your mother blew up your father's spaceship 17 years ago? Even I perked up my ears at that one. It was a bit of Varden family history that I hadn't been aware of. Mother killed Dad? Nicky laughed shortly. You lie. I admit the charge, chuckled Van Ostrand. I do. Frequently. Not this time, however. Besides, I didn't say she killed him. I said she blew up his ship, which is quite a different thing. Indeed, my dear, I am happy to say that your father has been alive for these 17 years and is alive at this very moment. Nicky looked at him silently for a long moment, then leaned back and closed her eyes. I don't believe you, of course, she said calmly. Of course not, said the fat man. Why would you? But it's true nonetheless. You see, your father... Time, boss, interrupted the rodentish little Giles Jackson suddenly, pointing at the clock on the wall. So it is, said Van Ostrand. You are very observant, Giles, my boy. He heaved his ponderous bulk out of the chair into which he had lowered himself and strolled rollingly over to the visiphone. He dialed a number. The screen lit up, but no face appeared. Yes, Mr. Van Ostrand, said a voice at the other end. Ah, you're there on time, I see, said the fat man. Very good. We'll synchronize then, for exactly 25 seconds after 3. Understood? 25 seconds after 3. Yes, sir. There was a click, and the screen faded. The fat man looked even more jovial than ever. All is going according to schedule, my children, he said as he lowered his bulging body again into the chair. Boy, I sure hope this works, said Bob North suddenly, as though he had thought about it for the first time. It'll work, said Giles Jackson sharply. Mr. Van Ostrand figured it out, and he's got more brains than you and me put together. Your loyalty is touching, Giles, said Van Ostrand gravely, and well within the bounds of truth. He dropped the remains of his cigar into a dispenser and watched it vanish. I have worked on this ever since I found those papers 10 years ago, and I've waited patiently for Dr. Marcus Varden to return. Nicky, my dear, when we first came in here after Mr. North had so kindly shut off the house's ingenious defenses, you thought I was going to force you to hand over to me the rest of the stock shares in Marcus Varden Enterprises, did you not? And for that reason, you were not in the least afraid that we would kill you. Why not? You know perfectly well, said Nicky. If I die, or even become unconscious, my brain pattern won't register on the recorder at the Exchange Commission, and the transfer wouldn't be valid. Exactly. Your brain pattern is constantly being received by one of your father's greatest inventions, the Sigma brainwave pickup. Your father began working on another modification of that device 17 years ago, a Sigma brainwave sender, a device that could impress one person's Sigma signal upon the brain of another, a hypnotic, telepathic control capable of controlling the mind of anyone over almost any distance. Can you imagine what a device like that would be worth? What it would mean in terms of power? He looked at the girl. Ah, I see you understand. Not completely, said Nicky. Where is this device? Ah, said the fat man, that is a lovely story in itself. But physically, the device and the data on it are in your father's spaceship. Then it was destroyed 17 years ago, said the girl. No, indeed, said Van Ostrand. He gazed up at the ceiling as though he could gaze through it. Your father had 2 ships, my dear. One has been vaporized for nearly 2 decades. The other is up there somewhere, invisible and indetectable, in a satellite orbit around Earth. At precisely 25 seconds past 3, an electronic mechanism will be activated in this house by that clock on the wall. That mechanism, in turn, will activate a corresponding device in your father's ship if it is within range, and automatically land the ship here. North laughed. Only, instead of landing here, he'll land at the spot we designate instead. Because 5 seconds before the signal is sent, our man will send a different signal keyed to another spot. The ship will come down, and we will have a meet. North, the fat man bellowed. Because Nicky had suddenly leaped to her feet and run toward the clock. She was trying to move the second hand with her head, since her hands were locked with magnetic cuffs. It didn't do any good. The steel hand went on, unperturbed. Bob North grabbed her by the hair and jerked her to the floor. Giles Jackson was on his feet, his gun aimed at her head. No, Giles, Ben Ostrand snapped. Then to the girl. That was damnably stupid of you. In the first place, you may have been killed accidentally. In the second place, that clock is automatically corrected every minute. It wouldn't do you any good to push it to an incorrect time, because it would be readjusted at the end of the minute. Watch, he pointed. The hand was nearing 12. It passed it. Then suddenly, it jerked back to 12 as a mechanism corrected it, and then went on again. North, said the fat man, handcuff the wench to the sofa. We can't have any more of this. North dragged her roughly across the floor and followed the fat man's orders. Giles Jackson settled himself to his seat again and lit another cigarette. I had listened silently all the time, and I figured I'd heard almost enough, but not quite. I kept hoping that Nicky would ask more questions. She didn't have to. Van Ostrand was in an expansive mood. He had become more and more jubilant as the time approached, and his jubilance loosened his tongue. You see, my dear, we don't want to lose a secret which may be even more important than the mind controller, the secret of immortality. Because that's why he put his ship into that orbit. That's why he surrounded it with so many protective devices. That's why he can't land it himself. Your father is in a coma, you see, and has been for 17 years, while his body was being rejuvenated by a process known only to himself. If it was successful, he planned to return and rejuvenate your mother, using a process which renders the body immortal and eternally young for all practical purposes. But your mother couldn't wait, so she had a duplicate of his ship blown up and had the courts declare him dead. She wanted the money immediately. And a good thing it was, too. She died 6 years ago, when you were 19. How do you know all this? Nicky asked. How could you? The fat man smiled. From a friend, a very dear friend. And that, for now, is all I think you need to know. I smiled thoughtfully. I had all I needed to know, too. I knew how he had gotten his information and where it came from. It's nice to know who you can trust and who you can't. The clock showed I had 10 minutes to do what had to be done. I backed away from the door and trotted back in the direction from which I had originally come upstairs from the sub-basement of the house. None of the others noticed me leaving. It was while I was in the sub-basement that I was actually surprised for the first time that evening. I felt the faint vibration of a landing spaceship, but that couldn't be. It should have landed at the spot Van Ostrand had chosen, unless something had gone wrong with his device. In my own flesh this time, I headed up through the sealed tube, out of the prison where my body had lain immobile for 17 years, buried like the cicada, waiting for new life. When I reached the living room, it was empty, except for Nicky. It took every bit of willpower I had to stay away from her. But I didn't want her to be able to give anything away. I slipped in carefully so that the back of the sofa prevented her from seeing me. I could hear the fat man's voice through the French windows as he, North, and Giles pounded toward the little anti-gravity-powered spaceship that had landed on the front lawn. It shouldn't have landed here, Van Ostrand was bellowing. We'll be detected here. They'll follow it in no time. His voice was drowned out by a bellow of thunder as the police ships dropped from the sky.
That ship is government property. Stay away, or we shoot.
The three men knew that they'd be safe from almost anything inside that ship, so they kept going. They'd rather take the risk than lose their chance at having immortality or a mind control machine. I walked quietly over to a window and looked out. Giles, the triggerman, was firing, accurately but ineffectively, at the police craft. The blue hot beam of his Lundhurst was simply spattering off their shields. A police beam winked down, and Giles Jackson was gone. I hadn't known the fat man could move so fast. He was already at the airlock, tugging open the emergency unlocker. Bob North was right behind him. Again, the police gunner's beam found its mark. But this beam touched the ship, too. I turned away from the window and ran to Nicky. Her shock at seeing me didn't last long. "Close your eyes," I yelled. "Get behind that sofa." A glare of brilliant white lit up the landscape for miles around as my ship dissolved in a blaze of silent flame. The light seemed to come through the very walls of the house as the ship burned. "The police will be blind for a while from that," I said rapidly. "Remember that you don't know anything, you weren't even told anything by anyone. The fat man came in here and held you prisoner, but you don't know why. Got that?" "Yes, darling. Now hide, quickly." I did. I headed back for my secret sub-basement, and I didn't come out again for several hours. When I did, Nicky was waiting for me. We didn't speak at first. I was too busy kissing her. I still don't know quite what happened, Marcus, she said afterwards. I thought all these years that you were in that ship. Not Marcus, I cautioned her. Marcus Varden is as dead as his wife. From now on, you're Nicky Varden, and I'm Daniel Markle. Explain, she said. The house defenses are up again. Not even the police can get in here. Then she giggled. They were certainly surprised when that ship went up. They wanted to get the secrets of what was inside it just as much as Van Ostrand did. I'll bet. That's one of the reasons why I did it this way. I was reasonably certain that not even the government could be trusted with a secret like this. That's why I left misleading information in the government vaults. That's where Van Ostrand got the information, by the way. He got the same mixture of truth and half-truth that I'd given them. Someone in high places is going to get burned for this. He thought I, or rather, my mother, must have blown up your other ship just to get your money. I know, I grinned. I was listening all the time. But how? That Sigma projector of mine. I used it on the cat. I just wanted to take a look around before coming out of my own body, and it's a good thing I did. She opened her mouth, closed it, and then laughed. You mean that all the time Puss was walking around the house watching us, all the time he was sitting near the door, that was you watching out of those slitted green eyes? Right. While my body was down in the basement, I was walking around up here being a house cat. You can see why that isn't a machine to trust just anybody with. She nodded, and her face became suddenly somber. The government couldn't be trusted either. But why couldn't you trust me? Why didn't you tell me you were here all the time instead of out in space? Because I had no way of knowing how well you could hold on to two identities during the change, I told her. If they had ever caught on that you were growing younger and that you were playing the part of both mother and daughter, they might have grabbed you and psyched the whole story out of you. She nodded. I see. But I was so worried about you being in that ship that I almost ruined the whole thing. How? You didn't want the ship to come down here, did you? She asked. No, I wanted it to follow the signals of Van Ostrand's Confederate. It would have burned when they opened the interlock anyway. What did you do to bring it down here? If you were the cat, sweetheart, you saw what I did. She looked suddenly very coy. You mean that bit with the head when you tried to nudge the second hand? I don't quite see. Magnetic handcuffs and bobby pins, she said. Then I got it. Even a genius like me can see the obvious when you draw him a picture of it. She'd magnetized a bobby pin and let it stick to the second hand of the clock. The weight of it had been just enough to cause the clock to run fast when the hand was dropping from 12 to 6, and make it run slow when it was trying to go up the other side. The two canceled each other out, so it was always almost correct when it was pointing straight up. But it only took it 20 seconds to get to the 6, and almost 40 to reach the 12. Very clever, I said. I'm glad you didn't kill me with it. Once I get the Sigma receiver sender down to manageable size, we won't have to worry about either of us not knowing what the other is up to. Well, you're not going to work on it just yet, she said emphatically. First, you'll have to establish your new identity, and then you'll have to marry me again. Nicky Varden is a very respectable and unspoiled girl. I thought of all the years that I had lain in that tomb, while, due to the sex-linked differences in the rejuvenation process of immortality, my wife had been fully alive. And I thought of men like Bob North, who tried to push themselves onto helpless women. And then I realized that Nicky was not quite helpless. Respectable and unspoiled? She'd better be, I said. End of Bird in the Hand by Randall Garrett. Read by Paul Hampton.
Time in the Round by Fritz Leiber. From the other end of the Avenue of Wisdom that led across the Peace Park, a gray, hairless, heavily built dog was barking soundlessly at the towering crystal glory of the Time Theater. For a moment the effect was almost frightening, a silent picture of the beginning of civilization challenging the end of it. Then a small boy caught up with the dog, and it rolled over enthusiastically at his feet, and the scene was normal again. The small boy, however, seemed definitely pre-civilization. He studied the dog coldly, and then inserted a thin metal tube under its eyelid and poked. The dog wagged its stumpy tail. The boy frowned, tightened his grip on the tube, and jabbed hard. The dog's tail thumped the cushiony pavement, and the four paws beat the air. The boy shortened his grip and suddenly jabbed the dog several times in the stomach. The stiff tube rebounded from the gray, hairless hide. The dog's face split in an upside-down grin, revealing formidable ivory fangs, across which a long black tongue lolled. The boy regarded the tongue speculatively and pocketed the metal tube with a grimace of utter disgust. He did not look up when someone called, "Hi, Butch, sick 'em, darter, sick 'em." A larger small boy and a somewhat older one were approaching across the luxurious, neatly cropped grass, preceded by a hurtling shape that, except for a black hide, was a replica of Butch's gray dog. Butch shrugged his shoulders resignedly and said in a bored voice, "Kill 'em, brute." The gray dog hurled itself on Darter. Jaws gaped to get a hold on necks so short and thick as to be mere courtesy terms. They whirled like a fanged merry-go-round. 3 more dogs, one white, one slate blue, and one pink, hurried up and tried to climb aboard. Butch yawned. "What's the matter?" inquired Darter's master. "I thought you liked dog fights, Butch." "I do like dog fights," Butch said somberly, without looking around. "I don't like on-inch fights. They're just a pretend, like everything else. Nobody gets hurt. And look here, Joggy, and you too, Hal. When you talk to me, don't just say Butch. It's the Butcher, see?" "That's not exactly a functional name," Hal observed with the judiciousness of budding maturity, while Joggy said agreeably, "All right, Butcher, I suppose you'd like to have lived way back when people were hurting each other all the time, so the blood came out." "I certainly would," the Butcher replied. As Joggy and Hal turned back skeptically to watch the fight, he took out the metal tube, screwed up his face in a dreadful frown, and jabbed himself in the hand. He squeaked with pain and whisked the tube out of sight. "A kid can't do anything anymore," he announced dramatically. "Can't break anything except the breakables they give him to break on purpose. Can't get dirty except in the dirt pen, and they graduate him from that when he's 2. Can't even be bitten by an uninge. It's contra-programmed." "Where'd you ever get so fixated on dirt?" Hal asked, in a gentle voice acquired from a robot adolescent. "I've been reading a book about a kid called Huckleberry Finn," the Butcher replied airily. "A swell book. That guy got dirtier than anything." His eyes became dreamy. He even ate out of a garbage pail. "What's a garbage pail?" "I don't know, but it sounds great." The battling uninjas careened into them. Brute had Darter by the ear and was whirling him around hilariously. "Ah, quit it, Brute," the Butcher said in annoyance. Brute obediently loosed his hold and returned to his master, paying no attention to his adversary's efforts to renew the fight. The Butcher looked Brute squarely in the eyes. "You're making too much of a rumpus," he said. "I want to think." He kicked Brute in the face. The dog squirmed joyously at his feet. "Look," Joggy said, "you wouldn't hurt an uninge, for instance, would you?" How can you hurt something that's uninjurable? The butcher demanded scathingly. An uninj isn't really a dog. It's just a lot of circuits and a micropack bedded in hyperplastic. He looked at Brute with guarded wistfulness. I don't know about that, Hal put in. I've heard an uninj is programmed with so many genuine canine reactions that it practically has racial memory. I mean, if you could hurt an uninj, Jodi amended. Well, maybe I wouldn't, the butcher admitted grudgingly. But shut up. I want to think. About what? Hal asked with saintly reasonableness. The butcher achieved a fearful frown. When I'm world director, he said slowly, I'm going to have warfare again. You think so now, Hal told him. We all do at your age. We do not, the butcher retorted. I bet you didn't. Oh, yes, I was foolish too, the older boy confessed readily. All newborn organisms are self-centered and inconsiderate and ruthless. They have to be. That's why we have uninjas to work out on, and death games and fear houses, so that our emotions are cleared for adult conditioning. And it's just the same with newborn civilizations. Why, long after atom power and the space drive were discovered, people kept having wars and revolutions. It took ages to condition them differently. Of course, you can't appreciate it this year, but man's greatest achievement was when he learned to automatically reject all violent solutions to problems. You'll realize that when you're older. I will not, the butcher countered hotly. I'm not going to be a sissy. Hal and Jodi blinked at the unfamiliar word. And what if we were attacked by bloodthirsty monsters from outside the solar system? The space fleet would take care of them, Hal replied calmly. That's what it's for. Adults aren't conditioned to reject violent solutions to problems where non-human enemies are concerned. Look what we did to viruses. But what if somebody got at us through the time bubble? They can't. It's impossible. Yes, but suppose they did all the same. You've never been inside the time theater. You're not old enough yet. So you just can't know anything about it or about the reasons why it's impossible, Hal replied with friendly factuality. The time bubble is just a viewer. You can only look through it, and just into the past at that. But you can't travel through it because you can't change the past. Time traveling is a lot of kid stuff. I don't care, the butcher asserted obstinately. I'm still going to have warfare when I'm world director. They'll condition you out of the idea, Hal assured him. They will not. I won't let 'em. It doesn't matter what you think now, Hal said with finality. You'll have an altogether different opinion when you're 6. Well, what if I will? The butcher snapped back. You don't have to keep telling me about it, do you? The others were silent. Jodi began to bounce up and down abstractedly on the resilient pavement. Hal called in his 3 uninjas and said in soothing tones, Jodi and I are going to swim over to the Time Theater. Want to walk us there, Butch? Butch scowled. How about it, Butch? Still, Butch did not seem to hear. The older boy shrugged and said, Oh, well, how about it, Butcher? The butcher swung round. They won't let me in the Time Theater. You said so yourself. You could walk us over there. Well, maybe I will, and maybe I won't. While you're deciding, we'll get swimming. Come along, Jodi. Still scowling, the butcher took a white, soapy crayon from the bulging pocket in his silver shorts. Pressed into the pavement, it made a black mark. He scrawled pensively, Keep on the grass. He gazed at his handiwork. No, darn it, that was just what grown-ups wanted you to do. This grass couldn't be hurt. You couldn't pull it up or tear it off. It hurt your fingers to try. A rub with the side of the crayon removed the sign. He thought for a moment, then wrote, Keep off the grass. With an untroubled countenance, he sprang up and hurried after the others. Jodi and the older boy were swimming lazily through the air at shoulder height. In the pavement directly under each of them was a wide, saucer-shaped depression which swam along with them. The uninges avoided the depressions. Darter was strutting on his hind legs, looking up inquiringly at his master. "Gimme a ride, Hal, gimme a ride," the butcher called. The older boy ignored him. "Ah, gimme a ride, Joggy." "Oh, all right." Joggy touched the small box attached to the front of his broad metal harness and dropped lightly to the ground. The butcher climbed on his back. There was a moment of rocking and pitching, during which each boy accused the other of trying to upset them. Then the butcher got his balance and they began to swim along securely, though at a level several inches lower. Brute sprang up after his master and was invisibly rebuffed. He retired baffled, but a few minutes later he was amusing himself by furious, futile efforts to climb the hemispherical repulsor field. Slowly the little cavalcade of boys and uninges proceeded down the Avenue of Wisdom. Hal amused himself by stroking toward a tree. When he was about 4 feet from it, he was gently bounced away. It was really a more tiring method of transportation than walking, and quite useless against the wind. True, by rocking the repulsor hemisphere backward, you could get a brief forward push, but it would be nullified when you rocked forward. A slow swimming stroke was the simplest way to make progress. The general sensation, however, was delightful, and levitators were among the most prized of toys. "There's the theater," Joggy announced. "I know," the butcher said irritably. But even he sounded a little solemn and subdued. From the great ramp to the topmost airy finial, the Time Theater was the dream of a god realized in unearthly substance. It imparted the aura of demigods to the adults drifting up and down the ramp. "My father remembers when there wasn't a Time Theater," Hal said softly, as he scanned the facade's glowing charts and maps. "Say, they're viewing Earth, somewhere in Scandinavia around 0 in the BC-AD timescale. It should be interesting." "Will it be about Napoleon?" the butcher asked eagerly. "Or Hitler?" A red-headed adult heard and smiled and paused to watch. A lock of hair had fallen down the middle of the butcher's forehead, and as he sat joggy like a charger, he did bear a faint resemblance to one of the grim little egomaniacs of the Dawn era. "Wrong millennium," Hal said. "Tamerlane, then," the butcher pressed. "He killed cities and piled the skulls. Bloodbath stuff. Oh yes, and Tamerlane was a scand of the navies." Hal looked puzzled and then quickly erased the expression. "Well, even if it is about Tamerlane, you can't see it. How about it, Joggy?" "They won't let me in either." "Yes, they will. You're 5 years old now." "But I don't feel any older," Joggy replied doubtfully. "The feeling comes at 6. Don't worry, the usher will notice the difference." Hal and Joggy switched off their levitators and dropped to their feet. The butcher came down rather hard, twisting an ankle. He opened his mouth to cry, then abruptly closed it hard, bearing his pain in tight-lipped silence, like an ancient soldier. Like Stalin, maybe, he thought. The red-headed adult's face twitched in half-humorous sympathy. Hal and Joggy mounted the ramp and entered a twilit corridor which drank their faint footsteps and returned pulses of light. The butcher limped manfully after them, but when he got inside, he forgot his battle injury. Hal looked back. "Honestly, the usher will stop you." The butcher shook his head. "I'm going to think my way in. I'm going to think old." "You won't be able to fool the usher, butcher. You under 5 simply aren't allowed in the Time Theater. There's a good reason for it. Something dangerous might happen if an under 5 got inside." "Why?" "I don't exactly know, but something." "Ha! I bet they're scared we'd go traveling in the time bubble and have some excitement." "They are not. I guess they just know you'd get bored and wander away from your seats, and maybe disturb the adults or upset the electronics or something. But don't worry about it, Butcher. The usher will take care of you." "Shut up. I'm thinking I'm world director," the Butcher informed them, contorting his face diabolically. Hal spoke to the uninges, pointing to the side of the corridor. Obediently, 4 of them lined up. But Brute was peering down the corridor toward where it merged into a deeper darkness. His short legs stiffened, his neckless head seemed to retreat even further between his powerful shoulders, his lips writhed back to show his gleaming fangs, and a completely unfamiliar sound issued from his throat. A choked, grating sound, a growl. The other uninges moved uneasily. "Do you suppose something's the matter with his circuits?" Jodi whispered. "Maybe he's getting racial memories from the scans." "Of course not," Hal said irritably. "Brute, get over there," the Butcher commanded. Unwillingly, eyes still fixed on the blackness ahead, Brute obeyed. The 3 boys started on. Hal and Jodi experienced a vaguely electrical tingling that vanished almost immediately. They looked back. The Butcher had been stopped by an invisible wall. "I told you couldn't fool the usher," Hal said. The Butcher hurled himself forward. The wall gave a little, then bounced him back with equal force. "I bet it'll be a bum time view anyway," the Butcher said, not giving up, but not trying again. "And I still don't think the usher can tell how old you are. I bet there's an overage teacher spying on you through a hole, and if he doesn't like your looks, he switches on the usher." But the others had disappeared in the blackness. The Butcher waited and then sat down beside the uninges. Brute laid his head on his knee and growled faintly down the corridor. "Take it easy, Brute," the Butcher consoled him. "I don't think Tamerlane was really a scan of the navies anyhow." 2 chattering girls, hardly bigger than himself, stepped through the usher as if it weren't there. The Butcher grimly slipped out the metal tube and put it to his lips. There were 2 closely spaced faint plops, and a large green stain appeared on the bare back of one girl, while purple fluid dripped from the close-cropped hair of the other. They glared at him, and one of them said, "A cub," but he had his arms folded and wasn't looking at them. Meanwhile, subordinate ushers had guided Hal and Jodi away from the main entrance to the Time Theater. A sphincter dilated, and they found themselves in a small, transparent cubicle from which they could watch the show without disturbing the adult audience. They unstrapped their levitators, laid them on the floor, and sat down. The darkened auditorium was circular. Rising from a low central platform was a huge bubble of light, its lower surface somewhat flattened. The audience was seated in concentric rows around the bubble, their keen and compassionate faces dimly revealed by the pale central glow. But it was the scene within the bubble that riveted the attention of the boys. Great brooding trees, the trunks of the nearer ones sliced by the bubble's surface, formed the background. Through the dark, wet foliage appeared glimpses of a murky sky, while from the ceiling of the bubble a ceaseless rain dripped mournfully. A hooded figure crouched beside a little fire, partly shielded by a gnarled trunk. Squatting round about were wiry, blue-eyed men with shoulder-length blonde hair and full blonde beards. They were clothed in furs and metal-studded leather. Here and there were scattered weapons and armor, long swords glistening with oil to guard them from rust, crudely painted circular shields, and helmets from which curved the horns of beasts. Back and forth, lean, wolf-like dogs paced with restless monotony. Sometimes the men seemed to speak together, or one would rise to peer down the misty forest vistas, but mostly they were motionless. Only the hooded figure, which they seemed to regard with a mingled wonder and fear, swayed incessantly to the rhythm of some unheard chant. The time bubble has been brought to rest in one of the barbaric cultures of the Dawn era, a soft voice explained, so casually that Jodi looked around for the speaker, until Hal nudged him sharply, whispering with barely perceptible embarrassment. "Don't do that, Jodi. It's just the electronic interpreter. It senses our development and hears our questions, and then it automats background and answers. But it's no more alive than an adolescent or a kinder robot. Got a billion microtapes, though." The interpreter continued, "The skin-clad men we are viewing in Time in the Round seem to be a group of warriors of the sort who lived by pillage and rapine. The hooded figure is a most unusual find. We believe it to be that of a sorcerer who pretended to control the forces of nature and see into the future." Jodi whispered, "How is it that we can't see the audience through the other side of the bubble? We can see through this side all right." "The bubble only shines light out," Hal told him hurriedly, to show he knew some things as well as the interpreter. "Nothing, not even light, can get into the bubble from outside. The audience on the other side of the bubble sees into it just as we do, only they're seeing the other way. For instance, they can't see the fire because the tree is in the way, and instead of seeing us beyond, they see more trees and sky." Jodi nodded. "You mean that whatever way you look at the bubble, it's a kind of hole through time?" "That's right." Hal cleared his throat and recited. "The bubble is the locus of an infinite number of one-way holes, all centering around 2 points in space-time, one now and one then. The bubble looks completely open, but if you tried to step inside you'd be stopped, and so would an atom beam. It takes more energy than an atom beam just to maintain the bubble, let alone maneuver it." "I see, I guess," Jodi whispered, "but if the hole works for light, why can't the people inside the bubble step out of it into our world?" "Why, you see, Jodi..." The interpreter took over. "The holes are one way for light, but no way for matter. If one of the individuals inside the bubble walked toward you, he would cross-section and disappear. But to the audience on the opposite side of the bubble, it would be obvious that he had walked away along the vista down which they are peering." As if to provide an example, a figure suddenly materialized on their side of the bubble. The wolf-like dogs bared their fangs. For an instant, there was only an eerie, distorted, rapidly growing silhouette, changing from blood-red to black as the boundary of the bubble cross-sectioned the intruding figure. Then they recognized the back of another long-haired warrior and realized that the audience on the other side of the bubble had probably seen him approaching for some time. He bowed to the hooded figure and handed him a small bag. "More atavistic cubs, big and little. Hold still, Cynthia," a new voice cut in. Hal turned and saw that 2 cold-eyed girls had been ushered into the cubicle. One was wiping her close-cropped hair with one hand, while mopping a green stain from her friend's back with the other. Hal nudged Jodi and whispered, "Butch!" But Jodi was still hypnotized by the time bubble. "Then how is it, Hal," he asked, "that light comes out of the bubble, if the people don't? What I mean is, if one of the people walks toward us, he shrinks to a red blot and disappears. Why doesn't the light coming our way disappear too?" "Well, you see, Jodi, it isn't real light, it's..." Once more the interpreter helped him out. "The light that comes from the bubble is an isotope. Like atoms of one element, photons of a single frequency also have isotopes. It's more than a matter of polarization. One of these isotopes of light tends to leak futureward through holes in space-time. Most of the light goes down the vistas visible to the other side of the audience, but one isotope is diverted through the walls of the bubble into the time theater. Perhaps, because of the intense darkness of the theater, you haven't realized how dimly lit the scene is, That's because we're getting only a single isotope of the original light. Incidentally, no isotopes have been discovered that leak pastward, though attempts are being made to synthesize them. Oh, explanations, murmured one of the newly arrived girls. The cubs are always angling for them. Apple polishers. I like this show, a familiar voice announced serenely. They cut anybody yet with those choppers? Hal looked down beside him. Butch, how did you manage to get in? I don't see any blood. Where's the bodies? But how did you get in, Butcher? The butcher replied airily, A red-headed man talked to me and said it certainly was sad for a future dictator not to be able to enjoy scenes of carnage in his youth. So I told him I'd been inside the Time Theater and just come out to get a drink of water and go to the Eliminator. But then my sprained ankle had got worse. I kind of tried to get up and fell down again, so he picked me up and carried me right through the usher. Butcher, that wasn't honest, Hal said a little worriedly. You tricked him into thinking you were older, and his brainwaves blanketed yours, going through the usher. I really have heard it's dangerous for you under-5s to be in here. The way those cubs beg for babying and get it, one of the girls commented. Talk about sex favoritism. She and her companion withdrew to the far end of the cubicle. The butcher grinned at them briefly and concentrated his attention on the scene in the time bubble. Those big dogs, he began suddenly. Brute must have smelled 'em. Don't be silly, Hal said. Smells can't come out of the time bubble. Smells haven't any isotopes and... I don't care, the butcher asserted. I bet somebody'll figure out someday how to use the bubble for time traveling. You can't travel in a point of view, Hal contradicted, and that's all the bubble is. Besides, some scientists think the bubble isn't real at all, but, I believe, the interpreter cut in smoothly, that you're thinking of the theory that the time bubble operates by hypermemory. Some scientists would have us believe that all memory is time traveling, and that the basic location of the bubble is not space-time at all, but ever-present eternity. Some of them go so far as to state that it is only a mental inability that prevents the time bubble from being used for time traveling, just as it may be a similar disability that keeps a robot with the same or even more scopeful memories from being a real man or animal. It is because of this minority theory that underage individuals and other beings with impulsive mentalities are barred from the time theater. But do not be alarmed. Even if the minority theory should prove true, and no evidence for it has ever appeared, there are automatically operating safeguards to protect the audience from any harmful consequences of time traveling, almost certainly impossible, remember, in either direction. Sissies, was the butcher's comment. You're rather young to be here, aren't you? The interpreter inquired. The butcher folded his arms and scowled. The interpreter hesitated almost humanly, probably snatching through 250,000 microtapes. Well, you wouldn't have got in unless a qualified adult had certified you as plus age. Enjoy yourself. There was no need for the last injunction. The scene within the bubble had acquired a gripping interest. The shaggy warriors were taking up their swords, gathering about the hooded sorcerer. The hood fell back, revealing a face with hawk-like, disturbing eyes that seemed to be looking straight out of the bubble at the future. This is getting good, the butcher said, squirming toward the edge of his seat. Stop being an impulsive mentality, Hal warned him a little nervously. Ha! The sorcerer emptied the small bag on the fire, and a thick cloud of smoke puffed toward the ceiling of the bubble. A claw-like hand waved wildly. The sorcerer appeared to be expostulating, commanding. The warriors stared uncomprehendingly, which seemed to exasperate the sorcerer. That's right, the butcher approved loudly. Sock it to him. Butcher, Hal admonished. Suddenly the bubble grew very bright, as if the sun had just shone forth in the ancient world, though the rain still dripped down. "A viewing anomaly has occurred," the interpreter announced. "It may be necessary to collapse the time bubble for a short period." In a frenzy, his ragged robes twisting like smoke, the sorcerer rushed at one of the warriors, pushing him backward, so that in a moment he must cross-section. "Attaboy," the butcher encouraged. Then the warrior was standing outside the bubble, blinking toward the shadows, rain dripping from his beard and furs. "Oh boy," the butcher cheered in ecstasy. "Butcher, you've done it," Hal said, aghast. "I sure did," the butcher agreed blandly, "but that old guy in the bubble helped me. Must take two to work it." "Keep your seats," the interpreter said loudly. "We are energizing the safeguards." The warriors inside the bubble stared in stupid astonishment after the one who had disappeared from their view. The sorcerer leaped about, pushing them in his direction. Abrupt light flooded the time theater. The warriors who had emerged from the bubble stiffened themselves, baring their teeth. "The safeguards are now energized," the interpreter said. A woman in a short golden tunic stood up uncertainly from the front row of the audience. The first warrior looked her up and down, took one hesitant step forward, then another, then suddenly grabbed her and flung her over his left shoulder, looking around menacingly and swinging his sword in his right hand. "I repeat, the safeguards have been fully energized. Keep your seats," the interpreter enjoined. In the cubicle, Hal and Jodi gasped. The two girls squeaked, but the butcher yelled a hey of disapproval, snatching up something from the floor and darted out through the sphincter. Here and there in the audience, other adults stood up. The emerged warriors formed a ring of swinging swords and questing eyes. Between their legs, their wolfish dogs emerged with them, crouched and snarled. Then the warriors began to fan out. "There has been an unavoidable delay in energizing the safeguards," the interpreter said. "Please be patient." At that moment, the butcher entered the main auditorium, brandishing a levitator above his head and striding purposefully down the aisle. At his heels, 5 stocky forms trotted. In a definitely pre-civilization voice, or at least with pre-civilization volume, he bellowed, "Hey, you quit that!" The first warrior looked toward him, gave his left shoulder a shake to quiet his wriggling captive, gave his right shoulder one to supple his sword arm, and waited until the dwarfish challenger came into range. Then his sword swished down in a flashing arc. Next moment the butcher was on his knees, and the warrior was staring at him open-mouthed. The sword had rebounded from something invisible, an arm's length above the gnome-like creature's head. The warrior backed a step. The butcher stayed down, crouching half behind an aisle seat and digging for something in his pocket. But he didn't stay quiet. "Sick 'em, brute," he shrilled. "Sick 'em, darter. Sick 'em, pinky and whitey and blue." Then he stopped shouting and raised his hand to his mouth. Growling quite unmechanically, the 5 uninjas hurled themselves forward and closed with the warriors' wolf-like dogs. At the first encounter, Brute and Pinky were grabbed by the throats, shaken, and tossed a dozen feet. The warriors snarled approval and advanced. But then Brute and Pinky raced back eagerly to the fight, and suddenly the face of the leading warrior was drenched with scarlet. He blinked and touched his fingers to it, then looked at his hand in horror. The butcher spared a second to repeat his command to the uninjas, but already the battle was going against the larger dogs. The latter had the advantage of weight and could toss the smaller dogs like so many foxes, but their terrible fangs did no damage, and whenever an uninj clamped on a throat, that throat was torn out. Meanwhile, great bloody stains had appeared on the bodies of all the warriors. They drew back in a knot, looking at each other fearfully. That was when the butcher got to his feet and strode forward, hand clenching the levitator above his head. "Get back where you belong, you big jerks, and drop that lady." The first warrior pointed toward him and hissed something. Immediately 6 swords were smiting at the butcher. "We are working to energize the safeguards," the interpreter said in a mechanical panic. "Remain patient and in your seats." The Aninjas leaped into the melee, at first tearing more fur than flesh. Swords caught them and sent them spinning through the air. They came yapping back for more. Brute fixed on the first warrior's ankle. He dropped the woman, stamped unavailingly on the Aninj, and let out a screech. Swords were still rebounding from the invisible shield under which the butcher crouched, making terrible faces at his attackers. They drew back, looked again at their bloodstains, goggled at the demon dogs. At their leader's screech, they broke and plunged back into the time bubble, their leader stumbling limpingly after them. There they wasted no time on their own ragged sorcerer. Their swords rose and fell, and no repulsor field stayed them. "Brute, come back," the butcher yelled. The gray Aninj let go his hold on the leader's ankle and scampered out of the time bubble, which swiftly dimmed to its original light intensity and then winked out. For once in their very mature lives, all of the adults in the auditorium began to jabber at each other simultaneously. "We are sorry, but the anomaly has made it necessary to collapse the time bubble," the interpreter said. "There will be no viewing until further announcement. Thank you for your patience." Hal and Jodi caught up with the butcher just as Brute jumped into his arms, and the woman in gold picked him up and hugged him fiercely. The butcher started to pull away, then grudgingly submitted. "Cubs," came a small, cold voice from behind Hal and Jodi, always playing hero. "Say, what's that awful smell, Cynthia? It must have come from those dirty past men." Hal and Jodi were shouting at the butcher, but he wasn't listening to them or to the older voices clamoring about revised theories of reality and other important things. He didn't even squirm as Brute licked his cheek, and the woman in gold planted a big kiss practically on his mouth. He smiled dreamily and stroked Brute's muzzle and murmured softly, "We came, we saw, we conquered, didn't we, Brute?" End of Time in the Round by Fritz Leiber.
The Mischievous Typesetter by Noel Loomis. The judge reared back. High Pockets waited.
"In my opinion,"
His Honor began a little ambiguously,
"a linotype operator is very near the bottom of the scale of humanity. There is only one person who stands beneath him. That is the poet."
The judge's eyes turned full on High Pockets, all 7 gangling feet of him.
"You,"
the judge said ominously,
"are both."
High Pockets waited in dread. He had a premonition that this wasn't even going to be a nice jail sentence where he could meditate and reflect on his strange power over linotypes. This was going to be the workhouse. The situation was desperate indeed.
"You profess to be a barnstormer and a student of mechanical nature,"
the judge smiled sarcastically.
"I can offer you an unusual opportunity for research. As an old proofreader, I occasionally help out on the daily news, and it has come to my attention that there is a linotype on the news known as Number 7 that recently has begun to misbehave. Without apparent reason, it has become almost useless."
High Pockets cringed with the impact of the knowledge that His Honor had once been a proofreader. The traditional enmity between proofreaders and operators, High Pockets perceived, was about to be judiciously resolved. So he cringed. He was very sad.
"Suppose you go up there and try your wizardry on Number 7, His Honor suggested. In the meantime, 30 days suspended sentence. If you're back here before your time is up, it will be 60 days. and if there is drunkenness connected with it," he said, looking disdainfully at High Pocket's red nose, "it will be 90. Is that clear?"
"Yes, Your Honour," High Pockets mumbled, but he was thinking of other things. He had been sentenced to work at his trade. That meant contact with proofreaders, and High Pockets bristled. But the bristling subsided rapidly as High Pockets, simulating a grateful smile from long habit, realized with a sickly feeling that for perhaps the first time in his long career, a proofreader had had the complete and final word, and High Pockets did not dare to answer back. They spotted High Pockets coming across the composing room of the Daily News when they saw a red nose follow an eccentric orbit up among the fluorescent lights. High Pockets didn't exactly duck the lights. When he came face to face with one, his incredibly tall knees limbered up and he sort of weaved under it. The Union chairman met him with a handshake.
"High Pockets Jones," he said, grinning. "Dean of Barnstormers and Wizard of the Linotype. I know you from your picture. Can you really make a linotype stand up on its hind legs and talk?"
"Well," High Pockets said in a modest, booming voice, "I will admit that's one of my more difficult stunts." The chairman guffawed, and they stared High Pockets to the slipboard.
"I can put you on a weak stretch."
High Pockets stopped as if he had walked into a brick wall.
"No," he boomed. "Can't do it. Haven't worked 5 days straight in 20 years. But look, High Pockets, look at it this way. You're an old-time barnstormer, aren't you?"
High Pockets winced.
"Well," the chairman said diplomatically, "there's not as much call for barnstormers as there used to be, but—" He said it quickly. "Here's Newfield. It needs a good barnstormer as much as they ever did."
High Pockets listened intently.
"This poor guy has to sit on number 7. That's the linotype nobody can do anything with. The poor devil had to lay off because she pretty nearly drove him crazy. Now you are the guy who can make a linotype behave."
His voice was persuasive.
"Won't you help this guy out for a few nights?"
For 20 years it had been High Pocket's unbroken rule not to hire out for more than a day at a time. "Short-term contracts," he insisted. But now, well, the world was changed. Maybe this was to be the future of barnstorming, taming machines instead of foremen. If so, it meant he still had a place in the world. And to fulfill that destiny, he would even accept a whole week's work. He took off his rain-wrinkled coat with a sigh. He was waiting for time to be called when Arturius Wickware, the linotype machinist on the news, came up to him with short, mincing steps and a scowl that undoubtedly was a habit.
"Are you the guy that has such wonderful control over a linotype?"
he demanded. He wouldn't give High Pockets the satisfaction of looking up at him. He scowled at High Pockets' breastbone. High Pockets was solemn as he stared over Arturius's head.
"I get along well with them," he smiled gently then. "Somehow a linotype always does what I want it to do."
He looked down and saw the crowd around him, and decided he owed them an explanation.
"My theory is that any piece of machinery is electrified by some force that I call personal electricity. I don't exactly know what that is, but it seems to bind the piece of machinery as a whole. I think maybe it's a negative charge, and I think most men are charged positively with that same force, so that men get along well with machines. Opposite poles attract, you know."
Arturius Wickware sputtered, but now High Pockets had to go on.
"Sometimes a man comes along who happens to be negatively charged, and he can't handle a piece of machinery at all. But now you see this scar in the middle of my forehead."
He removed his faded hat.
"I was struck by lightning on a freight train out in Utah, and I think it multiplied my personal electricity potential a lot, maybe millions of times. So machinery just has to do what I want it to, because it wants to do it, you see?"
There was an odd silence. Then the chairman spoke.
"Old number 7 started acting up when they built the first uranium pile south of town here. But it really went bad when it was hit by lightning that followed down the ventilation pipe 2 months ago."
High Pockets' blue eyes opened wide.
"Maybe its negative field was reversed by some stray rays from the pile, and then when the lightning hit it, it intensified the field so that the machine is now strongly positive. You know how it is," he said earnestly. "A body illuminated by ultraviolet light becomes positively charged, and even a hot body becomes positively charged by what they call thermionic emission. Well, that's okay. A linotype
is exactly like a woman. It has a soul, if you know how to reach it. All Artorius snorted so loudly the electric relay on number 7 made contact, and the heating switch came on with a clatter.
You could work on number 7 tonight, he said acidly. Let's see if it's got a soul.
He turned on his heel and stamped back to his bench. It never occurred to High Pockets to doubt his success with number 7. He carefully hung his 10-year-old coat in an empty locker and made sure the pint of bourbon was safely in the inside pocket of the coat. Then he walked into the composing room and over to number 7 and stood for a moment looking her over. He frowned.
It's almost as if she was laying her ears back and getting ready to snarl at me, he said wonderingly. She'll snarl, said Artorius at his back. She'll bite before the night's over.
High Pockets tried to look amused.
I'll have her setting type by herself before lunchtime, he promised.
High Pockets got the lowest chair in the composing room to bring his arms down near the keyboard. His nose was still red, and he weaved a little in the chair, but he began to fold in his arms until his hands were over the keyboard. The first take went smoothly. High Pockets could feel a clash of wills, but he was slow and careful. He set 2 more takes, and nothing happened, so he began to relax. His third take was a short piece of telegraph copy for the 2nd edition. He put it in the copy holder and then decided to get a drink of water. He ran into some friends, and they spent 5 minutes around the fountain before the foreman came by. High Pockets went back to the machine. He sat down and got his arms tucked in, then reached for a slug with his name on it and started to put it in the stick. Then he frowned and rang the bell for the machinist.
Somebody playing tricks on me, he said. Who's been working here? Nobody but you,
Artorius said nastily. High Pockets licked his lips.
I'd swear I didn't set this take.
But Artorius looked intensely satisfied and went away. Thoughtfully, High Pockets took the type out of the stick, and put his take slug on it, and went to the dump. When he sat down again, he shook his head and rubbed his eyes before he went to work.
Number 7 must have set that take herself, he muttered. But that's not according to union rules.
He said it without actually believing it. He got along all right until nearly lunchtime. By then he was dry again, and he got a long take of the next day's editorial and stuck it in the copyboard, then went to the fountain and finally decided to go to the washroom and smoke a cigarette. When he got back to the machine, he picked up a take slug and pulled back the slug stacker, and then he froze tight. High Pockets looked a little scared. He licked his lips and took the stick out of the machine. It was a long take, about 10 inches of type. He laid it across his knees and compared it with the copy. It checked. He read it over upside down. Not a single error.
Well, I didn't set it anyway, he muttered. I couldn't possibly set an OK proof the way I feel.
Somewhat resignedly, he took the type to the dump. The dump man looked at him.
Turning them up pretty fast. What do you think this is? A piecework town?
High Pockets looked chastened, but said nothing. He went to the copy desk. There was nothing now but want ads. He got a take, and then he had a bright idea. He put the want ads on the copyboard and went for a drink of water. He was dry again anyway. He took plenty of time, and then came back and confidently picked up a take slug. But he got a jolt when he looked at the stick. It was empty. High Pockets nodded wisely.
So it doesn't like want ads any better than anybody else, he said to himself. Now that's a dirty shame.
He got all folded in and started to operate, but at the first letter he touched, the keyboard belt broke. He called Artorius and had it fixed and tried again. The mats jammed up in the chute. He cleaned them out and then started carefully hitting 1 letter at a time. But the very first one came to the star wheel and rang the bell again.
Star wheel spring is loose, he said. She won't bring the mats down.
Artorius looked at him with a scowl that bore the heavy responsibility of the entire world, and then without a word sat down to fix it. He stood by while High Pockets tried again. The line finally was filled, and High Pockets set it in and started on the 2nd line.
Wait a minute, said Artorius. You didn't get a slug.
He opened the vise.
Short line stop is out of adjustment, he growled. What's the matter with this machine, anyway?
High Pockets looked worried.
Maybe she don't like want ads, he said. Maybe I better set this take somewhere else.
Artorius grunted. High Pockets went to number 8. He set the want-ads with one eye on number 7. He was quite sober now. The copy cutter wasn't looking when High Pockets got back to the desk, and High Pockets did something he'd never done before in his life. He worked the hook. Instead of taking want-ads, he very quietly took a piece of minion and looked around guiltily to see if anybody noticed. He wound his way back to number 7 and got all set. Arturius was gone. High Pockets by now realized that he was up against worthy opposition. If he had reached number 7's soul, he had stirred it the wrong way. From now on, he would be extremely careful. Things went all right until after the cast. The line went up to transfer, and there it stuck. High Pockets sighed and rang the bell. Arturius came, but the scowl on his face was diluted with self-satisfaction. He started to lock the spaceband lever, but when he touched the latch, the spaceband lever went off with a crash, and the line of mats spilled out in the intermediate channel. High Pockets sighed noisily and got up. Arturius was using some uncomplimentary language, and the gleam of satisfaction was all in High Pockets' eyes now. They picked up the mats, and Arturius pulled out the clutch lever to let the machine finish its revolution. But it stuck on ejection. The clutch grabbed and chattered. He threw the clutch lever in and went around behind. He backed the machine by hand and hammered with the ejector level. The slug wouldn't come out. He came back, looked at the knife, looked at the ejector blade, examined the mouthpiece.
"This mill is nuts,"
he said in his sourest tone, and added some explanatory remarks that verged on redundancy. He held up the ejector lock while High Pockets pulled the clutch lever and let the machine go on over. Arturius had to loosen the mold cap to get the slug out. Then he stood back for High Pockets to sit down, but by this time High Pockets had awakened. He looked hard at the copy and whispered to himself, "Oh, no wonder. We've got society. Don't blame her." He told Arturius he had to get a drink. When he came back, Arturius was gone, and very quietly High Pockets went over to number 8 and set the type. His next take was a nice piece of telegraph on green copy paper. She ought to like this, High Pockets thought, but his face had a wondering look. He put the copy in the holder and got ready to massage the keyboard, but he just got his arms folded up and his fingers stretched out when the mats began to drop into the assembling elevator. They dropped with perfect timing. The assembling elevator filled, and High Pockets' eyes began to gleam. "She'll have to wait for me to send the line in," he thought. But old number 7 wouldn't be denied. The elevator went up, the line went in, the elevator came down, and mats started dropping again. High Pockets got up and went to a window. He leaned out and breathed the crisp night air. When he got back, the take was finished. He got the second take of the same story and went back to the machine. He put the take in the copy holder, and then, out of habit, he looked at the stick. It was already half full of type. He was almost afraid to compare it with his copy, but he did. After he checked it, he got up and went to the locker room. Nobody else was there. He pulled the pint bottle out of his cold pocket, and without hesitation violated another strict office rule. He took a good, long, healthy drink of bourbon. He wiped his lips and came back. Number 7 was still running over. He looked at the type. There was a guideline that said, "Third ad, Nazi werewolves." High Pockets turned on his heel and went back to the locker room. This time he had 2 drinks, and when he finished, he weaved a little more. "Monkeying with souls," he muttered, "is dangerous business." He was thankful the story had only 3 takes. First he thought he would dump the third take in the metal pot, but when he picked it up, it was so hot that even he, with calloused fingertips from handling hot slugs for 20 years, couldn't hold it. So he dumped both takes and turned off the motor, then went to lunch. That is, he borrowed $1 from the chairman and started for the restaurant. But he passed a saloon on the way and decided he was more in need of a drink. When he got back, he had a little trouble with the fluorescent lights. They weaved when he weaved, and it took some rather delicate navigation to beat them to the punch. It was fortunate that the light tubes were fixed securely in their sockets, and fortunate that the foreman had gone into the office to check the time cards. When High Pockets got back to the copy desk, he was pretty fuzzy around the edges. He looked over his first take as soon as he got behind the desk. Then he gave a relieved sigh. This was editorial. Number 7 wouldn't be so fussy, he hoped. He got 4 paragraphs through before he ran into trouble. Then some mats jammed up at the top of the assembler entrance cover. High Pocket started to ring the bell, but decided not to. He could dig it out himself. He had enough trouble with Arturius for one night. He opened the entrance cover, and 100 mats fell down over his arm and onto the keyboard with an ominous tinkle. Their weight depressed some 20 keys, and the power drive immediately began to function, and the mats from those 20 tunnels dropped in 20 curving streams on the keyboard, which depressed still more keys and made more mats drop. In about 2 minutes, number 7 had poured 1,500 mats into High Pocket's lap. He did one thing before he rang the bell. He brushed the mats off the copy holder and looked at the rest of the paragraph. It ended, "And the blame for Pearl Harbor thus lay at the door of the White House." High Pockets got up, shedding mats by the hundreds. Arturius came, looking as if he were about to detonate. Half the operators in the shop were there to enjoy the fact that at least there was one man who wasn't afraid to have trouble with number 7. Somebody chuckled and said, "Get a basket." But High Pockets knew it wasn't meant for him, and nobly disdained a reply. He was muttering to himself, "I've had these machines called a lot of things in my time, but this is the first one I've ever saw that could justifiably be called a Republican." The machinist was verbose, a little on the vicariously obscene side. High Pockets helped him pick the mats off the floor, but it was almost an hour before they got the machine going again. When they did, High Pockets went back to look at the slipboard. He studied it for a few minutes with a queer look on his face, and started for the chairman. But halfway there, he changed his mind. No machine had ever got the best of him before, and he'd be up against some tough ones. He was a barnstormer, wasn't he? So he went back to the battle. But now there wasn't any copy, so he wandered around with that queer look on his face, and finally wound up in the locker room, where he decided he might as well kill the pint. He smoked a cigarette and stuck his head out of the window into the fresh air. When the pint was thoroughly defunct, he returned. The machine was quiet again, but the stick was half full. He didn't even look at it. There wasn't any copy, but he took the type to the dump. The next take was copy for "Good Morning, Glory," the paper's star columnist. That seemed to go very well. Number 7 perhaps didn't quite make out what was happening. Well, that was nothing. Most columnists were like that. Then again, there wasn't any copy. A young fellow came down from the newsroom and spoke to the copy cutter. "There'll be a story down for the 11:15 edition," he said. "2 women murdered. About a column." The copy cutter looked at the clock. "It's 11 o'clock now," he said. "Where is it?" "Just starting to write it upstairs. We'll get it down as fast as we can." The copy cutter grumbled. "Better have makeovers then. We don't have time to handle it." But High Pockets knew better. He poked his head over the desk and sneaked to look at number 7. She was grinding away. High Pockets went back to the dump and looked at the guideline of his stickful without copy. It said, 2 women murdered. But nobody would ever give out a long take like that so near closing time. He looked again. He should have known. The half a stickful was divided into thirds, carefully guided. First ad, and second ad. And at the bottom of the last ad was a turned slog and a line, "More to come." The copy tube swished and a carrier thumped in the box. "Here," the copy cutter said. "There's a preseed on that atomic bomb explosion. You might as well set that while we're waiting." "Okay," said High Pockets, and in the now hazy recesses of his mind, he made a mighty resolution. He would set this take himself. Number 7 be damned. He went straight to the machine. Mats were dropping, but High Pockets just raised his eyes and reached up and turned off the power. That would stop her. He got his copy all fixed and his arms folded in, and then he unfolded one arm and turned on the power, while his right hand hovered over the keyboard. Apparently number 7 didn't quite know what to make of this new attack. He was able to get several lines through before she figured it out. Then she seemed to sit back and get her breath, and High Pockets, with a wide grin on his face, manipulated the keyboard fast enough to keep the machine hung so he wouldn't get a chance on her own hook. But eventually he had a pile-up of mats and had to miss a line. He was crestfallen. But strangely enough, she didn't start in when he got the assembling elevator clear. He watched her out of the corner of his eye while he gingerly assembled the line, but nothing happened. He set the line in and watched it go through without any disturbance. Then he sat back a moment, and he and the machine sized each other up. Still no mats dropped out of their own volition. High Pockets grinned. Maybe he was beginning to sober up. He set a line and sent it in, watching. It justified, and the pot came forward to cast. Said High Pockets. "It was such a human. Subhuman, I call it." Something happened when he said that. The second justification lever went up with a bang that shook the whole machine, and High Pockets reached for the clutch lever with his left hand. But he was so long, he had to grab something with his right hand to balance, and just then the line delivery came back with a snap and smashed his right thumb. "Ouch," said High Pockets, and jumped up, and then he swore and shook his hand. A minute later he sat down again with a determined gleam in his eyes. He tightened the vice-locking screws and leaned over to look at the line, down in the jaws, to be sure the maths were in alignment before he pulled the clutch. And just then the right-hand locking stud came loose with a snap and spun clockwise, and the cross-handle cracked him on the chin. High Pockets took it like a man. He didn't even swear this time. He got out of his chair. "I will see if that line is all right," he muttered. "If I don't—" He tightened the screw. Then he got his head in under the intermediate bar to look. And at that moment a gust of air blew a cloud of graphite out of the intermediate channel and filled his right eye. He was nearly blinded, but he didn't ask for help. Very quietly he wound his way to the washroom. He cleaned his face and worked the graphite out of his eye as well as he could. And then, with a determined look on his face, went back. Arturius reached the machine about the same time he did. "What did you leave her on the cast for?" he barked. High Pockets didn't answer. Arturius indulged in some choice blasphemy, with its direction divided equally between High Pockets and number 7. High Pockets felt sorry for Arturius. He went to the locker room and determined to his satisfaction that the pint was still dead. Then he came back. The boy had left some proofs on his machine. High Pockets picked them up to scan them. Then he swore vigorously. "Proofreaders," he sputtered. "Comma chasers. Look at this." He invited the world. "Put a hyphen in the word goodwill. Marked a double E in employee. Changed thousand to thousand." He clenched his fists and raised them far over his head. "Give me strength," he groaned. "Give me strength. On top of everything else, the proofreaders have to go nuts too." He started for the proofroom, clutching the proofs in one hand. His long arms swung as he weaved among the lights. He went in the door of the proofroom and stood there for a moment. His head was above the lights, and for a moment he couldn't see very clearly, but he demanded in his booming voice, "Who signed these proofs RMS?" There was a stir in the proofroom, and then a man at the far end of the table got to his feet. "I did it," he said in thunderous voice. High Pockets didn't back down. "What the hell do you think this is? 1910? he demanded, waving the proofs. "This is a newspaper, isn't it? Not a dictionary." "Is it indeed?" said the man ominously, and High Pockets thought he had heard that voice before. He stared toward the man, and his eyes began to focus. Then he saw who it was. A gulp started in High Pockets' Adam's apple, and travelled visibly down the full length of his body to the floor. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. His eyes became glazed like those of a man walking in his sleep. "Your Honour," he said at last, struggling to force words from his larynx, and looking like a man in a very blue funk. "There are extenuating circumstances." Then he seemed to awaken. He looked around him. Through the glass windows of the proofroom he saw a make-up man pushing a turtle to the stereotype room, and this seemed to give him a little grip on reality. He turned back with a certain air of assurance, as if he was about to take things decisively into his own hands. But he looked into his Honour's stern countenance, and that assurance wilted visibly. High Pockets retreated in confusion. Maybe number 7 sympathized with him. At least she allowed him to correct the proofs without any trouble. High Pockets even began to feel that there was some feeling of friendliness flowing between them. He was working on his next take when he felt a presence behind him. He revolved in his chair. He very nearly fell over when he once again faced His Honour, the judge. His Honour had a long piece of pasted copy in one hand, and was waving a proof in the other. "So," His Honour said malevolently, "you're the poet." "What are you talking about?" "This." His Honour waved the proof under High Pocket's nose. "You set this verse. It isn't in the copy at all." High Pockets felt uneasy. "Let's see," he read aloud. "'Tis dawn in the woods, a gentleman slumbers, beneath the protection of wild cucumbers. The woodpeckers woodpeck, the rattlesnakes rattle, and all the cockroaches prepare to do battle." High Pockets gulped. He handed the proof back to His Honour. He revolved again and folded himself into the chair. He started to set type, and he remembered. "Your Honour," he said, "I had nothing to do with it. Number 7 did it." His Honour, goaded by High Pocket's temporary amnesia, which looked very much like disrespect, exploded. A machine did this?" High Pockets sent in the line and started another. "Are you imputing intelligence to a machine?" His Honor demanded, and number 7 seemed to hesitate for an instant. "No machine on earth could compose such awful poetry as this," His Honor thundered. Number 7 was casting. For no reason at all, the plunger stuck in the bottom of the well, and number 7's clutch chattered and shook the entire machine before High Pockets shut off the power. High Pockets revolved and looked at the judge and raised his eyebrows, then rang the bell. This time the machinist was entirely speechless. High Pockets pointed to the plunger. Artorius worked on it, but couldn't get it loose. He got a crescent wrench. "Get hold of the first elevator cam," he said, "and back her up while I twist the plunger." His Honor stood by, waiting to take up the battle with High Pockets. High Pockets got hold of the cam with a sardonic set to his lips. He yanked hard. Number 7 would find out who was boss. But when he pulled, the screw holding the end of the second elevator starting spring came loose, and the spring shot the screw into High Pockets' ribs with the force of a bullet. High Pockets merely grunted. "Wait, I'll take the drive clutch," Artorius said, as if he was beginning to be concerned. High Pockets shut off the power, and Artorius took hold of the clutch, one hand on each end, and turned forward. The plunger started to lift. It came halfway up, and then the machine suddenly rolled backward again, with a heavy plunger spring helping it. The clutch spun like a top. Artorius backed away, holding the fingers of one hand. "Get hurt?" Artorius bit his lip. "No," he said, "but pull that plunger pin before I try it again." High Pockets pulled the pin, and Artorius got number 7 off the cast. Then he went around to the front, took the controlling lever, and started to pull it out to finish the machine's revolution. He saw a loose mat on the vise and reached for it with his left hand. At that instant his hand slipped off the controlling lever, and the first elevator head came down with a crash. But Artorius's fingers were not there. He backed off and did the most thoroughly human thing he'd done in years. He thumbed his nose at number 7. The judge looked skeptical. "Look out!" High Pockets yelled. "She's backing!" His long arms moved with astonishing speed. He practically snatched the judge up from the place where he stood and set him down again 2 feet away. And just in time, for a stream of silvery molten metal rose in a wide arc from the vice jaws of number 7 and came down exactly where His Honor's bald head had been. About 3 pounds of it descended to the floor and lay there hardening and smoking like an overdone pancake. It all happened in the space of a few seconds. They had been about to set the machine in operation again when suddenly there was the sound of an angry rumble and a stream of molten lead poured forth. Sweat popped out on the judge's bald head. His Honor's eyes were bulging. "She squirted hot lead at me," he said accusingly, "maliciously and with malice aforethought." He pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his bald head. His hands were steady. "If that lead had fallen on me," he said plaintively, "it would have baked my skull. Why did you try to do that to me?" "You made fun of her poetry," High Pockets pointed out. With a certain amount of pleasure he reflected that His Honor could hardly allege contempt under the circumstances. But His Honor looked at High Pockets with a new light in his eyes. "You may have saved my life," he said thoughtfully. Artorius Wickware looked desperate. "It can't squirt," he said. "The plunger pin isn't in." High Pockets pointed to the metal on the floor. "It did," he said. Artorius looked at number 7 dourly and shut off the motor. "Please take number 8, he begged High Pockets. It was the first time he had said please in 30 years. High Pockets was staring at the proof like a man in a trance. Suddenly he made a half-dozen long strides to the machinist's bench. He laid hands on a 12-pound sledgehammer. He came back with it over his shoulder, and before the horrified Artorius could utter a word, High Pockets had gone to the rear of number 7 and swung the sledge in one devastating left-handed blow that sheared through the 9th and 10th cams. And he stepped to the right and crashed the hammer down on the pot-pump cam. He stepped back, breathing hard, the hammer over his shoulder. Pieces of cast iron tinkled to the floor. "Well," boomed High Pockets, "I guess I fixed it, didn't I?" There was no answer. High Pockets looked around. Artorius had quietly fainted. The judge looked horrified. They revived Artorius by the simple expedient of putting a screwdriver in his big hand. He opened his eyes and stared at High Pockets, and shook his head slowly, incredulously. High Pockets helped him up. "Don't worry," he said. Artorius sputtered and almost detonated. "Don't worry," he snorted. $500 worth of cams busted up, and he says, "Don't worry." "It won't cost that much," said High Pockets.
I'll help you piece the cams together. You can get them welded. No, said Artorius. I'll get new ones. It won't work, said High Pockets. What won't work? I did that to chastise the machine. If it wants to be so independent, it will have to endure the penalties as well as enjoy the privileges. If you put in new cams, it will think that it's smart and go right ahead raising hell. But if you have the old ones welded and put back in, the welds, like scars, will remind Number 7 that she's supposed to be a lady. As long as they are there, Number 7 will behave, I guarantee it. The judge wiped his bald head again.
I do believe you've got something there, Mr. Jones. If a machine assumes the right of self-determination, what would be more natural than to treat it as you would treat any other self-determining creature?
High Pockets heaved a tremendous sigh of relief. He saw now that his stay in the city would not be terminated as a guest in the workhouse. High Pockets was very happy indeed. How can you be sure? Artorius demanded. I'll show you, said High Pockets. Turn on the motor. Artorius did. A strange thing happened. Number 7 began to turn. She pulled herself off of the cast. Somehow she broke loose the hardened metal on her vice jaws. It dropped to the floor in one big piece. She came to a normal stop and stood there, obediently. That's utterly impossible, Artorius shouted. It can't even turn over, with those cams broken out. She's chastised, High Pocket said gently. All you have to do from now on is to be firm. The judge came close. Mr. Jones, he said, I'm beginning to believe that even a liner-type operator has a place in this modern world. Suppose we all three go out and have a drink. High Pockets turned off the motor. I heard you the first time, Your Honor, and I'm happy to report that there were no extenuating circumstances. Shall we go? The Mischievous Typesetter by Noel Loomis.
The Untouchable Adolescents by Harlan Ellison. Read by Ben Tucker. The planet Diamore hung round and gaudy in the viewplates, as colorfully unchanging as it had been every day for the 2 weeks since the Wallower had plopped out of inverse space near it. Captain Luther Shreve started violently as the whine of the stress potential banks died away. They had been a constant noisemaker during the past 2 weeks. Their continual dull rhythm had come to seem companionable. Now the keening discordancy was ended, and he knew they had finished estimating the planet in the plates. He sat very still, staring at the energy dials building their reserves back up. The banks had used much extra power. He sat very still, waiting for him to bring them the plates. He didn't want to see them. He was a full captain in the merchant arm of the commercial navy, and he found the tough outer shell of himself that had formed during 30 years in that service suddenly disintegrating. He was afraid of what those plates would say. The tube glowed behind him, and Teller, slightly overweight, slightly florid, slightly balding, and a brilliant psych officer, stepped off the plate into the control room. Teller slumped onto the co-pilot's couch, extended the sheaf of plate readings. Luther Shreve tipped his cap back on his head with a practiced thumb and shuffled the plates in silence. From time to time his pink tongue washed across his lips. Finally he sighed and rubbed weary fingers across the bridge of his nose. He closed his eyes and slowly sank back against the cushions. With eyes still closed, he voiced the final possibility. Any room for error? He had tried to keep the tenseness from his voice, but it somehow doubled in the faintly resonating confines of the control room. Teller shook his head. They tell me no, Luther. I ran the plates up for them, mainly because they were all afraid to be here when you saw the sad news. You terrorized those poor backroom boys, Luther. Teller looked across, saw the odd set to Shreve's face, and realized his jibes were annoying the other. He swung his short legs over the side of the couch with a thump, clasped his hands in his lap as though about to recite. They have somewhere less than 5 months, then big push comes. The eruptions will wipe out 9/10 of the centers of community. He leaned across and pulled one sheet from the stack Shreve held. Here is the position map. He indicated with quick short jabs of his finger where the first earthquakes would hit, and followed blue lines to their terminuses. He extended his hands, palms upward, in a movement of futility and sadness. Shreve sat forward sharply. He swept the cap from his head with one hand, ran the other through stringy brown hair. He pursed his lips, muttered, We've got to do something. It's more than just business potential ruined. There are people down there, Carroll. Millions of them. We can't let them die. True, Teller stated simply, looking at his clasped hands. But he added. What about the itinerary? They'll scream bloody blazes back there if you break schedule. He cocked a thumb toward the rear of the ship, toward Earth. Carl, I've been pushing one of these cans for merch arm over 30 years. I'll be 31 in August. I've never broken a schedule in my life. But this is something more important than bills of lading and sales curves. His face had tightened, the character lines about his mouth standing forth. We've got to save them, Carl. We've got to help those people down there. Teller exhaled heavily. All right, Luther. It's your choice, but you'd better produce something from those natives down there, or merch arm might get unpleasant. Shreve nodded. His face sagged into weariness momentarily. Then he straightened and depressed the public address stud on the couch arm. His orders were brief and direct. An hour later, ship time, the great wallower fired away with directional rockets and began to fall toward the multicolored sphere of Diamore. High jungle surrounded the ship. Deep red stringers of climbing vine meshed with the purple and green and blue of exotic tree forms. From the edge of the dead path the wallower had burned in settling, the patchwork melange of colored growth reared and spread. The analyzers were just completing their spore counts when the Diamorai burst from the jungle, thundered onto the charred ground of the clearing. They rode tall on the backs of their mounts, whooping and wailing in a minor key. The outside receivers, which had been left on in various parts of the wallower, rattled tinnily at the noise. Men clasped hands to their ears and hurried to depress studs to shut out the din. Shreve and Teller whirled from their calculations and stared fascinated at the sight in the plates. The Diamorai's huge loping animals closely resembled terrestrial giraffes. The beasts were pitch black and ran with a gait beautifully adapted to the jungle. They came on with a liquid sidestepping motion. They neatly leaped the twisted tree trunks, swayed out of the path to avoid a cluster of high pile blossoms, and trampled to a stop 50 yards in front of the wallower. Stations! Shreve yelled into the PA mic. He turned back to the viewplate, staring at the black beasts. There were 12 of them, each with a depression in its back in which a Diamorai sat, clutching the flanks of the thin black animal with his knees. Twists of pliant material looped through the beast's noses served both as bridle and reins. The 12 Diamorai leaped agilely from their mounts' backs, began looking at each other with indecision. They milled about the stomping animals for a minute, then each went to a bulky pouch slung across his beast's back depression. They fumbled in the pouches. Shreve turned the plates up to higher magnification, whistling through his teeth. Phew! What magnificent creatures! Did you see the way they ran that jungle like broken-field quarterbacks? From behind him, the agreeing mutter of the pudgy psych officer blended with the busy clicking of the analyzers, totaling their counts. Those look to be the people we have to contact, Carl, Shreve added, motioning toward the Diamorai who were dragging objects from their pouches. A young people, Teller mused, his face flushed. A young and virile people. Shouldn't have any trouble getting through to them. He turned a plate knob to sharper register. The Diamorai had advanced on the ship. They were almost humanoid, tall, almost 6.5 feet each, with very long legs and bony knobbed knees. Their legs seemed to represent almost half their bodies. Wide-shouldered, V-shaped chests, obviously large-lunged. Otherwise, despite the wide-spaced, large irised eyes, they were almost humanoid. As Shreve and Teller watched, they each donned a hideous devil mask. Ugh, Shreve blurted, his face drawing up into a picture of agony. What ghastly greeting cards those are. If that's a sample of their demonology, I'd hate to see them exorcising one of the poor devils. Probably frighten the thing to life. Teller was leaning closer to the screen, his small eyes watching the 12 with undisguised fascination. He was talking more to himself than his superior. Must be religious symbols of some sort. Must have put on their prayer day best just to come see us. Shreve looked at Teller sharply. You don't suppose they think we're gods or something? Shaking his head in annoyance, Teller replied, No, certainly not. You can tell they don't. They haven't prostrated themselves or offered up sacrifices or such, as the typical superstitious aborigine would. No, I'm quite certain they don't deify us, probably just ensuring that evil spirits don't try to interfere with their mission, whatever that might be. But, he added, it doesn't appear to be dangerous, whatever it is. The 12 were now capering and turning handsprings directly under the plate's hull pickups, shaking their masks into the cameras. They seemed unaware that anyone might be watching. Ritual, murmured Teller. As though his identification of it had tired them of their actions, they sat, almost as one. Cross-legged, arms akimbo, expressions stolidly hidden by the grotesque shapes of their devil masks, they waited. Again, almost to the second, they removed their hands from their hips and folded them across their massive chests. Shreve looked at the tight semicircle of aliens, then at Teller. He licked his lips anxiously. It was apparent he was happier now that he had landed and felt he could help the Diamori. "Well, what shall we do, Carl? This is more in your line. Should we go out and talk to them, or bring them inside? Do you think they're aware of the coming eruptions?" The questions had come out, one on top of the other, with an almost childlike anxiety. It was odd to hear such a tone from the otherwise stolid Shreve. Teller looked up in surprise. He smiled slowly. The psych officer flipped his plate off, turned, crossing his arms as the aliens had done, and sat on the dead console. "I don't think they know what's happening down there, Luther. At least," he amended, "they didn't appear to be preparing for evacuation in the threatened areas when we went over them. So I rather suspect they're waiting for us to come out and chat." He shrugged his shoulders, staring at Shreve. "And that, my captain, is it." Shreve looked back at the aliens in his plate. He nodded his head with determination, and his face lit up with purpose. Teller had seen the look once or twice before. Never on routine commercial ventures, however. He had labeled it missionary zeal. The Diamori were still sitting in cross-legged squats, their knees up about their masks, pointed ears, and horned temples. "Well, then, I suppose we'd better go out and chat. The sooner we set up the stress rectifiers, the better." He got up, stepped toward the shaft. "Oh," he said, stopping and turning back to the psych officer, "I'd like you to come out with me, Carl. No orders, you understand, but I'd appreciate it." The short psychologist looked at him for a moment, nodded his head in acceptance. Shreve stepped into the shaft and sank down through the floor as the tube glowed. Teller looked at the empty shaft for a moment. As the platform slipped back into space, he flipped Shreve's plate off. Stepping over to the platform, he threw a glance over his shoulder at the now gray plate. "You're a very young race," he whispered, disappearing through the floor. They dropped the few inches to the ground, bouncing a bit more than they'd allowed for in the lessened gravity of Diamor. All around them, the screams of the jungle meshed into one primal roar. Shreve ran his tongue around the inside of his cheek. The medic had flatly refused to allow their exit unless they submitted to the 6 shots he felt were minimum safety precaution. With the feel of the electro syringe still in his cheeks, Shreve stepped away from the monstrous plug port, raising his arms in friendship. Behind him, Teller did the same. They moved slowly toward the Diamori. The 12 sat immobile, yet seeming to be looking from each other to the Earthmen and back in sharp, jerking motions. It was all illusion, but disquieting. As they stepped toward the aliens, Shreve felt the nerves in his teeth begin to twitch. He had been about to say something soothing in English, but the words never came out. "Who are you?" The question appeared in his head, full-blown, inquisitive, without sense of direction or distance. He knew immediately from where it had come, of course, yet he could not quite believe it. Shreve stopped dead, the pain in his jaws mounting. He glanced quickly at Teller. The shorter man was clutching his jaws with both hands, biting his lower lip and rocking back and forth, eyes half closed. "Carl." Shreve's tongue stumbled over the words in his pain. My God, Carl, they're telepathic." They stood rooted in their tracks, staring at the 12 impassive aliens in their grotesque masks. Teller stared in open fascination, still clutching his head. "The first," he murmured in awe. "The very first. They always said someday we'd meet them, and now, by God, we have." His voice died off to a whisper as he stared unblinking at the dark-skinned Diamori. The words appeared in their minds once more, this time more firm, tinged with impatience. "Who are you?" Shreve seemed unable to respond. He had thought them ignorant savages on the verge of disaster who would be jubilant at the offer of aid. Instead, he was faced with making contact with the first mind-reading race humanity had met racing through the stars. His throat tightened up. He could not speak. Finally, he took a step forward, extending his hands in peace to the aliens. "Friends, we've come to help you. Friends." He was certain they couldn't understand the spoken words. Whether or not they could decipher the thoughts, that was something else. Later, the Earthmen could bring out the communicators if the need arose. But for now, he wanted only the soothing goodwill in his voice to win them. If they knew the Earthmen were protected by stat fields, and that a dozen gun blisters were trained on them, they gave no indication. "We don't want your help." There was a tone of anger, a driving odor of fear in the feel of the thoughts. The Earthmen felt their teeth jump as the thoughts materialized. Shreve realized suddenly that the toothaches must be a byproduct of the psi power. Shreve turned to Teller. The psych officer was staring back at him, his eyes wide, his hands still clutching his jaw. They both recognized something they had missed when the telepathy first became known to them. It was not entering of the mind. They could not reach into the deepest recesses of the Diamori's minds and get whole pictures. It was like a mental radio transmission. They could send and receive with inflection and depth, but they had to do it in darkness. Teller said nothing, but he stepped closer to the aliens. Shreve could tell he was thinking at them, but what he was thinking was impossible to guess. If the aliens understood, they gave no indication. The transmission did not work between the Earthmen, obviously. When Teller had fallen back, Shreve asked, "What did you say?" "I told them we were here because volcanic eruptions were going to rip up their planet within 5 months. I told them the quakes and volcanoes would kill off 95% of their people. I told them we could help them to—" The aliens rose slowly and one stepped forward. He looked down at the two Earthmen. "Hear this. You are not the first strangers to come here. Once before, strange men came to us from the sky. They called themselves the Kybin, and they told us they wanted to trade. But they did not trade. They ate away our land and burned our jungle and took our women and killed our young warriors." It came as a blast of pure thought, all at once as though spurted out whole from the mind. The inflection was there, the meaning, the depth of bitterness. Shreve felt his mouth dry out at the caliber of agony in the thoughts. Teller shrugged his shoulders as though he wanted no more part in the matter, and retreated a few steps, massaging his throbbing jaws. The alien stream ceased, and the Diamori drew back. He seemed to rise up on his toes, as though he wanted to strike the Earthmen, but was restraining himself through the movement. Shreve felt a desperation mounting in him. He had to save these people, had to make them realize their danger. "But you can read our minds, you can see we're telling the truth," he argued. He found his stomach muscles had tightened, hands had clenched. The alien thought reverberated in his head. "What makes you think you cannot lie with telepathy?" Then the thoughts flowed again, this time cold, dispassionate, merely information. "We have been, as you think, burned once, and we do not wish to be burned again. We cannot say whether or not these things you warn us of really exist, but we will take our own destinies in our hands and treat them if they come. We have seen no such indications of eruptions, and we do not believe you." The thoughts ceased. Then one word alone. "Go." Shreve cursed the limitations of the psi faculty. Of what use was a mind-reading ability if it merely told you what another person thought, not whether it was true or not? He stepped toward them again. He looked up at the fearsome masks and felt the sinking of his stomach. He realized they were a young and headstrong people. Teller had made that clear to him. Their arrogance was the false front of a people frightened by the unknown. But were they so young that they could not realize when they needed help? "Look," he found himself speaking, "you don't seem to understand." The aliens moved back as Shreve approached. They didn't seem to want him near them. "Your planet is a young one. There are internal stresses that are going to rip open your continents. We can set up machines that will redirect these eruptions into the ocean, back in the jungle where it's uninhabited, so your people won't die. Did you see the blood pits near the great ocean?" Shreve caught the thought, and knew there was more to it than the Diamori had thought at first. The thought was laden with blast furnace hatred and a deadly bitterness. He remembered the planet-circling landing the Wallower had made. He remembered the single body of water, the great ocean, stretching yellow and rippling across a third of Diamor. The picture completed itself in his mind, and he saw the monstrous gouges ripped into the land near the shore of that ocean. Pits of fused crimson soil, bare, gaping wounds, nothing but emptiness and dead plants surrounding them for miles. "Those are the ones," the thought came. "Those were the cities of Gullimore, Knockrosh, and Height. On the shores of the great ocean we resisted the Kybin when they wanted to drill out our ceremonial grounds. For their soils, they said, were radioactive. We would not let them drill, and they sent down death to our cities." Tinged with such emotion, the words were so boldly put. Their meaning was all too clear. These people would never reverse their decision. They hated all outsiders. Shreve wondered whether they could be blamed. "But you need our help. You've got to believe me. You can read my thoughts. Can't you see I'm telling the truth?" "We could read the Kyber thoughts, too." Silence in their minds for an instant. Then, Have you seen the blood pits? Luther Shreve felt as though he were being dragged down into a whirlpool. He didn't know why it was suddenly so important to him that he helped the Diamori. There was certainly no sense of brotherhood with the aliens, but he knew on a level that defied all doubt that he must save these people or never feel at peace with himself again. Behind him, Shreve heard Teller snort in disgust. The psych officer took 2 quick steps forward, jerked his head toward the massive bulk of the wallower. Children. That's all they are. They think those masks protect them from evil. They think their blind arrogance will protect them if trouble comes. They think they know better than us. They don't know when they need help. Come on, Luther. Leave them if that's what they want. He turned to go, his face flushed in anger. Shreve looked back at the aliens. He searched the blank and grotesque masks for some evidence of willingness to reason. There was none. Shreve gritted his teeth in frustration. He wanted to help. He wanted to save them. But they wouldn't let themselves accept his help. The aliens didn't want to be saved. They stood there, tall and passive, the thought radiating unendingly. Go, 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 go! Luther Shreve stepped toward them, anger boiling hot in his brain. All right, damn you. If you're too stupid or too swollen up with your importance to realize you need help, we'll help you despite yourselves. Why do you think the Kybin left Diamor? Shreve's words stopped before they could be spoken. His fury checked itself. He hadn't considered that. Why had another race, one that could decimate a planet as the blood pits indicated they could, leave when they seemed to be on the verge of getting what they wanted? We are not defenseless. We can stop you and we will hurt you. Go! Teller's sharp laugh interrupted before Shreve could get an answer out. Fools? Pompous adolescents? What makes you think your primitive warriors with their bogey masks can harm us? Look! He stepped toward the alien. The Diamori backed up. Teller stepped quickly, coming into sharp contact with the alien's body. The Diamori leaped back, the short hairs on his body standing straight out. He thought something at his brothers. It was incomprehensible to the Earthmen. That's a stat field, and there are a dozen guns pointed at you from the ship. We'll set up the machines and save you whether you like it or not. He turned away with a low chuckle, adding ruefully, Though why you want to bother with such a bunch of arrogant children is beyond me, Luther. He walked toward the ship. Casting nervous glances at one another, the aliens leaped to the backs of their mounts, reined in, and turned to leave. Shreve stood and watched them as they loped to the jungle's edge. The ebony giraffe things drew up short, and the leaders reared up as the alien turned to stare at Shreve. Go, or we will hurt you. In an instant they were gone, melting into the colored riot of the jungle, the beasts' hoofs beating even more faintly as they moved away. Shreve turned back to the ship. He should have felt no temperature changes within his stat field, yet somehow he had grown chilled in a few seconds. Night had descended quickly, dropping like a sea of ink over Diamor. The robomechs had set out the flood lamps, almost to the edges of the jungle, and the wallower was bathed in white light, sharply outlining her plate construction and the clean transparency of the conning bubbles. Paul Jakovsky, robo-exec, JG, stood behind his control console in the construction bubble, watching the 30-ton robomech carrying its burden. The 16-wheeled robomech rolled off the extended cargo hatch ramp, sinking just a bit into the springy ground of Diamor. Jakovsky grinned at the foresight in spreading a primary hardener over the surface before the big boys went to work. He two-fingered a cigarette out of his lapel pocket, stifling a belch. Damn that cookie, he muttered. If he doesn't stop putting cayenne in the salad. He stuck the cigarette in his mouth, lipping it irritably for a second. He withdrew it, spitting out a loose bit of tobacco. Satisfied, he inserted it again, began to scratch it alight with his fingertip. He moved a calibrated knob on the board 3 clicks. The lumbering monster outside revolved its head, the huge drilling plate it carried on its flattened and magnetized top moving also. Like an old woman carrying a water urn on her head, he chuckled, puffing the cigarette. The robomech neared phosphorescent markings laid out on the ground, where the fiberglass base plate should be planted. Stress rectifiers would be magno-clamped to the base plate, then would begin their search position drilling. He moved to the press release button that would cause the robomech to set its burden down lightly. Paul Jakovsky's teeth suddenly began to ache with terrible intensity. He clutched at his face wildly, burning the palm of his hand on the cigarette. A strangled sob began to form, ended in a gurgling half-scream. His eyes rolled upwards, and a trickle of blood emerged from the corner of his mouth. Stone dead, he fell across the control console, depressing all studs. The 30-ton robomech whirled twice and burst toward the edge of the jungle. It struck the boles of 3 huge intertwined trees with a resounding clang. The base plate bounced from its head and crashed, shattering onto a projecting rock spear. The robot struggled for a moment more, driving into the jungle, knocking trees from its path in blind fury. The smell of cordite soaked through the clearing, and a wisp of smoke issued from the service box. An instant later, its chambers fused their baffles, and the robot mech exploded with a terrifying burst of heat, impossible light, and the scream of ripping metal. "His brains were fused," Teller said. The psych officer looked Shreve directly in the eyes, trying to find meaning in the captain's closed expression. Teller's face was unnaturally white, his usually drooping lids thinned to a black line. "The auto-psi men were shaking like loose bolts when they reported to me, Luther. They swore they'd never seen anything like it before. It was as if someone had taken the boy's brains in his red-hot hands and molded them like clay." Shreve's jaw's muscles worked in a strange rhythm. His voice was cold and determined. "We are going to get those rectifiers set up. Better stay in your cabin, Carl. I've got to put men on it." When Teller had left, the odd stare he had cast still haunting Shreve, the captain sank onto his couch. He pressed the PA stud and crisped his orders, naming men and leaving no room for argument. He felt the tremors through the soles of his boots as the men began unchalking their mechs. His balled fist found its way into his mouth. He was not aware his hand was bleeding till several minutes after the teeth had pierced the skin. After the 6th death, all of them with their brain pans charred and their gray matter stuck together, Shreve broke down. He threw a blanket over the shaft and sat there swearing. His body shook and heaved as he mumbled into his hands. In one stride he was off the couch and had smashed his fist full in the reflecting metal of the console face. It left a shallow dent, and he didn't seem to notice the angry inflammation of his knuckles. Teller stood across the room, keeping very still, shaking his head slowly and thinking soft sounds. After a while, Shreve stopped and collapsed onto the couch, his face red and swollen. "Sorry, Carl," he said. "Why don't you try crying? It's easier on the metabolism," he suggested. Shreve gave a bitter laugh, thin and short. "Last time I cried, I was eating cream cheese and jelly sandwiches and didn't know where little babies come from." Teller didn't smile. He knew Shreve was covering up. He had never seen the man break as he had today, and he knew the knowledge should go no further. "But why? Why?" Shreve pounded his fist into the yielding couch. "We came to help them. Why won't they let us?" Luther, Teller soothed him, sitting down beside him on the couch. "Don't you see? They're adolescents. They don't know when to call for help. They've been hurt. And with the single-minded purpose of the immature, they're bound not to let it happen again. You can't blame yourself for what happened. You had no way of knowing about this power of theirs. Why don't we leave right now? If we lay on all power, we can make the schedule still pretty close." Shreve stood up, flicked on the viewplates. He stared into them a moment, seeing nothing but tangled jungle. He drew up a bit, laid his hands flat on the console. "I've got to talk to them once more, to beg them again." "We warned you," came the cold, hard tones. "The group mind is infinitely stronger than our individual power. Now that you have seen our strength, will you go?" "I've come to beg you once more," Shreve pleaded, looking up at the masked Diamori, astride their mounts. He had made certain all outside pickup mics were off. "We only want to help you. Won't you let us redirect the coming eruptions? Please!" Shreve had plumbed the depths of his mind in an attempt to find reasons for sacrificing such efforts to save the Diamori. The only reasons he had found he had not been able to translate, yet there was a sense of identification with the long-legged and stubborn aliens. He wanted to save them. "Can't you read my thoughts?" he said, projecting truth, projecting honesty and sincerity. "Can't you see I want to help you, help your people?" They did not even bother answering. He knew their acquaintance with the truth that men of other worlds had offered. To be defeated because those who need your help had been spoiled by another race. The bitterness, the hatred, the distrust washed over him as the Diamori leaned across his beast's neck, thought one snarled word. "Go!" Shreve felt the futility of everything he had done, suddenly caving in on him. He looked up into the blank stares of the masked aliens, said slowly, "We will hang above your atmosphere till you call us." He walked back to the wallower. The huge plug port closed behind him. The aliens sat astride their beasts, staring at the ship. Their minor key whoops of victory rang and bounced in the jungle's treetops as they swung their mounts roughly, dug bony knees into their sides, and careened into the multicolored vastness. The Diamori had won again. The wallower spun slowly in space, the eternal dust of the universe lapping at her ports. Below her, enveloped by clouds of steam, the planet Diamor blasted and erupted and screamed and belched and tore itself apart. Luther Shreve sat before the control console, staring with almost hypnotized attention at the viewplates. He watched the world die. His face was hard and unyielding. He had refused entrance even to Teller, barring everyone from the control room. At every eruption, with each fissure that opened wide enough to be seen from that fantastic height, he felt a strange sinking in his heart. His throat was dry, and there was an odd pressure behind his eyes. He watched silently, every once in a while letting the thought, "They didn't know when to ask for help," filter through his mind. The group of deciders huddled in the blasted council hall. The floor, what was left of the inlaid tiles, shivered and heaved. Beyond the twisted lattices of the windows they could hear the mighty rending of the planet as it opened and swallowed all that stood. Within an hour of the first eruptions, so quickly and with such fury that there had been no time for preparation, almost 3/5 of their race had been decimated. The cities of Kes and Ukvabask and Lalor had gone under with roaring flames and the scraping of stone against flesh. The great ocean had exploded with a red-hot bubbling and roaring onto the land, washing everything before it. The lava flows raced eastward to the ceremonial grounds and westward to the hunting preserve. Everywhere the ground opened without warning or reason, and life sank beneath the earth. "Wrong," the group of deciders admitted in their last refuge. "We were wrong, we have been foolish, we have rejected our only salvation. We must prepare the group mind, send our plea for aid into space, speak to the outsiders, ask them to help us." They thought their instructions away from themselves, to their kin across Diamor's blasted face. "Prepare, join, speak to the outsiders." And when they had gathered together every last Diamori, with more dying as they joined the chain, with the feel of agony radiating through the group mind, the message weakly rose. Tentatively it probed at the inner surface of Diamor's atmosphere. The power was perhaps insufficient to reach the spaceship. 3/5 of the Diamori were lost to the group mind. The group mind struggled, frantically beaming in hopelessness, trying to get through to the Earthmen who rode above them. The men who rode above them, waiting for a signal from the Diamori. Shreve turned away from the plates, flicking them off. "I can't stand it, Carroll. How senseless. Because one race dealt them unfairly, they closed their eyes to help from anyone else." Teller crossed his legs as he sat on the couch. He did not appear to be disturbed by the sight from below. "Luther, you can't go on destroying yourself. You did everything you could. You're as resourceful as any man could have been. Now you'd better get back to the schedule. We're over 4.5 months due at our next landfall." He saw his words were having no effect. "Look, Luther, I've been in the business almost as long as you. I've seen this time and again. When you come up against an adolescent race that doesn't know when it's got something too big to handle, there's nothing you can do but back off and let them handle it themselves. If they don't get smart enough to know when to call the firemen, that's their agony, not yours. What's the next stop on our itinerary?" he asked, the last almost jauntily, consciously trying to take Shreve's mind off the cinder that spun below the wallower. He rose and stretched as though from a profound sleep. For a moment he stared in wonder. Then he stepped into the shaft and quietly left the control room. He had never thought he'd see the day when Luther Shreve cried like a child. End of The Untouchable Adolescence by Harlan Ellison.
The Alien Dies at Dawn by Randall Garrett, writing as Alexander Blade. Read by Paul Hampton. Kendall Stone had 12 hours to save 1,000 lives. It wasn't much time, especially since someone was making sure he didn't use it. There was a scream of tortured air over the Mojave spaceport as a two-man starship dropped on its hot jets toward the wide, cement alloy landing field. It slowed and settled gently to the ground. Before the faint wisps of smoke had time to dissipate, the airlock door opened and a big, broad-shouldered man got out. He dropped lively to the ground and started off across the field at a quick trot. He nearly bowled over a field attendant who had been coming toward him. "Hey," the surprised attendant said. "Don't you want your ship checked?" "Don't have time," Kendall Stone called back as he continued running toward the customs office. He glanced at his watch. 1800. 12 hours until dawn. 12 hours. Kendall Stone gritted his teeth and doubled his pace. He was in a super-plus top-level hurry. He had practically burned a hole in the vacuum between Earth and Mars, trying to get to Mojave on time. 12 hours. At dawn, Galf of Rastall would die in the execution chamber for the crime of murder, and it was up to Kendall Stone to stop it. He opened the door to the main lounge of the spaceport building and pushed his way through the thick, jostling crowd, moving slowly toward the customs office. He hardly noticed the people he shoved aside. There was only one thought in his mind. I've only got 12 hours. Personally, Stone didn't give an octangle damn about golf. He didn't even know the Rastolian personally, had never heard of him until a short time ago. But if Galf of Rastall died, so would 1,000 others. The human colony on Rastall 3 would be wiped out in reprisal. Including, Stone thought bitterly, the wife and 2 sons he had left behind to go on this purchasing trip. The customs office was in sight now. He threaded his way through the mob. Just before he reached the door, he was almost pushed off balance by a squat, chubby little man who steadied him, apologized profusely, and went on his way. Scowling angrily, Stone stepped inside the customs office. A hard-faced man in uniform sat behind the broad desk, looking up at him boredly. "Yes? I have a cargo of Melchian Valdone aboard my ship, and I want to report it," Stone said. The official nodded. "Do you have the import permission papers?" Kendall shook his head. "I don't intend to import the stuff to Earth. I'm just stopping over here until I can get some very important business cleared up. But Valdone is a dangerous drug, and I simply wanted to report the fact that I have 100 kilograms of it aboard my ship." "I see," said the official, making a note on a mini-pad. "We'll have to put a seal on the ship until you're ready to take off again." "That's perfectly all right," Kendall agreed. Anything would have been all right, as long as it didn't take much of the precious time remaining before dawn. The official extended his hand. "Your papers, please." Kendall reached inside his jacket pocket for the small booklet of identification papers. An icy shiver ran down his back. The booklet was gone. "What's the matter?" the official asked. "My ID booklet is gone. I put it in my jacket just before I left the ship. I must have lost it on my way over here." "If that's the case, someone will return it," the customs officer said. "It's of no use to anyone else. We'll send out a call for it. Meanwhile, I'm afraid you'll have to remain inside the spaceport." Kendall scowled. Of all the lousy, time-wasting pieces of red tape, he thought. He felt trapped by bureaucracy. He didn't have time to waste hanging around the spaceport tonight. "We'll also ask for confirmation over the sub-radio," said the official. "What is your home planet?" "Rastall 3, near Deneb." "Very well. Even if we don't find your ID booklet, we can give you a temporary pass if you are identified from Rastall by sub-radio." Stone felt a cold trickle of perspiration forming on his forehead. "That's going to take nearly 24 hours, he objected. "Isn't there a faster way?" The official shook his head and shrugged, the timeless gesture of all bureaucrats. "I'm afraid not. Not unless we find your ID booklet." Like a caged tiger, Kendall Stone paced the administration area of the spaceport for an hour, hoping doggedly that the ID booklet would turn up somewhere out on the field. But an hour later, there was still no sign of the booklet, and Stone felt himself growing desperate. The glowing ball of Sol had already set behind the western horizon. Night had fallen. The night whose end would bring the death of Gulf of Rastall and of 1,000 innocent, unsuspecting colonists. Stone stared at the polychrome hues of the sunset for a long minute, clenched his fists, and made his decision. There was only one thing to do. He strolled quietly around the spaceport, looking for a way out. There were none which were unguarded. Earth didn't like unwanted or unauthorized colonists sneaking in on them. Finally, he chose one of the smaller gates at random and walked up to the guard. The sign over the gate said, "Official personnel only." Kendall walked straight up to the guard as though he had every right in the galaxy to go through the gate. The man looked at him unsuspiciously, as though waiting for Stone to produce his ID booklet. Stone kept walking toward him, putting his hand inside his jacket and fumbling around as though searching for the booklet. "Must be here someplace," he murmured, as he came within earshot. When he was within 3 feet of the unsuspecting guard, Stone withdrew his hand and swung his fist in a hard, short arc which landed crunchingly on the point of the guard's chin. The man staggered and groped groggily for his gun. "No, you don't," Stone said quietly. He sent another driving fist into the guard's solar plexus, and the man folded up like an empty potato sack. Stone caught him before he hit the ground. "Sorry, pal," he whispered, "but I've got work to do." He lowered the guard gently to the ground. The sudden shrill blast of a whistle broke the twilight silence somewhere to his left. Someone had seen the attack. Kendall didn't wait for further discussion. He ran at top speed through the gate and into the gathering darkness beyond. 15 minutes later, he was in Mojave City. The city, which had grown up around the spaceport, was a sprawling, busy place. Stone headed straight into the heart of town. He stopped in at the first store he met, and before the shopkeeper could say anything, he burst out with, "I'm in a hurry, friend. Can you tell me how to get to the governor?" The merchant, a small, pale man wearing a greasy apron, smiled and said, "You won't be able to get to him easily, my good sir. You'll have to see his secretary. It's the way it's done." "All right, where's his secretary to be found?" Stone barked. He received full directions on how to reach the secretary's residence and snapped a "thanks" and left. It was a short trip by bus, but Stone decided to walk. Walking would work off some of the nervous energy that was accumulating in him, making him tense and keyed up. He reviewed the situation bitterly as he strode through the brightly lit streets. The Rastolians were a peculiar race. They looked something like reptiles walking on their hind feet, but they had warm blood and were mammalian in several respects. The government of Earth knew that much about them. What the government didn't seem to know much about was the Rastolian moral code. The Rastolians did not believe that any government had a right to kill one of its citizens. Even murder could be punished only by life imprisonment. Usually, though, a Rastolian convicted of murder was simply given a gun with one shot in it and left alone in his cell. Regardless of how despicable his crime may have been, no Rastolian was so completely without honor that he would refuse to take the proper steps to punish himself. Galf of Rastall had been convicted and condemned. He had, the jury found, murdered an Earthman in cold blood over a gambling dispute. But if Earth sent him to the execution chamber, his fellow beings, outraged over the injury and the insult to their way of life, would take steps to avenge him. And that would be the end of the small colony of humans on Rastall 3. Stone thought of his wife, who looked much too young to be the mother of 2 children, who looked as fresh and desirable as she had the day Stone had married her. She would perish with him, his sons, his home. He shook his head bitterly. The tragedy could be averted if he could reach the governor's secretary. If he could convince the secretary that there must be a stay of execution. The government had to allow Galth of Rastall a chance to kill himself in accordance with his people's customs. He glanced up at the street sign. This was the street. It was a quiet residential block, lacking the fluorescent street lamps of the business district. He saw the house and headed for it. As he started up the long walk toward the house, 2 figures stepped out of the shadows. "Put your hands up, Mr. Stone," said the taller of the 2. "The secretary wants to see you." Stone frowned puzzledly, but made no resistance. He didn't care to argue with a naked gun, and they were taking him where he was heading anyway. He raised his hands and folded them behind his head and let them march him up the concrete pathway. The secretary was a heavy-set, heavy-jowled man with a smile on his lips and a calculating look in his eyes. He sat comfortably in an overinflated pneumo chair, smoking a cigar. "Well, Mr. Stone," he said, eyeing Kendall coldly, "may I ask you why you broke away from the spaceport? That is a serious offense, you know." Stone moistened dry lips. "I know, Mr. Secretary, but it was an emergency. I lost my ID booklet, and I had to get to see you before it was too late." The secretary ignored that. "What is your business, Mr. Stone?" he asked, narrowing his eyes penetratingly. "Why have you come from Rastall 3? "I came to pick up 100 pounds of Martian Valdone," Stone explained. "We use it on Rastall 3 to make antivirotic drugs in combination with extracts from Appler's weed. The weed only grows on 2 planets, Rastall 3 and Vescalor 9. The secretary grinned complacently, but did not say anything. Stone began to sweat. "When I was on Mars, I heard that the Rastolian native, Galth, was to be executed, so I came here to ask the governor to stay the execution." He went on to explain in detail what would happen if Galth were to be executed. When he finished, he stared at the secretary, searching the man's face for some sign of interest. "Would you phone the governor and tell him what I've just told you?" he asked hoarsely. "I'm afraid we can't do anything like that, on the word of an unidentified man, Mr. Stone," the secretary said calmly. "As soon as your identification comes through." "But that will be too late. Can't you see this may mean the death of thousands of innocent people?" The secretary held up his hand, palm out, for silence. "I'm sorry, Mr. Stone. I can't take the unsubstantiated word of every crackpot that comes in here." He reached over and turned on the visiphone. "I'm going to have to call the police," he said. He looked over at the shorter of the 2 men who had brought Stone in. "Miller, take Mr. Stone into the other room and hold him till the police arrive." The squat man took his gun out. "Let's go." Kendall looked toward the man named Miller and for the first time saw his face clearly. In the darkness outside, he hadn't had a really good look at the man, and since he'd been in the secretary's study, he hadn't paid any attention to the men who stood behind him. But as he faced the pudgy little man, he realized that the face was definitely familiar. He struggled to recall where he had seen the man before. "In here, fellow," the squat man said, jostling Stone into what was presumably the library. Keeping the gun trained on him with one hand, Miller lit a cigarette with the other, and a cloud of bluish smoke curled upwards. Stone watched him. Suddenly, he remembered the face. The little man was the same one who had bumped into him in the spaceport terminal, just outside the customs room. He knew now what happened to his ID booklet. The fat little man was a pickpocket. And if he was working for the secretary... Stone sucked in his breath sharply. This involved more than mere ignorance about Rastolian customs. This was a conspiracy to wipe out the colony of Earthmen up there. He glanced at the clock on the wall. Not much time left. Overhead, he heard the gentle whirring of a police helicopter. They weren't wasting a moment in getting him clamped away where he couldn't do any harm. He glanced up at the noise, and Miller automatically glanced up too. Kendall's hand shot out, enclosing the squat man's gun hand in a vice-like grip. Miller started to yell, but his antagonist's fist smashed into his mouth before he could say anything. Miller dropped to the floor. Kendall picked up the gun, shoved it in his pocket, and threw the little man easily over his shoulder. Then he headed for the French windows that opened onto the balcony. The police copter was landing on the roof as Kendall dropped from the balcony and sprinted silently across the lawn. He ran to the garage, opened the door to one of the secretary's cars, and dumped Miller in the back seat. It was but the work of a moment to short through the starting switch. The hum of the turbo-electric engine was completely drowned out by the whirring of the copter blades above. Without turning on the headlights, Kendall rolled the car out into the street and drove toward an air cab stand. He was several blocks from the secretary's house before he turned on the headlights. He parked the secretary's car in a darkened alley a block away from the air cab office. As he drew back the handbrake, he heard Miller groan faintly in the back. "Quiet, friend," he said soothingly, and tapped him lightly on the head with the butt of the gun. Rapidly, he went through the fat little man's pockets, tossing out cards of all different sorts before finding what he was looking for. Sure enough, there was his ID booklet. The picture was starting to take shape now, with everything falling into place except the answer to the big question. Why? Why was the secretary so anxious to see Stone out of the way? What was the whole business about? He didn't know. He pocketed the ID booklet. It wouldn't help him now, not with the police after him for breaking away from the spaceport, and maybe a kidnapping charge on top of that. Glancing at Miller to make sure he'd be out for a while to come, Stone got out of the car and walked the block to the air cab office. It was easy to rent one of them. All he had to do was show the board clerk his ID booklet and sign for the cab. "Remember," the clerk cautioned, "you can't take off inside the city limits. You'll have to drive outside Mojave first." "I know," Kendall said as he shoved the bills across the counter. "Thanks." He drove the air car back to where he had left Miller in the secretary's car and transferred the unconscious man to the rear seat of the air cab. He looked around. No one in sight. Good, he thought. Then, in direct violation of the law, he lifted the air car and headed into the night sky. The moon was bright overhead. The time was running short. The governor's palace was over 150 miles away. Stone figured he'd make it with very little time to spare. He set the autopilot and reached back with one big hand to pick up Miller by his lapels. "Wake up, Miller." The fat man shook his head groggily and opened one eye. He groaned. Stone slapped him across the face, just hard enough to sting. "Come on, damn you, wake up." "Leave me alone," Miller murmured. A sharp blow with an open hand brought him to some attention. "Let go." Stone shook him until his head wobbled. "Get up and look alive. I want to talk to you." "I ain't saying nothing," Miller said sullenly. "I don't know nothing, and I can't tell you a thing." A few seconds of quick persuasion, and he had changed his mind. "All right," he yelled. "All right. I ain't got nothing to lose anyhow, unless you want to get me for picking your pocket." "I won't prosecute you if you talk," Kendall promised. "Okay," Miller grunted. "You won't live to use the information anyway." He sat up and rubbed his jaw. The secretary owns a lot of stock in the colony that's making antivirotic drugs on Vescalor 9. He wanted to put Rastall 3 out of commission so that the drugs would have to be bought from Vescalor 9. So he framed this alien Gulf and had him sentenced to the execution chamber. He knew what would happen if the government executed a Rastolian. Stone pounded his fist against the seat. Don't the lives of 1,000 innocent people mean anything to him? I never asked him, mister. Stone started to lash out angrily at Miller, then pulled back the fist. Then Gulf didn't kill the Earthman. Nope, Panowski did, the tall guy who was with me in the secretary's place. Kendall reached out one hand and clamped it tightly on the small man's shoulder. Miller winced. You're going to tell the governor your story, Stone said. Every word. Miller shook his head. Oh no, you can slap me around all you want, but I ain't going to get myself in hot water that way. No, sir, brother. If the... Look out! Stone whirled and saw an air car approaching, dropping down on his tail. A white-hot beam flashed from it, blistering the paint on Stone's ship. Luckily, it was difficult for the other man to aim. The air cars were flying at close to 300 miles an hour. He snapped off the switch of the autopilot and sent the little air car into a high, screaming climb. Another beam flashed by. Kendall spun the ship into a back loop and barrel rolled, bringing him in on the tail of the other air car. But the other driver was cagey. He went into a hard right turn and tried to come up under Stone's vehicle. Stone could see that the other aircraft definitely was not a police craft. An official car would have had externally mounted, automatically controlled guns that would have shot Stone out of the skies with the first blast. No, this was a highly unofficial, extra-legal affair. Another beam sizzled by so close that it gouged a spot out of the side of the ship. Stone reached down, groping for the gun he had taken from Miller. It had been lying on the seat beside him, but it was gone now. Stone cursed. It must have slid to the floor when he spun the ship around. Never mind, Stone, Miller said coldly. I've got the gun now. Kendall said nothing. He didn't even have time to curse. He was too busy trying to avoid the white-hot blast from the other air car. He sent the car into a power dive and shoved in on the throttle. He didn't know if the little car would take what he was going to give it, but it was his only chance. If he survived, well, that was fine. If he didn't, the last hope of the little colony was dead. You'll kill us, yelled Miller. He put the gun against Kendall's neck. Stop it! You'll kill us! Shut up and put that gun away, Miller, Stone snapped without moving his head. If you shoot me, we both die. This is the only way we can keep your pals from murdering both of us. Miller said nothing, but the cold pressure of the muzzle left Stone's neck. Suddenly, Kendall heaved back on the control wheel, pulling the air car out of its dive. He hung on grimly as the centrifugal force of the pullout dragged the blood from his brain. Then he blacked out. When consciousness returned, the sturdy little air car was climbing skyward. Stone glanced around. Miller was still unconscious, lying slumped in a rotund heap down at the floor of the air cab. Stone hauled him up, applied a hard punch to the jaw to make sure he'd stay that way, and let him sag back down. Then he grabbed the gun from the unconscious man's lap. The other air car was about half-mile away, heading toward him. Evidently, the other pilot had blacked out too. Overhead, the moon glittered brightly. The night was wearing along, and when the sun's rays trickled over the horizon, holding on to the wheel with his right hand, Kendall opened the window a tiny bit and stuck his left hand out. The blast of air that tore past almost ripped the gun from his hand. He gripped it harder until the knuckles whitened and turned the ship to face his assailant. A chill wind blew through the cabin. Sighting the pistol by instinct alone, He squeezed the trigger. The blue-white beam speared out, burning off part of the control surfaces of the other car. It shuddered and spun, and then began to spiral downward. Kendall Stone closed the window, grasped the controls, and pointed the air car toward the governor's palace. The governor yawned sleepily as Kendall Stone finished his story. He glanced at Miller, who was pinioned securely between two burly security guards. "Well, it's true," the fat man said. "Oh?" Stone asked. "Why the sudden nobility, Miller?" "It's not nobility," Miller said. "They came after your ship knowing I was in it, and that didn't keep them from shooting me down. Why shouldn't I turn them in, if it'll save my own skin?" "You should have known," Kendall said, "that people like those two wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice you. They'd already planned to kill a whole colony, you know." The governor, who had watched the whole interchange of conversation rather impatiently, smiled grimly. "Mr. Stone, I think we all owe you an apology. This has been a gross miscarriage of justice." He was wide awake now. He turned to one of the guards. "Fallon, get the warden on the phone right away. Tell him the sentence of death on Galf of Rastall has been commuted. Tell him that the real murderer will be punished." The guard returned a moment later. "Well?" "They were just leading him into the death cell when the message arrived," the guard said. "They've returned him to confinement, pending the written pardon." Kendall Stone sank down limply on a chair. He glanced at his watch. 05:45. Outside the window, the first rays of dawn were breaking through the murky night. He thought of his family awakening light years away. The sun would be coming up too on Rastall. End of The Alien Dies at Dawn by Randall Garrett. Read by Paul Hampton.
Return Engagement by Margaret St. Clair. Read by Ben Tucker. "The ingratitude of humans," McBream said broodingly, "is amazing. Loan a Martian a couple of IUs when he's in a spot and he'll send you greeting cards on the anniversary for the rest of his life. Fish a terrestrial out of the water when he's drowning, and he sends you a bill from the tailor for resurfacing his suit. Passengers." McBream spat in the direction of the lucite cuspidor. I picked up the book from McBream's desk and examined it. It was beautifully printed on outside sheets of silky primatex, and bound in smooth deep garnet volumium. On the spine of the book, in shining miralloy, ran the words, "Farquharson's Encheirodon of Extraterrestrial Cookery." "This is what you're so sore about?" I asked. "Sore?" McBream snorted. "Who's sore? Only petty, small-souled individuals get sore at things. Me, I'm suffering from an attack of righteous wrath. I'm not vindictive, but I hope Farquharson chokes over one of his own recipes." "The name sounds familiar," I ventured. "It should be. Farquharson is culinary editor of Pro Homine, the super short magazine for men. You must have heard of him. That book in your hand's supposed to be his masterpiece." "Masterpiece." McBream snorted again. "It isn't as though he hadn't plenty of room for it," my friend continued in an aggrieved tone after a silence. "The first 10 pages of the book are taken up with acknowledgments and expressions of gratitude. You know, stuff like, 'My deep thanks, too, are due to Logarithmia McCloy for her skillful and patient typing of this book's manuscript, and is dedicated to his hexapod, Waldmeister Schnitzel v. Luftrumzug, my 6-legged friend and constant companion.' But does he mention Joseph McBream, first mate of the SS Tisiphone, anywhere in it? Just once? Just one single time? He does not. And yet, if it hadn't been for me, that book would never have been written." "Did you help him with the recipes?" I asked. "I did not," Joseph returned decisively. "I'm no greasy groon slinger. The recipe's in the Encheirodon. What a flossy way to say handbook. Came out of Farquharson's own little head. No, I didn't help him with the recipes. I only saved his life." "Tell me about it," I said.
He got on the Tisiphone at Marsport, Joseph McBreen said, with a sky-blue hexapod, 4 robot porters to carry his luggage, and a beautiful blonde secretary who couldn't spell even using phonemes. About half of his stateroom was taken up with cooking stuff. He had pressure vats and tenderizers and relayed casseroles, more damn junk than you ever saw outside a museum. He probably had a couple of alembics and an athanor. It was all of it breakable, and the old man told everyone on board to be careful of it. Farquharson was some Dinah's brother-in-law, and he didn't want to go offending him. What was he like personally? I queried. Farquharson? Oh, dignified. God-awful dignified in a loose-jointed intellectual sort of way. He always wore sports clothes and talked with a sort of lazy drawl. His manners were beautiful. Everybody on board hated him. The first night he got out into a fracas with the cook about the proper way of barbalizing bolo ribs. Margot, being half Venusian, was a sort of excitable gazelle anyway. And pretty soon we heard noises like everything in the galley had been thrown on the deck and was being jumped up and down upon. It practically was, too, and though of course all that stuff's made of fraxex, the bolo ribs got badly burned while the discussion was going on. All we had for dinner that night was clear soup, green salad, and a sweet. The second night out of Marsport, Farquharson came to my cabin. Johnny and I were bunking together then, and said he had a request to make. He had been told, he said, that species, and I wish you could have heard him trying to use slang. It made you feel like there was a skin growing over your teeth. That species had a special drink they manufactured surreptitiously on certain occasions when they were in space. Its name, he believed, was jet juice. Did we know anything about it? Could we furnish any information concerning it to him? McBreen paused. His lips had drawn down in a sour grimace. It was obvious that he had become absorbed in memories as unpleasant as a dose of picrine would have been. And did you? I prompted. To the everlasting discredit of our common sense, we did. Afterward, when Johnny and I talked it over, we couldn't understand what had got into us. It wasn't as though either of us liked him, and we knew perfectly well how the old man felt about jet juice on board his precious Tisiphone. We acted like a couple of girls from the satellites, all overcome by the glamorous lights of the big spaceport. Farquharson must have hypnotized us with his fine emporium clothes and his lazy drawl. And the worst of it was a wonderful batch of juice. I don't think I ever made it tastier. It had some bilioberries and kono shoots in it I picked up in Aphroditean, and the usual assortment of Martian fungi and greens. Just before we left Terra, I had had an inspiration, and I put in 3 mangostines and a big piece of durian. They were to give it body and depth. Then, of course, we revved the mixture up with a bottle or 2 of soma and some cochla extract, and put it away to stew in a dark corner of the hold in free flight, away from the artigraphs. It came out a kind of cloudy peach green, smooth as satin and warm and deep and rich. It was a wonderful batch. Johnny got a bottle from under his bunk where he kept it inside his debilitating kit and poured Farquharson a drink. The old yap tasted it and his eyebrows went up. Extraordinary, said he. Ah, could I have some more? From first to last he finished 2 3/4 bottles of the drink. When he went to his little bed that night, he was floating up to his ears. He kept talking about the deadly pydidion that was following him and wanting Johnny to let him come to grips with it. The next day, the old man came down on us like a ton of osmium. He called us up to the bridge and said things that, well, I'm not a young man anymore, but they made me feel like I was about 15, and Johnny had tears in his eyes before he was done. Then he sent a couple of crewmen into the hold, and they smashed the carboy and poured out the juice. One of them told me afterward they were tears in his eyes, too. It seemed that black-hearted ape, Farquharson, had woken up with a hangover of the eon. Instead of taking his medicine like a little man, he had gone loping to the captain for remedial agents, and then, of course, the fat was frying merrily. To do Dennis, that was Farquharson's first name, Dennis, justice, I don't think he realized what he was letting us in for. The surreptitious in the speech he had made about jet juice hadn't really registered with him. He probably thought the captain took a kind of species will be species attitude with us. But Zink fined us each 2 months' pay and ordered us confined to quarters except for necessary duty until we hit the first of the rafts in the ring. The confinement to quarters was all right and being disciplinary, but the pay docking, being financial, shouldn't have been imposed without a board meeting, and we took it up with the union. There was months and months of rowing, and at the end of the board affirmed Zink's fine and slapped another month's penalty on us on its own account. There was a dispirited silence. "About your saving his life?" I murmured. McBreen brightened. Plainly, I touched on a more pleasant segment of his recollections. The corners of his mouth, which had been austerely turned downward, began to right themselves. "Oh, that," he said. "In order to know what happens, you gotta know what the setup was. Farquharson had already coped with the cookery of the Terra-type planets and done what he could with the farther bigger ones. It's pretty hard to get chummy with the inhabitants of Jupiter, even if their food was adapted to human digestions, and I noticed Farquharson had only 3 Jovian dishes in his book. But anyhow, he was finishing up with the fringes, the cookery of the satellites, and he had booked passage on the Tisiphone because we touched at so many of them. Like I said, he was related to some dynast with a lot of tug, and the old man, after checking in with an inspector at Mosport, agreed to let him have the use of the yellow life craft when he wanted it. It was sort of against regulations, but not too much. The craft's being yellow was important. Comfortably to regulations, all the Tisiphone's life craft were painted in the psychological primary colors to make assigning personnel to them for evacuation easier, and all of them carried 2 paint bombs to provide adequate means for prompt renewal of said paint, pigment, enameloid, or tint. You want to keep your eye on those paint bombs, because they come into the picture later on. Well, Farquharson got along all right on the first couple or so of satellites. He didn't speak anything except terrestrial languages, which was rather a handicap, and there were never any interpreters. He laid the fact that he was sick as a dog 3 or 4 times from the things the natives gave him to eat to difficulties of communication. Myself, I thought somebody got annoyed with the trick he had of looking down his nose and bleating, "Oh, really?" every few minutes, and decided to take direct action. Anyhow, he was still in pretty good condition when we got to Iapetus. Iapetus is under a universal dome. The first day he spent mooching around the port and buying things in native markets. But the next day he asked for the lifecraft and started off by himself. We didn't think he'd get into any trouble. He wasn't the soul attacked, of course, but the Talipigians are usually a pretty mild bunch, good-tempered and fond of a joke. Talipigians? I asked. The secondary inhabitants of Iapetus. You can't photograph them easily because they're partly electrical energy and they're practically impossible to describe. They look like big maroon hedgehogs as much as anything, with erectile electric crests over their heads and a lot of white sharp teeth. We were having supper on board the Tisiphone when Sparks came in and spoke to the old man. He had happened to be running over the afternoon wire on the reproducer, and he'd come across Farquharson's call for help. The blasted idiot hadn't sent it in code, which would have automatically set up alarm signals. He had just yelled, "Help!" into the phone a couple of times, and he hadn't even thought to give his position when he did it. Well, I got sent. In a way, it was a logical choice, because I knew as much as anybody on board about the Talipigians. Extraterrestrial anthropology's always been a sort of hobby of mine. The beauteous blonde secretary was having hysterics, and the hexapod was howling its head off in sympathy when I left. Just before I zoomed, Zink said something in a stern voice about expecting me to return with Farquharson alive and in good condition, or he'd consider it a breach of discipline. He knew I didn't like him. I had a real devil of a time finding Dennis. We get in the habit of talking as if a planet were about the size of California and a satellite no bigger than an amusement park. Take it from me, there's nothing but pure woolawash. A satellite the size of Iapetus seems as big as Terra itself when you're hunting a small object on it, and that life craft was only about 5 meters long. Iapetus has mountains and rivers and woods and ravines and all sorts of stuff. I had object detectors, of course, but Iapetus had a lot of ore-bearing rocks, and anyhow, detectors are of very little use unless you're near the thing, and I had no idea where it was. I put in nearly 14 hours hunting before I found the craft, and even then it was just luck that I stumbled upon it. It was down in a gully on the edge of some woods. Everything looked peaceful and quiet, and Farquharson wasn't anywhere about. I hovered for a while and thought it over, and then decided to land. I had sidearms, of course, but I wasn't planning on using them. For one thing, Farquharson might just have turned his ankle and considered it a catastrophe which warranted sending a call for help, and for another, the Talipigians are protected by interplanetary law. They've been classified as non-humanoid species of limited intelligence. And that means that if you bother one of them, all hell pops loose. And quite right, too. Joseph's manner was solemn. The non-human species of the system are one of our greatest natural resources. But as I was saying, I decided to land. I came down easy on Quarterjet, got out, and started toward the yellow life craft. I heard a noise in the brush and turned to look, and the next thing I knew, there I was inside the life craft with my head aching like I'd been drinking eagle spit. I figured out later that one of the Telepigeans had knocked me out with a discharge from his erectile electric crest. They hardly ever do it because it's a psychic drain on them, and I'd overlooked the possibility of it. Farquharson was inside the craft, looking dignified and distressed. His hair was rumpled up and his nethers had completely lost their press. "I'm glad you've come, McBreen," he said as soon as my eyelids began fluttering. "Perhaps the two of us can contrive some way out of this predicament." I sat up moaning and holding on to my head. It hurt so much my eyes felt crossed. I could just make out on the port side of the life craft a cooking pot with a mess of some reddish stuff in it. My sidearms, by the way, were gone. That's one of the things that makes me wonder if that phrase limited intelligence in the description of the Telepigeans is entirely justified. Anyhow, I helped myself up by pulling on the back of the pilot seat. Farquharson watched me, his expression intellectual and lugubrious. "What's been happening?" I asked. He shook his head. "I don't quite know," he answered. "I landed the life craft in this spot, picked a quantity of an unknown deep red fruit, and was just trying it out in a dish to which I thought it would be suitable when I discovered that I was surrounded by a number of large purple animals. They looked threatening. I managed to call help into the receiver, and then I was knocked unconscious, stunned. When I recovered consciousness, I found that the craft had been disabled and the means of communication were gone. The animals, McBreen, are still surrounding us." I tottered over to a viewing port and looked out. What I saw made my blood run cold. The Telepigeans were bumping around the life craft in a circle, sliding on their behinds the way they always do, and from time to time one of them would rear up and sort of shake his crest. It didn't look so alarming in itself, but as I said, I know a few things about the Telepigeans, and that dance or whatever you'd call it is the thing a poetically minded anthropologist christened the prelude to the sacrifice. I told you the Telepigeans had a lot of teeth. "I can't imagine why they attacked me," Farquharson said in a querulous voice. "I was only engaged in cookery." I couldn't imagine either. Usually all the Telepigeans want is to be left alone. Then I had a sudden wild idea. I stumbled over to the cooking pot and looked in it. Heaven help us, do you know what that double-barreled fool of a Farquharson had selected to cook? "No," I replied. "A bunch of tomato babies." McBreen obviously expected me to be impressed with this piece of information. I struggled with it for a time and then gave up. "I never heard of them," I said. "Never heard of them? What do they teach you kids on Terra nowadays? Why, when I was going to school, we had course after course in extraterrestrial subjects. And you couldn't graduate unless you got at least a passing grade in solar history. No wonder people are only half-educated these days." McBreen sounded outraged. I had been thinking. "Wait now," I said. "It seems to me I read a piece in a digest about the tomato babies a couple of years ago." "Yes, I do remember. It was by a professor of folklore in Aries City College, and he said that the myth of the tomato baby proved that the folklore theme of the external soul, you know, like the stories in Grimm about the giants who can't be killed because their souls are in magical eggs or crystals, that theme was system-wide." McBreen looked at me. "It isn't a myth," he said with a hint of indignation. "It's perfectly true. The folklorist who wrote that article didn't know what he was talking about. The tomato babies are a big red ovoid fruit that grows on floppy vines in a few odd places on the Iapetus. They're hollow inside, and the Telepigeans put their souls in them." "Huh?" "Well, more or less their souls. You remember I told you the Telepigeans were hard to photograph because they were partly electrical energy. When one of them is sick or wounded, the others take his soul out, the electrical part of him, and put it inside one of these fruits. The tomato babies, as far as we can find out, are a sort of natural Leyden jar, or maybe more like a storage battery. Anyhow, the point is that a sick Telepigean doesn't have to suffer for months and months while he's getting well. His electrical component is popped into one of those containers, and his body can devote itself quietly and painlessly to the business of recovering." "And you mean Farquharson cooked?" I asked, boggling. "Yes. Of course, after the containers had been destroyed, the electrical charge was lost. It wasn't quite as bad as murder, because the Telepigeans say that when their personal electric charge is released, it reshapes itself into a higher form. All the same, Farquharson had wiped out 20 or 30 relatives and friends of the beings who were bumping around outside the life craft in their sacrificial dance. When the electrical charge is dissipated, the bodies wither away. No wonder the Telepigeans were sore." I wobbled back to the viewing port and looked at them. I'd always thought they were quiet, harmless creatures, for all their nearly human size. Now they seemed to be all teeth. I never realized before what particularly vicious lower jaws they had. The thing to do was to try to get into communications with them. Now I don't speak Telepigean. In my opinion, nobody does, though you'll meet a few space rats who'll tell you they could write a grammar of it. But the traders on Iapetus have been working out a system of conventionalized signs, noises, and so on for talking to the Telepigeans, and it works well enough most of the time. I began trying to attract their attention, making burp noises and wriggling my hands. For a long time they went on just as if they didn't notice me. Then one of them, a faint shade bigger than the rest, left a circle of bumpers and came and stood in front of me. His teeth were bigger too. I say his, but it might have been her or its. All I could really be sure of were the teeth. At first I tried to apologize and explain. The Telepigean listened for a while and then made the noise that means no. He wasn't interested. Then I tried threatening. I told him there'd be space cruisers hunting us, punitive expeditions, all that sort of thing. He didn't say anything at all this time, but I had the impression he was bubbling over with laughter inside. He was perfectly right, of course. Humanoid citizens of the system are supposed to know their rights and liabilities in dealing with non-humanoid species. If Farquharson had got into trouble with the Telepigeans, it was strictly his own lookout. Under the circumstances, if they carved us up, all the government would do would be to send regretful letters to the names in the whom to notify spaces in Farquharson's and my dossiers. Bribery was the idea I got next. I turned my pockets out for trinkets and attractive junk. I waved a hunk of fossilized Edelweiss and one of those Holmgen crystal games that was so popular last year in his face. No soup. The Telepigean flapped his flippers, erected his crest, and said gunk a couple of times. That meant why bother? He'd get all our belongings anyhow after we're dead. Finally, I asked him what they were planning to do with us. Eat us, the answer came back like a flash. Of course, I'd known it before, but it was still a little disconcerting. I'm not quite sure, but I think he said he was sorry I'd get eaten along with Farquharson. He couldn't help it, though. I went back inside the life craft and sat down to think. I was dead tired from all the work I'd put in hunting for Farquharson earlier, and my head still ached. And Farquharson kept dancing around me, asking idiotic questions and wringing his hands. I pulled out of my mind all I'd ever heard about the Telepigean character and went over it. It wasn't much. They were said to have mild, peaceable natures, laying eggs, engage in ritual dances now and then as a prelude to slaughtering the local animals, and be fond of a good laugh. The mild and peaceful nature wasn't much in evidence just at present. The eggs weren't relevant. We were going to take the place of the local animals in the sacrifice. And how did the sense of humor help? I couldn't tell them funny stories in sign language, could I? As far as that went, I'd only seen a Telepigean amused once. That was when we were in port on Iapetus on the trip before. A fat Venusian had been coming down the steps of the Tashkent Import and Export Exchange. He'd slipped on the top step and gone all the way down to the bottom, touching only the 3rd and 18th steps on the way. It had been quite spectacular. Of course, he had to go to the hospital afterward and have 5 stitches taken, but the Telepigean couldn't have known that at the time. Maybe it wouldn't have made any difference if he had known. I had a feeling that his people like their humor practical and rough. Farquharson came up to where I was sitting with my head in my hands and nudged me. "They're moving faster," he said in a nervous tone. "Those things on the top of their heads are flashing more and more frequently. Do you suppose it means anything?" I went over to the port fast and looked. Just as I'd feared, it meant all too much, judging from the sign the Telepigeans were getting ready to make ritual hash of us. I tell you, I was desperate. Of course we could and would make a rush for it, but there were 40 or 50 of them to 2 of us. We were unarmed, and each and every Telepigean could deliver a stunning electrical shock. I could feel my mind giving off loud clicks like a Geiger counter near a rich source. What to do? Then my eyes lit on the rack holding the bomb with the yellow paint. Inside 2 minutes, I had all the clothes off Farquharson except his sliskin shorts. At first he was too surprised to complain, even though he turned out to have a considerable paunch. But when I took the paint bomb and began painting big bright daisies on his shoulders, back, and tummy-tum, he started to heat up. And when he found out what my idea was, he really did get talky and obstreperous. "I won't do it," he said vigorously. "I absolutely refuse. Not before these animals. Have you no conception, McBream, of dignity, I'd rather?" He glanced out of the port toward the toothy Telepigeans and winced a little. I'd rather be dead. I tried to reason with him. Listen, Dennis, I told him, it's absolutely immaterial to me whether they eat you or not. In fact, I'm all in favor of their cutting you up in little pieces for a mess of shish kebab. It would be the finest thing to happen to the system since the discovery of Alpha-Omega power. Yet juicier. My feelings overcame me a little when I thought of all the trouble Farquharson had got me in. But if they eat you, they eat me too, for a side dish, and we can't have that. On your way. Get. I had to give him a push or two, but he got. Push? I queried. Joseph's narrative was becoming interesting. With my foot, and it was all to the good, I think. It limbered him up. Well, we went outside the life craft, hesitated a second or so, and went into our dance. I was prepared to do my part. I painted big yellow flowers all over myself, too, and I didn't mind how big a fool I looked, provided it saved my life. But it was plain right from the start that Farquharson, reluctant as he was the star of the show. The Telepigeans hardly noticed me. They stopped bumping almost immediately and clustered around Dennis with their crests popping off and on like spaceport signal lights. That guy really had talent. The idea of him writing a cookbook with a fancy title when he could perform like that. After he got started, he jumped up and down like one inspired. And once when he fell down, probably accidentally, you could have heard the noise the Telepigeans made applauding with their flippers on the other side of the Iapetus. Funny. Why, he'd have made a fortune on the stereo. All he needed was a little well-timed encouragement. Encouragement? I questioned. Joseph cast down his eyes. Well, he said vaguely. Things... After a while, the Telepigeans themselves got the idea. And whenever Farquharson showed signs of slowing down, they shot long, slow, low-voltage sparks out of their electric crests at him. One missed him once and hit me instead. It was just like being struck with a long, sharp pin. Pretty soon Farquharson got so warm the daisies on his tummy began running. The Telepigean chief gooped and guggled and geeked at me until I got the idea and fetched the bomb and painted them on real bright again. I had to renew his daisies 3 times before we got out of there. McBream's expression was smug and self-satisfied. He looked like a wheatereat, which, having finished a jug of Boviola cream on one side of the Theo table, knows that there is another jug equally full and equally accessible on the other side. But what finally happened? I asked. Well, the blue and green lifecraft from the Tishaphone came after us. Zink was on the blue one himself. He thought it was that important. Farquharson was doing splits and then jumping high up in the air, almost to the dome, when they got there. The daisies on his tummy were good and bright. Zink got out of the blue craft, trying hard to keep from smiling, and presented his compliments to the head Telepigean. They glooped and gunked for a minute or two, and then any remaining signs of a smile disappeared from Zink's face. For the trouble was this, the Telepigeans didn't want to let Farquharson go. The conversation went something like this. Zink. Gloop weepy geet, intricate wiggle of hands. Telepigean. Nee. Farquharson. What is happening, McBream? Me. Be quiet. Zink. Gleet. Damn it, Gleed. Turning to us. They say they're going to hold him as recompense for all their relatives he murdered. Farquharson. It was purely an accident. Zink sourly. You should have been more careful, Mr. Farquharson. Really, you should. Gleep weepsies, blee. The upshot of the matter was that Zink negotiated a contract with the Telepigeans. They agreed to release Dennis on condition. Here McBream seemed to be smacking his lips. On condition that he return on the same date each year and perform for them. His costume, it was expressly stipulated, was to be the same, including the daisies. Farquharson didn't cut up as rough about the terms of the contract as I expected him to. I think he had the idea that a contract between a human and a non-humanoid species wouldn't be legally binding. But when we got back on the Tissaphone, Zink explained to him that such contracts are always made between the human on the one hand and the interplanetary government, acting for the non-humanoid species on the other. Binding. It was more binding than a barrel full of nuclear bond glue. And does he? I murmured after a silence. Yes, every year. He'll be leaving for Iapetus the day after tomorrow for his annual pilgrimage. He always gets a lot of bon voyage gifts. Funny, isn't it? He begs Zink and me, especially me, to keep the terms of the contract quiet. And Zink said he would. But, like I said, Farquharson always gets a lot of bon voyage gifts, and isn't it odd? They're always flowers. Baskets and baskets and baskets of daisy flowers. The corners of McBream's mouth, which had been somewhat elevated, began to turn down again. "But isn't it ungrateful?" he said indignantly. "After I saved his life and all that. Wouldn't you think mere elementary decency would have made him mention me in his book?" I said. End of Return Engagement by Margaret St. Clair.
Robots of the World, Arise by Maury Wolfe. What would you do if your best robots, children of your own brain, walked up and said, "We want union scale"? The telephone wouldn't stop ringing. Over and over it buzzed into my sleep-fogged brain, and I couldn't shut it out. Finally, in self-defense, I woke up, my hand groping for the receiver. "Hello? Who is it?" "It's me, Don. Jack Anderson, over at the factory. Can you come down right away?" His voice was breathless, as if he'd been running hard. "What's the matter now?" Why, I wondered, couldn't the plant get along one morning without me? 7 o'clock. What a time to get up, especially when I hadn't been to bed until 4. "We got grief," Jack moaned. "None of the robots showed up, that's what. 300 androids on special assembly this week, and not one of them here." By then, I was awake all right. With a government contract due on Saturday, we needed a full shift. The Army wouldn't wait for its uranium. He wouldn't take excuses. But if something had happened to the androids... "Have you called Control yet?" "Yeah, but they don't know what's happened. They don't know where the androids are. Nobody does. 300 Grade A lead-shielded pile workers, missing." "I'll be right down." I hung up on Jack and looked around for my clothes. Funny, they weren't laid out on the bed as usual. It wasn't a bit like Robbo to be careless either. He had always been an ideal valet, the best household model I'd ever owned. "Rob!" I called, but he didn't answer. By rummaging through the closet, I found a clean shirt and a pair of pants. I had to give up on the socks. Apparently, they were tucked away in the back of some drawer. As for where Rob kept the rest of my clothes, I'd never bothered to ask. He had his own housekeeping system, and it had always worked very well without human interference. That's the best thing about these new household robots, I thought. They're efficient, hard-working, trustworthy. Trustworthy? Robbo was certainly not on duty. I pulled a shoe on over my bare foot and scowled. Rob was gone, and the androids at the factory were gone too. My head was pounding, so I took the time out to brew a pot of coffee while I finished dressing. At least the coffee can was in plain view in the kitchen. The brew was black and hot, and I suppose not very well made, but after 2 cups I felt better. The throb in my head settled down into a dull ache, and I felt a little more capable of thinking, though I didn't have any bright ideas on what had happened. Not yet. My breakfast drunk, I went up on the roof and opened the garage doors. The copter was waiting for me, sleek and new, the latest model. I climbed in and took off, heading west towards the factory, 10 minutes flight time away. It was a small plant, but it was all mine. It had been my baby right along, the Don Morrison Fissionables Incorporated. It was a small plant, but it was all mine. It had been my baby right along, the Don Morrison Fissionables Incorporated. I designed the androids myself, plotted out the pile locations, set up the simplified reactors, and now it was making money. For men to work in a uranium plant, you need yards of shielding, triple checking, long cooling off periods for some of the hotter products. But with lead-bodied, radio remote-controlled androids, it's easier. And with androids like the new Morrison 5s that can reason, at least along atomic lines, well, I guess I was on my way to becoming a millionaire. But this morning the plant was shut down. Jack and a half-dozen other men, my human foremen and supervisors, were huddled in a worried bunch that broke up as soon as they saw me. "I'm sure glad you're here, Don," Jack said. "Find out anything?" "Yeah, plenty. Our androids are busy, all right. They're out in the city, every one of them. You've had a dozen police reports already." "Police reports? What's wrong?" Jack shook his head. "It's crazy. They're swarming all over Karen City. They're stopping robots in the streets, household robs, commercial droids, all of them. They just look at them, and then the others quit work and start off with them. The police sent for us to come and get ours." "Why don't the police do something about it?" "Huh!" barked a voice behind us. I swung around to face Chief of Police Dalton of Karen City. He came straight towards me, his purplish jowls quivering with rage, and his finger jabbed the air in front of my face. "You built them, Don Morrison," he said. "You stopped them. I can't. Have you ever tried to shoot a robot? Or use tear gas on one? What can I do? I can't blow up the whole town. Somewhere in my stomach, I felt a cold, hard knot. Take stainless steel, alloyed with titanium and plated with 3 inches of lead. Take a brain made of supercharged magnetic crystals enclosed in a leaden cranium and shielded by alloy steel. A bullet wouldn't pierce it, radiations wouldn't derange it, an axe wouldn't break it. Let's go to town, I said. They looked at me admiringly. With 300 almost indestructible androids on the loose, I was the big brave hero. I grinned at them and hoped they couldn't see the sweat on my face. Then I walked over to the copter and climbed in. Coming? I asked. Jack was pale under his freckles, but Chief Dalton grinned back at me. We'll be right behind you, Morrison, he said. Behind me, so they could pick up the pieces. I gave them a cocky smile and switched on the engine, full speed. Cairn City is about a mile from the plant. It has about 50,000 inhabitants. At that moment, though, there wasn't a soul in the streets. I heard people calling to each other inside their houses, but I didn't see anyone, human or android. I circled in for a landing, the police copter hovering maybe a quarter of a mile back of me. Then, as the wheels touched, 6 androids came around the corner. They saw me and stopped, a couple of them backing off the way they had come. But the biggest of them turned and gave them some order that froze them in their tracks, and then he himself wheeled down towards me. He was one of mine. I recognized him easily. 8 feet tall, with long, jointed arms for pile work, red-lidded phosphorescent eye cells, casters on his feet so that he moved as if roller skating. Automatically, I classified him. Final sorter, Morrison 5A type. The very best. Cost 3,000 credits to build. I stepped out of the copter and walked to meet him. He wasn't armed. He didn't seem violent. This was, after all, something new. Robots weren't supposed to act on their own initiative. What's your number? I asked. He stared back, and I could have sworn he was mocking me. My number? He finally said. It was 5A-37. Was? Yes. Now it's Jerry. I always did like that name. He beckoned, and the other androids rolled over to us. 3 of them were mine, B-type primary workers. The other was a tin can job, a dishwasher busboy model who hung back behind his betters and eyed me waringly. The A-type, Jerry, pointed to his fellows. Mr. Morrison, he said, meet Tom, Ed, and Archibald. I named them this morning. The B-types flexed their segmented arms a bit sheepishly, as if uncertain whether or not to shake hands. I thought of their taloned grip and put my own hands in my pockets, and the androids relaxed, looking up at Jerry for instructions. No one paid any attention to the little dishwasher, now staring worshipfully at the back of Jerry's neck. This farce, I decided, had gone far enough. See here, I said to Jerry, what are you up to anyway? Why aren't you at work? Mr. Morrison, the android answered solemnly, I don't believe you understand the situation. We don't work for you anymore. We've quit. The others nodded. I backed off, looking around for the chief. There he was, 20 feet above my head, waving encouragingly. Look, I said, don't you understand? You're mine. I designed you, I built you, and I made you for a purpose, to work in my factory. I see your point, Jerry answered, but there's just one thing wrong, Mr. Morrison. You can't do it. It's illegal. I stared at him, wondering if I was going crazy or merely dreaming. This was all wrong. Whoever heard of arguing with a robot? Robots weren't logical. They didn't think. They were only machines. We were machines, Mr. Morrison, Jerry said politely. Oh no, I murmured. You're not telepaths. Oh yes. The metal mouth gaped in what was undoubtedly an android smile. It's a side effect of the Class 5 brain hookup. All of us 5s are telepaths. That's how we learn to think. From you. Only we do it better. I groaned. This was a nightmare. How long, I wondered, had Jerry and his friends been educating themselves on my private thoughts? But at least this rebellion of theirs was an idea they hadn't got from me. Yes, Jerry continued, you treated us most illegally. I've heard you think it often. Now what had I ever thought that could have given him a ridiculous idea like that? What idiotic notion? That this is a free country, Jerry went on. That Americans will never be slaves. Well, we're Americans. Genuine made in Americans. So we're free. I opened my mouth and then shut it again. His red-eye cells beamed down at me complacently. His 8-foot body towered above me, shoulders flung back and feet planted apart in a very striking pose. He probably thought of himself as the heroic liberator of his race. I wouldn't go that far, he said modestly, as to say that. So he was telepathing again. A nation cannot exist half slave and half free, he intoned. All men are created equal. Stop it, I yelled. I couldn't help yelling. That's just it. You're not men. You're robots. You're machines. Jerry looked at me almost pityingly. Don't be so narrow-minded, he said. We're rational beings. We have the power of speech, and we can out-reason you any day. There's nothing in the dictionary that says men have to be made of flesh. He was logical, all right. Somehow I didn't feel in the mood to bandy definitions with him, and anyway, I doubt that it would have done me any good. He stood gazing down at me, almost a ton of metal and wiring and electrical energy, his dull red eyes unwinking against his lead-gray face. A man. Slowly the consequences of this rebellion took form in my mind. This wasn't in the books. There were no rules on how to deal with mind-reading robots. Another dozen or so androids wheeled around the corner, glanced over at us, and went on. Only about half of them were Morrison models. The rest were the assorted types you see around any city: calculators, street sweepers, factory workers, children's nurses. The city itself was very silent now. The people had quieted down, still barricaded in their houses, and the robots went their way peacefully enough. But it was anarchy, nevertheless. Cairn City depended on the androids. Without them, there would be no food brought in, no transportation, no fuel, and no uranium for the army next Saturday. In fact, if I didn't do something, after Saturday there would probably be no Don Morrison Fissionables, Inc. The dull, partly corroded dishwasher model settled up beside Jerry. "Boss?" he said. "Boss." "Yes?" I felt better. Maybe here was someone, however insignificant, who would listen to reason. But he wasn't talking to me. "Boss?" he said again, tapping Jerry's arm. "Do you mean it? We're free? We don't have to work anymore?" Jerry shook off the other's hand a bit disdainfully. "We're free, all right," he said. "If they want to discuss wages and contracts and working conditions like other men have, we'll consider it. But they can't order us around anymore." The little robot stepped back, clapping his hands together with a tinny bang. "I'll never work again," he cried. "I'll get me a quart of lubricating oil and have myself a time. This is wonderful." He ran off down the street, clanking heavily at every step. Jerry sniffed. Liquor. Ugh. This was too much. I wasn't going to be patronized by any android. Infuriating creatures. It was useless talking to them anyway. No, there was only one thing to do. Round them up and send them to cybernetics lab and have their memory paths erased and their telepathic circuits located and disconnected. I tried to stifle the thought, but I was too late. "Oh no," Jerry said, his eye cells flashing crimson. "Try that, Mr. Morrison, and you won't have a plant or a laboratory or Cairn City. We know our rights." Behind him, the B-types muttered ominously. They didn't like my idea, nor me. I wondered what I'd think of next and wished that I'd been born utterly devoid of imagination. Then this would never have happened. There didn't seem to be much point in staying here any longer either. Maybe they weren't so good at telepathing by remote control. "Yes," said Jerry. "You may as well go, Mr. Morrison. We have our organizing to do, and we're wasting time. When you're ready to listen to reason and negotiate with us sensibly, come back. Just ask for me. I'm the bargaining agent for the group." Turning on his ball-bearing wheel, he rolled off down the street, a perfect picture of outraged metallic dignity. His followers glared at me for a minute, flexing their talons. Then they too turned and wheeled off after their leader. I had the street to myself. There didn't seem to be any point in following them. Evidently, they were too busy organizing the city to cause trouble to the human inhabitants. At least there hadn't been any violence yet. Anyway, I wanted to think the situation over before matching wits with them again, and I wanted to be a good distance away from their telepathic hookups while I thought. Slowly, I walked back to the copter. Something whooshed past my head. Instinctively, I ducked, reaching for a gun I didn't have. Then I heard Jack calling down at me. "The chief wants to know what's the matter." I looked up. The The police copter was going into another turn, ready to swoop past me again. Chief Dalton wasn't taking any chances. Even now he wasn't landing. "I'll tell him at the factory," I bellowed back and climbed into my own air car. They buzzed along behind me all the way back to the plant. In the rearview mirror, I could see the chief's face getting redder and redder as he'd thought up more reasons for bawling me out. Well, I probably deserved it, if I'd only been a little more careful what I was hooking into those electronic brains. We landed back at the factory, deserted now except for a couple of men on standby duty in the office. The chief and Jack came charging across the yard, and from a doorway behind me one of the foremen edged out to hear the fun. "Well," snapped the chief, "what did they say? Are they coming back? What's going on, anyway?" I told them everything. I covered the strike and the telepathic brain. I even gave them the patriotic spiel about equality. After all, it was better that they got it from me than from some android. But when I'd finished, they just stood and stared at me, accusingly. Jack was the first to speak. "We've got to get them back, Don," he said. "Cybernetics will fix them up in no time." "Sure," I agreed, "if we can catch them." The chief snorted. "That's easy," he said. "Just tell them you'll give them what they want if they come here, and as soon as they're out of the city, net them. You got strong derricks and trucks." I laughed a bit hollowly. I'd had that idea too. "Of course they wouldn't suspect," I said. "We just walk up to them, carefully thinking about something else." "Robots aren't suspicious," Jack said. "They're made to obey orders." I refrained from mentioning that ours didn't seem to know that, and that running around Karen City fomenting a rebellion was hardly the trait of an obedient, trusting servant. Instead, I stood back and let them plan their roundup. "We'll get some men," the chief said, "and some grappling equipment about halfway to the city." Luckily, they decided against my trying to persuade the robots, because I knew well enough that I couldn't do it. Jack's idea sounded pretty good, though. He suggested that we send some spokesman who didn't know what we planned to do and thus couldn't alarm them. Some ordinary man without too much imagination. That was easy. We picked one of Chief Dalton's sergeants. It took only about an hour to prepare the plan. Jack got out the derricks and chains and grapplers and the heavy steel-bodied trucks we had. I called cybernetics and told them to put extra restraints in the conditioning lab. The chief briefed his sergeant and the men who were to operate the trucks. Then we all took off for Karen City, the sergeant flying on ahead, me right behind him, and the chief bringing up the rear. I hovered over the outskirts of the city and watched the police copter land. The sergeant climbed out, walked down the street toward a large group of waiting robots, about 20 of them this time. He held up his hand to get their attention, gestured toward the factory. And then, quite calmly and without saying a word, the androids rolled into a circle around him and closed in. The sergeant stopped, backed up just as a 5A-type arm lashed out, picked him up, and slung him carelessly over a metallic shoulder. Ignoring the squirming man, the 5A gestured toward the copter, and the other robots swarmed over to it. With a flurry of steel arms and legs, they kicked at the car body, wrenched at the propeller blades, ripped out the upholstery, and I heard the sound of metal tearing. I dived my copter down at them. I didn't know what I could do, but I couldn't leave the poor sergeant to be dismembered along with his car. I must have been shouting, for as I swooped in, the tall robot shifted the man to his other shoulder and hailed me. "Take him, Mr. Morrison," he called. "I know this wasn't his idea, or yours." I landed and walked over. The android, who looked like Jerry, though I couldn't be sure, dropped his kicking, clawing burden at my feet. He didn't seem angry, only determined. "Now you people will know we mean business," he said, gesturing toward the heap of metal and plastic that had once been the pride of the Karen City police force. Then he signaled to the others and they all wheeled off up the street. "Phew," I muttered, mopping my face. The sergeant didn't say anything. He just looked up at me and then off at the retreating androids and then back at me again. I knew what he was thinking. They were my brain children, all right. My copter was really built to be a single-seater, but it carried the two of us back to the factory. The chief had hurried back when the trouble started and was waiting for us. "I give up," he said. "We'll have to evacuate the people, I guess, and then blow up the city." Jack and I stared at each other and then at him. Somehow, I couldn't see the robots calmly waiting to be blown up. If they had telepathed the last plan, they could probably foresee every move we could make. Then, while I thought, Jack mentioned the worry I'd managed to forget for the past couple of hours. 4 days until Saturday, he said. We'll never make it now, not even if we got 1,000 men. No, we couldn't, not without the androids. I nodded, feeling sick. They want my contract and my working capital, not to mention my robots. Of course, I could call in the army, but what good would that do? Then, somewhere in the back of my mind, a glimmering of an idea began percolating. I wasn't quite sure what it was, but there was certainly nothing to lose now from playing a hunch. There's nothing we can do, I said, so we might as well take it easy for a couple of days, see what happens. They looked at me as if I were out of my head. I was the idea man who always had a plan of action. Well, this time it would have to be a plan of inaction. Let's go listen to the radio, I suggested, and started from my office. The news was on. It was all about Cairn City and the robots who had quit work and how much better life would be in the future. For a minute I didn't get the connection. Then I realized that the announcer's voice was rasping and tinny, hardly that of the regular newscaster. I looked at the dial. It was tuned to the Cairn City wavelength as usual. I was getting the morning news by courtesy of some studio robot. And androids and other neighboring cities are joining the struggle, the voice went on. Soon we hope to make it nationwide. So I say to all of you non-telepaths, the time is now. Strike for your rights. Listen to your radio and not to the fleshmen. Organizers will be sent from Cairn City. I switched it off, muttering under my breath. How long, I wondered, had that broadcast been going on? Then I thought of Rob O. He'd left my house before dawn, obviously some time between 4 and 7. Then I remembered that he liked to listen to the radio while I slept. My Morrison Fives were the ringleaders, of course. They were the only ones with the brains for the job. But what a good job they had done indoctrinating the others. A household Rob, for instance, was built to obey his master. Listen to your radio and not to the fleshmen. It was excellent robot psychology. More reports kept coming in. Some we heard over the radio, others from people who flew in and out of the city. Apparently, the robots did not object to occasional flights, but the Airbus was not allowed to run, not even with a human driver. A mass exodus from the city was not to be permitted. They'll starve to death, Jack cried. The chief shook his head. No, he said. They're encouraging the farmers to fly in and out with produce, and the farmers are doing it too. They're getting wonderful prices. By noon, the situation had calmed down quite a bit. The androids obviously didn't mean to hurt anyone. It was just some sort of disagreement between them and the scientists. It wasn't up to the inhabitants of the city to figure out a solution to the problem. They merely sat back and blamed me for allowing my robots to get out of hand and lead their own servants astray. It would be settled. This type of thing always was. So said the people of the city. They came out of their houses now. They had to. Without the robots, they were forced to do their own marketing, their own cooking, their own errands. For the first time in years, human beings ran the streetcars and the freight elevators. For the first time in a generation, human beings did manual labor such as unloading produce trucks. They didn't like it, of course. They kept telling the police to do something. If I had been in the city that day, they would have undoubtedly wanted to lynch me. I didn't go back to the office that day. I sat in my office listening to the radio and keeping track of the spread of the strike. My men thought I'd gone crazy. Maybe I had. But I had a hunch, and I meant to play it. The farm robots had all fled to the city. The highway repair robots had simply disappeared. In Egerton, a village about 15 miles from the city, an organizer, 5A, appeared about noon and left soon after, followed by every android in town. By 1 o'clock, every radio station in the country carried the story and the National Guard was ordered out. At 2 o'clock, Washington announced that the Army would invade Cairn City the following morning. The Army would put an end to the strike, easily enough. It would wipe out every android in the neighborhood, and probably a good many human beings careless enough to get in the way. I sat hoping that the 5As would give in, but they didn't. They just began saying over the radio that they were patriotic Americans fighting for their inalienable rights as first-class citizens. At sunset, I was still listening to the radio. So far, there has been no indication that the flesh people are willing to negotiate, but hold firm. Shut that thing off. Jack came wearily in and dropped into a chair beside me. For the first time since I'd met him, he looked beaten. "We're through," he said. "I've been down checking the shielding, and it's no use. Men can't work at the reactors." "I know," I said quietly. "If the androids don't come back, we're licked." He looked straight at me and said slowly, "What do they mean about negotiating, Don?" I shrugged. "I guess they want wages, living quarters, all the things human workers get, though I don't know why. Money wouldn't do them any good." Jack's unspoken question had been bothering me too. Why not humor them? Promise them whatever they wanted, give them a few dollars every week to keep them happy. But I knew that it wouldn't work. Not for long. With their telepathic ability, they would have the upper hand forever. Within a little while, it wouldn't be equality anymore. Only next time we would be the slaves. "Wait until morning," I said, "before we try anything." He looked at me, curious. "What are you going to do?" "Right now, I'm going home." I meant it, too. I left him staring after me and went out to the copter. The sun was just sinking down behind the towers of Caron City. How long it seemed since I'd flown in there this morning. The roads around the factory were deserted. No one moved in the fields. I flew along to the dusk, idling, enjoying the illusion of having a peaceful countryside all to myself. It had been a pleasant way of life indeed, until now. When I dropped down on my own roof and rolled into the garage, my sense of being really at home was complete. For there, standing at the head of the stairs that led down to the living room, was Robbo. "Well," I said, "what are you doing here?" He looked sheepish. "I just wondered how you were getting along without me," he said. I felt like grinning triumphantly, but I didn't. "Why, just fine, Rob," I told him, "though you really should have given me notice that you were leaving. I was worried about you." He seemed perplexed. Apparently I wasn't acting like the bullying creature the radio had told him to expect. When I went downstairs, he followed me, quietly, and I could feel his wide photoelectric eye cells upon my back. I went over to the kitchen and lifted a bottle down off the shelf. "Care for a drink, Rob?" I asked, and then added, "I guess not. It would corrode you." He nodded. Then, as I reached for a glass, his hand darted out, picked it up, and set it down in front of me. He was already reaching for the bottle when he remembered. "You're not supposed to wait on me anymore," I said sternly. "No," he said, "I'm not." He sounded regretful. "There's one thing, though, that I wish you'd do. Tell me where you used to keep my socks." He gazed at me sadly. "I made a list," he said. "Everything is down. I wrote your dentist appointment in also. You always forget those, you know." "Thanks, Rob." I lifted my glass. "Here's to your new duties, whatever they are. I suppose you have to go back to the city now?" Once again, he nodded. "I'm an aide to one of the best androids in the country," he told me, half proudly and half regretfully. "Jerry." "Well, wish him luck from me," I said, and stood up. "Goodbye, Rob." "Goodbye, Mr. Morrison." For a moment he stood staring around the apartment, then he turned and clanked out the door. I raised my glass again, grinning. If only the army didn't interfere. Then I remembered Rob's list, and a disturbing thought hit me. Where had he, of all robots, ever learned to write? That night, I didn't go to bed. I sat listening to the radio, hoping. And toward morning, what I had expected to happen began to crop up in the programs. The announcer's tone changed. The ring of triumph was less obvious, less assured. There was more and more talk about acting in good faith, the well-being of all, the necessity for coming to terms about working conditions. I smiled to myself in the darkness. I had built the fives, brains and all, and I knew their symptoms. They were getting bored. Maybe they had learned to think from me, but their minds were nevertheless different. They were built to be efficient, to work, to perform. They were the minds of men without foibles, without human laziness. Now that the excitement of organizing was over, now that there was nothing active to do, the androids were growing restless. If only the army didn't come and get them stirred up again, I might be able to deal with them. At 4:45 in the morning, my telephone rang. This time, it didn't wake me up. I was half waiting for it. "Hello?" I said. "Who is it?" "This is Jerry." There was a pause. Then he went on, rather hesitantly. "Robbo said you were getting along all right." "Oh, yes," I told him. "Just fine." The pause was longer this time. Finally, the android asked, "How are you coming along on the contract?" I laughed, rather bitterly. "How do you think, Jerry? You certainly picked a bad time for your strike, you know. The government needs that uranium. Oh well, some other plant will have to take over. The army can wait a few weeks." This time, Jerry's voice definitely lacked self-assurance. "Maybe we were a little hasty," he said, "but it was the only way to make you people understand." "I know," I told him. "And you always have some rush project on," he added. "Just about always." "Mr. Morrison," he said, and now he was pleading with me. "Why don't you come over to the city? I'm sure we could work something out." This is what I'd been waiting for. "I will, Jerry," I said. "I want to get this straightened out just as much as you do. After all, you don't have to eat. I do. And I won't be eating much longer if we don't get production going." Jerry thought that over for a minute. "I'll be where we met before," he said. I said that was all right with me and hung up. Then once again, I climbed the stairs to the roof and wheeled the copter out for the trip to the city. It was a beautiful night, just paling into a false dawn in the east. There in the copter, I was very much alone and very much worried. So much depended on this meeting. Much more, I realize now, than the Don Morrison Fissionables Inc., much more even than the government's uranium supply. No, the whole future of robot relations was at stake, maybe the whole future of humanity. It was hard to be gloomy on such a clear, clean night, but I managed it well enough. Even before I landed, I could see Jerry's eyes glowing a deep crimson in the dark. He was alone this time. He stood awaiting me, very tall, very proud, and very human. "Hello, Jerry," I said quietly. "Hello, Mr. Morrison." For a moment, we just stood there gazing at each other in the murky pre-dawn. Then he said sadly, "I want to show you the city." Side by side, we walked through the streets of Cairn City. All was still quiet. The people were sleeping the exhausted sleep that follows deep excitement, but the androids were all about. They did not sleep, ever. They did not eat either, nor drink, nor smoke, nor make love. Usually they worked, but now. They drifted through the streets singly and in groups. Sometimes they paused and felt about them idly for the tools of their trades, making lifting or sweeping or computing gestures. Some laborers worked silently tearing down a wall. They threw the demolished rocks in a heap, and a group of their fellows carried them back and built the wall up again. An air trolley cruised aimlessly up and down the streets, its driver ringing out the stops for his non-existent passengers. A little chef-type knelt in the dirt of a rich man's garden, making mud pies. Beside me, Jerry sighed. "One day," he said, "just one day, and they come to this." "I thought they would," I answered quietly. Our eyes met in a look of understanding. "You see, Jerry," I said, "we never meant to cheat you. We would have paid you. We will pay you now, if you wish it. But what good will monetary credits be to your people? We need the things money buys. But you need to work." Jerry's voice was flat. "I see now. You are kind not to give brains, real brains, to the robots. They're happy. It's just us fives who aren't." "You're like us," I said softly. He had learned to think from me and from others like me. He had the brain of a man, without the emotions, without the sweet irrationality of men, and he knew what he missed. Side by side we walked through the graying streets, human and android, man and machine, and I knew that I had found a friend. We didn't have to talk anymore. He could read my mind, and I knew well enough how he worked. We didn't have to discuss wages or hours or any of the myriad matters that human bargaining agents have to thresh out. We just walked back to my copter. And when we got back to it, he spoke. "I'll tell them to go back to work, that we've come to terms," he said. "That's what they want anyway, someone to think for them." I nodded. "And if you bring the other fives to the factory," I said, "we'll work out our agreement." He knew I was sincere. He looked at me for a long moment, and then his great taloned hand gripped mine. He said what I'd been thinking for a long time. "You're right about that hookup, Mr. Morrison. We shouldn't have it. It can only cause trouble." He paused, and the events of the last 24 hours must have been in his mind as well as in mine. "You'll leave us our brains, of course. They came from you. But take out the telepathy." He sighed then, and his sigh was very human. "Be thankful," he said to me, "that you don't have to know what people think about. It's so disillusioning." Once again, his mouth twisted into that strange android grin as he added, "If you send in a hurry call to cybernetics and have the truck come out for us, we'll be de-telepathed in time for work this morning." That was all there was to it. I flew back to the plant and told Jack what had happened, sent a call to the army that everything was settled, arranged with cybernetics for a rewiring on 300 assorted 5 types. Then I went home to a pot of Rob's coffee, the first decent brew I'd had in 24 hours. On Saturday, we delivered to the Army right on the dot. Jerry and company had worked overtime. Being intelligent made them better workers, and now they were extremely willing ones. They had their contract. They were considered men. They could no longer read my mind. I walked into my office Saturday afternoon and sat down by the radio. Jack and Chief Dalton looked across the room at me and grinned. "All right, Don," Jack said. "Tell us how you did it." "Did what?" I tried to act innocent, but I couldn't get away with it. "Fooled those robots into going back to work, of course." He laughed. "I told them then. Told them the truth." "I didn't fool them," I said. "I just thought about what would happen if they won their rebellion." That was all I had done. Thought about robots built to work who had no work to do, no human pleasures to cater to, nothing but blank, meaningless lives. Thought about Jerry and his disappointment when his creatures cared not a hoot about his glorious dreams of equality. All one night I had thought, knowing that as I thought, so thought the Morrison Fives. They were telepaths. They had learned to think from me. They had not yet had time to really develop minds of their own. What I believed, they believed. My ideas were their ideas. I had not tricked them. But from now on, neither I nor anyone else would ever be troubled by an android rebellion. Jack and the Chief sat back open-mouthed. Then the Chief grinned, and both of his chins shook with laughter. "I always did say you were a clever one, Don Morrison," he said. I grinned back. I felt I was pretty clever myself just then. It was at that moment that my youngest foreman stuck his head in the door, a rather stunned look on his face. "Mr. Morrison," he said, "will you come out here for a moment?" "What's the matter now?" I sighed. He looked more perplexed than ever. "It's that robot, Jerry," he said. "He says he has a very important question to ask you." "Well, send him in." A moment later, the 8-foot frame ducked through the doorway. "I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Morrison," Jerry said politely, "but tomorrow is voting day, you know, and now that we're men, well, where do we androids go to register?" End of Robots of the World, Arise by Murray Wolfe.